When I was around 9 or 10 years old, a group of incredibly powerful adventurers came to find me. They said they were from the 4 major adventurer guilds and that my father had died after incurring a large debt. So you have to pay off that debt, kid. What does it mean to be in debt? Your idiot father borrowed money from us and ran off to the afterlife. I cried and asked if my father was really dead. A muscular adventurer pulled out my father's keepsake ring and showed it to me. Where's your mother? She died a while ago. Damn, this kid's just an orphan pauper. There's no money to take. Let's take him to a slave trader and get some money for him. His face is pretty like a girl's, so he'll be worth something. Will we get much money for that? Our loss is 50 gold coins, and it's so hard to deal in slaves while avoiding the red pilgrims. A female mage stroked my hair. As soon as a bluish mist flowed from her palm, golden electricity sparked from my forehead. Look. This kid, like his father, has incredible divine power. He's a half-elf. So what? Don't you know how expensive healers with divine power are? It's a trait that almost no adventurer has. Witches are worth a fortune, and shepherds and priests are mostly cowards who don't even come to the front lines. Aha, the adventurers started laughing one by one. It was definitely the laughter of adults. The giant who seemed to be the leader of the group stroked my head and said, "What's your name, little one?" Yes. What's your name, brat? My mother called me Arjun. The kids in the neighborhood called me the underpass kid. All right, our Arjun, let's get you some adventure combat training. You'll have to go to the battlefield as a healer. And let's change your name too. Al is good. It's just the right amount of insignificant, and it's a hassle if your real name gets traced and your identity is discovered. I don't want to be an adventurer. I'll die like my dad. Suddenly, I screamed in pain as if my neck was about to break. The leader had grabbed my hair and jerked my neck back. The only answer you can give is yes. Understand, you have no choices in your life anymore. Yes, just answer like that. From now on until you die, you just have to keep paying off the debt with that divine power of yours. With that backtalk just now, your debt has increased from 50 to 100 gold coins. I'm so hungry. Hungry. I feel like I'm going to die from hunger. Gurgle. Holding his rumbling stomach tightly, Arjun quickened his pace. Maybe I should have stopped in the city, he thought, but knew it was a foolish idea. In the southern cities, there weren't many adventurers cooperating with the divine guillotine. He might even encounter survivors. That's why he had avoided all cities and stuck to these rarely traveled back roads. Cities have ID checks when entering, which leave records. If he left such records, those leeches would definitely come after him. So I couldn't even stop in a village. He had considered seeking help at one point, but he was covered in a serious stench and drenched in blood. He had to flee immediately due to the suspicious looks. How many days has it been? He had managed to survive for 20 days after fortuitously finding a camel left outside the flowing desert by the divine guillotine. But now, the camel was dead and food was gone. The appearance of the Hydra had caused an abnormal rise in temperature, resulting in most of his food spoiling. I want to leave. Still, he walked. Even if it meant starving to death, he wanted to leave this continent. With nowhere to go, he just wanted to escape. He wanted to leave this continent where his parents had died and he had been treated like a slave. So he kept walking, just walking north under the constellation of the Ice Dragon, but even that had reached its limit. Dizziness as stomach acid burned fiercely from his stomach. He tried to hold it back with his right hand. Is anyone there? A shout echoed urgently through the forest. Help! Arjun was startled and began to look around frantically. Help! Normally, the divine guillotine's minions would have given instructions on how to act in this situation. But now, Arjun was alone. He had to make his own judgments and take action. What good would helping do? A rational voice said. What benefit is there in helping? This world is full of bad people. It's common to get betrayed after helping. Those who help and those who are deceived are fools. You, who willingly extend a hand to those in need of help, will not be free of guilt if you turn away from such a call. The verse from the scriptures came to mind, but Arjun stopped and faced the sky. It wasn't worth reconsidering. Arjun had never received such help himself, so I won't help either. One step. He moved away from the urgent cries for help. But his steps grew heavy and stiff, and within 10 paces they came to a halt. Why, this was the world Arjun had learned. This was how Arjun knew to live in the world. Yet why is that my voice from childhood I've been hearing? It was when his mother was dying from illness. In those days when he ran everywhere, pleading for help to save his mother. He heard the voice from a time when no one would extend a hand. Seriously, damn it. Arjun scratched his head until it bled. Then he finally turned his body around. He turned and started running. What's the point of going over there, you fool? With no offensive skills at all, he cursed at himself, frightened and hesitant. Cautiously approaching the source of the voice, Arjun had to immediately crouch in the bushes. Is it a gnoll after all? Gnolls were low-level monsters resembling hyenas, but that resemblance was superficial. Real hyenas didn't walk on 2 legs or wield clubs with their hands. If I remember correctly, gnolls are ranked G, the lowest level of monsters. But like goblins, if there were enough of them, it changed the situation. 5, 7, 10 of them. There were 10 gnolls surrounding a cart, growling. An adult and a child were back to back, aiming crossbows at the gnolls in an attempt to scare them off. However, reloading a crossbow took time, so they would soon be in trouble. The gnolls were sufficiently mature to attack humans. In a pack like that, it was extremely dangerous. Should I perform a miracle to protect them? Even if I do, will they be able to take down the gnolls in time? Won't they just abandon me and run? At that very moment, his mind was filled with various thoughts. The scriptures appeared of their own accord. Pages shimmering in dark green light unfolded before his eyes. I, Rodinkle, create the void, and this power is the power to see beyond phenomena. Rodinkle. What was Rodinkle? Arjun had never heard of a god named Rodinkle. After 4,872 attempts to contain the power beyond the event horizon, the first successful grasp was the existence known as the Voidworms. Kaz Tuak Kuras, deliver your will to those beings, though it felt more like a research log than a general scripture. At that moment his heart leapt. One of the gnolls let out a fierce cry, staring straight at the bush where Arjun was hiding. Oh, you. Then 3 more began to charge on all fours. Soon, the benevolence tried to recite a familiar scripture to create a divine barrier, but his tongue twisted in the urgency. The Divine Guillotine was the Platinum Adventurers Guild. Their system was well organized, and their battle formations were excellent. Danger, brother. At that moment, one of the gnolls that had been leading the charge leaped towards Arjun. Fool, idiot, sucker. Why did you come here? Just barely escaped death. Perhaps it was partly survival instinct, or maybe some intervention beyond providence. As he stumbled and fell while trying to retreat, he desperately read the passage indicated by the void scripture. Kaz Tuak Kuras. At that moment, a dark green mist suddenly swirled. The gnolls began to wail desperately. This isn't just mist. It looked like mist, but was actually several flying insects voidworms. These insects were voraciously attacking the gnolls' bodies. The gnolls struggled desperately to shake off the insects, but it was futile. It didn't take long. The gnolls that had been about to attack Arjun vanished without a trace, leaving only their skins behind. It's not just insects. It feels just like those demons I saw before. Of course, compared to the demons that massacred the Hydra, these seemed almost harmless, but did I just summon this? Arjun himself couldn't believe the power he had just used and blinked in disbelief. Grrrrrrrr. The gnoll leader circling the cart watched Arjun with wary eyes. Honestly, it was terrifying. What are you looking at? Are you trying to die? Do you think humans are so easy? Put some water in the pot, chop up some green onions, and make a gnoll stew. Keep your eyes down and get lost. Bzzzzzzz. The voidworms resonated with the apostle's will. The voidworms that had been menacingly circling Arjun suddenly charged at the gnolls. Beasts and monsters can smell the scent of death. They understand the hierarchy of power better than anyone. The gnoll leader began to flee in desperation. The rest followed suit. Was it the backlash from using such alien power? Nausea and dizziness surged over him. What is this? Arjun sank to the ground. Why does the backlash feel the same as when I overused miracles? Quickly, the voidworms that had been chasing the gnolls began to disappear. Or rather, it felt like they were returning to another dimension. The merchants, who had been staring in disbelief at the scene, hurried over. Are you all right? Are you okay, brother? Can't you see if he's all right or not with your eyes? Is your head just for decoration? Then a bearded merchant chuckled. His son started snickering too. Ha 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 ha. He ha ha. Are they laughing? Fortunately, Arjun didn't let any curses slip. The merchants were carrying crossbows. Humans were generally unreliable. You never knew when they might turn on you. Your skill with words right from the start is impressive. That bit about putting water in the pot was perfect. It's refreshing. This is what an adventure is. However, the merchant didn't aim his crossbow at Arjun. Instead, he tossed the crossbow aside and helped Arjun to his feet. Like I said, we should go to Fire Dragon Road. It's much safer there. You fool, the real danger isn't the monsters, it's people. You're no longer cut out to be a proper merchant. Tusk. The loud banter of the merchant and his son was cut short by the roar of Arjun's stomach. Gurgle, embarrassed, his face turned bright red, but the merchant and his son burst into laughter again. You're hungry, aren't you? You look young but strong. You must eat well. Eat this, brother. It's very expensive jerky. To be treated so kindly and given such high-quality jerky and water despite being dirty and smelly, these people must be good. Did they think I would think that? They might have poisoned the food. No, if that were the case, they would have aimed a crossbow at his head already. Gulp. For a long time, reason and instinct wrestled with each other. In the end, it was instinct that won over reason. It was hunger. Oh my, not everyone is like the people from the Divine Guillotine. After wrestling with his thoughts, Arjun finally took a bite of the jerky. The salty taste of the meat pleasantly caressed his taste buds. At that moment, just as expected, the merchant and his son got straight to the point. If you're willing, could you escort us, just to the city of beginnings, Orphaned? We plan to cross the continent by ship. We'll pay you well as a reward for today's work. Since my son's guild test requires us to travel alone, we've had to cut costs as much as possible. But at this rate, we'll end up needing fare for the afterlife instead of passing the test. The city of beginnings. a port where one could cross the continent. He wanted to board a ship there and cross the continent, but there was a problem. I can't go to the city. The merchant and his son exchanged puzzled looks. Did you commit a crime or something? Are you a murderer? You don't look like one. I've never seen a murderer cry over jerky. If he were a murderer, he'd have killed not just the Knowles but us too and taken everything. Speak properly. Sorry, brother. Is that all you have to say after causing trouble? Hand over more jerky. Why can't I go to the port? Garrison had told him. Every city on the Adrian continent has eyes and ears, so no matter where Arjun runs, they'll find out immediately. You'd be shocked if you knew how much we've put on your head. Don't even think about running. There was no need to explain such a weakness. Or is it that someone will come after you if you enter the city? So that's what you're worried about. Don't worry. Merchants have their ways. Could he trust such words? He suspected they would sell him out the moment they met city guards. Despite his realistic thoughts, his body was nodding along on its own. Am I exhausted? Maybe coming with them is the most practical way to escape. No, he just wanted to leave. He wanted to escape from the land that had bound him for so long as quickly as possible, but there was no suitable method. Above all, these people didn't seem to be trash, at least compared to the divine guillotine. Orphaned should take about 3 weeks. I'll be counting on you during that time. Oh, but I didn't catch your name. What's your name? Orphaned is at the edge of the continent, so it'll take about 3 weeks to get there. I'll be counting on you until then. But come to think of it, I didn't catch your name. His name, the name his mother gave me. Saying that name to someone felt too foreign and terrifying. His lips quivered with fear, opening and closing several times. The fear that had been instilled in me since childhood crept into his mind. Didn't I tell you not to get too close to others? That's why he couldn't easily reveal his real name. We just met, no need for formalities. Just call me Zen. Despite the rudeness in his response, Ullman only burst into hearty laughter again. Zen, huh, all right, got it. Now how about doing something about that smell? The horses are suffering. Come on, let's wash up. Ullman was a boisterous man who always laughed heartily. His son Loke was just as talkative, taking after his father. After washing up in a nearby stream, Ullman lent me some of his spare clothes. They were far too large for his small frame. The shirt fell past his knees, and he had to tie the pants with a belt several times to keep them from slipping down. Looked ridiculous, but it was better than the blood-stained and dirty clothes he had been wearing. They were from the Lynn Merchant Guild. Members of the Lynn Guild traditionally wore anachronistic conical hats, and they lent me one as well. Are these people really good humans? One could think it was only natural to repay someone who saved their life, but he had lived a life where the natural had never come easily. Because of that, at some point, he started to feel a bit more at ease around these merchants. Sitting in the back of the wagon, chatting with Loke became part of his new routine. Hey, what's your adventurer rank? Steel. Steel. Isn't that the lowest rank? How can you be that strong and not be ranked higher? Shut up, you don't know anything. Steel is the coolest rank. The steel ID plate can even be used as a weapon in emergencies. He gripped the adventurer ID tightly, pretending to hit Loke on the head, making him laugh uncontrollably. That's why he hasn't bothered to rank up. Are you sure you're not just weak? What's with that defiant look? For someone like me, silver or gold rank means nothing. I just like staying at steel rank. It's the perfect rank for those who want to enjoy life while being an adventurer. HMMMMM. Loke squinted suspiciously. For adventurers, rank determines social status. The higher the rank, the more burdensome responsibilities came with it. That's why in the Divine Guillotine they had registered me as a porter early on, giving me no contribution points. Without contribution points, an adventurer couldn't rank up. Enough of this. Hey, you come here. Ouch, it hurts. Dad, the steel-ranked adventurer is hitting me. Don't worry too much, even if he's steel-ranked. In 2 days, we'll be on the Fire Dragon Road, and there won't be much danger. If there is, even a steel-ranked adventurer should suffice. A steel-ranked adventurer, at least. He really sounded like a merchant, didn't he? The way he twisted his words was no joke. Do you want to die? For real? I'm staying at steel rank because I want to. The father and son exchanged glances before bursting into laughter again. Ha 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 ha, he 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 he. Ha, the ones I should have thrown in a pot and chopped up weren't the Knowles, but these guys. Of course it was just a joke. How long had it been since he laughed and joked around like this? But he still didn't fully trust them. In this world, trusting someone you've just met makes you a fool, and being deceived makes you an even bigger fool. He always stayed awake at night. During the day, he napped in the wagon. Once, while he pretended to sleep, Ullman, who was on watch, approached me. He was ready to smash his head in with the scripture if he tried anything funny. But all he did was cover me with another blanket. I still don't trust him. When it was his turn to stand guard, he spent a long time absent-mindedly fiddling with the void scripture. This feeling still feels strange. And who or when attached it to me with chains? The scripture, which had grown twice as thick, was now bound to his waist with a silver chain. From the moment he summoned the void bugs, this chain had been unbreakable like a shackle around a slave's neck. Of course, that was a bit of an exaggeration. The scripture could transcend the physical realm. He could make it disappear when he wanted to. I should memorize the incantations. I need to be able to chant them in an instant if necessary. He opened the scripture. The newly recorded miracles of the void were strange. Except for the page that summoned the void bugs, a bizarre mist clouded the other pages, preventing me from seeing them. Does this mean I can't use them yet? How stingy. Perhaps it was telling me not to be greedy and to start by memorizing the basics. I, Rodinkle, have created the void, and this power allows one to peer beyond the events of this world. The Book of Stirring. His eyes lingered on the first line written on the page. But who is Rodinkle, really? Among the Lords of Light, also known as the ones who came, there was no god named Rodinkle. What is this power? The one who said you have been chosen was likely one of the Forgotten Kings, but could this really be the power of the Abyss? No, why would the Abyss's power kill its own subordinate Hydra? And the Abyss Kings are sealed away. After all, this was the first god to ever answer his prayers. I should offer a prayer of gratitude. Is that what you expected me to say? Reveal more miracles, please. No need for a god to be so stingy. What are you doing, bro? As he clasped his hands to pray, Rock's voice broke the silence. It seemed the early morning light had woken him. Why are you staring at a blank page? Gonna doodle or something? Are your eyes broken? You really see nothing. What's there to see? Some joke where only good people or adults can see it. That's not gonna work on me. Dad's always hiding his erotic books, you know. Almond, stretching and yawning, scolded his son. Boy, those are books you can only see when you're an adult. You're still a kid, that's why you can't see them. I'm an adult now. I even kissed Senya the other day. Haha, you're certainly my son. But listen, a kiss without the tongue doesn't count. That's just the default option. Default option. What the hell is wrong with this generation? No sense of decency at all. So bro, how far have you gone? Me? Well, I've barely managed to talk to anyone properly. Rock, you little rascal. How dare you ask a devoted priest such things, huh? Priests are supposed to remain celibate until the end. Oh, sorry. Hey, I'm not actually a priest. No issues here. Oh, really? Sorry, Zen. In that case, let me congratulate you in advance on eventually graduating from virginhood. Yeah, Zen is pretty handsome, no. Actually, he's kinda pretty. Almost prettier than girls, so I bet every woman who's crossed paths with him has fallen for him. You know me well. Arjun nodded slightly. It was true that women who got too close or showed him too much kindness usually ended up half dead at the hands of the divine guillotine. So Rock wasn't completely wrong. When I first saw you from a distance, I thought you were a beautiful girl. Is that why you ran over to introduce yourself, Dad? Ahem, being mistaken for a girl was nothing new. It must have been his father's elf heritage showing through in his features. But still, Arjun glanced down at the scripture. Was this really only visible to him? Why was Rodinkle hiding their true identity? Could it be that they don't want the other gods to notice? For some reason, he felt a kinship with that, a being who would never fully reveal itself to the world, much like himself now. Perhaps it's better to respect that will. Fine, I won't tell anyone about you, Rodinkle, but in exchange, how about revealing a few more miracles? Of course, there was no response. Over the next 2 days, they were ambushed 3 times. The attackers weren't anything special, mostly gnolls from the forest, but it was the perfect opportunity to test the power of the void. Kez 2 Arcturus. Rock, get the pot boiling and chop the green onions. I'll bring the meat. Ripping through the fabric of dimensions, the minions of the void appeared. The first one, Hivebug 1. The second one, Hivebug 2. The third one, Hivebug 3. Even with just these 3 summoned, the gnolls' pathetic attempts at resistance turned into a grotesque display of body parts. Giararararur. The gnolls, surrounded by the hivebugs, screamed in agony before collapsing, utterly defeated. Nice. Interestingly, the void felt quite similar to miracles. Miracles drew upon the soul, allowing communion with the heavens. Naturally, the number of miracles one could perform per day was limited, and it seemed the void operated the same way. Looks like 2 void summons per day is the limit. After using the hivebugs twice, Arjun felt his chest tighten and his head throbbed with dizziness. Only 2 uses per day, huh? Yet there was no frustration or disappointment. Without this power, he wouldn't have made it here, would have died in that ancient desert. This power is a new possibility for life. One encouraging thought was that the void seemed to draw from a different source than holy miracles. In emergencies, he could use both. Arjun decided to name this power Kongryok, or Void Force. Wow, Dad, look at this. The gnoll's hide is perfectly skinned. Ullman examined the neatly laid out hides and gave a genuine word of admiration. Zen, you'd make a perfect skinner for our merchant caravan. You'd be sitting on a pile of money in no time. After entering the Fire Dragon Road, Arjun found himself dozing off more and more in the wagon. It was a truly pleasant time. The warm sun, the gentle rattling of the cart, the cool breeze. He used to get beaten for dozing off like this. At first, he would jolt awake in a cold sweat, afraid he'd be struck, but no fists were waiting to pummel him. Slowly, he allowed himself to relax against the side of the wagon, though the nightmares would likely stay with him forever. By now, he felt much closer to the merchant father and son. Finally, the majestic sight of a bridge spanning the Great Strait came into view. Hey bro, that's the Ranoa Bridge. Once we cross it, we'll be close to Orphaned. Arjun's heart began to pound. The urge to run away gripped him. He thought he was ready. The Ranoa Bridge was the gateway to the Southern Republic, famous for its strict and thorough inspection process. Orphaned is located at the northern tip of Tashin Island. Tashin Island and the Adrian continent are connected by the Ranoa Bridge, making it the gateway to the continent. As such, the witches who guard the Republic's security keep a very strict watch over those passing through. If I get caught here, if word reaches them that I've crossed. As Arjun clutched his head in both hands, curling into himself, Rock whistled. Dad, Zen's shrinking. Zen, come sit here at the coachman's seat. The coachman's seat, sweat poured down like rain. Mister, that's the most visible spot. I should be hiding in the back with the luggage. These bastards, were they planning to hand me over to the executioner all along? I trusted them. I was just starting to believe in them, but in the end, humans can't be trusted. However, Ullman, with a hearty and reassuring laugh, patted Arjun's shoulder and said, don't worry and trust me. From now on, you'll see the legendary merchant Ullman perform a magic trick of a lifetime. Bro, don't believe that part. My dad calls himself a legend. You little brat, can't you read the room? Zen was about to be completely convinced. These guys. For the first time, Arjun let out a genuine, unguarded laugh and completely dropped his suspicion toward the father and son. All right, I'll trust them. Let's give it a shot. You idiot, if you can't even hold the reins properly, how do you plan on living later, huh? The Ranoa Great Bridge is one of the world's 11 wonders. There's no other bridge in the world that could match its sheer scale and grandeur. Countless people passing between the two continents were all chuckling, their eyes fixed on Arjun. To be precise, on the hopelessly clumsy apprentice merchant who, according to the act, was getting a proper scolding. Good grief, this is driving me mad. I told you to just hold the reins firmly. Is that so hard? How are you going to hold on to the women who will leave you behind later, huh? The customs inspection was being conducted by the Republic's guardians, witches. What's with that kid? The woman who seemed to be the eldest among them was going through the paperwork. When you entered, it was just you two, father and son. Who's this? He's an orphan who was attacked by gnolls. I felt so bad for him that I took him in to help him live like a decent person, but look at this poor idiotzo, hopelessly clueless. Hey, you fool, why aren't you greeting the witches? Hello, with such a timid personality, do you think he can really be raised as a merchant? The witch standing on the left expressed concern. Ullman bowed his head, full of flattery. You're right, I'm worried about that too. The witch standing on the right stared intently at Arjun, her face partially obscured by the shadow of her hat. Could she recognize me? What if she asks why someone from the divine guillotine is here? They say their eyes and ears are everywhere across the continent. Thump, 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 thump. His heart felt like it was about to explode. Gwen, what do you think? I don't feel any malicious energy from him. It's quite surprising. So he's not a criminal. I can even sense a hint of something holy. It feels unfamiliar, but at the same time, familiar. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you have a death wish, apprentice? Sorry for being just an apprentice. Ran, mark it down that a merchant from the Lin Trading Company picked up an orphan of unknown background and let them through. A merchant's credibility is based on the reputation of the trading company they belong to. Ullman's Lin Trading Company was one of the top 3 in terms of size, reputation, and credibility. So as long as the record was made, there would be no procedural issues. If any problems arose, they would track down the case based on this record. And while it wasn't a common occurrence, it also wasn't rare for merchants to take in promising orphans as apprentices. You're clear. Only when the witches were far behind them did Arjun finally let out a huge sigh of relief. We made it. We crossed the Ranoa Great Bridge, without revealing his name Argento anyone, and quietly at that. Don't get mad at me for using rough words and hitting you a bit earlier. It was all part of laying the groundwork. It was all for the sake of a convincing act. Still, Dad, you hit him pretty hard. Well, yeah, they say you have to fool yourself first if you want to fool others. So I just got carried away. Arjun's heart was still pounding heavily. The tension wasn't from anxiety but from excitement. It's okay. The biggest hurdle to starting a new life was indeed the Ranoa Great Bridge. He managed to string together words that he could never have managed in normal speech. Uncle Ullman, I'll trust you now. You're a good merchant. Haha, flattery won't get you anywhere, you know. I'm embarrassed, so stop it. It was the first time Arjun had spoken like that, and Ullman, feeling the emotion, awkwardly rubbed under his nose. There were no particular problems passing through the small towns after the bridge. Since the witches at the bridge had thoroughly checked their identities, the town's guards had no need to waste time. The real issue arose when they reached the city gate of the starting city, Orphaned, not from the outside, but from within. Actually, we didn't really need a guard. We only needed one for a few days. What did you do after that? Instead, we've provided you with meals for 3 weeks, so it seems we've already paid our fee, don't you think? Loke tilted his head. Dad, Ullman continued, and we're taking the gnoll skins too. You sold an unidentified person's passage through our trading company's credibility, so I think we deserve some compensation, don't you? So it's the same with all humans, speechless and heart-pounding. Just when he was about to appear kind and sincere, Ullman's face, hidden by the hat, seemed to be shaded with a cunning smile. It wasn't just because of what Ullman said. It was because that expression was one he had seen far too often at the divine guillotine. Dad, why are you suddenly like this? If I cause a commotion here, it'll be my ruin. He's got my weakness perfectly in his grip. I've been completely outplayed, truly a merchant, better than anyone at Practical Matters. But since he got them across the Ranoa Great Bridge, he can have this. Arjun, clenching his fists on his knees, lowered his gaze emptily. Fine, uncle, take everything. Getting us here is enough. Are you serious about what you just said? Yes, you bastard. I'd rather not accept it because it's dirty. No backing out later. Silence. Ullman, who had been staring at Arjun, finally sighed deeply. This isn't going to work. No, it won't. You're just a complete fool, even if you're just playing the role. I'm really worried, so I can't just leave you here. Isn't that right, Lok? Exactly, Dad. Arjun tilted his head, unable to follow the flow of the conversation. What are you talking about? Why did his expression suddenly revert to its original one? It's not really a joke, but I wanted to see if you could manage on your own in this harsh world. These days, it's a time when people will cut off others' noses when they're not looking. I was hoping you'd get angry and demand what's rightfully yours. Ullman smirked. As the first twilight cast its glow on the rattling wagon, it filled the road with mysterious particles. At that moment, as soothing as the beautiful and enchanting twilight, a warm, fuzzy feeling caressed his heart. Take this for now. It's the payment for this job. Wow, Dad, isn't this nearly twice as much? And take this too. This is the amount I've estimated for the Knoll skins bought at the average price. Holding the thick purse of money, Arjun blinked in astonishment. It was incredibly surreal. This was the first time in his life he had received fair compensation for his labor, but you said you weren't going to give it. Come on now, what do you think of the Lin Trading Company? I told you it was a test, just take it. And well, if you have no work here, how about crossing the sea with us? The sea, it'll be about a month. Once we cross the continent, I can send you as an apprentice for dismantling by products. I'll connect you with the finest craftsman in our company. He would be leaving for somewhere, leaving this land with no memories of home. Did those with proper homes and workplaces have a strong aversion to leaving their homes? But Arjun didn't have such feelings. He wanted to leave this land and go anywhere. Anywhere would do. But I haven't had a place to go, so I couldn't go. I just couldn't. If he had known how to shout, if he had known how to be excited, he would surely be shouting now. I also want to go beyond the sea, he would say. But he couldn't, because he didn't know how. With a voice that could barely be heard, he could only respond like this: I do want to go. Only his fingers and lips, conveying his sincerity, trembled. Then it's decided. But if problems keep arising because of your identity, it'll be troublesome. Look, go with him to the Adventurers Guild. After finishing up, come to the company building. Yes, Dad, Adventurers Guild. It's better to get a new adventurer identification. Don't worry. With our company's recommendation letter, it'll come through quickly. Ullman's trading company was the Lin Trading Company. During the era of the 7 capitals, 6 sects, and 3 flows, when 7 cities, 6 sects, and 3 factions divided and ruled the continent, it was a powerful influence as a distribution center. On the way to the guild, they arrived at the Plaza of Beginnings, a city known by the nickname the City of Beginnings. Lok, pointing excitedly at the statue in the middle of the plaza, spoke up. Look, that's it, the Grand Mage Lin. The founder of our company received a great favor from Lin, which is why our company's attire and name are as they are. The statue, worn by the ravages of time, depicted the hero party that had saved the world 400 years ago. Even in this age, their achievements are not easily forgotten, and there's a reason for that. It's likely due to the development of printing technology and the emergence of various unofficial histories and novels about them. In the adventure stories Arjun had read, there were also legends of the 5 adventurers who had helped the Rista party. From a hero party, Arjun glanced at the statue as he crossed the plaza. I wonder if there will come a day when someone remembers me like that. Perhaps that day might never come, but it's okay. If he could just enjoy an ordinary life, that would be enough. Look, give me the identification tag, just in case we run into trouble. Arjun placed his hand on the identification tag, which was hanging around his neck like a beast's leash. If you take that off on your own, you'll get beaten again. The long ingrained fear struck his chest as a shapeless pain. The divine guillotine isn't here, and Garrison died back then. After several attempts to calm his breath soaked with cold sweat, he finally managed to remove the chain. Lok, who was turning the identification tag around and inspecting it, raised his eyebrows. Your name isn't Zen, but Al. Zen was just a nickname. Nickname. I had a nickname my mom used to call me when I was little. It's amazing you had one too. A nickname from his mother. Though his memories of his parents had grown faint, that word left a sharp tremor. A nickname, there had been no nickname. His father and mother always called him Arjun. The divine guillotine simply called him Al. Anyway, the only ones who knew my real name were the 5 officers who came to investigate back then. Those guys all died in the desert. The officers hadn't revealed Arjun's real name to the adventure team. If the name leaked, the Red Pilgrims would come after them, so it was only natural. In other words, none of those bastards knew my name. Well, there was one person. There had been one normal person among the divine guillotine officers, but at some point they vanished. That person's name was Kiek. Do you like adventures? During Kiek's first year, things had been a bit more bearable. She was also the one who first gifted him an adventure novel. If I use the name Arjun, could I meet Kiek someday? The curt receptionist checked the receipt and the company's recommendation letter, then looked up at Arjun. Is this really the name? Please verify the spelling. Yes. After some paperwork, the receptionist soon handed over a metal identification tag. Arjun carefully touched his real name engraved on the tag. Arjun, using his real name, felt like being reborn. No, it even felt like time had turned back to before his parents died. Arjun, 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 the warmth of his mother hugging him while calling his name, her voice telling him to eat. Just the name alone brought those memories back so vividly. Are you sure that's all you need? Yeah, this is enough. Well, if you're okay with it, then it's fine. He couldn't know the thoughts of his parents when they chose this name, but he felt he might understand his mother's feelings when she called his name. Arjun, come here. Today's your favorite olive pasta. Though it was as cold as ever, the metal against his neck felt strangely warm. At least that's how it seemed. He carefully tucked the name tag into his collar. At that moment, the boy wore a faint smile when he didn't even realize himself. The Lin Company's ship was a sailing vessel with 3 sails. It was amazing that they could navigate the open sea with only the sails and no use of oars. Arjun's life on the ship involved watching and working hard as a merchant's apprentice under Ullman. As he began learning the work, Ullman scolded him sharply whenever he made mistakes, unlike before. Dealing with expensive goods seemed to make everyone more harsh. Is it the way of merchants to be gentle with customers but yell at subordinates? Arjun felt he could never do it. Damn, I can't handle this. Look, Ullman's son already looked like a seasoned merchant. It seemed everyone had their own nature. If becoming a dismantler means enduring what Ullman and his kind do, then I'll definitely pass. Still, it was nice that the cabin was quite spacious since they didn't need rowers. Loke and he had their own space. Lying in the net hammock that swayed with the sea waves, Arjun pondered his future. Yes, becoming a dismantler wasn't what I originally dreamed of. Adventure. He wanted to adventure. At that moment, Arjun felt a thrill that jolted him upright. Yeah, I can become an adventurer with this name, Arjun. Ullman and Loke had said that there was no mention of anything related to the void in this holy scripture. This meant there was no risk of being caught in heretical interrogation. Even without the power of the void, I have experience from rolling on the line of death at the divine guillotine, one of the 4 great guilds. I could make a living just with my healing powers. The power of the void could be trained and used secretly. As time went on, he would gradually gain know-how. A steel adventurer who appeared like a shooting star. No one knew his true identity, but he seemed to wield divine miracles like a major figure. That feels pretty good, doesn't it? His only known way of life had been as an adventurer. Most of the memories that come to mind when I think of adventurers are quite miserable, but not all of them were bad. The mage he met before heading to the falling desert. It would have been fun if we could have been friends. He acknowledged it. At some point, he had clearly yearned for the life of a proper adventurer. That was when I had nothing, not even a penny. Now things were different. Arjun had gained the immense backing of the void. He was no longer a powerless orphan, a crybaby, or a child dragged around like a slave. Rodinkle reportedly slaughtered S-rank monsters like Hydra and A-rank monsters like Basilisk using faceless demons, right? Even the 11 platinum-ranked adventurers, who were called the strongest in the world, could not do that. Even Alrat, who was ranked 4th in platinum, was killed by Hydra. In other words, adventurers were all inferior compared to the potential Arjun now possessed. If I could use just a fraction of the power I saw back then. Forget platinum, he might even get a chance to aim for a diamond-ranked adventurer, a title that exists only once per era. And I've got experience from living among those trash. Though his current rank was steel, his experience and skills could easily be considered gold, the overwhelming potential of the void. Arjun saw it as if fate had chosen him to be the king of this era. Kahaha, the greatest wealth, power, and honor. I'll grab it all. I'll reign from the top. Adventurers could amass wealth if they succeeded. By subduing high-level monsters or finding artifacts, one could touch immense fortunes. The Divine Guillotine, once one of the 4 great guilds, used to rake in money to the extreme. It's funny that even after making such a big score, they end up back at the bottom. But that's precisely why they get involved. Who is Arjun? He had been watching the Divine Guillotine closely since he was young. I could write a book on how to rise from the bottom of adventurers. Arjun lifted his upper body, deciding the direction of his life, embracing the holy scripture of the void. This wasn't merely holding the scripture, it was embracing a new possibility in life. All right, I've decided. I'll rise to the top of this beast kingdom and make my mark before I'm 30. The port of this new land had a different kind of salty sea air. Even the sound of waves crashing white against the breakwater and the cries of seagulls felt somehow different. If anything, it was refreshing. Everything was unfamiliar, but that made it new and exciting. That newness was exhilarating. Then, brother, make sure to come back and tell me how it goes. Why would I? Am I your lackey now? Oh, come on. These scattered islands in the middle of the two continents were collectively known as the Tertiary Isles. On the largest island of these isles was the green city of Carsico, one of the 7 great cities of the Republic. Perhaps due to its reputation as the world's top producer of oranges and lemons, even the sea breeze carried a fresh, citrusy scent. Carsico Adventurers Guild. The sea breeze fluttered the guild sign, which was hanging from chains. It's quite modest for a guild located in one of the 7 great cities. It was only natural, perhaps. The Tertiary Isles did not have a notable hub for adventurers. There were no high-rank monsters here. Inside the guild, the morning was bustling with a considerable number of people. With such a diverse range of races, their equipment varied greatly. Looking for a mage or gunslinger for a rank 10 quest. Urgently need a dealer. Only those with at least 3 rank 8 quest achievements apply. Any warriors available for a frontline role on a rank 9 quest. People lined up in pairs or small groups in front of the reception desk, chatting while holding their quest requests. Arjun looked around nervously, checking for any familiar faces from the Divine Guillotine. Fortunately, no one he recognized was there. Taking a deep breath, he approached the large corkboard set up in the middle of the lobby. Various quest requests were pinned there. Currently, my rank is Steel. The tasks he could handle alone were the lowest tier rank 13 quests. Among these, many didn't quite qualify as adventuring. For instance, there were tasks like finding lost cats. Thus, Arjun pretended to scrutinize quests like sewer cleaning. He needs to look like a clueless novice. The world of adventurers is interconnected. If a new face suddenly appears and seems out of place, rumors spread quickly. If that happens, the survivors from the Divine Guillotine will also get my information, making me a target. Pretending to be a beginner and being underestimated could be dangerous in this world, right? Not at all. While that is often the case, it didn't apply to Arjun, because healing jobs are considered elite among adventurers, while clumsy warriors wielding swords and guns are everywhere. A valuable healer like Arjun is someone others are hesitant to even approach. In fact, it's a simple problem upon reflection. Could someone who was once a bookish scholar suddenly awaken and venture into a blood-soaked labyrinth? So, if I just hang around like this, a high-ranked party will eventually approach me. Yes, this is where it all begins. The grand journey of Arjun, aiming to become a diamond-rank adventurer, starts here. Arjun once had such an optimistic phase. Ha ha ha, do you really think it will be that easy? Upon returning to the dock area without receiving any attention, Arjun was met with uproarious laughter from Ullman, who had heard about his situation. Do you know what the most important thing is in the adventurer or merchant world? What's that? Damn it, trust. Right now you don't have a shred of it. Who would want to handle important quests with you? Locke also chuckled. Yeah. They probably don't even know you're a priest. Look at the shabby clothes we gave you. Arjun bit his lip. It's not my fault, is it? It's the other adventurers who don't recognize me as the top-class healer in the adventure world. I didn't expect much from the dull-witted sword swingers anyway. Treating them so kindly just makes them even more intolerable. Get over here. Sorry. Ah, brother, I'm sorry. Please save me. While Arjun was putting Locke in a headlock, Ullman spoke up. Why are you so impatient? You're not just young, you're still a child. Isn't it said that a 1,000-mile journey begins with a single step? Life is like farming. If you build up slowly, it will eventually bear fruit. Of course, not everyone enjoys a bountiful harvest. There might be famines too, but you can still harvest something. Those who do nothing will have nothing to reap. Ullman occasionally spoke such profound words. Arjun immediately vowed to memorize this and use it as his own words later. After all, a famous quote is a public resource. It will sound impressive. Locke patted Arjun's shoulder. Brother, we'll be staying here for about a month. We'll be trading goods and giving the sailors some rest before they cross the ocean. It will be busy, but make sure to keep coming by. Right, why was I so impatient? Now, time is abundant. Improving adventure rank is good, but it wouldn't hurt to train the void power while tackling minor missions. Don't worry. I've just thought of an overwhelming secret plan for rapid promotion. The staff of the Adventurers Guild in this big city are very interested in adventurers. What if a newly arrived adventurer shows passion in taking and completing rank 13 quests? Word of mouth will start to spread. Oh, that new person seems pretty good. Yeah, it's nice to see someone so eager. That's how one establishes a foothold. The first effort to root oneself here would be to enthusiastically tackle those rank 13 quests. Returning to the Adventurers Guild, Arjun glanced around. Most adventurers are either out on quests or off to eat, so the guild is at its quietest right now. This is a perfect opportunity. He quietly approached the quest corkboard. Carefully extracting the rank 13 quest Find the Cat, he silently made his way to the reception. I'd like to take this quest. Arjun muttered in a voice tinged with embarrassment, his face reddening with feigned shyness. Maintain those clear and delicate eyes like a fawn. The receptionist smiled warmly. Could you please present your adventurer ID? Oh, sorry, there's no need to apologize. Just a moment, please. While the receptionist shuffled through the paperwork, Arjun gave a sly smile, just as planned. It's all about playing the inexperienced novice, using beauty and charm. A trick that the trashy members of the Divine Guillotine were very efficient at. Humans, they're endlessly superficial about appearance when it comes to reason. They use everything they can. Arjun had a pretty face, so he had been brought to social events by the Divine Guillotine before. Those were the only times he had worn clean clothes and looked good. Yes, it's you, Arjun. Your identity has been confirmed. Here's the cat's portrait, and be aware that the reward will be subject to deductions. 11 for withholding tax, 10 for tithing, and 18 for the guild's fee. Are these highway robbers or what? So they take 39. Do I have to pay triple taxes, withholding tax, religious tithing, and guild fees? He felt a bit disheartened, as if he had glimpsed the harsh reality of adventurer life. Oh, the fee is highest at the steel rank. It decreases by 3 each time you upgrade to brass, silver, and gold ranks. Seeing Arjun's distress over the 39, the receptionist quickly added an explanation. And when you reach the platinum rank, you get extensive tax exemptions from the state. For instance, in Karshiko, the tax rate drops to 6, and the guild fee is reduced to 2. By the way, diamond rank has no fees aside from the tithe. Of course, being a platinum rank means that you are at a level where people beg you to take their quests from all over the world. All right, Arjun completed the paperwork and left the guild. Turning the corner, he entered an empty alleyway. Finding a cat, such a crazy quest is usually assigned to kids in the Adventurers Guild. This guy must see adventurers as mere errand boys. However, steel rank adventurers are indeed less than errand boys. They have to be dealt with accordingly. Come forth, void insects, Kaz 2 Arcturus. The command of the apostate was obeyed by the power. The dimension wavered, and then, from the depths of the boundary of oblivion, the void insects emerged. During his time with the wealthy merchant, Arjun had become capable of maintaining a stable summon of up to 7 insects for an extended period. Void insects do have a certain cuteness if you look closely. Their fluffy, rounded bodies remind one of honeybees. And although they have 6 eyes, they are horizontally slit. When they are still, they almost look like dolls. First bee, can you see this? The top veteran and ace was the first bee, who had appeared since the time of hunting the playing mantis. Under its command were the second bee and third bee. However, these insects didn't have much intelligence. The names seemed to have no particular significance, so Arjun decided to stop naming them except for the first bee. For reference, void insects, like those faceless demons from back then, don't make any sounds. Find this cat within half a day. Boo-woo-woo. The first bee fluttered its wings and twitched its antennae. The void insects then flew off in various directions. Is there a special signal for void insects? The first bee was special. It was larger than the other void insects and understood Arjun's words quickly. Moreover, it could relay the meaning to the other void insects. Forcing them out like this is giving me a bad case of nausea. After the void insects left, Arjun strolled through the streets of Karshiko. Karshiko was built around the subterranean springs that rose from the city center, forming 16 water channels through the urban area. Along these waterways, riverbank paths were established, and lemon trees lined the streets, creating a striking visual aesthetic. The city is filled with the scent of lemons. Just being able to explore this peaceful city without any restrictions or fear made him happy. Hey, boy over there, try this tangerine. It's so delicious. If you're in Karshiko, you must try the tangerines. It's a local specialty. He bought a tangerine from a fruit vendor he encountered on the street, and it looked so fresh that he decided to get one. It was something he couldn't have dreamed of in the past when he was barely making ends meet. But now, Arjun had a good amount of money in his pocket from selling the mantis's hides. As he peeled the fruit and tasted the flesh, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow." The fresh and sweet juice, he couldn't suppress his amazement. That's not the taste of a boss, it's the taste of a tangerine. Want to buy a bag? Sure, give me 2 bags. Arjun walked through the streets of Karshiko holding the tangerine bags. Soon, he found a spot on the rooftop of a building overlooking the city and the sea. Just like this, even just peeling tangerines while listening to the sound of the waves can make a person happy. In the future, I'll have to build a villa around here and enjoy the finest wines and dishes. But for now, I'm a bit sleepy. Maybe I'll take a short nap. The motion sickness had left him feeling weary. Arjun, with his hands clasped behind his head, fell into a pleasant sleep in the gentle, warm sea breeze. Boo. 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 It was around twilight when the sea was covered with a shimmering veil of water. The void insects returned to Arjun's side. The buzzing of the first bee's wings near his ear roused Arjun from his cozy nap. He stretched and stood up, asking, "Did you bring them?" The void insects hovered in pairs, each holding the necks of the cats in the air. The cats, seemingly sensing the threat to their lives, were hanging limply like dolls. If I were in the same situation, being held by these monstrous-sized bees, I'd probably be like that too. Arjun generated a light with his illumination magic and compared the cats with the portraits. The ones the other void insects brought are completely different. As Arjun tilted his head in confusion, the void insects released the cats. The freed cats quickly disappeared. Though all the cats brought by the void insects were like that, the first bee never failed to impress Arjun. Ha ha ha, as expected of the first bee. The one you brought is definitely the right one. Even an old lady passing by would confirm it. The first bee, being unusually large, was able to hold the cat by itself. The cat, pretending to be dead while being held by the first bee, was clearly the right one. Here's your reward. Have some tangerines. Boo. You don't want to, they're delicious. Boo. They really are tasty. Void beings cannot refuse the commands of the apostate. The first bee perched on Arjun's hand and began eating the tangerine. Only the peel, of course. Look at this guy last time. It left only the hides of the praying mantis, but now it can choose what to eat. Arjun ate the fruit himself. He was quite pleased, so he gently patted the first bee's fluffy cotton-like fur. Though void beings seemed silent and emotionless, he felt a sense of friendship through the communication with the first bee. Arjun took care of the other void insects as well. However, they merely fluttered their wings in front of the tangerines, appearing disinterested. After the first bee wiggled its antennae, it seemed to receive a signal, and the others only ate the peels. Well, peeling the tangerines in an instant is incredibly convenient. I'll eat the fruit. Having finished collecting the peels from the void insects, Arjun returned to the Adventurers Guild with the cats. The receptionist who had been friendly earlier while Arjun was trying to appear cute was nowhere to be seen, possibly having left for the day. The work-life balance at the large city's Adventurers Guild is excellent. Arjun handed over the cat along with the request form. The muscular receptionist, while placing the cat into a trap, looked astonished. You caught this in just one day. Impressive. Why, this cat is incredibly fast, so everyone else gave up quickly. Heh heh. Most people who take on level 13 requests are novices who think, why should I put my best effort into this kind of request, and give up quickly? But you're already showing promise. The world is so easy. The plan worked perfectly. With this, I've made a solid impression as an enthusiastic rookie adventurer tackling level 13 requests. Now, all that's left is to rise to prominence. I'll prepare your reward, so please wait a moment. After completing some paperwork, the receptionist handed over 15 silver coins. After a 39 tax deduction, the reward seems rather paltry, but I don't feel that way at all. It was common for Arjun to receive less than 10 silver coins for taking on life-threatening level 4 or 5 requests, so receiving 15 silver coins for finding a single cat felt quite gratifying. Just as he was about to leave, happily counting the coins in his hand. Oh, wait a moment. The muscular receptionist suddenly handed him another request form. Chinese letter REQUEST title, sewer cleaning. Chinese letter REQUEST level 12. Chinese letter REQUEST overview. Due to the summer season, slimes have proliferated in the sewers. The Municipal Sewer Treatment Office wants to commission this request to the Adventurers Guild. Chinese letter REWARD. 3 silver coins exempt from withholding tax as it's a public office request. Arjun stared intently at the request form. Ha 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 ha. He had to barely suppress the victorious smile spreading across his face. Playing the newbie, so he put on a face as if he didn't understand the situation. Arjun is an expert at hiding his emotions. What to do to avoid suspicion? He needed to naturally express all sorts of emotions, starting with a pitiful look. The muscular receptionist spoke. I'll recommend you for this. According to your adventurer's identification, you're a healer, which is a very valuable profession. Since a healer like you went out of your way to find a cat, there's no need to prove your sense of responsibility, right? Arjun moistened his eyes with fake tears and pretended to be frightened. Me, can I really do it? You won't know until you try. There's a party departing tomorrow. 1 warrior, 1 mage, 1 archer. The gathering point is at sewer entrance 5, and the meeting time is exactly 900 a.m. If the 4 of you split the 3 silver coins, it will be quite a decent reward. What do you say? Want to give it a try? Arjun pretended to be scared, but internally he wore a wickedly pleased smile. The world is so easy. What Arjun had demonstrated so far was all based on the same method used by the thugs of the Divine Guillotine to rapidly promote newly recruited members. Doesn't it bother you to use the same tactics as those trashy methods? Not his concern. That's how one survives in this line of work. Pathetic slimes, just wait a little longer. Arjun will use you as the first stepping stone on my journey to becoming a platinum rank. The next day, holding the mission contract received from the wonderful receptionist at the guild, Arjun arrived at the sewer entrance at the appointed time, but no one was there. Are the lowest level adventurers just society's trash who can't even keep an appointment? As he thought this, someone waved from a distance. Hello, a man waved with a friendly smile. Arjun had mentally labeled him as a bastard since he had been chatting warmly with a woman on a bench since morning, but decided to reconsider. He might just be a kind person after all. So you're the healer recommended by James, huh? Yes. Sorry, I didn't see you right away because I was discussing the plan. Oh, by the way, I'm Brick. As you can see, I'm a warrior. I'll be in charge of the front line. Steel-ranked warriors usually wear chainmail armor or even just padded armor because they struggle with the cost of plate or medium armor and its maintenance. But this guy is in light armor. He's either supported by a wealthy family or exceptionally skilled, and it's more likely the former. Basic warrior equipment, a one-handed sword and a round shield. Brick then pointed to the woman next to him. This is Dinny. She's a mage. She's working this job to save up money and gain experience for her apprentice witch exam. What is this, a bastard? Why is he going on about such unnecessary background details? I don't get the point at all. What's with this jerk? Is he trying to say his girlfriend is different from us lowlifes who aim to make a living by the sword? This is a complete load of crap. HMPH, unnecessary information. Just then a voice from above, on the roof beside the sewer entrance, seemed to reflect Arzen's thoughts. What's going on? A woman was skillfully carving bamboo into arrows. By the way, it's a trait of poor archers that they can't afford metal arrowheads. We're just a collective group of interests for this mission. I don't understand why you're explaining all this. So much for trying to look impressive, but not managing it at all. The lowest level steel-ranked adventurers really are pitiable in many ways. The archer gathered the bamboo arrows into her quiver and jumped down with flair, but she seemed to twist her ankle upon landing, causing her body to jolt. Seeing the archer limping away and trying to hide it, Arzen spoke up. Need healing? No, it's not necessary. It's equivalent to a mosquito bite. Okay, so you really don't need any help. Then the archer rolled up her pants to reveal an already swelling ankle. What insane honesty. This woman who uses wooden arrows is definitely meticulous about her economic calculations. That's a pretty big mosquito bite. It was so fast that you didn't even see it leave. Yeah, I got bitten by a mosquito while jumping down. You're more observant than I thought. Are you mocking me, you fool? Only love is the first commandment. Follow this commandment so that the light of creation within your soul may be seen by the world. Healing light radiated from Arzen's hands, enveloping the archer's ankle. Oh, you're really amazing. Now I understand why James, who has such high standards for people, recommended you even at night. The warrior, Brick, was full of praise. Yes, praise me. Applaud me for you lowlifes. This noble Arzen is fundamentally different from you. HMPH, is that so? As Arzen shrugged his shoulders while pretending to be indifferent, the mage Dinny's eyes narrowed. What's up with her? Did she just recite a shortened version of the liturgy? With her sun-tanned skin, she seemed like a shepherd type, but using a liturgy instead of a spell means she's a cleric type. But a shortened chant, even though it's basic healing magic, that was incredibly fast. Her healing power must be exceptionally quick. At that moment, a public official from the city hall appeared, scratching his disheveled hair. Ah, everyone's gathered. Arzen narrowed his eyes. A stench of corruption, or maybe he just sees steel-ranked adventurers as nothing but trash. It was infuriating. When he was with the divine guillotine, public officials were always groveling. But this guy now had an arrogant air, as if his shoulders were breaking through the sky. Steel-ranked adventurers, our pitiful society is cold. The public official pulled something out of his pocket and started chewing. It was a famous slime jelly made from slime essence. As you know, after slaying a slime, its mucus spreads everywhere and the byproducts are sold at high prices. This one can't be used for food since it's from the sewers, but you can collect as much as you want after exterminating them. Once the extermination is complete, report back to the guild. Any questions or concerns should be directed to the guild as well. He completely shifted all responsibility for the process and results onto the guild. This guy was a high-level piece of trash. Quite impressive. Even though your level of trashiness is high in a different industry, I'll acknowledge it. Brick, bowing deeply to this piece of trash of a public official. Low-level adventurers are truly unfortunate. All right, don't overdo it. I have some business to attend to, so I'll be off. Brick bowed energetically once more and then looked back at everyone. Let's set up the formation. I'll naturally take the front, and since the sewer is dark, Archer, please stay on the side and keep an eye out for any signs. HMPH. While these instructions were exchanged, a light appeared on Arzen's palm as he recited the miracle's incantation, Lamp of Prayer. This was even before the warrior had a chance to light the torch. Everyone looked at Arzen with confusion. To Arzen, their expressions were equally perplexing, and he tilted his head. Why, don't you need this? The inside of the sewer is dark, you know. Ping, piping, pip-a-pip-a-pip. After hearing that damn annoying sound for nearly half a day, the situation finally came to an end. What the heck happened? I heard that summer sewer slimes are numerous, and that it would take 3 nights to deal with them. Warrior Brick wiped the slime off his blade with an oily cloth as he spoke. The mage scanned the surroundings. There's slime all over the place, on the walls and the ground. Dinny, does that mean someone already caught them all? It seems like it, but there are no traces at all. It feels like we arrived before the slimes could even gather. The archer let out a cold chuckle. Looks like we got lucky. The archer's backpack was already stuffed to the brim with slime goo nearly bursting. But he wasn't satisfied, he was also shoving it into his quiver. What an obsession with money. No, it's not luck, it's our courage. We paved the way to get here. If we hadn't been brave enough, the slimes might have gathered first. Brick clenched his fist and shouted. Dinny, the mage, chuckled lightly, while the archer silently continued to collect the goo, coldly smiling. That seemed to impress him. Even if there are still a decent number of slimes left, if we combine our strength, it'll be nothing. Let's go. Watching this, Arzan thought with wide eyes, what a load of nonsense. Unknowingly expressing his inner thoughts caused the attention of the lower-tier adventurers to focus on him. He could feel the atmosphere growing tense. In this mad world of adventurers, one could easily kill for offending my feelings and then claim I was attacked by monsters. Arzan, whose social skills were at an almost masterful level, began to stomp on the slime goo, crying out, "You slimes," causing chaos and disturbing people's peaceful lives. Warrior Brick was impressed by his strong sense of justice and whistled, while Dinny nodded in understanding. Indeed, such pure dedication to justice, it's no wonder that Kid's divine power barrier was so strong. Arzan felt differently from his party members as he made his way here. The slimes that died without a sound were not objects of confusion or embarrassment, but rather of self-congratulation. To test how far the power of summoning magic extends, I deliberately designated the entire northwest sewer area for the quest. Had he already resolved nearly 40 of it? Heh, that little guy. Once they returned to the inn later, he should reward him with some citrus peels and give him a wash. His soft, fluffy fur makes you feel good just by touching it. He had even instructed the little guy to leave a couple behind to check how well his commands were being followed, and that turned out perfectly too. There are no signs of battle in the area. It seems like they only targeted the core. Perhaps it was due to the nature of the void creatures that devour their targets. He might need to see that for himself later. What mattered was this: the little guy could control the void creatures even when away from the sorcerer. All right, next corridor. We see slimes. Let's go, everyone. Yeah, ping, piping, pip-a-pip-a-pip. Arzan woke up early as usual. If he didn't wake up early and properly prepare, he'd end up getting beaten badly. Maybe that's why he instinctively opened his eyes at this hour. His body was drenched in cold sweat. Another damn nightmare. Placing his hand on the void scripture brought him some stability, calming his mind a little. Little guy has 2 archeras. The little guy reappeared from the dimension of the void. As Arzan finished washing up, pushing his discarded underwear into a corner, the little guy handed him a towel. What a lovely creature. Wiping his face with the towel, Arzan shook off the last remnants of sleep. He had a lot to do today. First, he needed to collect the payment he hadn't received yesterday, and with that payment, he planned to buy new clothes. 5 on the first floor should be getting ready to open soon. You can head back now. Mornings for steel-ranked adventurers start early. In fact, there's no such thing as a leisurely breakfast. Daily life begins at dawn. Breakfast, what a ridiculous notion. Among the requests available to those like him, there are very few high-quality ones. But there are plenty of people willing to take them on, resulting in fierce competition. Sir, please line up properly. This is all one line. Oh, I never imagined that would all be a single line. But why is that girl staring so wide-eyed? She might just not know. I've seen your ugly face here more times than I can count. How would I not know? Back off already. Even young women have to toughen up like that to survive in the cutthroat world of adventurers. Anyway, lining up early in the morning, even before the guild opens, is a routine for steel-ranked losers. This is professionally termed an open run. It sounds fancy, but it just means standing outside in the cold dawn, shivering while waiting in line. Please take a few steps back. We're about to open. The guild usually opens at 6 a.m. Because of useless steel-ranked adventurers, guild members arrive by 4 a.m. They need time to assess the requests that came in the previous day, determine their ranks and costs, and print them before pinning them to the corkboard. Wow, requests are here. Move, stand in line properly, you lowlifes. Don't push. In the world of adventurers, the most important skills for survival are vision and reaction speed. Fighting strong enemies, that was only true for a select few adventurers. For those like him, surviving in this crazy marketplace required a different set of skills. As soon as the building opened, the adventurers surged toward the corkboard, with no regard for ethics or decorum. In the case of decent requests, the first person to tear off the request form claimed it as their own. One might wonder why they didn't just tear off several forms, but doing so would incur printing fees for the torn papers and accumulate warnings against them. If they fell out of favor with the guild members, no matter how quickly they grabbed a request form, they wouldn't receive help in processing it, so caution was necessary. What a crazy scene. Although he was in a slave-like position, Arzan had once been a part of the upper echelon of the adventurer community. It was a truly mad spectacle. I need to escape this dump. I have to rank up to brass level. Fortunately, there weren't any urgent requests today, but he feared that once his food funds ran out, he might end up in the same dire situation. I'm here to collect my payment. He headed toward the counter where the receptionist he had been intentionally charming was stationed. Yes, please present your identification tag. Seeing her smile as soon as she laid eyes on him made Arzan realize how perfectly his charm campaign was working, filling him with satisfaction. Human relationships are so easy. After finishing her paperwork quickly, the receptionist handed him a pouch filled with coins. This is the amount after deducting tithes and branch fees. Wow, you've only been an adventurer for a short time, yet you've already solved requests of this caliber. That's truly impressive. I have high hopes for your future. The receptionist even clapped cheerfully. Feigning shyness, Arzan pretended not to meet her gaze. Those seniors could take a hike. The lower ranks of the adventurer society offered little to no real help. But as they say, a frog must bend low to leap high. This virtue of humility was merely a means to gain momentum. Well, I'll be off then. As Arzan bowed his head repeatedly and stepped outside, another guild employee approached the counter. That newbie is really hard-working. Yeah, and kind of cute. Stop being nice just because he's cute. What a shallow mindset. Oh, please, someone like him is so rare in the adventurer community. Don't be ridiculous. Once Arzan stepped outside the guild, his humble, awkward expression vanished, replaced by a wicked smile. He couldn't help but feel a thrill as he rummaged through his pouch. Hee, with this money, I can buy some really nice fabric. For an adventurer, good fabric didn't mean silk or anything fancy. Wearing something like that would just get torn to shreds in no time. First of all, clothes made from monster byproducts were known for their durability. Higher-level adventurers used enhancements and enchantments, but that was the realm of golden and top-tier silver-ranked adventurers. It's frustrating that I don't have that kind of money yet. Still, the thought of buying new clothes already filled him with excitement. The shops near the Adventure Guild opened early. It was common for adventurers to receive requests and buy equipment in the morning. The morning was the peak time for shopping. Come on, when facing dangerous foes, you need good armor. Check out our selection. Arzan entered a clothing store he had been eyeing through the display window for some time. Since it was in the Adventure Guild district, naturally, everything on sale was made from monster byproducts. Hey, show me the clothes for healers. Just the leather ones. The shop owner nodded eagerly, and while guiding Arzan to the other side of the counter, he licked his lips in anticipation. Lucky me, a mark has come early in the morning. There's nothing easier to con than clueless kids jumping into the adventure market. It wouldn't be hard to sell them at several times the usual price just by chatting casually. Here, check this out. What do you think this is made from? What's the percentage of the lizard leather content? The shopkeeper flinched. This kid had actually studied a bit. There was no way to fool a pro with that level of knowledge. 24, but it also uses a high-quality synthetic fiber. Bullshit, where's the synthetic fiber that's better than monster leather? When was that developed? Should I ask the guild about this? You trying to piss me off this early? And no, I mean, it's more cost-effective with the synthetic fiber. I misspoke. Look, this one might look a bit shabby, but it's made from goblin leather. Goblin leather is the crappiest kind of leather from low-level monsters, isn't it? Plus, it doesn't even have any fur, so it's classified as skin, not leather. If you lie to me again, we're going to the guild together. Got it, but he was up against Arzan. Having rolled through the hellish Divine Guillotine Guild, he was no rookie. He might not have worn many good clothes himself, but most adventurers in the Divine Guillotine had high-quality gear. He'd picked up tales of what to buy, what was good, and what was bad over the years, so his knowledge was at least on par with silver-ranked adventurers. This is made from the skin of the vine monster Akahalo. It has an 89 skin content. You won't find this at this price anywhere else, and this is pretty nice. The dark green color of Akahalo matched well with the hues of the void creatures. I've been considering what kind of color would suit the boss of the void creatures, and this design isn't half bad. The thickness was impressive, and it fell just above the knees. Plus, the collar that buttoned up would provide excellent protection, reaching up to his chin. It was both practical and stylish. Oh, by the way, it's secondhand. Just finished the refurbishing today. Seriously, why would I wear something that smells like someone else's sweat? And if you look closely, the attacked areas are all tattered. Hey, there are secondhand clothes that look cooler. This one especially has character with its battle scars, and I swear I got rid of all the sweat smells. How long have you worn it? About 4 years. I'll let it go for 1 silver coin. Arzan felt a twinge of realization. If it were new, it would cost at least 5 or 6 silver coins. What matters is the appearance. This is what they call close poor. In the cutthroat adventure world, looking the part could often fool others into thinking you were a pro. So the esteemed shopkeeper who said synthetic fiber is better than monster leather and called goblin skin leather is selling this for 1 silver coin. I see. I'll just stop by the guild for a bit. Wait a second. Haha, this guy has some guts. Actually, this is a special opening sale today for 80 coins. A steal, really. This opening sale is melting the frozen heart of the super rookie Arzan. Arzan extended his hand for a handshake. The shopkeeper gritted his teeth but managed a hearty laugh as they clasped hands. Listen, I'm a nice guy, so let's call it even. If you don't want to face worse, you should do honest business. The Divine Guillotine was truly made up of masters of intimidation. It's easier for Arzan, who grew up under those thugs, to squeeze a merchant than twist a kid's wrist. Of course, those bastards would threaten even the innocent traders to drive down prices. Arzin was comparatively mild in this respect. All right, I've got the clothes sorted, but wait, I spent all my money here. At this rate, he wouldn't even have enough for a meal. Oh no, I guess I'll have to go looking for another cat. Feeling dejected at the thought of returning to the seedy underbelly of adventurer society, he sighed. Hey, at that moment someone waved at him. Noticing the cigarette in their hand, Arzin quickly deduced they hadn't received proper upbringing. I told you we'd meet again, didn't I? No way, it's him. Samson, the manager from the city's sewage management department. That cocky brat who looked me up and down yesterday. This is perfect. He decided he'd make him squirm just a little. Have you eaten? You don't look like you have. Come on, I'll treat you. Anyone thinking they'd get a free meal was in for a surprise. Of course, manager. With a fine person like you handling the duties of Karshiko, the future is looking bright. As the master of flattery, Arzin immediately turned on the charm. Samson led him to a restaurant that was probably known only to locals. Most of the patrons were familiar faces rather than outsiders. The aroma of eggs and sausages sizzling in olive oil was simply divine. Didn't know about this place, did you? Tourists and outsiders wouldn't know. The locals don't share their secrets. If too many people flock here, we'd have to wait in line. Very wise of you. It's cheap, generous portions, and they use quality ingredients. Plus, the service is great. With a civil servant's meager salary, I have to eat here to save up for living expenses. Just as Samson stubbed out his cigarette, their order arrived. Bread and eggs fried in bacon grease with sausages and bacon. Anyone who could make that combination taste bad deserved to lose a hand. It can't help but be delicious. Why are you acting all shy? Eat up. You're the one who swore at me on our first meeting. I was controlled by a slime's brainwaves, so. Ha ha ha, I was looking for someone like you, whose mouth opens and lies come pouring out. This is perfect. Arzin lifted a sausage still steaming with heat. Yes, this is paradise. This is the taste of life. The olive oil and juices burst in his mouth, delivering a taste sensation beyond compare. His favorite food as a child had always been olive pasta. How could it not be good? Is it delicious? Absolutely. No matter how good it is, everyone craves something extravagant sometimes. Indeed. Why should only the wealthy, like market traders or witches, get to enjoy caviar? We should get to indulge a bit when we feel like it too. Your words are completely justified. You and I get along well, so how about it? Do you want to consider a short-term contract with the city hall this summer? I'll take care of all the paperwork. Having been through the divine guillotine for years, the term felt foreign to Arzin. A short-term contract. He paused, breaking the runny yolk of his egg as he looked up. What do you mean by short-term contract? Samson stuck a new cigarette in his mouth and smirked slyly. Actually, I saw everything. Well, not everything, but I definitely noticed your strength yesterday. Actually, I saw everything. Well, not everything, but I definitely noticed your strength yesterday. Just a glimpse. Arzin instinctively held his breath. This crazy, so there really are no acts of kindness in this world without ulterior motives. Is this bastard trying to blackmail me? Are you threatening to hand me over to the Inquisition, to treat me like a slave? Is that what you're planning? Arzin felt the unpleasant trickle of sweat running down his forehead and along the bridge of his nose. I need to kill him. I can't live that life again. Void creatures leave no trace. Right now I have to navigate this situation and then when no one is watching, eliminate him without a trace. Wow, a healer who can use magic. You're more impressive than I thought. There are always guys like you. Ace adventurers who hide their identities and enter the adventure world from places like the Sword Palace or the Magic Tower. What are you looking so shocked for? I have experience too. I've seen hundreds of adventurers at the city hall. You used summoning magic, didn't you? It's no joke how strong those creatures are. Arzin tilted his head in confusion. Samson raised an eyebrow as if to say not to tease him. This doesn't seem like a lie, though. Wait a minute. Why was I overthinking this? To outsiders, it wouldn't be any different from regular magic. I've heard that the classification of magic is incredibly broad. I remember that a talented individual named Yang Hyun appeared 100 years ago, and since then, the magical system has been significantly subdivided and developed. Even summoning magic has a lot of classifications, starting from whether it involves organic or inorganic materials. Unless one has considerable knowledge of magic, it makes sense for someone like Samson to judge it this way. The other three yesterday were useless compared to you. I felt like you could wipe them out all on your own if given the chance. That's right. Exactly, so let's team up and make some money together. I'll get you set up for a short-term contract. What does that entail? In the summer, slimes keep infesting the sewers every week or two. No matter how much you clean, it never ends. I'm always stuck submitting requests and getting approvals. It's a hassle, so you want me to catch slimes. Basically, yes, I'll funnel all the work your way. Most people don't care about sewer jobs anyway. You'll get to keep all the money you earned yesterday. Just give me this little cut in return. Samson held up 3 fingers. Having grown up among thugs, Arzin could smell the stench of corruption in the air. He's asking for 30 of the profits. What a thief. Well, if I think of it as doubling the guild fees, it's a loss, but... Wah, a request. Move aside. Line up properly, you scoundrels. Don't push. Is now really the time to be picky about food? In a society like this, it's better to take what you can get than to search for high-quality requests. Above all in this world, it's the fools who don't use loopholes. Those who try to live honestly are the gullible ones. Arzen felt this truth deeply while struggling in the ranks of the divine guillotine. Why? Are you hesitating because of that guy's contributions to get promoted? It's true I can't remain a steel tier forever. Don't worry. If you say you worked as a contract manager for the sewers in the summer, that'll count as a credential in the guild. If you need any paperwork, just let me know. I'll handle it right away. Arzen jumped to his feet immediately. He bowed deeply and extended his hands. I'm in awe of your insight, sir. If you entrust this task to someone as unworthy as me, I'll do my utmost. Arzen and Samson shook hands, exchanging smiles that reeked of money. Then let's head to the city hall right away. You don't have any other plans, do you? If I have any, I'll cancel them all for you, sir. Haha, then hurry up and finish eating. We're going to the city hall. That day, Arzen spent about 30 coins to buy a ragged cloak and some clothes to wear. The guild branch has an agency that handles deceased or missing persons. If family members aren't found within 60 days, the bodies are sold cheaply by that agency. It's natural for most people to avoid it, thinking it's ominous. However, Arzen had lived closely with death since childhood, so he didn't understand why it was considered so ominous. He also bought a second-hand Akahalu skin robe, which looked no different from new ones. For Arzen, it was hard to grasp why people wouldn't buy used items. Of course, I wouldn't buy used underwear or anything, just a cloak and boots. Boots were mostly large, as there weren't many delicate adventurers like Arzen, but they were fine as long as they were wearable. After all, he would only wear them a few times before discarding them. He also stopped by a medical supply store to buy a mask used for sanitation. No matter how he thought about it, the smell from the sewers was too awful to ignore. Hey, old lady, this really doesn't let any smell through, right? It's not going to stink, is it? Ah, have you been fooled all your life? Of course it lets smells through. Who'd sell it if it didn't? Seems I've lived my whole life being deceived. After that, he headed to the shop that Samson had taken him to that morning. He was curious about the taste of the basil pesto sandwich that Samson had eaten. Hey, what's in this sandwich? It's basil pesto, of course. What's basil pesto? It's basil pesto, what else could it be? The owner's curt reply made Arzen frown. No matter how good the food was, he disliked unfriendly places. I won't put up with it. I've decided I won't tolerate those who look down on me. Just as he was about to leave without ordering, someone punched the owner on the top of the head. Hey, whether I'm older than you or not, I told you to speak properly, didn't I? The owner was a scrawny man, while the one who spoke was an enormous woman. Basil pesto is made by grinding basil leaves with garlic and pine nuts, then mixing them well with olive oil. Oh, olive. Yes, the number 4 island in Wrinkle Land is famous for its olive trees. It's a world-renowned olive-producing area. Even the great Yang Hyan is said to visit often to relax. We also mix in some tangerine juice. Now that she mentioned it, the olive oil from the egg bacon sausage set he had for breakfast was indeed delicious. Arzen sat back down. After paying for the basil pesto, the owner's wife smiled warmly, saying she'd prepare it deliciously. Is that the sea? From the outdoor table, he could see the horizon of the ocean coloring the view with its blue. He could feel the sea breeze bringing both summer warmth and ocean coolness. Sitting at that table, Arzen briefly stared blankly at the sea. The waves, white and foamy, crashing on the shore. It felt like something he could watch for a lifetime without getting bored. I never imagined this before. As he lost himself in thought, someone approached and hit Arzen. Have you memorized the scriptures? Have you memorized all 25 combat readiness protocols? You've memorized them all? Recite them. If you get even one wrong, it's 20 lashes, just like this. Without being exposed to violence. Just having time to watch something freely. Humans can find happiness, but what if I can gain money, power, and the purest priestess in the world from here? Heh 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 heh. A laugh escaped him. Dreams will come true, and destiny stood by the boy in the name of emptiness. Just wait a little longer. Arzen will take all your money and power. At that moment, the owner's wife brought a sandwich to the table. Here you go, basil pesto sandwich. Next to the plate was a glass cup exuding a refreshing aroma. Oh, this is olive juice. It's tangerine juice mixed with olives, and it's very popular. I didn't order this. Our husband was grumbling earlier. He has a very delicate personality. Regulars know this, but newcomers often feel uncomfortable. But that just shows how dedicated he is to his cooking, so I hope you'll forgive him with this. Arzen took a sip of the olive juice. The tangy flavor filled his mouth and coolly slid down his throat. It was a taste that could easily forgive even the owner's grandmother. Right, if Arzen hadn't gained the power of emptiness, he might have thought, living in a place like this, surrounded by peaceful and kind people, wouldn't be so bad. But that wasn't possible. I, Arzen, am a being chosen by destiny to be a king. A king must reign. even in this kingdom of beasts where adventurers must flee with their tails tucked between their legs. Still, the taste is good. Taking a hearty bite of the basil pesto sandwich, Arzan looked back at the azure sea. I should invite Ullman and Rock here for a meal sometime. Arzan glanced at the menu. There were about 6 options, all looking delicious. He could ask the kind owner's wife what would be best to serve guests. All right, I'm full now, time to get to work. For Arzan, the summer of the year 1529 in the Tertia calendar wasn't just about cleaning the sewers. Twice a week, as a contracted worker for the city hall, there were mandatory workdays he had to attend. In order to improve his rapport with others, it was essential for him to show dedication at all times, every single moment. Arzan, hi. Hello, how's the sewer work going? It's the same as always. Oh my, a young boy like you catching slimes in those sewers. Want a cookie? Since he had already succeeded in earning her favor early on, getting a free cookie had become a regular occurrence. This is delicious. Where did you buy it? Buy it, I made it myself. Homemade cookies, really. I'm so touched I could cry. Reacting properly to the kindness of others was crucial in every interaction. One must never take kindness for granted, or worse, treat it as a right. Such a mistake would instantly render all the rapport he had built up meaningless. I made plenty, so eat as much as you like. Of course, he didn't have much time to chat idly. Being the city hall of a major metropolis, the number of complaints reaching the sewer maintenance department was staggering. Most of the complainers were old folks grumbling things like, "How are you going to compensate me for rusty water coming out of my tap?" Arzan's job was to direct these people to the water supply department. "This way, sir." "Oh, you're working hard for such a young one." "All right, I'll head to the water supply department." "Yes, please go." Arzan was dressed in a city-issued public official's uniform. Carsico, a metropolis often called the Green City, had a distinct city uniform where the green and white color scheme gave off a fresh, clean feeling. Since they didn't have a men's uniform in Arzan's size, he had to wear a women's uniform, but with his pretty face, it didn't seem out of place at all. As a half-elf, Arzan wasn't a classically handsome man, according to Loke. He was more of a pretty boy who looked like a beautiful girl. Since he was still young, his appearance made even adults want to dote on him. Really, yeah, whenever it was just Samson and me, we'd always end up in shouting matches. That, and there's something about something mysterious. Maybe that's why. Hearing compliments like this made him feel proud inside, this feeling of being praised and adored. When his mother was still alive, he used to receive such affection even for the smallest things. But ever since she was sent to the divine guillotine, even the smallest missteps led to constant berating. The flood of emotions swept over him. If he felt this good now, how would it feel to be revered by everyone once he reached the gold grade? I used to think civil servants were a bunch of lazy bums with guaranteed jobs, but there's actually quite a lot of work. We're actually doing pretty well compared to others. See over there. Do you see the welfare department? Most of the people going there are really upset, so their work looks really tough. Is that so? Yeah. Right now the person that just came in is young, so that's a bit better. Oh, it's Sora. She's calm and well-behaved, so it should be fine. Arzan couldn't see her face clearly from where he was sitting, but he did notice the children playing quietly nearby. No, they weren't exactly playing. They were behaving quite maturely, making sure they weren't disturbing anyone, which was impressive in itself. Do you know her? Don't even ask. A few years ago, her parents died in an accident, and she's been raising her 3 younger siblings on her own without sending them to an orphanage. She's incredible. Curious to get a better look, Arzan lifted himself slightly off his seat to catch a glimpse of her face. Wait a minute. A neatly tied ponytail, a serious expression, but if you really knew her, you'd recognize that she was far from that impression. No way, that woman. It was the same crazy woman who kept talking during that first sewer extermination mission. Did she sense his gaze because she was an archer? Sora's expression changed rapidly as her eyes met Arzan's. At first, she was expressionless. Then one eyebrow shot up, and once she realized who Arzan was, her face flushed as red as a beet. PFFFT. Arzan subtly mimicked her exact reaction, as if letting out a breath. Arzan will not let this slide. Considering what she put him through, this was just a playful payback. Too bad he couldn't openly tease her because he was in the middle of building rapport. Suddenly, Sora sprang up from her seat and bolted outside. Escape. Sora, where are you going? You still need to finish filling this out. Her siblings and the bewildered city official were left staring at the empty seat. Big brother, where did Sis go? She probably needed to use the restroom urgently. Let's just wait here. I want to eat soon. I'm hungry. The youngest sibling yawned. The eldest gently wiped the younger's mouth and handed them a toy. Just hang in there a little longer. Sis said she'd buy us something delicious today. Taking advantage of the break, Milby had approached the children and handed them some of her homemade cookies. Wow, cookies. The eldest handled the younger siblings with great care. As the kids bowed politely, a warm atmosphere filled the room. Others around them started rummaging through their pockets as if looking for snacks to share. My goodness, how cute. You're 7 now, right? Yeah, I'll be starting school next year, but I don't really want to go. I'm worried it'll be too much for my sister. I'm also worried about my younger siblings. At that moment, Arzin felt a pang of guilt as the last remaining shred of his conscience kicked in. I was planning to tease her, since I still hadn't let go of what happened last time. But seeing her siblings like that made him feel a bit of remorse. What the heck, he had thought she was just a selfish, heartless adventurer, but there was clearly more to her situation. If I stay here, she probably won't come back in because she can sense my presence. That's just the way she is. Arzin checked his watch. 1145. Realizing it was time to clock out, he took off his uniform. He put on his cherished Akahelu hide robe, which he had been wearing sparingly lately, stamped his time card, and left work. Samson, the department head, was dozing off, his face tilted back and covered by a book. When Arzin said goodbye, Samson lazily waved his hand without even opening his eyes. Sleeping so well during work hours, what a scumbag. But sometimes you can actually trust scumbags because they're consistent. Arzin found that he could trust people like Samson more than hypocrites who pretended to be nice. They're always true to their own interests, and as long as you don't go against those interests, they'll show you goodwill in return. Arzin first headed back to the Adventurers Guild to change clothes. After that, he stopped by the medical supply shop to buy a level 2 odor-blocking mask. Next, he'd eat lunch at his now favorite spot, Oliveview, and then he'd be fully prepared. At this point, Arzin could deploy up to 11 voidlings. Today, he aimed to break through the limit of 12 and unlock a new technique. Kaz2 Arcturus, first bee come forth. Buzz, the sound of wings was now so familiar, it was almost comforting. From beyond the dimensional rift, the creatures of the void tore through the veil of perception and appeared. Leading them, as always, was First Bee, the most trusted servant of the Apostle. We finished up the northwest section yesterday, so today we'll push straight ahead, right up to the edge of the central district. Sound good, Buzz? 2 of you guard above my head, 1 behind me. You take the rest and lead the charge forward. Buzz, at this point, there was no need to micromanage every little command. After about 2 weeks of sewer cleaning, Arzin had realized something. First Bee was learning how to fight. It commanded the voidlings efficiently, adapting its tactics, and it even remembered all the previous commands Arzin had given. Suyakunia, Combine. The 2 voidlings that had been guarding above Arzin's head merged into one stronger mid-tier voidling. No matter how fast they dealt with the falling slimes, the fact that they were so close meant they'd still get splattered with that sticky mucus. But with a 5-meter gap, the mid-tier voidling was perfect for taking them out from a distance, giving them enough time to avoid the mess. Good, the formation's set. Now I just need to. Arzin took a deep breath, then stretched out his hand, once again issuing commands to the void as the Apostle, Kaz2 Arcturus. He had already deployed 11 voidlings, which had drained all his void energy as defined by the scriptures. This was the power needed to wield the void's strength. But now I must break through this limit, reaching toward the dimension of the void, calling out to the beings that dwell within. As the Apostle, he had to proclaim his intent to push beyond the current boundaries of this realm. The intense heat swirling within his body exceeded even the suffocating summer heat of the sewers. Cold sweat poured down like rain. Despite the overwhelming pressure, Arzin could see its slow, steady encroachment into the dimension his hand was extended toward. The void was being infiltrated. Come out, come out, come out. How long could he hold out? This was no ordinary struggle. This was a battle against the primal laws of creation. A fight to see whether the providence of the universe would seal the rift first, or if Arzin could force it open and keep it stable. It's getting harder to breathe. If you're coming, hurry up, you the 12th voidling. At that moment, First Bee, who had been leading the slaughter of the slimes, looped back and flew toward him. It hovered in front of the dimensional rift, wings beating steadily in place. Its antennae twitched several times, and then, the legs of a new voidling emerged from the rift. With those legs, it began to pull its body out, the 12th voidling slowly inching free from the dimensional tier. First Bee carefully assisted, tugging the new voidling's body with the care of a mother bird tending to a hatchling. Gook. A painful burst of congestion erupted from within Arzin's chest, the kind that only happens when someone pushes themselves to their absolute limit. But for some reason, he couldn't stop now. First Bee faster. It wasn't that he was afraid of failing to unlock the new skill. He would have more chances later. But if the rift closed now, the body of the 12th voidling would be severed in half, and that would be a pity. Buzz, First Bee's wings flapped with a newfound ferocity, and suddenly, the 10 voidlings that had been busy hunting slimes stopped what they were doing and flew to First Bee's side. It was a bizarre sight. As they gnawed at the edges of the rift, the gap slowly but surely widened. 2 seconds, 1 second, no more than that. Just as Arzin feared he would collapse from the internal pressure, the 12th voidling finally emerged from the other side of the rift. The tension drained from his body and his legs gave out beneath him. He collapsed to his knees, gasping for air, his mask slipping down as he struggled to breathe. First Bee, ever vigilant, arranged the voidlings into the optimal formation to protect him. Arzin slumped against the sewer wall, not caring that his clothes were now filthy. They were second-hand anyway, and he didn't mind tossing them after this. Arzan hastily opened the chained grimoire, 1212. His fists clenched tightly on their own, filled with a surge of uncontainable satisfaction. The sheer euphoria of the moment was indescribable. Yes, there was no one around to hear him. He yelled triumphantly into the sewers, and the slimes, startled by the sudden noise, scurried off in a panic. Of course, it was probably the voidlings that scared them off, but that didn't matter. First Bee gently landed on his hand. It looked as though it was about to transform into a key, but Arzan shook his head, lightly stroking the fuzzy head of the creature. No, we can't complete this important task here. Let's finish what we started and return to the inn afterward. First Bee, lead the voidlings and charge ahead. We've got to complete today's objective. With renewed determination, Arzan gave the command, and the swarm of voidlings surged forward, ready to clear the rest of the sewer. That day, Arzan got so carried away that he ended up defeating nearly twice as many slimes as usual. This created a problem. He couldn't carry all the slime byproducts with him. Given the restrictions in the city where the Grand Witch resided, he couldn't bring along all the voidlings, so 2 sacks were the limit for him. Oh well, how much difference can it make? Exactly what difference would it really make? For now, he could only command 12 voidlings, but Arzan was growing stronger by the day. If I ever reach the level where I can control that faceless demon, I'll probably be ranked adamantine. By then, he'd reach a point where he couldn't spend his money fast enough, no matter how hard he tried. Phew, I got way too excited. It's completely dark now. The usual bustling noise that would greet him was absent. Occasionally, the drunken howls, sobs, or laughter from taverns spilled into the streets, but no one dared to bother Arzan, whose entire body reeked from the sewer. 1 a.m. The Adventurers Guild is already closed. That's unfortunate. Sure, the public baths are open 24/7, but, of course, there was always a niche market. Some shady characters specialized in buying byproducts from late returning adventurers like him. Though unlike the guild's standard rates, these buyers always undercut the prices, leading to a loss. How much of a difference could it really be, though? It seemed more sensible to just sell quickly and return to the inn, unlock the new oracle, and get some rest. The green city of Karshiko, being one of the 7 great cities, had magical street lamps, keeping the streets bright even at night. Moths and night insects flitted around the glowing lamps as Arzan noticed a group of kids drawing on sheets of paper beneath one of them. This is how mackerel looks. Mackerel tastes good. Sis is going to buy us mackerel. Wait a minute, these kids. They were unmistakable. Aren't these the siblings of that archer I saw earlier at City Hall? The kids were momentarily startled by the presence of a stranger. However, the eldest recognized Arzan and instructed the younger ones to greet him. It's the public officer Hyung. Say hello, hello, hello. This was not a route Arzan normally passed through. Since I went up to the central sector and came back through that nearby passage, Milbiot had once mentioned that 3rd Street in the southwestern district was mostly home to the city's poorer residents. What are you guys doing out here? We're waiting for our sister. Sora's an adventurer. Isn't that cool? She's running a little late with today's request, and whatever jobs she could get were probably insignificant, or could they be? Even so, being assigned to sewer duties means she's somewhat acknowledged among the iron rank adventurers. Why are you out here waiting at night? It's dangerous. We're fine. Right, it's your business. As Arzan waved and walked away, the eldest sibling had the others bow in farewell once again. Wait a minute. In that instant, like a lightning strike, an incredible idea flashed through Arzan's mind. Those kids are super popular at City Hall. If he did something good for those kids, his work evaluation would skyrocket. He was certain of it. This sewer cleaning job is a goldmine. If things go well, I could secure this contract every summer. He might even get promoted to a permanent position just below a civil servant. Guaranteed retirement. This could be the one shot that flips his life around from a temp to a full-time city worker. But I don't want to spend my own money. I'm barely making enough as it is. In that case, he might as well give them something that would have just become trash anyway. Ha 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 ha, I'm a genius. Barely containing the laughter bubbling up from within, Arzan stopped in his tracks. What you do for the least of these, you do for me. The light of creation will surely remember and reward this. According to scripture, this was essentially like lending money to the creation's providence. A perfect win-win. He couldn't stop grinning at the brilliance of his own plan. After all, this stuff would have been sold off for cheap, and he was eager to get back to his place. And since tossing it in the trash feels like a waste, this is pretty much just taking out the garbage. Arzan turned around. The kids looked at him in confusion as he approached. Hey, you lot, you're that archer's siblings, right? I just remembered something. I did a job with your sister a while back. Their eyes lit up. Our sister's an adventurer too. That's so cool, not your sister or brother. Sure, I'm pretty, but let's not get confused here. Anyway, there was a mistake with the payment, so your sister didn't get her full share. I just found out about it today. Really, but she brought home a lot of money last time. What I say is always right. You want to argue with me? Sorry, sir. When your sister gets home, give this to her. She'll know what to do. Oh, and don't eat it. It smells bad, so I'm sure you wouldn't, but just in case. He almost gave them a light smack on the head, but after dealing with filth all day, he figured it'd be inhumane to touch them with his dirty hands, so he held back. I'm off. The kids peered into the bag, poking the gooey stuff inside with their fingers in curiosity. I've planted the seed. The harvest will come soon enough. Now that the load's off my back, I'll head to the bathhouse. I'll figure out that new technique maybe tomorrow morning. I'm too tired. Just as he was thinking of his final tasks for the day, drowsiness began to creep in. Big brother. Hearing the eldest call out, Arzin turned to see the children waving at him with bright smiles. Good night, big brother. In that moment, a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps this was what he looked like, rushing out to greet his father, waving his hand frantically, on the day he returned home. Arzin gave a faint, weary smile. Foolish kids, ridiculous. They were so innocent, so unaware of how the world really worked. Did they think they'd just received some great favor? In reality, everything he did was calculated for his own benefit, a simple win-win situation. All this over a measly gift. Honestly, it's absurd. At the very edge of the civilized world lay the flowing desert, a place that consumed life itself. The corpses buried beneath its sands had long been drained of their essence, leaving only bleached bones behind. A shadow with wings passed over the cursed land, and soon after, 3 figures materialized, bathed in sacred flame. Their red dragon scales gleamed in the harsh light. It was clear from their appearance that they were not mere humans, guardians of the world. The dragons had taken on human form for a brief time. The 2 on either side bore single horns, marking them as wyverns, the rank and file of the dragon legion. But the figure in the center bore 2 horns. Was no ordinary dragon, but a true dragon, the leader of their legion. The rampage of the abyss occurred here, daughter of the great flame, Akaira. The true dragon's fiery red hair, more dazzling than the flames themselves, blew in the wind as a thin line formed between her brows. There are so many human bodies, but no trace of the abyss. It's as if it simply vanished. If there had been adventurers here, they would have left identification tags, but there was nothingly an eerie absence. Last flame, strange things are happening across the continent, and they all have one thing in common: ancient beings are reemerging. But here there is no sign of any ancient presence. Akaira swept her hand through the sands, pulling out something buried deep within. This isn't just the desert draining life. These bones were already dissolved, leaving barely a trace behind. The wyverns fell silent, and the true dragon's eyes narrowed. Look, lava, the abyss of the kings. Yes, something great and terrible, but also unknowable is happening. From the depths of the world, the echoes of the ancient kings can be heard. Akaira exhaled, a soft breath that carried the weight of ages, directing it toward the skeletal remains ensnared by the abyss of the kings. Her breath became a raging flame, consuming the bones until only ash remained. It was a funeral ritual of peace, performed to prevent the lifeless body from being devoured by the abyss. This was the world as it stood now, without light, and with the era of dragons coming to its end. A funeral pyre lit by dragon fire was a rare and sacred act, one most could only dream of. Few would ever be granted such a ceremony, and this fire wasn't even from a mere wyvern but from a true dragon, an honor that no one, no matter how worthy, could simply claim. The souls remaining in these bones are stained with desire and thoughts. It's clear they secretly entered the gold zone. They must have been wicked individuals. You needn't feel so sorry for them. Akaira smiled sadly at the wyvern's words. If not us, who would pity them? The judgment of souls belongs to the gods. We only need to do our part. Akaira turned her gaze back to the desert, pulling the distant sights closer with the eyes of a dragon. There are more than a few oddities here. From those bones, something was definitely so subtle that the wyverns didn't notice, but Akaira felt the unmistakable power of the anti-dragon barrier. The anti-dragon barrier. My father said it was a magic crafted specifically to combat dragons. Few can wield its power, but its effect is certain. It completely disrupts the perception and sensory signals of dragons. If the scale of the barrier is vast, it could render the dragonkin entirely immobile within the barrier, a true weapon against dragons. The appearance of this means that a select few are moving. Another strange thing was the presence of an unknown force that had erased the very existence of ancient beings. Beyond the shadow of the anti-dragon barrier, I can sense remnants of a power that silenced all the commotion here. Something similar to my father. No, the essence feels similar, yet different. It felt like the 2 sides of a coin. Could it be my father? It was a chilling thought, one that cut sharply through her instincts. This was impossible. The father who raised Akaira like his own was immortal. He could not enjoy eternal life like the dragonkin, and he had long since returned to the earth. Akira, I leave everything to you from here on. The smile. It emerged from the distant memories of the past, only to shatter into pieces. After swallowing that sorrow alone, Akaira turned to the wyverns to fulfill her promise to her father. Command the red pilgrims to uncover who has come here. Check if there are any survivors. If there are, bring them to me. No matter how tired I am, I can't stand this. Absolutely can't. As soon as Arzin returned to the inn, he opened the scripture. Ready, little worker. As the little worker emerged from the void, it transformed into a key in his hand. The situation was different this time. The lock itself glowed with the same dark green light as the key. Arzen pushed the key into the lock. After taking a deep, tense breath, he tightened his grip on the key, and unlike before, it began to turn to the right. Clunk. The lock opened, radiating light, and vanished just like the void creatures had. Swish, the central lock disappeared. With that, the chains that had sealed the entire bookshelf also vanished. With the obstacles gone, the new commands of the void are becoming clear to my eyes. Now, what's the third skill? The one who surveys the void. You must continuously attempt to expand the boundaries of perception beyond the infinite horizon. Only curiosity towards the void will lead to enlightenment about the transformative divergence. Suya heroes, transform the existence of the void and take another step towards the horizon of realization. The newly unlocked incantation, satisfying the control conditions for the 12 void creatures, was also a technique within the void creature lineage. Come forth, Suya heroes, a new fusion entity generated from the fusion of 3 void creatures. This is. If the previous creature had a large lower body equipped with a venom sac, this one had an exceptionally large and sturdy head, and it even has a cool, developed jaw. Incredible. If one had to categorize it, it felt like the strongest wasp, akin to a giant hornet. While its form was specialized for battle, it still retained a cute charm since its base was that of a void creature. These creatures would need to act as frontline defenders like warriors, so Arzen decided to name it Jianbang War Hornet. Looking forward to working with you, Jianbang. As Arzen gently petted it with his fingertips, Jianbang maintained its hovering state but remained still. Silence is a characteristic of void creatures. However, given Jianbang's fierce appearance, Arzen wondered if it might have a savage personality, but it seemed not to be the case. Hee. Satisfied, Arzen jumped onto the bed. And soon, exhaustion washed over him, pulling him into a deep sleep. Little worker, I have to go to work tomorrow. If I happen to not wake up in the morning, wake me up. The little worker tucked the blanket up to Arzen's chin and then sent Jianbang back to the void. It then perched itself on the bedside table, guarding Arzen through the night, waiting to carry out the apostle's orders. Since the work start date wasn't set, it didn't matter if he went in for 2 consecutive days. In short, there was no obligation for him to show up today. However, there was a reason Arzen decided to brave the annoyance and come to City Hall. By products collection duty, Samson asked back. Yes, the slime's mucilage is valuable, and since I can't collect it all in time, just the waste would fill a few carts. Once slime mucilage mixes with sewage, it dissolves completely and becomes useless. Hey, you need adventurers to access the sewers starting with the referral fees to the branch. It's all money. If you can't use it, just throw it away. I'll just tell them not to worry about the pay and use the money from selling the byproducts for myself. You're a funny guy. That byproduct is all your money. Are you okay with that? I figured it was better than slipping and falling on the way. Do what you want. But you know you have to handle the approvals, right? I absolutely detest that kind of hassle. You're being too harsh, Director Samson. My life motto is I absolutely detest hassle. You take care of it. If you want to post a notice to the Adventurers Guild, just fill out the form over there and get the mayor and the Great Witch's seals on it. The approval of the Great Witch. Now it made sense why that trash Samson was so averse to it. Arzen hesitated for a moment upon hearing that terrifying title. But nothing went wrong last time, so what could happen this time? For a piece of trash like Samson, it seemed like the best courtesy he could offer was to vaguely approve it instead of outright rejecting it. Milbiot's sister. Arzen, you're here again today. Could you teach me how to use the printing press? As expected from a city hall in a major metropolis, a printing press was readily available. Here, like this, place the paper underneath, then fit the type pieces together like a puzzle according to the sample template and pour in the ink and voila, finished. The ink only adhered to the raised letters on the type, allowing the text to print directly onto the blank page. The wonders of technology. Amazing. Haha, sometimes you say cute things, Arzen. His favorability towards Milbiot had already peaked. Now he could ask anything without issue. So what kind of notice are you posting? There wasn't much difference from what he had explained to Samson earlier. He had just added a few more detailed requirements. There's a high possibility that threats still remain inside the sewers, so preference will be given to archers and pathfinder roles capable of detecting movements in the dark. Experienced candidates will be prioritized. Milbiot, who had been attentively watching the arrangement of the type, suddenly wore a sly smile. Aha, Arzen, you fell for Sora when you saw her, didn't you? Isn't this a bit too blatant? Hee, it's too easy. He had taken the bait. Now it was time to play the role of the bashful boy. What? Who would fall for such a crazy adventurer? That woman who talks deals wouldn't even pass as a slime's partner. Ha. They say excessive denial is a form of affirmation. Stop it. Well, I'll let up on the teasing for now. This is good, really good. Arzen, you're amazing. Sora is quite proud, so she only accepts what she really needs, and this is perfect for her. No, that's not it. I'm just trying to rescue the byproducts before they get washed into the sewage, really. I'm going to make sure to operate only in the early morning so our schedules don't overlap. Having her around would just be a hassle. Arzin protested, his face turning bright red. This is all an act. Seeing the sly smile on Milbiot's face shift to something more sinister confirmed that his performance was spot on. Okay, I get it. Well then, off you go. I'd love to go with you, but I already have a client waiting. Everything had gone according to plan so far. With Milbiot, there were no issues, but the real problem is whether a mere contract worker could waltz into the mayor's office and ask for their signatures on a document. Damn it, those sly foxes, the mayor and the great witch, they can probably see right through my lies. As he arrived in front of the mayor's office, his heart began to race for no reason. Arzin felt resentful toward Samson and Milbiot for making him handle such a big task alone. The presence of those in power was almost surreal. What a hell of a situation. Standing in front of them, he felt an inexplicable guilt, cold sweat pouring down and his heart racing. This is no different from meeting the executives of the Divine Guillotine. Power is terrifying. He tried to calm his breath when suddenly the door opened by itself and the mayor appeared. Is that our brilliant contract worker, Arzin? But there was no problem here. This kind of issue wasn't a problem for Arzin at all. What type of new face do those in power like? It's a new recruit who greets well. At his age, people start to lose their hearing, so it's best to speak loudly. Mr. Mayor, good day. It's almost lunchtime. He added a flustered atmosphere. Then they'd think their power was truly impressive and be satisfied. He had learned this trick when training new recruits at the Divine Guillotine. Oh my, to teach me such an important fact, you're really quite polite. So what's the matter? Aha, looking at the paper in your hand, it seems poor Samson is already trying to pass all sorts of paperwork onto you. Denying what a powerful person said by saying no, that's not true would be madness. He nodded vigorously, mixed with resentment toward Samson for sending him alone to such a dangerous place. The mayor laughed heartily, glanced over the paper and shouted seal. Yes, then a tall, sophisticated-looking man quickly brought over the seal. While the mayor stamped the document, Arzin waited politely, half bowing. He would have gladly prostrated himself if necessary. I've heard that the foul odor from the sewers has been decreasing lately. Do your best, Arzin. I'm counting on you. Having worried so much, receiving recognition from the mayor filled him with an unexplainable sense of superiority. Who am I? Arzin, a man recognized even by the mayor of the 7 great cities. Phew, I even scare myself sometimes. He kept his bow deep until the mayor left with his secretary. Arzin, who had rolled in the filth of the Divine Guillotine, was quite accustomed to this clear hierarchy in a world of the strong eating the weak. The last problem was that solving this issue now didn't make him truly strong. Damn it, when he stood in front of the Witch Association's office, his heart was pounding loudly in his ears. I'm going to go mad. Why am I doing this crazy thing? It's not because of those 3 brats, but for my tumultuous plan to expand my contract worker employment at the city hall. He wanted to quit right away. However, if it became known that he hadn't submitted the official document after getting the mayor's seal, it might raise suspicions. Arzin knocked on the door, feeling even more tense than when facing the executives of the Divine Guillotine. Come in. Finally, the dull-witted Arzin entered the lion's den. As he opened the door and stepped inside, all eyes of various kinds turned toward him, and a peculiar silence enveloped the room. Everyone was wearing pointed hats. Witches often wore those indoors, taking it as an honor. The elite members of the city association were powerful law enforcers. Hello, I'm Arzin, the new contract worker from the sewage management department. There was no way back now. He had to deliver his lines with the best acting skills he could muster. It's an honor to meet all the witches. I've come for a document that requires the association's seal, but his mind was racing with worst-case scenarios. Wait a minute, something feels off about you. Come here. Eek, suddenly he'd be captured by witches. Enduring all sorts of torture in the room of repentance, confessing everything about the void's powers. Ultimately handed over to the Holy Office's Inquisition. Ending in the most excruciating fate of being burned at the stake. Last time I got away, but that was just controlling a few void creatures. Now, however, Arzin was the boss of 12 void creatures. He was a dark horse who could manipulate both Yungbang and Jianbang at will. If any of my power leaks, it could be dangerous. Arzin hunched so low that his head nearly touched the floor, sweating profusely. Is that him? Yeah, that's him. He could already hear the strange whispers among the witches. Could it be that the remnants of the Divine Guillotine are looking for me? Or had they found out about the scam with Ullman crossing the Ranoa Bridge? With the Great Witch not here, are they waiting outside to trap me? Arzin regretted his decision to come here. He vowed never to lie or act foolishly in front of witches again. But the next moment, their reactions were completely unexpected. Oh my, so cute. Really, come here, Arzin. We were just about to have our lunch tea time. Have you ever tried coffee? This is made from the best beans from the Balan Kingdom. You haven't had it, right? Come sit in the best spot. Despite standing by the door, he found himself sitting on a sofa, breathing in the aroma of the coffee. It was so luxurious that it felt more comfortable than the feather bed at his lodging. Being among friendly women, he realized for the first time that the scents of soap and perfume tickled his nose pleasantly. No, there's no way they're being nice. Don't trust them. Wake up, Arzin. These are terrifying women trying to extract information to trap you, but this madness. What these intimidating women were offering wasn't just cookies. It was a cake known as the Queen of Desserts. The struggle in the Room of Repentance has already begun, Arzin. There's a confession potion in there. Don't eat, say you're full, but the aroma was too tempting. Here, Arzin, even the witches were personally slicing the cake with forks and offering it to Arzin's mouth. What's this? I'm going to give some to our cute Arzin. No, I'm first, come on, strawberry cream cake Arzin. Say, you shameless ones. We have to go in order. What are you doing? Step back. No matter how suspicious and dangerous the situation seemed, who could resist such tempting desserts? Arzin simply complied and opened his mouth for the ah. But the moment the cake touched his tongue, a powerful shiver coursed through him. Wahhead is this taste, a sugary mass melting sweetly on his tongue. It truly was not an exaggeration to say it melts in your mouth. Oh no, I'll never be satisfied with cookies again, he thought. Paradise isn't in the sky. It's right here, in the Witches' Association office in the green city of Karshiko. Even though cheaper cakes were available to the common folk, this kind was still a luxury for the upper class. I thought you'd smell bad since you work in the sewage, but you don't smell at all. Did you wash up just to meet us? Oh my, that's adorable. Here, the last piece of cake with strawberries. Arzin, say, all he did was eat the cake, yet compliments flew in from all directions. Damn. As expected, witches are too dangerous. Even a seasoned skeptic like me is starting to trust people. His body seemed to surrender. He was glad to keep at least a tiny bit of wariness in his heart. Witches, they were not to be underestimated. Just as all tension was dissipating, the senior witch suddenly asked a serious question. Arzin, answer me honestly from now on. How do you manage to clean the sewage all by yourself? What kind of power do you have? The witches, who had been all smiles, were now staring at him with intense gazes. It'd be better if you spoke honestly. Yes, that way you'll be safe. Now I'll give you exactly 3 seconds to tell the truth. Speak honestly if you don't want to get hurt. Arzin felt a whirlwind in his eyes. Who did you talk to? Who was that guy? It was the same interrogative voice he'd heard relentlessly while in the divine guillotine. His heart raced, thundering like it might break through his chest. In a situation like this, however, hearing it so often meant he knew what the best course of action was in a crisis. Well, I use a bit of magic. Summoning magic. That was the truth. He wasn't revealing everything mindlessly, but rather just part of the truth about 50 while concealing the rest. Those who interrogate like this can pick up on lies with remarkable skill. That's why he needed to take this indirect approach. Magic, you. While the lead witch narrowed her eyes suspiciously, the youngest-looking witch clapped her hands and laughed. Our Arzin was a magician. What a traitor. You should use spells like us. How unfair. Hey. Oh, I'm sorry. The lead witch stepped closer to Arzin, gripping his shoulders to keep him from escaping. Show me. What? Show me your magic. It felt like the moment had finally arrived. To put it bluntly, it was a dire situation, but he couldn't hesitate now. His experiences getting beaten by the thugs from Divine Guillotine were coming in handy now. Instead, he needed to leverage his greatest asset, being a boy who hasn't fully matured yet. He covered his face with both hands, trembling as if about to burst into tears. Thighs was his best tactic. If there are so many people watching, I get, nervous. This approach had worked wonders with the thugs from Divine Guillotine, especially with the women. So cute, senpai, that's magic, right? Even slimes would explode from that charm. Is that so? I think it could even cause the earth to explode. Aren't you guys going to shut up? The lead witch pointed toward the door with her chin. Then go outside and summon a creature, then come back in. Just try to run away. We're doing this for your sake, you know. She must have been thinking about his performance. Arzin smirked inwardly. But you've completely fallen for my scheme. How weak. He stepped outside, pretending to be shy, and closed the door. The high witch, I don't sense such a powerful presence around her. After checking subtly to see where the watchful eyes might be lurking, he quietly began to recite the incantation. Kaz tu Arcturus. Boom, the void wasp appeared from beyond the void dimension. Lately, he had recited this incantation so often that he had become quite skilled at controlling the number summoned just by the feeling in his chest. Right now, he had summoned 2, including the wasp. Wasp, is there the smallest one? Like really, really tiny, harmless looking, and gives off very little void energy. Boo-woo-um. It seemed this wasn't information that was registered. The agile wasp just stared silently at Arzin. Perhaps the ability to miniaturize void creatures was a technique that needed to be unlocked. What's taking so long? At that moment, the lead witch suddenly burst through the door. Holy SHT, he found himself face to face with the largest void creature, the wasp. The worst-case scenario unfolded in his mind. You little brat, what's with that wicked power? Come here. Kaya, he would be dragged off to the Room of Repentance. After enduring all kinds of torture, he would spill the truth. and ultimately handed over to the Inquisition, meeting a gruesome end, the worst conclusion. Should I run? Where to? The witches had broomstick flying skills, so they would catch up in no time. Escape from here, that was impossible. The power of the void was likely nearly invincible if perfected, given that he had previously defeated the Hydra. But I'm weak now. On the other hand, the witches working at the association specialized in combat. He could recognize them by their red uniforms. Witches were divided into 3 types by their attire: red, blue, and yellow. Among them, the red-clad witches were the red witches, specialized in combat. Excuses, but witches can sense energy. Would that even work? In that brief moment, hundreds of thoughts raced through his mind. However, there was no solution in sight. Damn, Arzon instinctively sensed his doom. He had only 2 choices: either struggle until caught or surrender peacefully to endure less torture. What the hell, it's real. But just as he was about to give up, the witches reacted in a strange way. It's real. What? I want to see too. What unfolded next was utterly bewildering. The youngest witch was fussing over how cute the void creature was. Wow, it's so fluffy. Is it because the summoner is cute? Even the summoned creature is super cute. You have a strong stomach. I can't stand bugs. But it looks cute, like a honeybee. Hey, don't bring it over here. Just the sound of a honeybee or wasp flapping its wings gives me chills all over. The most dangerous, top-ranking witch was examining the hornet. Magic. The aura feels similar. Who was it again? That mage from the Magic Bureau's special unit 6 months ago. Oh, the summoner. Yeah, it feels like the magic they used. Summoning magic is pretty rare. I thought there were no paths to learn it outside the official magic tower. Where did you learn this? The answer to that question is simple. Just withhold 50 of the truth taught by the mysterious old Rodinkle, so I can just say it was an unknown old man who taught me. If you were a shaman, we would have treated you really well and taught you more. Shut up. When the top witch growled at the youngest fell silent. The top witch scratched her head and sighed. I thought that idiot Samson was using you as a front for embezzlement, but it seems like it's real. Samson. How long had you been a consistent piece of trash even before I met you? I'm sorry. I mentioned danger because I didn't want you to get in trouble for embezzlement. Or worse, if you went down the sewers without knowing, it would be a big deal. You need a stamp, hand it here. I'm in charge while the branch manager is away. The top witch stamped the document with the Witch Association's seal, then playfully punched Arzon on the head. If Samson tries anything bad or hurts you, come tell me. I'll take care of him. Working hard is good, but don't overdo it, okay? It would be a disaster if you got hurt. When Arzon looked up, he was surprised. The stern expression from earlier had completely vanished. In its place was only a gentle smile on her face. Something. The moment almost brought tears to his eyes. Maybe it was just that fleeting moment. Kirkay's smile might have overlapped in his mind. No, it's the shock of realizing that witches can actually be kind people. Now that he thought about it, he couldn't quite understand why he had been so scared of witches. Witches are the guardians of the Republic. They are the ones who spread the teachings of the dragon scripture in this land. Of course, there are corrupted individuals everywhere, but it's natural for those with complete personalities to outnumber those in other professions. The divine guillotine also tried to stay as far away from witches as possible. As he descended the stairs, looking at the Witch Association's seal stamped on the document, his heart was still racing, but it felt different from fear. If I have to come back next time, maybe I won't be so tense. Will that be okay? Arzon headed straight to the Adventurers Guild. It was a unique experience to visit the guild to place a quest order. As he showed up in his official uniform, the adventurers began to lick their lips in anticipation. Even before the notice went up on the corkboard, they started competing with arm wrestling and verbal sparring. It seemed that the quests issued by the City Hall were quite popular due to their neat reward system and tax exemptions. The public servants' counter was separate from that of the adventurers. This one felt more polished and organized. Yes, I've confirmed the quest form. The notarization is complete. About that. What can I help you with? The department head mentioned that he liked the archer who came for the last quest, so could you prioritize assigning him? I see, a designated quest. In this case, since the quest reward is a byproduct, the guild has the authority to purchase all of the relevant byproducts. There will be an additional 4 surcharge on the existing guild fee during the purchase. Is that acceptable? He wasn't in a position to be picky, so it was fine. Nodding, the receptionist, who wore glasses and was unfamiliar to him, quickly registered the quest. He had thought there would be a separate fee for placing the order, but it seemed the guild's referral fee covered that cost. Great, now that the work is done, Arzon returned to City Hall to return his uniform. After placing the quest in his uniform, he felt a bit embarrassed to visit in casual clothes, so he decided to grab lunch outside first. He then completely changed into his sewer work outfit. Consulting the map, he headed towards the southwestern entrance of the sewer. My 2 workdays this week are over. For the next 3 days, I can experiment with my strength to my heart's content. His newly acquired power, the void bugs. Over the next 3 days, he aimed to thoroughly experiment with this power and significantly increase the number of void bugs he could control. If we had to classify the power of the void, it would be, as the witches said, in the summoning category. First, he needed to chant the command to summon the creatures, Kes tu Arcturus. At that command, insects tore through dimensions and emerged, a hornet and 12 void bugs. The sheer sight of the squadron was enough to make his heart race with excitement, but he knew it was still too early to be satisfied. So Ya heroes, fused with the hornet, 3 void bugs clashed their heads together. The entire ontological status of those creatures twisted and transformed into a new form. Every time he witnessed that spectacle, it felt wondrous. Wow, that's so cool, especially that powerful head and jaw. Arzan danced around, excitedly stroking the sturdy jaw of the hornet. How can it be so reassuring? The close-range offensive capability had surely been significantly bolstered. Hornet, position 3 bugs beside the hornet. No, place the hornet at the front and form a triangle with 3 behind. As always, the hornet satisfactorily executed the command. Just having the hornet at the forefront brought a sense of order to the formation, which felt immensely satisfying. If you were to compare it to a human battalion, it felt like having heavily armored cavalry leading the charge. Having the hornets follow behind really enhances the feeling. Now there are 6 remaining void bugs, Suya Cunia. All 6 merge into 3 hornets and gather in front of me. A similar effect occurred as when they fused with the hornet. Within that effect, the 6 void bugs transformed into 3 hornets, their venom sacs and abdomens significantly enlarged. Ah, this is it, this is it, this is it. So reassuring. I just want to squeeze their big, round bellies and make them fart. Arzan danced with joy as he touched the bellies of the hornets. Hornet spread the hornets a bit wider in a triangle formation compared to the void bugs, them about double the size. Bzzz, the hornet's wingbeat sent a chemical command signal to the hornets. The sight of the hornets lined up behind the void bugs was truly a heart-stirring spectacle. This time, it felt like arranging an archer battalion. He felt a sense of satisfaction akin to that of a commander ruling over the world. All right, today we'll charge straight through the central section and exit on the other side. Arzan crossed his arms with delight and looked at his most trusted void bug, the hornet. Hornet, you guard me. Just clear out the slimes on the ceiling. I need to capture every moment of my squad's historic movement with my own eyes. Now, advance. As Arzan charged straight from the southwestern section to the central section, he noticed various strengths and weaknesses among the different entities. First, the hornet. The hornet was indeed powerful. Typically, void bugs had to delve into the core of a slime to destroy it, but this one could tear it apart with its jaw and extract the core. But it's slow. Its size was already larger than the hornet's. Being a fusion of 3 entities contributed to that. With its massive jaw, it was bound to move sluggishly due to the weight, and it tires quickly. The hornet exhausted its energy and vanished several times faster than ordinary void bugs. That was the biggest issue. It might be a bit challenging to form a squad with just the hornets. In contrast, ordinary void bugs weren't as strong as the hornets but could move quickly and execute more precise flights. If the 2 types formed a complementary relationship, they could become even more destructive. To create a powerful squad, ordinary void bugs were indispensable, much like infantry in an army. Most importantly, the hornets. Worried about the hornets, Arzan assigned them the task of intercepting the slimes on the ceiling. Each hornet could fire 3 shots before exhausting their venom. However, if given time to recharge, they could shoot up to 4 times. They definitely have the advantage of range, but I wish the firing rate was just a bit better. It must be somewhere in the scriptures. I'll have to look for it later. While slaughtering the slimes and advancing, something thick and large moved slowly in the distance. This is the central section. As we get closer to the bustling city center, the sewers are at their largest. That kind of presence could not possibly come from slimes. Which audacious bastard dares to step into my hunting ground? Could it be that archer? No, he just placed the request. I won't forgive the homeless. Get a job and live properly, you bastard. Peeking around the corner to confirm the source of the presence, Arzan froze for a moment. What the hell is that? A colossal slime filled the vast passage of the sewer. Big slime? No, it's definitely a giant. In the Adventurers Guild, they used simple prefixes for mutant monsters to accommodate the 99 of adventurers who were dim-witted. Big was for slightly larger than normal creatures, while giant was for those significantly bigger. Monsters often operated under primitive strength hierarchies, so if it was a giant, it was bound to be very strong. There's something peculiar about it. That thing is growing bigger by absorbing waste. The creature was wriggling as it approached Arzan. It must have caught the scent of life. Monsters have an inherent nature to seek life. What's this? Are you challenging me? HMPH, haha. To me, the void tyrant who can control 12 void bugs. You're just a worthless slime that doesn't know its place. Hornet, I'll make the screams of that slime a fanfare to celebrate this joyous day. Go, boo. The hornet fiercely charged the giant slime with the squad of void bugs. Feel the bitter difference. How dare you, a mere slime, challenge me? Arzan, with his arms crossed, was confidently anticipating victory, but in the next moment, his pupils shook at the unexpected turn of events before him. Difference, boo burr gurgle. The difference is, as the void bugs penetrated the surface and entered its body, they couldn't withstand the acidity and toxicity of the vomit-like substance, being digested instantly. Arzen screamed, "Run away, come back, Hornet, you can't get eaten too." From the day after parting ways with Ullman and Loke, Arzen became very busy. In the past, he strictly separated his everyday life from his missions. However, from this point on, whenever he had free time during his daily routine, he would stay holed up in his lodging, pouring his heart and soul into increasing the number of void bugs. The giant slime was undoubtedly a formidable foe he had to face, but unlike in his days at the Divine Guillotine, it didn't feel overwhelming or frightening. Just a stepping stone for growth, that's all. Instead, he saw it as an important indicator to gauge how much he could grow his void army over the summer and how strong their combat abilities could become. Arzen was rapidly becoming stronger. While clearing the southern sector, he managed to increase the number of void bugs to 15, allowing him to add one more void tyrant to his squad. One more, another one more, every day, both morning and night. Training to push the limits of his void powers as soon as he woke up and right before he went to sleep helped him enhance his abilities quickly. "Ah, Arzen, you're back." 3 days passed in an instant. A new week began, and as he went to the city hall to check in, Milbiot greeted him. "Did you know Sora received that request?" "Yeah, well, I didn't see any byproducts. It seemed she had cleaned everything up so thoroughly that it felt like the floor was swept clean." Even if someone offered him billions, he wouldn't be able to do the same. That's why Sora came to thank me the other day. Despite her not being the most honest person, really, she thought the designated request was my doing. Ho ho ho, so she said there was no need to thank me. I told her it was all Arzen's doing. How about that? Good job, right? Why are you saying that? That was nonsense. What the hell, that crazy girl wasn't even interested in me. I need to be more careful when trying to build rapport from now on. I was just aiming to score points with the city hall, but because I'm too good looking, this kind of trouble pops up. If I misstep even a little, it could get annoying. I don't want to hear it. I'm feeling bad now. I'll leave right on the dot today. You have to stay until lunchtime to get your stamp. I was worried about whether she'd actually show up, but thankfully, I didn't run into that crazy archer. Amidst the intense training and battles, a month had already passed. When he had completely wrapped up the eastern sector, the number of void bugs in his squad reached 20. Now I have 2 void tyrants at the forefront and 5 void majors. As the Hornet learned to fight, the combat efficiency of the squad rapidly increased. When facing slimes, the void majors would shoot their poison to expose the slime's core, and then the regular void bugs would rush in to devour it. When I was only using the regular void bugs, they disappeared pretty quickly due to the constant exposure to slime poison. He reserved the most powerful entity, the void tyrant, for critical moments. It would only engage when facing slimes that had thick mucus surfaces or those that had grown large from swallowing waste. The void tyrant's weaknesses are stamina and mobility. By selectively choosing enemies for it to battle, he could avoid significant issues. Wait, is it already this late? It was the day he was finishing up in the eastern sector. He had been so excited that he lost track of time, and it was already well past dawn. I need to get out of here, before I run into that girl. However, for Arzen, this unfortunate boy, bad premonitions often came true. Hey, Hornet, heh, it won't be long until the big event. You're well prepared, right? The day our legion makes its announcement is approaching. Just as he was chatting with the Hornet and turning the corner, he came face to face with Sora, who was hungrily shoving slime mucus into a bag. In other words, running into this crazy archer was the worst possible outcome. They both saw each other at an awkward moment. Arzen had been talking to the Hornet, and Sora was in the middle of collecting the slime. For a pair of teenagers, just the fact that they had witnessed each other in an embarrassing situation was something that would linger in their memories as a dreadful experience. Phew. Arzen made the first move. What's this big event? Talking to bugs is a specialty of those who have no friends, Sora's sharp counterattack. You're just a loudmouth who can only deal with insults. HMPH, when your skills reach their peak, you can deal with insults with your mouth too. Damn, you're so shameless. Yet you need that kind of thick skin to shoot arrows with your mouth. Not as shameless as a corrupt official who steals the country's salary while only showing up twice a week. Seriously, how can you not feel embarrassed even once? Who are you talking to? Get lost, you get lost. Just as they were moving away from each other on the other side of the sewer, Arzen unintentionally asked, "How are your siblings doing?" There was a brief moment of hesitation before Sora replied, "Yeah, tell them to take care." An awkward silence fell between them again. This time, it was Sora who broke the silence first. "What days and times do you go to work?" Arzen had mixed up his work schedule to avoid running into Sora. He completely randomized the days and times he would go in during the week. He continued on his way, shaking his fist behind him. "I'm not telling you, idiot." Another 2 weeks passed. During that time, Arzen had roamed through 12 sectors, excluding the central one. He hunted the newly spawned slimes and further honed the hornet's command of the void bugs. In the process, I've added 2 more void bugs. These were not made into the more powerful variants, but were instead placed as regular void bugs in the squad. The time until the Day of Reckoning has been roughly 50 days. They had moved from early summer into late summer. Compared to 50 days ago, the Void Squad had nearly doubled in numbers. It wasn't just about the increase in numbers. The Hornet had learned from battles and became more adept at leading. The Day of Reckoning has come. On the eve of the decisive battle, Arzan had gathered all the void bugs in his room and declared. He stood on his bed, arms crossed, gazing at each one of the void bugs with solemnity. Now I understand why that bastard Olart, the commander of the Divine Guillotine, used to inspect adventurer squads before deployments. There was a romance in it that was hard to express in words. As he watched the assembled unit, he felt an overwhelming emotion that made his heart swell. The operation target is the giant slime. It's that bastard who mercilessly slaughtered your senior void bugs 50 days ago. Boom. The void bugs flapped their wings with indifference, but the synchronized sound was enough to evoke a sense of discipline in the unit. But you are different. Unlike those ignorant seniors, you are much stronger and twice as many. Hornet, explain tomorrow's giant slime extermination operation to the children. Boom. Unfortunately, the Hornet could not convey commands that were not expressed in a formal manner. Since the Hornet's voice is hoarse, I'll explain instead. The formation will consist of 2 void tyrants, 5 medium bugs, and 6 regular bugs. Boom. The poison stingers from the 5 medium bugs will open the path towards it, allowing the void tyrants to charge in line and penetrate deeper. In that process, the void tyrants would likely perish, but their sacrifice would be remembered with honor. If the first void tyrant dies, the second will take its place and continue the charge. And if the second falls, the remaining regular bugs would follow the example set by the first and second void tyrants. The target is the core. If we can destroy that damned giant slime's core, victory is ours. At that moment, a loud bang echoed from the adjacent room as someone punched the wall. Can't you let me sleep, damn it? What time is it that you're already sleeping? Life, hey you idiot, it's already 1 a.m. Arzan ignored the chatter of the bugs and finished explaining the operation. As a commander, maintaining dignity was essential. He couldn't show any signs of being intimidated by others. Phew, that's it for now. Enjoy the last moments until the battle. Then Arzan fell into a deep sleep. He didn't wake up until after 10 a.m., when it was already too late to sleep any longer. It's the time when even the chirping of morning birds can't be heard. Still, the Adventurers Guild was bustling as usual. Arzan purchased a rather expensive cloak from the belongings of the deceased. It was nearly 3 times the price of the cloaks he had bought before, but one shouldn't only look for value when shopping. On important days, it's also essential to dress appropriately to set the mood. He stopped by Olive for an early lunch. Then he climbed up to a hill overlooking the sea, peeled an orange, and spent an hour gazing at the ocean. After that, he headed to the city hall. "Oh my Arzan, you seem different today. You look really serious." Manhwaedit said, "You noticed. Today is the Day of Reckoning. The Day of Reckoning. I've been preparing for today for 50 days. It's time to settle things." Manhwaedit's expression turned serious for a moment. "I see, so you finally found your courage. Well, if you want to put it that way, I'll be cheering for you. Next time you should bring Sora along to the welfare department as a youth couple, right?" Recently, Arzan's opinion of Manhwaedit had dropped significantly. I thought she was a smart, elite bureaucrat, but it turns out she's a total airhead. Because of this, his efforts to gain her favor had taken a nosedive. Just get to work. Haha, okay. That day, since he arrived late for lunch, he finished work early in the evening. There's a reason for this route. The city hall was located in the center of town, so the entrance to the central sector's sewer was not far. As much as I don't want to admit it, the giant slime is a formidable foe. This would be the first powerful enemy he encountered after mastering the powers of the void, so I'll skip dinner. I might have to run through the sewers later. It'd be a disaster if I had too much in my stomach then. Arzan opened the entrance to the central sector. The massive lock clicked open. The chains clanged against the metal bars, creating a heavy echo that reverberated down the staircase. The stench from the sewers feels even worse than usual. Was it because of the rival's presence, or was it the tension before facing a formidable enemy that caused this sensation? I don't know, I'll find out when I go. Arzan carefully descended the stairs. The sewers are twisted to one side as if something massive has passed through its nearby. The central sector was the largest, so caution was necessary from the moment of entry. Even the rats are holding their breath. They're scared. Arzan opened his tome and snapped his fingers. "Kaz to Arcturus. Ill worker, deploy the void beasts and find it." The void beasts were deployed, and they had been searching for nearly an hour when, in the vast corridor on the other side of the central sector, something immense began to rise from the sewer. Arzan couldn't believe his eyes. What am I seeing right now? Is this a hallucination? No, this isn't a hallucination. The sewer was not merely bubbling up. At that moment, the giant slime was transforming into the very sewer itself. Has it absorbed all the sewage over these 50 days? As it rose, an empty space formed where the usual sewage flowed. This creature, does this mean I wasn't the only one who got stronger over these 50 days? This thought deeply unsettled Arzin. With the slime's abilities, it could have ambushed me, but it's standing out in the open like this. But that wasn't all. Without the slightest hesitation or fear, the creature approached Arzin, an action he could neither forgive nor accept. Grrr, don't mess with me. You're still just a low-tier monster, no matter how big you get. Ill worker, fully deploy the void beasts. Show it who's boss. Boo as the void beasts assembled, the giant slime approached without a hint of caution. Did you think your surface could swallow my void beasts like last time? Fool, I specifically prepared void beasts that can tear through your surface. Suya heroes, the void obeyed the ground command issued from above. The first level void beast with an abnormally developed head and jaw. 6 void beasts at the center of the formation merged into 2 powerful first level beasts, their jaws snapping loudly as they emerged. Of course, 2 of them won't be enough. We need cover to break through. Suya Kunia, come forth mid-level unit. 10 void beasts at the forefront merged into 5 mid-level beasts. Having already been in combat mode since their lower state, their venom sacs were already swollen and ready. Arzin extended his finger, precisely designating the target for the void beasts. Fire at will. First, disable that slime's surface. The venom shot out from the sacs, striking the surface of the slime directly. The void swallowed the very existence of the alternate world. The slime's outer layer, the thickest and most resilient, contained the liquid in a formless mass. As holes pierced through that layer, wastewater erupted and splattered throughout the sewer. Sensing its form begin to collapse, the slime trembled. At that moment, Arzin was taken aback. No, it's not trembling. This creature focused the spilling wastewater towards me. This giant slime, it wasn't just a dumb brute with size. It must have gained this size by winning countless battles. In that moment of shock before the torrent of wastewater, Ill Worker's combat command shone through. The mid-level beast's secondary fire widened the holes in the surface even more. The wastewater aimed at Arzin was weakly sprayed across the ground. Water jets are typically stronger with smaller holes. As the holes enlarged, the water pressure decreased, losing its strength. Now that the outer layer has collapsed, its frail body is revealed, giant slime. Third shot, the path to the core is through that opening. If the first attack was an indiscriminate barrage to penetrate its surface, the second shot was concentrated fire. Arzin learned from various missions in the God's Guillotine that a slime can have up to 3 layers as it grows. Even if the outer layer is torn, the middle layer remains, and if the middle is torn, the inner layer stays intact. Our target now is the middle layer. Where do you think you're running? Not on my watch. The mid-level beasts relentlessly maintained a 5-meter range, targeting the surface opening as the slime staggered backward. I won't miss the moment the surface is pierced, and I'll strike with the full force of the first-level beasts. The mid-level beasts exhausted their strength and perished after their 3-shot volley, but it was no problem. They fulfilled their mission. According to the original plan, it was now the turn of the first-level beasts to break through at close range. Everything is going according to plan. The operation is functioning perfectly. Arzin felt a thrilling sense of battle. I can feel it, my power. I can feel my growth. The power of the void I've honed over these 50 days has reached a level where I can toy with that giant slime. Rip it apart, first-level beast. The first-level beast charged at the slime, its fearsome jaws ready to tear into its surface as it plunged into the wastewater. Of course, it was reckless. As it ripped through the surface, the exploding wastewater exposed its body, causing it to dissolve. However, the second-level beast quickly took its place. All right, the second-level beast has pierced through to the inner layer. Now, if the mid-level beasts can hit that core, victory is mine. The mid-level beasts did not hesitate in the oncoming wave of wastewater. In a straight line, they ruthlessly used their comrades as shields while charging forward. Mid-level beast 1 down, mid-level beast 2 down, mid-level beast 3 down, mid-level beast 4 down, mid-level beast 5 down, mid-level beast 6 down. Did the plan go awry with the last mid-level beast that was supposed to break the core also perishing? No, that's not it. The giant slime had shrunk significantly as its outer, middle, and inner layers collapsed. However, due to the sheer size of its core, it was still nearly 1.5 times larger than Arzin. That creature was now swelling up, like a beast preparing to swallow its prey. With its inflated body, it lunged toward Arzin. Did you think you won just because the void beasts are all dead? Fool, look ahead. Your body is drooping like torn rubber, and the path to your core is so clear. What the void beasts had created with their lives up to this point was a path for the Queen's arrival. It was the so-called Honey Road, guiding the void beasts under the Apostle of the Void toward the Queen's honeypot. If it's this clear to me, it'll be even clearer to my worker bees. Boo in an instant, the worker bee easily pierced through the holes in the surface and charged forward. In one swift move, it engulfed the giant slime's core in its larger-than-normal maw. Then it performed an acrobatic maneuver, flying back out through the same hole. It would be impressive to burst through to the other side, but the back surface was still intact, posing a high risk of the worker bee dissolving in the sludge. The most delicious part belongs to the worker bee. This was a predetermined conclusion from the moment this plan was made. The giant slime's core was obliterated. With a silent scream, characteristic of beings without vocal organs, it began to writhe uncontrollably. Die under the fury of my void beasts who couldn't leave a single name behind, you pathetic slime. Arzan called the worker bee to his side and widely spread the divine miracle, shield of radiance, in front of him. Beyond that dazzling veil, the giant slime began to twist and turn. And then, at the moment he heard the first pop of an explosion, a torrent of sludge flew through the light curtain. It was the same principle as when rubber expands and explodes, causing the water inside to spray everywhere. Without the core, the sludge lost its ability to contain itself as a single form, causing the filth inside the slime to explode. The acidity and toxicity are so strong it's no wonder the void beasts were defeated. Even the shield of radiance was crackling wildly, spitting sparks everywhere. Droplets of sludge splattered onto the ceiling, falling down like rain. That alone was enough to begin dissolving the expensive cloak Arzan had bought. As the hot and sharp sensation surged across his shoulder, Arzan cradled the worker bee gently with both hands. How much time had passed? A stillness filled the space where the enormous writhing presence had completely vanished. Before long, the sound of rats began to echo. It's over, worker bee. Ha ha ha, we've won. Finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, Arzan released the worker bee from his embrace, but something was off. The worker bee was enveloped in a dark green glow, radiating a strange heat. What's wrong with you? The shape of the worker bee twisted grotesquely, soon transforming into a key of unlocking. No, it was something even more peculiar than what he had seen before. Its form was more complex, and it shone even more brilliantly. Could it be related to swallowing the giant slime's core? Arzan flipped through the scripture. Then he realized this key was a master key. What I learned last time is that a lock shines when it resonates with the key. This key could even shine for locks sealed with chains. Could it be? Could I actually use this? So soon? In a fervor of excitement, he hurriedly flipped to the later pages of the book featuring the faceless demon, only to let out a sigh. Sigh, of course. Despairingly, it did not resonate with that lock. It wasn't a true master key. Although the lock for the faceless demon didn't respond, he could see a precursor chain connected to it flickering. Arzan, almost entranced, turned the pages toward the location of the chain's lock. Due to the original lock and chain, he couldn't see inside. But at the end, he caught a glimpse of an illustration peeking through the gaps between the chains. Oddly, there was an illustration of the faceless demon. Not just any ordinary illustration, but one that moved in a way that made the principles behind it incomprehensible. But this illustration is that an arm of a demon. In an empty void, a dimensional crack suddenly appeared, and the arm of a demon abruptly shot out in the illustration. The illustration only repeated the motion of that moment. Is it only summoning the arm of a demon? This was undoubtedly an impressive technique. However, the fact that he couldn't summon the demon's actual body was somewhat disappointing. Arzan fitted the master key onto his finger and turned it, flipping through the pages of the book. I wonder what other techniques I can unlock. Yet. The most delicious dish, having seen a demon, other techniques feel like mere minnows in comparison. As he casually flipped through the pages, he eventually found himself back at the beginning. At that moment, Arzan doubted his eyes. What's going on here? The very first technique he had unlocked, the page for summoning the void beasts, also had a lock and chain on it. Wait, could it be? Did the void beasts' legion get wiped out? Then I have to unlock this again with the key. Despair flooded his mind. Did he really have to unlock this and then create all 22 of them again from scratch? No, that's just not right. This was crossing the line. Rodinkle, how hard did I work to raise them? But something was different. Unlike the others, this page's lock and chain were translucent, revealing what was inside. Every time the key touched the lock, the numbers inscribed inside changed like a trick. 44. When he pulled the key away from the lock, the number reverted back to 22. His heart raced wildly. The implications were clear. The summoning number for the void beasts would double, a staggering increase. 2 months now, if I consider the time spent coming to Karshiko. It's over 3 months of hard work, and now the number of void beasts is going to double in just one go. Crazy, this is insane. Arzan fell into a moment of joyous contemplation. Despite being covered in sludge, he couldn't help but smile. What should I do, worker bee? Should we take this opportunity to double the Void Legion? He asked the key, but whether in its void form or not, a response was impossible. This was a decision that the apostle had to make. If I use this key on the Void Legion, their abilities will become ridiculously powerful. Clearly, this is the practical choice. But, that being said, adventurers choose romance over practicality from the start. I can't resist, there's no way I can hold back. Thinking this, Arzan frantically flipped back through the pages. How can I hold back? Even if it's just an arm, how can I possibly resist summoning a demon? There was no hesitation left in the apostle. As soon as Arzan reached the relevant page, he immediately thrust the key into the lock, as if denying himself any more time to ponder. The lock mechanism was released by the key, and it vanished into particles of the void along with the attached chain. The void, a dimension of all forgetfulness and disconnection. Thus, the void is akin to the night, a time of forgetfulness and disconnection. To confront a foe, one must understand their nature, and the same applies to the spacetime called night. Baralis, command the existence of the void born from the quest for the night face. Baralis, this was the incantation to make first contact with the faceless demon night face. Baralis. Arzin chanted the incantation with an overflowing anticipation that burned within him, and the void responded to the apostle's command. It was disconnection, a tremendous power that severed all that existed in reality with overwhelming force. The demon's arm pierced a hole in the sewer wall. Cracks spread extensively around it. This was the sewer of the 7 great cities, a place built and maintained with extreme technological prowess. The strength of its construction was so robust that it hardly needed describing. But to break this, it was undeniably a strong force. Truly, it was a powerful force, but even the mere moment of its emergence made Arzin's hair stand on end. The load of this power doesn't make sense. The energy circulating throughout his body was suddenly consumed all at once, causing a rush of heat that burst forth from his nose and mouth. Crazy, how am I supposed to use this in real combat? There was another issue. No, it wasn't just an issue. I can wipe away the blood, but what's unfolding before my eyes right now? This wasn't something that could be resolved by merely wiping it away. Mom, what do I do? If they demand full payment for repairs, what on earth will I do then? Despite the chaos, the Red Dragon and the Red Pilgrim left the city in less than 5 minutes. A sigh of relief swept through the area. If the Red Dragon had seen them unfavorably, Arzin's career as a civil servant would have certainly come to an end. I heard the Red Dragon used to stay in every city. I can't imagine how suffocating that must have been. If it were me, I wouldn't have become a civil servant. You think you could? Hearing their murmurs, Arzin stepped outside the city hall. He asked Milbiot about a dessert shop that women liked and immediately headed there. Looking through the shop window at the cakes, he felt a jolt at the prices. Women actually spend money on this. With this much, I could eat at all of you for a week and still have leftovers. But now wasn't the time to think about value. I need to extract information from the witches. Why did the Dragon Clan come here? Arzin opened his coin purse. He had gathered about 30 silver coins over 2 months of work. That hefty sum warmed Arzin's heart just by gleaming. Bribery is almost always the right choice. A typical worker earned 1 silver coin for a day's labor. So after accounting for lodging and food expenses, Arzin still had money for 30 days. That silver brought him courage, the strength to boldly push open the shop's door. Do witches come here often? Of course, but they tend to eat something more expensive than others. What do they get? The cakes were already expensive, but among those cakes they must be devouring the overwhelmingly pricey whipped cream cake every day. With tears of blood, Arzin paid for the cake and returned to the city hall. He immediately dashed up the stairs to the 3rd floor and knocked on the door of the Witch Association's office. Why yes, come in. Inside the office, exhausted witches sprawled on the sofa like corpses. However, upon seeing Arzin, their eyes lit up with curiosity. Oh, Arzin, did you come to see me? Of course you want to see me. What else would your squid face want to look at? Geez, how rude. No matter how much he succeeded in charming them, his heart raced like crazy in front of the witches. The reason was likely the alien nature of the void's power, but I've adapted quite a bit now. Arzin steadied his breath. There won't be a repeat of last time when my nerves were at max. When he was at the Divine Guillotine, he had often played the role of the pitiful one well. Maybe he could twist it a bit to make it work. Well, since you witches must be tired from cleaning today, I brought some cake. Cute, life really is simple. OMG, oh my gosh, for Arzin's sake. No, it's for me. I think I'll be going now. What are you talking about? The sisters will brew some coffee. You should eat too, Arzin. The operation was a success. Glancing around, Arzin noticed that the archwitch and the highest-ranking witch were nowhere to be seen. Given the Red Dragon's earlier arrival, something serious must have happened. All right, let's eavesdrop for some information. Arzin focused on the witch's chatter. Phew, the majesty of the Red Dragon is incredible. This is my first time seeing one in person. Of course, they're all at the ends of the earth in flame myriad. Aren't there less than 10 red dragons alive right now? Wow, so they really do exist. The witches were clearing the table to set up for tea time, arranging the cakes and teacups. At that moment, a wanted poster caught Arzin's eye. As he tilted his head in curiosity, the youngest witch showed the poster to him, saying, Arzin, the people on this poster are all bad guys, so if you see them, you have to run away, okay? Just come back here and tell us, and we'll take care of them. His heart froze. The ones in the portrait. It was just a picture, but the fear from the past gripped his heart with icy fingers. Damn it. He felt a wave of nausea wash over him, nearly choking. The witches scolded the youngest witch. Hey, why did you show Arzin their pictures? You scared him. No, I just wanted to warn him since he's precious to us. Shut up, you don't deserve any of Arzin's cake. Go copy that, as the archwitch ordered. I want to eat the cake Arzin brought too. I'll leave you a slice, so go on. How could he possibly forget those faces? The healthy assassination team. Helshi was right under the upper echelons of divine guillotine, a candidate for the top position. Helshi is an expert in human combat, not demon combat, and formed a team of assassins. The purpose of the assassination team was to maintain the chains of corruption. First, they would blackmail bribed officials by using their secrets or by kidnapping their families. Second, any humans making threats against divine guillotine would be eliminated, disguised as accidents. These people could kill easier than slaughtering beasts, and their ruthlessness made them among the worst of divine guillotine's thugs. It's easy to understand why divine guillotine evades the consequences of crime when you know about these guys. They were masters of disguising their identities using erased backgrounds. If they encounter a dragon, their crimes will undoubtedly be exposed, so they must be hiding with new identities. The fact that these guys were alive and active was real. I should have confronted them earlier. Why had I forgotten? Was I hoping to forget? A deep-rooted fear struck the back of Arzen's head. If only I could say something about them. He felt the brand on his left chest throb painfully. What would happen if he tried to say anything about them? That brand would activate, causing him to bleed out and die. He had seen plenty of those who were treated like slaves, just like him, meet such a fate. No dragon could sense this. It's the dragon-bound barrier. What's the point? No one can save you. If you want to die, go ahead. Even now, when he closed his eyes. It felt like he could hear the laughter of those bastards from divine guillotine. Maybe the dragon race could have saved me. If he had begged that red dragon for help earlier, could it have saved him before he bled out in the 7 circles? Who knows? It was too late to dwell on what was already past, and Arzen had no intention of gambling with his life. Settling here, what a nonsensical delusion that was. What if they discovered that Arzen was still alive? They would definitely come after him to eliminate the witness to their crimes. I had hoped they would be dealt with, or that divine guillotine would crumble and go its own way like the trash they are. But they were currently bound together by fate. They would surely be looking for any way to survive. For now, they don't know my real name, but if my information were to slip out, even that fragmentary detail would surely lead them to deduce that Arzen was still alive. They were those kinds of people. Damn it, there would be no peaceful days until he could deal with them personally. The problem was that all of them were golden-ranked adventurers. I need to get as far away from the Adrian continent as possible and hone the power of the void. He couldn't stay in this green city of Karshiko. There are too many powerful monsters, too many opportunities for adventure, and most importantly, I need to move to a smaller town, not a big city. The Helshi assassination team were experts at gathering information, so staying in a big city would undoubtedly lead to trouble. That very day, Arzen headed to the harbor district. The green city of Karshiko was built in the center of a lagoon. However, a canal had been dug toward the northern trade route, placing the harbor at the west center of the city. "You want to buy passage?" the lighthouse keeper asked in response to Arzen's request. "Yeah, old man, I need to book my passage in advance." To cross the ocean, he needed to use the connected fleet route. In the Golden Age, when dragons ruled, they protected all sea routes. But now, with the drastic decline in the dragon population, there was no way to be safeguarded from the sea monsters. Thus, the Republic had implemented a policy to bind ships crossing the ocean with magical chains, forming a single fleet. The witches board those ships and use their spells to ensure the fleet reaches its destination safely. Since it was a large fleet, there were only 2 destinations available: the Green Sanctuary, Turvanope, the Indigo City, Aristopo. Both cities, like Karshiko, were among the 7 great cities of the Republic. Turvanope boasted the highest scale and served as the capital of the Northern Republic. The fleet heading to Turvanope set sail tomorrow, but there aren't many spots left. The fleet to Aristopo departs in 10 days. Tomorrow, he couldn't just disappear in a hurry. For now, as a civil servant, he needed to formally say he was quitting to avoid future troubles. He had always wanted to see the breathtaking scenery of Turvanope that he had read about in adventure books, but he would have to postpone such desires for now. What ship should I choose? All the ships docked from Section 11 onward are part of the fleet heading to Aristopo. Talk to the shipowners about the fare. Arzen used most of his savings to purchase a ticket for a private cabin on a medium-sized cargo ship. He intended to focus on his training in the void during the ocean crossing. He had to bear this expense. The next day, Arzen reported to the city hall. "I think I'll need to quit my contract a week early due to personal circumstances." Samson's reaction was dry and indifferent. "Is that so? Well, it's not like you had a tight schedule to begin with. Just make sure to clean the sewers properly before your last day." That was even better. However, Milbiot and the youngest witch burst into tears when he told them. Why are you quitting? Take the civil service exam and join us. We'll give you a ton of extra points." With what? Cutness, you crazy girl. Even if their tears were feigned, it felt good to think he had become someone precious to them, even for a moment. From that day on, Arzen didn't go to work. His daily routine was divided into two time frames, one spent contemplating sewer slime hunting and settling in Karshiko while gazing at the sea. He felt sorry for Sara, but Arzin began to transport the slime 2 or 3 times a day back and forth to the branch. Crossing the ocean would nearly deplete his funds. He would need quite a bit of money to settle somewhere new. 3 days passed like this. The muscular receptionist who had initially arranged the sewer job asked, "Are you planning to leave for somewhere?" "Yeah, I'm getting a bit tired of it here. It feels a bit beneath me as an adventurer." He tucked away any mention of heading to Aristopo to avoid raising suspicion. "Haha, it is a peaceful city. That's an advantage, but I see. Wait just a moment." He didn't know why he was being asked to wait, but he did. Then the muscular man handed him a sealed letter with the Karshiko Adventurers Guild crest. Unsure of what to do since he didn't understand the letter or its significance, Arzin hesitated to accept it. "That's a recommendation letter from the guild," the muscular man explained. "I heard from Samson that you've been cleaning the sewers all by yourself. But since that's a direct contract, your contributions to the guild won't be recognized, and there won't be any record of it. Samson must have lied and told you that everything would be acknowledged, but that bastard Samson. How trashy could he be? The number of slime bags you've brought in every day is proof of your skill and diligence, right? With your talent, I couldn't let you go off chasing cats at another branch just like that, you know. So I just wrote, this steel-ranked adventurer is more skilled than he looks. No need to refuse it. It'll help you adapt at the new guild branch. Of course, the most important thing is your actions and expertise. What in the world, how was he supposed to respond? This was different from the time when he felt like crying. With the merchant family, it made sense that their goodwill returned because Arzin had first done them a favor. But why was this man helping him? I hardly even flattered him, except for that time when I took on the cat-finding request at the beginning. As if he could read Arzin's trembling eyes, the muscular man smiled and put a hand on his shoulder. Don't ask why. Getting involved in unnecessary things is the essence of being an adventurer, isn't it? Just like the first 5 adventurers who helped the Lister hero party during the turmoil 400 years ago, pushing forward to the ends of the earth. Now set forth on your adventure, boy. This vast world is unfolding before you. The guild members at the Karshiko branch watched the scene with warm smiles. It's been a while since the branch chief took such care of someone. The branch chief of Karshiko had always been interested in every adventurer who came through. That's why he dressed as an ordinary member and carried out regular tasks. He must be reminded of the past. Whenever he sees junior members working hard like himself, he can't help but want to assist them. The merchant fleet set sail at dawn. With the wind asleep in the sea calm, it was the perfect weather for crossing the ocean. The witches, reading the atmosphere, chose a day when the fair winds would blow, which was only natural. Arzin left his lodging. The Adventure Guild branch hadn't opened yet, leaving the area quiet. However, a few adventurers were out running morning laps. It would have been nice to have breakfast at all of you on my last day. Arzin let that dream go. As dawn broke, the city awakened in shades of light green, an everyday sight by now. Seeing it made him feel he could never leave the city. Above all, the fare for the merchant fleet is very expensive and cancellations aren't allowed, so there was no room for hesitation. Lost in thought, Arzin arrived at the harbor. On the horizon, merchant ships, whaling vessels, and warships were magically tied together, forming a sturdy fleet. That's the merchant fleet crossing the ocean. Those boarding the fleet either boarded the merchant ship the night before or took a small boat at dawn. While the elderly preferred the former, Arzin chose the latter. He wanted to sleep in a feather bed for his last night. "Are you here for the merchant fleet? Come aboard." Arzin stretched his legs as he climbed onto the small boat. The boat shifted slightly backward under his weight. The boatman began to row once a few more passengers boarded. Further back, the green city Karshiko gradually receded into the distance. The merchant ship tied to the fleet soon approached Arzin's sight. By that time, the city had already become a distant memory. Even the refreshing scents of lemons and tangerines were swept away by the salty sea breeze. The green city Karshiko. Only then did Arzin gather the courage to look back. So this is what it feels like. He thought if he had a hometown he wished to return to, it would feel this way. As an adventurer, if I achieve greatness, sever all my ill-fated ties, and when it's time to settle down, I should seriously consider this place. The small boat reached the merchant ship. Arzin grasped the rope ladder and began to pull himself up onto the ship, one hand then the other, steadily. Arzin boarded the connected fleet and made his way to the merchant ship where he had purchased his fare. Witches bustled about on their brooms, darting through the air as they inspected the fleet. It seemed they were making their final checks on the departure barrier and the binding chains. Seagulls followed them closely. Arzin unpacked his belongings in the cabin he had paid for. He grabbed his wallet and valuables, locked the door, and returned to the deck. Others were also coming out onto the deck in small groups, awaiting departure. Soon, the dawn broke, casting a crimson light across the eastern sky. As the 3 suns quickly began to rise, the witches sounded their horns. Anchors were raised in unison, and the sails unfurled in perfect coordination. With enchantments of wind embedded in each sail, the massive collection of ships miraculously began to slice through the ocean. Arzen leaned against the railing for a moment, staring blankly at the sea, but soon headed back to his cabin. Even on the water, the summer sun was intense. The sea breeze, constantly tangling his hair, was starting to get on his nerves as well. It's time to train my void powers. Although he had left the city in a hurry, there was no need to rush his thoughts. When you think about it, it will take quite a while for the assassination team to confirm whether I'm dead or alive. Arzen had never used the name Al anywhere, and they're the ones being hunted now. They'll have a hard time crossing the Lanoa Bridge, so they'll likely be stuck on the Adrian continent for a while. As Ullman had said, time was on Arzen's side. Ullman didn't know the full details, but he was right. During that time, he would grow stronger. I just need to grow stronger than them. Arzen had already devised an intense training regimen for the 15-day ocean crossing. Baralis, that was to summon the demon's arm. Just calling forth this one arm would drain all his energy and overload his body, making it not unusual for him to cough up blood. It was just one arm, after all. But if he could harness this, he could exhaust his entire energy reserve in one go and accelerate the production of voidlings. It wasn't practical to painstakingly summon each of the 22 voidlings one by one and then struggle to bring out a 23rd. Sure, it felt great to line up 22 voidlings, but I can't be struggling just to summon one of these. In real combat, he'd already have the entire voidling squadron summoned, saving this demon arm for critical moments. I need to reach a level where I can call this arm without trouble, even after using all 22 voidlings. He couldn't afford to collapse from exhaustion and sleep every time he used it. Baralis, through training, he was slowly getting a handle on how to use this power. The demon's arm responded based on the intentions he harbored when casting the spell. One time, he had summoned it while thinking absent-mindedly that he wished someone would feed him, as he was too tired to eat. With a half-hearted Baralis, he had unintentionally summoned the arm, and this crazy thing, the arm grabbed the entire tray and shoved it right into his face. The problem was the arm's manifestation lasted only for a brief moment. It vanished just like that, leaving Arzen covered in soup and the bread rolling on the floor. This little punk. He swore that when the day came to summon the full demon, he'd punish it for this insolence. But for now, there was no way to reprimand it. Still, I learned something important. The demon was capable of delicate movements. It had an unexpected degree of control. Now that I think about it, when we first met, it handed me the scripture quite gently. Even with that realization, Arzen couldn't help but be annoyed. Wiping the soup off his clothes, he clicked his tongue. Useless brat. If he had strengthened the Voidling squadron to 44 back then, he'd feel like he had the whole world at his feet by now. Listen here, I'll make it clear in advance. There's no way I'll ever cherish you like a loyal worker bee, all right. Not in a million years, got it. The demon arm seemed to dislike hearing this rebuke, vanishing quicker than usual. Of course, it was all just in Arzen's head. The arm had simply disappeared because its manifestation time had run out. Nonetheless, Arzen's relentless training was not in vain. His body had begun to adjust to the overload, and the manifestation time, though small, had gradually increased. Though I thought the Voidlings would grow stronger since we share power, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Perhaps their powers operated on different systems. To strengthen the Voidling squadron, he still needed to train using the old summoning methods. Still, his progress during this time was impressive. Whereas before, summoning 22 Voidlings would drain him completely, now he could reorganize 10 of them afterward. But I still need to train if I want to reach the maximum number. How convenient would it be if all these abilities were just unified into one? Training would be so much easier. Right, Rodinkle. Rodinkle, the god of the void, was surely a stubborn and inflexible deity. Grumbling aloud didn't bring any response, so Arzen gave up complaining after a while. Every day it's just eating, resting, summoning the demon arm until I collapse from exhaustion, no real rhythm to life. Of course, not every moment of the journey was uneventful. Hey, it's heading that way. The witches had spotted mackerel in the area and set out to hunt them. Mackerel were swift and cunning, scattering at the slightest sign of danger. But the witches used their magic to cast wide nets and began a drive hunt. With nothing else to see but the open sea, the bored passengers eagerly watched this ridiculous spectacle from start to finish. Hey, over there, fix that net. We're going to lose them all. The senior witch flew above the sea on her broom, barking orders to her juniors. Gradually, they tightened the net, drawing it closer and closer until finally. When the senior witch raised the enchanted net with all her might, hundreds of wriggling mackerel were caught inside. Hooray, that was perfect. The witches clapped each other on the back and laughed heartily. The passengers cheered and applauded. Even Arzen, amused, clapped along. Friends, huh? Arzen had a friend too. That would be Worker Bee. Talking to a bug might be something to outgrow before you turn 10, as that crazy archer would say, but Worker Bee wasn't just any bug, right? Though it is a one-way conversation. As an adventurer, would there come a day when he too had friends like that? He didn't know, but he was clear on one thing: he had to sever his ill-fated ties with the divine guillotine. Time to go train. With a sigh, he turned back, but just then the senior witch flew over on her broom. The crowd cheered wildly. Arzin, too, halted his steps, deciding to stay for the mackerel. Mackerel is an expensive fish, can't miss out. When grilled, it wasn't fishy at all, and the juicy meat was said to be truly sensational. It wasn't a fish you could catch unless you sailed the high seas, and as he had heard, the mackerel, grilled until just shy of being burnt, was indeed a flavor that moved him. Delicious. Arzin felt happy. To think he could be so happy just from a meal made him feel almost simple-minded, but he thought maybe that wasn't such a bad thing. Those small moments on the sea soon came to an end. Senior, we're almost there. The coastline will be visible soon. A witch, scouting ahead on her broom to check for dangers, returned with the report. The senior witch signaled to the others. Spread the word to everyone. We'll reach Aristopo in a day or two. In those 16 days of sailing, Arzin had certainly grown. The Voidling squadron is now at 24. Most notably, he had extended the manifestation time of the demon arm to almost 1.8 seconds, just shy of 2. And now, if my energy is at 100, I don't even cough up blood anymore. Heh, even I'm impressed with my growth. He had worried at first that training with the demon arm would draw attention, with the witches sensing its dark power and coming after him, but that didn't happen. Still, it's not exactly something I can show others. The Voidlings were cute in their own way, but this demon arm, it was the very embodiment of terror, the kind of thing that would make someone wet their pants if they saw it at night. So unless it's a life or death situation, I'd better avoid using it when others are watching. With such thoughts and determination, the connected fleet finally arrived at a new land, the continent of Aristopo. It was a major city with a bustling harbor and no shortage of adventurers from across the continent. The merchant ships slowly approached the coast, and soon the docking ritual began. Arzin gazed ahead at the strange city, taking a deep breath. This is the beginning of a new adventure. The port of the continent was packed to the point where there wasn't even space to set foot. The green city of Karshiko only gets crowded when the canal steamers arrive at the archipelago, but here it's always like this. That's the difference between the continent and the islands. As Arzin pushed through the sea of people, he suddenly caught a hand sneaking toward his waist. Not happening. I've been an adventurer for too long to fall for that. Ah, it was a filthy little kid, so dirty that grime practically dripped off his skin. Even in a grand city like this, there are still street kids living off pickpocketing. The world really is hopeless, isn't it? He was about to give the kid a proper scolding but decided against it. Hey, where's the Adventurers Guild? What? I'm asking, which way is the Adventurers Guild? The frightened kid pointed to a signpost. With so many people around, Arzin hadn't noticed it while he was distracted by the crowd. Given the city's enormous size, the signpost listed the locations of various government offices and major buildings. I'll let you off this once. Don't do that again. Suddenly, Arzin realized he was hungry. It was probably because of the tempting smell from a nearby food stall he had passed by earlier. He returned to the stall and bought a skewer of fish cakes and a piece of dried squid, each for 2 silver coins. Oh damn, this is too good. It wasn't exactly the weather for hot food, but even under the scorching late summer sun, the taste was incredible. Aristopo Adventurers Guild. The Adventurers Guild in one of the continent's 7 great cities had a much more intimidating atmosphere than the one in Karshiko. The building alone stood about 5 stories tall. Inside, the counters were double in number and teeming with adventurers who clearly had some muscle to back up their bravado. Compared to Karshiko's guild, which was full of small fries, the difference was night and day. It's been a while since I've seen so many real adventurers, the kind that carry the stench of blood. Could it be that the assassination team from Helsi is hidden among them? He glanced around just in case, but everything seemed fine. If he acted too cautious here, it would actually make him stand out and attract unwanted attention. Arzin walked past the central request board and got in line at one of the counters. After the 3 people ahead of him finished their business, it was his turn. Verbal abuse or violence against guild members can result in a significant drop in contributions, fines, and even the confiscation of your adventurer's tag. How can I assist you today? Is there a decent base in a nearby small town, somewhere with good hunting grounds? Yes, may I check your adventurer's tag to recommend a location that matches your rank and verify your identity? When Arzin showed his steel rank tag, the receptionist let out an exaggerated sigh, as if to make it clear she was exhausted. If you're a steel rank, it shouldn't matter much where you go. Is it because this is a big city and she couldn't care less about small fries? Or maybe she's just worn out dealing with so many low-ranked adventurers. Either way, Arzin was not pleased. However, arguing with a guild employee wasn't the wisest course of action. I need to advance in rank soon. They're underestimating me just because I'm steel-ranked. The adventure guilds in big cities had the power to back up their presence. Many of the staff were former adventurers themselves. "Oh, I've got this." Arzen handed the receptionist the letter of recommendation he received from the Karshiko Guild, even as she continued to wear a clearly annoyed expression. In an instant, her eyebrows shot up. As she broke the seal and read the letter, she glanced back and forth between the letter and Arzen, her expression now one of disbelief. This seal is genuine. Wow, I didn't expect you to have a recommendation from the Karshiko Guildmaster, especially from him. Is he famous? You don't know. He's a former high-ranking adventurer. One of the top-tier ones, in fact. Adventurers referred to those ranked in the top 100 of the gold tier as rankers. What the? That muscular guy didn't look like much, but turns out he's not just the Guildmaster's a ranker too. Even in the Divine Guillotine, only the top brass were rankers. I've never heard of a ranker named James. That's just his alias. His real name's something else. Want me to tell you? No, that's fine. Even if she told him, Arzen wouldn't know since they had operated on different continents. The vast oceans separated many things after all. Just from this brief conversation, Arzen noticed subtle differences in how the receptionist pronounced certain words. Even though they were both speaking Republic Common, the regional accents were clear. The letter says he's willing to vouch for your skills and take full responsibility if anything goes wrong. You've got some serious trust from him. Well then, I have a few locations I could recommend. One is the Ilba's Forest. Recently, goblin hordes had been running rampant, causing trouble for many villages. The guild here didn't have enough manpower to handle it, so they requested help from outside. It was a 6-day journey by wagon. Goblins hug goblins. Individually they were weak, but in groups they became far more dangerous, much like humans. Small-scale hunts were typically assigned to rookies. However, when it came to larger groups, those missions were given to upper-level steel ranks or mid-level bronze ranks. And the next option is... Take the goblins. Yeah, that's surprising. Most people avoid goblin nests because they're so filthy, so it's hard to find anyone willing to take the job. For Arzen, though, a place like that was perfect. It meant he could use the Void's power without worrying about anyone noticing. The canal route is the fastest way, but since you have the Guildmaster's recommendation, I can arrange for you to take on a guard duty mission aboard the wagon heading to the Euphoria branch. Is that a good option? It'll take a bit longer, but as a guard, you won't have to pay the fare. Plus, for the first 3 days, you'll be traveling along the main road that connects to Aristopo, so there's not much danger. For now, it seemed wise to save every penny. One of these days, I should really go and pay my respects to good old James. Arzen took back his adventurer's tag while receiving a rundown of the key instructions. The wagon departs tomorrow at 8 a.m. Please don't be late. You are and it causes any losses to the guild. We may file a claim for damages. Understood. Here, take the mission receipt. You can check the full mission details and collect your reward at the Euphoria branch. Any other questions? No. Dealing with the receptionist, who stuck strictly to business without any idle chatter, made Arzen already miss Karshiko. He longed for the warmth and friendliness of the islanders. The cities on the continent felt cold. Life as a steel-ranked adventurer was even harsher. First things first, I need to find a place to stay. Being a big city, even the Adventurer Guild's lodging, though cheaper than the local market rates, was still more expensive than he expected. Since he only needed to stay for one night, he ended up booking a shabby inn on the outskirts of town. The only valuable possession he had was his coin pouch, and that could stay with him. Not knowing any good local spots for food, Arzen wandered the evening streets until he found a place bustling with people and took a seat. Since this is a major port on the continent, there's not just seafood but a ton of meat options too. Aristopo was known for its pepper-based cuisine, with pepper being added to just about everything. Having had his fill of fish on the ship, Arzen craved meat for the first time in a while. The most intriguing dish on the menu was pepper chicken legs. Seeing the person next to him eat them made his mouth water, so he ordered 2. The server asked, "Do you want old hen or young chicken? Do they taste different?" "The old hen's really tough. I don't like it, but some people love the chewy texture. Just so you know, we don't serve it to elderly folks anymore. Too many lost their teeth chewing on it, and it's pretty gross for us to clean up." Wow, how blunt. That's how servers are on the continent, I guess. Give me one of each. And to drink, what's good? Do you drink alcohol? No, I hate alcohol. Then just water for you. Give me milk. I need to grow taller. Sure, 1 cold glass of milk. That everything. Arzen clicked his tongue. Even this kind of conversation feels so cold in a continental city, but any lingering resentment he had was immediately washed away by the overwhelming flavor of the chicken. When you eat the old hen, use these scissors to cut it. It might be tough, so pair it with the cabbage here. From the moment the dish arrived, it was clear this was no ordinary meal. As soon as the juices burst in his mouth, he forgot all the hardships of the world. Wait, is this paradise? No, this is happiness. Tears of joy welled up in Arzen's eyes. Next is the old hen. Unlike the young chicken, the old hen's meat had shriveled up significantly. What the? It's hard to even cut this thing with scissors, damn it. But the moment he put it in his mouth, his opinion changed. This is an unusual taste. The flavor, chewy and tough, was definitely one people would either love or hate. It wasn't the most delicious thing, but it was the kind of taste that could linger in his mind, making him crave it now and then. Is it because they've used pepper like it's salt? The flavor's unique, but it's not unpleasantly salty either. As Arzin chewed on the old hen, he gazed out into the evening streets. Countless wagons continued to stream through the city gates. Cargo ships from the Grand Canal endlessly flowed into the city via the sluice gates, so busy, even at this hour, the continent of Akrad was fascinating in so many ways. The distinct seasons here must be why people wear such a wide variety of clothing, unlike in the desert climate of the Adrian continents. After finishing his meal, Arzin sipped on his water for a while, watching the lively streets, then paid his bill and stepped outside. The cool air was refreshing. It's even cooler than the Tarj archipelago, not to mention the Adrian continents. Though the late summer was transitioning into early autumn, the climate here was entirely different. It's unfamiliar, but not unpleasant, so I guess that's fine. Arzin wandered the streets a bit longer before finally heading back to his lodgings. Once back at the inn, he spread out his holy book on the bed and began organizing his plans for the future. I need to find stronger monsters. When he defeated the giant slime, the worker turned into a master key. This meant that powerful monsters were the key to growth. To hunt strong monsters, I need to raise my adventure rank so I can take on those kinds of requests. Of course, advancing in rank wasn't just about defeating strong monsters. He also had to build up his contributions to the guild. Contribution varies by request. Some people slowly rank up by completing hundreds of small, easy tasks. Others take on extraordinary missions, select only the most difficult ones, and advance quickly. And after that, there's still the promotion exam. The promotion exams were a chaotic mess, filled with all sorts of unsavory characters, but Arzin already had a plan to deal with that. I'll set those thoughts aside for now. I should train the power of the void and then get some sleep for tomorrow. His training regimen consisted of two parts. First, he would summon the demon's arm, draining all of his internal energy. Then, in his exhausted state, he would summon 24 void bugs. The challenge of his training was to summon a 25th void bug, pushing himself beyond his limits. Baralis, move the holy book to the nightstand. From beyond the dimensions, the Night Face responded to the apostle's command. Ripping through the fabric of the dimensional rift, the eldritch entity made its appearance. The creature moved swiftly and menacingly, grabbing the holy book, but in the process it tore the bedsheet. Before it could even finish placing the book on the nightstand, its time ran out and the book tumbled to the dusty carpet below. Arzin, with wide, unimpressed eyes, stared at the disappointing scene. He then subtly covered the torn sheet with his pillow. I know nothing. Some demon did it, Kaz 2 Arkshuras. Arzin proceeded to summon the void bugs, starting with the first bee 21st, 22nd, 23rd, 24th. In a frantic effort to summon the 25th creature from the other side, both Arzin and his void bugs struggled, but not even a leg emerged. Ha, damn it. Collapsing onto the bed, Arzin panted heavily. His eyes met the first bee, now perched on the torn sheet, and for some reason it looked like it was judging him. Tears of frustration welled up in Arzin's eyes. I'm sorry, first bee. It's all my fault. I made the wrong choice back then. I should have trusted you from the start. Sniff. Arzin picked up the holy book from the floor once again. Suya Heroes. On the next page, which described the fusion of void bugs with the first bee, the requirement read 2430. The following page listed the next requirement as 2444. If only I had made the right choice back then, I would have unlocked 2 void bug techniques at once. It was too late for regrets now. I'll focus on building up my contributions and master the void's power so I can command 30 creatures simultaneously. Resolving himself, Arzin lay down to sleep. First bee, wake me up in the morning. The stagecoach operates under the sponsorship of the Merchants Guild. Though passengers pay a fare, it's not uncommon for merchant wagons to join the caravan as well. The stagecoach runs with a generous budget, and since merchants don't need to hire adventurers for each trip, it's a win-win situation. A runt like you's supposed to be a guard. This was what Arzin heard from another adventurer when he arrived at the West Gate half an hour earlier than the appointed time. And what's it to you, you lowlife? I'm seriously asking, but you're sitting there making that dumb face. You want to die. You think I don't know you're mocking me from the start, you little punk. Arzin couldn't stand the sight of some random lowlife speaking down to him from the get-go. Ha. Well, he's got some spirit. He's more of an adventurer than you, Jack. The other adventurers burst out laughing, and the situation came to an end for the moment, but the one who started cursing from the beginning. Turns out he was a high-ranking bronze-tier adventurer and the leader of the escort group. As the leader, he was responsible for creating the duty schedule, which meant he wielded near absolute power during the journey. There are 16 guards. We'll run 3 shifts with 6 people on duty for 14 hours at a time. The leader could set up the schedule so that anyone he didn't like ended up with the worst shifts. That's how adventurers in power operated. Arzin shot him a glance. As expected, he saw the jerk assigning him to the night watch, an unmistakable sign of petty vengeance. Seriously, this guy. Sure, Arzin could take this guy down in a heartbeat if he summoned his worker bees, but the one who strikes first is always at a disadvantage. Oh, I'm so sorry, dear senior. I lost my parents when I was young. I was raised by thugs, so my manners are lacking. Arzin was confident in playing the pitiful act better than anyone. With tears brimming like chicken droppings, Jack clicked his tongue in annoyance. Not gonna work, kid. This is where you learn about life. It's always the ones like you who have no problem selling out their parents. Sniff, sob, wea, mom, dad, please forgive your useless son, boo-hoo. Even the other adventurers and merchants shot sharp glances at Jack. Hey, Jack, a kid adventuring at that age. You can bet he's got a rough backstory. Cut him some slack. What? You heard him cursing me out earlier. Hey you, what's your name and rank? Why do you care, merchant? I'm planning to file a complaint with the Adventurers Guild. How could someone like you make a kid cry, back in the days of the Divine Guillotine? Arzin had mastered this trick to avoid violence whenever possible. But now that I'm using it among normal people, Arzin realized something crucial. He could make his opponent look like trash. Come on, Jack. Sure, he swore, but he apologized. Why not just let it go? What? You're only hurting your own reputation by being stubborn. Don't you have to take the promotion exam within 3 years? You don't want to be stuck at bronze forever, do you? With stares coming from all directions, Jack had no choice but to back down in the end. He angrily scratched out Arzin's name from the night watch list. This is ridiculous, kid. You're lucky I'm a nice guy. Next time you pull a stunt like this, you're gonna be in real trouble, got it? Pretending to wipe away non-existent tears, Arzin smiled inwardly with satisfaction. Man, the world is way too easy. The 3-shift guard system was a little different from what most people imagined. First, each person's shift and team were assigned. In this case, there were 16 guards in total, with 6 on duty at a time. For the third rotation, the 2 missing guards would be filled in from the next team, creating a cycle for the shifts. Let's move out. When they weren't on duty, guards could grab a seat in either the stagecoach or a merchant's wagon. During guard duty, each of the 6 adventurers was responsible for one of the directions, allowing Arzin to train in the powers of the void in peace. As a mere steel-tier adventurer, Arzin wasn't assigned to any critical positions. He was mostly placed in the rear or the flanks, away from attention, making it easy for him to train without being noticed. I can't let rumors spread about the void powers being strange. I can't use them freely in front of people. The witches of Karshiko seemed to have overlooked it, probably because they liked him, but Arzin thought it best to avoid unnecessary risks. Boo-was. Guard duty mainly consisted of walking endlessly alongside his void insects. Still, the landscape of this acrid continent was fresh and fascinating, so it wasn't all that boring. So plants can be this vividly green. He'd heard that the Northern Republic had a tropical climate. Unlike the desert-like conditions back on the Adrian continent, here the wild grass grew up to his waist, and fireflies danced among the tall blades. The ground beneath his feet felt firm, yet slightly moist, a pleasant change from the dry, crumbly earth of Adrian. Out of 30 void insects, Arzin managed to enhance one during this escort mission, which was a small but satisfying accomplishment. At the 16th crossroads, Arzin parted ways with the stagecoach caravan, the request he received from Euphoria was in a forested area. After leaving the Riverside Road, he would have to take a national highway that led deep into the woods. Looks like it could be dangerous if snakes show up. The path to Euphoria was densely packed with summer's vibrant greenery, exuding life in every direction. But no problem, not for Void Commander Arzin. Boo-was. He sent out his void insects, spreading them wide to detect any wild beasts lurking in the forest. With this, there's no chance of being bitten by a dangerous beast or snake. Now all he had to do was keep walking as long as his stamina held out. Worker bee. As Arzin pushed forward on the path, he spoke to his insect companion. We're on an adventure right now. In the heat of summer, as he wiped the cold sweat off his face, a smile played on the boy's lips, filled with excitement. Arzin took frequent breaks. It was nice to sit and lean against the shade of a giant tree. It was nice to hear the rustling of the leaves as the wind brushed through the forest. It was nice to listen to the cicadas singing in the background. In the midst of this pleasantness, there was a magical tranquility that naturally lulled him into naps. Boo-was. Any snakes or beasts that dared approach the sleeping Arzin were quickly driven away by his worker bee. It was a peaceful journey. Euphoria was more of a wooden palisade than a stone fortress, and it had a somewhat desolate appearance. This was typical for areas overrun by monsters. The farmers were in distress, unable to finish their harvest due to goblins, even though early autumn was approaching. Not just farmers, but many adventurers with swords and spears were going in and out of the gates. The guards were mostly indifferent. The merchants passing through the city traded herbs for potions and various iron ores. While the war against monsters was a disaster for the locals, it was an opportunity for outsiders to make a fortune. What's your business? Goblin extermination. ID tag. Here, and what's the bribe for us hardworking soldiers in this summer heat? Candy. Candy. All right, we've got a smartass here. Get him, boys. But when Arzin pulled out actual candy instead of flipping them off, the guards' expressions changed. Hee hee, I thought you mighty guards might need something sweet under this hot sun, so I bought some on my way here. Please enjoy the candy. Well, would you look at that? A polite young man. Go on through. Chewing on the candy, the guards lifted the crossed spears that had barred his way. Even the art of bribing guards is something I learned from my days in the divine guillotine. Who knew lessons from those thugs would come in handy in life? Arzin stepped inside the fortress. It wasn't a city, so its scale was much smaller, perhaps a few dozen times smaller than a major city. The Adventurers Guild was also small, proportional to the size of the outpost. Compared to the guilds in the 7 great cities, it was nothing more than a tiny countryside office. As he opened the door and stepped inside, the sign above his head creaked annoyingly, its hinges rusted with age. There were only 2 reception counters, and there was already a line, so Arzin decided to check the request board first. Since this was a regional outpost, the board had a map of the area as its background, with various requests pinned to it using tags. Most of the requests on the board were for goblin exterminations. The location of the tags marked the areas where the requests were issued. Strangely, there are a lot of high-ranking requests. I expected them to be around grade 12 or 13 at most. Let's see. Euphoria is here, so, since I'm already tired from traveling this far, it's better to take something close. I can't ignore the round-trip distance either. Arzin pulled the request closest to the fortress off the board and joined the line at the counter. Then something caught his attention. Crimson hair the color of dried blood on a corpse, harsh, yet somehow alluring. The hair flashed before his eyes. Wait, did that person just cut in line? But that thought barely registered in his mind because the woman was stunning. It wasn't her height or the massive greatsword strapped to her back that made her intimidating. It was that short, crimson hair and the aura she exuded. Hey, sorry, but I already claimed that request. She wasn't talking to Arzin. She was addressing the group in front of him, slamming her fist down on their request form as she spoke to the receptionist. We don't need 2 parties for this job, right? It'll only cause problems for both of us. The group she was talking to consisted of big, burly men, yet for some reason they hesitated awkwardly, unable to meet her gaze. And no, we were just. Oh, what was that? I said we were about to take this request first. Actually, we claimed it first, but if you follow along, it'll just be a hassle. We'll have to split the rewards and contribution points, and let's be real, you guys won't be of any help. The woman was slightly taller than the men she was addressing. She snatched the request form and waved it teasingly above her head. You know those urban legends that go around sometimes. About an assassin disguised as an adventurer who joins the same quest and then makes it look like the others were killed by monsters. You've heard of it, right? Judging by your faces, I'd say you have. But here's the thing. As you can see, I use a greatsword. If someone's standing nearby, I can't always control my strength. If you happen to get hit by my sword, well, your bones will get crushed and it'll look like a monster did it. Incredibly, the burly men, their fists trembling in frustration, turned away from the counter and grumbled as they walked off. Damn it, what's a silver-ranked adventurer doing hunting goblins here anyway? Arzin became even more intrigued by this woman. First, her overwhelming attitude. Her sheer audacity rivaled, if not surpassed, what Arzin had learned during his time with the Divine Guillotine thugs, and that confidence. It's been a while since I've felt something like this. In the Divine Guillotine, the squad leaders and higher-ups were all gold-ranked, with most of the lieutenants at silver rank. Even though Arzin had been an ordinary member, being silver-ranked meant you were a highly skilled adventurer, welcomed in any nation or city. Only the top 9 of adventurers ever reached silver rank. The silver-ranked female warrior flashed a victorious smile at the retreating backs of the large men, then theatrically tore the request form in half in front of the receptionist. We'll be taking this request solo. You don't think we won't be able to handle it, do you? At a small regional branch like this, a silver rank could practically reign like a king. The receptionist, visibly flustered, nodded eagerly. Oh, of course. A request like this is nothing for someone like you, Shia. With that, the warrior exited through the swinging doors of the guild, and a voice called out, "Still the same overwhelming trash, aren't you?" The voice was deep, almost gravelly, likely belonging to a dwarf. I'll take that as a compliment. Compliment. Trash was a compliment. Wow, first time I've heard that. This time a slightly younger voice chimed in, immediately followed by the sound of a fist landing on someone's head. Ouch, you idiot. You think that was a real compliment. It seemed she wasn't alone-ish, had companions. Arzin's estimation of her dropped a bit. Lone wolves are always cooler, after all. When Arzin finally got to the receptionist, she looked visibly worn out. After the usual formality checking his ID tag and the request form, she picked up a pen. This is a 10th grade request. You have your party members' ID tags, right? Party members. This request recommends a party of at least 5 people. Only bronze or higher ranks can take it, and steel-ranked adventurers are only allowed in supporting roles. Where are your companions? Sis, don't you know me? I'm Arzin. I'm like a one-man army. He threw in a playful yet truthful remark, but the receptionist wasn't having it. Then you'll need to find a party. Why, that's the rule. Arzin didn't like the idea of a party. Sure, he admired adventurers, but he knew better than anyone that most adventurers were trash. I'm stronger than I look. Just let me go solo. How could she not trust? Arzin, the cold and ruthless commander of the Void Legion. Sigh. The receptionist responded with a sigh and spoke firmly. Steel-ranked adventurers always underestimate goblins, but the goblins in our region are different. No matter how different they are, they're still just goblins. Well, they didn't used to be like this, but recently in any case, you can't take this request alone as a steel rank. Isn't there anything I can do solo? There are some requests from small villages, but they're quite far. Should I check those for you? Arzin was about to nod when he remembered the letter of recommendation from Brother James. I've got this. He handed over the letter, and the receptionist glanced at it indifferently at first. Then her expression changed completely. A recommendation from the guild master of one of the 7 great cities. She seemed to realize this wasn't something she could simply brush off. The receptionist stood up and went to the back, where she exchanged glances with the old, grizzled branch manager while discussing something in low tones, occasionally glancing at Arzin. After a short conversation, she returned. Technically, this isn't allowed, but since you're such a unique case, we'll approve your request for a solo mission. James, is it you again? My light, my joy, my hope. But seriously, this really isn't by the book. Please don't mention it anywhere else, okay? It could cause some problems. Yeah. The request area was said to be a half-day's walk through the forest from here. It's different from Karshiko. In Karshiko, the city was right on the surface, so you could easily access medical facilities if anything went wrong. Give me a private room. Arzin unpacked his things in the guild's lodging. Being a rural branch, it was about 30 cheaper compared to the big cities. Affordable. On the way here, he had noticed an alchemist's shop, where the owner was haggling with a herbalist over the price of herbs. The way the alchemist meticulously pointed out the quality of each herb showed he only bought the best, which made Arzin trust him. How much for a stamina potion? The alchemist enthusiastically pointed to each glass bottle on display as he explained. This one's almost pure extract, give it to a dying granny, and she'll be dancing in no time. 1 silver coin. The next one is diluted by half, it's a high-grade potion, 50 copper coins. All right. The one diluted again from that is mid-grade, 25 copper coins. And the low-grade potion is 10 copper coins each. They all look thick and either green or blood red. They look disgusting. Hey kid, I get that you're young and don't know much, but didn't your parents teach you? The nastier it tastes, the better it is for your body. He didn't seem like the type to bargain. But Arzin knew the prices were close to the standard rates, so he wasn't being ripped off either. However, there's always a way to find a loophole, something Arzin had learned from the divine guillotine. Hey, old man, I'm planning to give this potion to my grandma right away. If she doesn't start dancing, can I get a refund? It's just a figure of speech. Of course, it's not literal. Then isn't that false advertising? If you don't want to get reported, give me 2 mid-grade potions for 20 copper coins each. I can't go lower than 23 copper coins each. And I was also hurt when you brought up my parents since they're dead. Can I talk about that somewhere too? 22 copper coins. Deal. Good. After sealing the deal, Arzin stopped by the hardware store and bought a few thin copper plates. He then went to a tailor's shop and asked them to sew the plates into the lining of his Akahalu hide robe. Goblins may be poorly armed with stone knives, but they're cunning enough to coat their weapons in poison, so a wound near the organs could be fatal. Granny, know any good places to eat around here? There's nothing special in this rural place, but if you go 3 blocks left, you'll find a restaurant run by Cinny. It's decent enough. I was called the Queen of Repairs back in my day, you brat. Don't worry, just eat well and clean your feet before going to bed. Even so, calling yourself a queen is a bit much. After taking a hard hit from the old lady, I stepped outside. Restaurant recommended by the repair shop didn't exactly serve anything special. However, the sandwich made with summer mountain herbs was quite impressive. The main ingredient, the egg, was a lightly cooked soft-boiled egg, and it didn't have any fishy taste, just a healthy flavor, which was nice. Arzin always preferred outdoor tables, no matter which restaurant he went to. The evening atmosphere in the countryside felt much richer compared to the city. It might be because of the thick scent of the forest. The cicadas are still chirping even at night, Arzin murmured as he finished off his sandwich. Before long, the birds' chirping diminished, and the nighttime insects began to sing. After settling the bill, Arzin returned to the branch's lodging. I had planned to focus on training in the void. Feeling quite fatigued from the journey, Arzin collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep almost instantly. Right over there, the mission area was a coal mining town. Indeed. Coal mines tend to be vast compared to typical caves. Naturally, this also meant a larger number of goblin colonies. Those pests are making it impossible to work, but they don't even come to take on the job. Adventurers have been coming in groups, but after a few attempts, they just give up and leave. Now a kid like you shows up. Hearing that, Arzin pretended to hold back tears and said, "Sir, I didn't really want to come here either. But I couldn't just watch the goblins run rampant. I wanted to be of some help, even if it's just a little. The locals who guided Arzan to the mission area felt their eyes moisten at his brave and noble spirit. I'm really sorry. I didn't realize you were such a remarkable child. We should at least make sure you have something to eat. They were so easily swayed. I was born a genius at acting and looks, so I can't help but earn favor with the world. Building goodwill with the client is essential for a higher performance rating. Completing the mission can lead to a greater contribution score from the guild. In short, it's a necessary task for rapid advancement. Could you give me a rough map of the mine? Looking at the map, it was clear that the mine extended 3 underground levels deep, so it was likely that goblins had multiplied inside like ants. But in front of Arzan, this posed no problem at all. I could clear it out in a day. Goblin extermination was merely a secondary goal. My real objective is to unlock the 2 skills I missed while chasing after the garbage known as romance. Goblins are nocturnal creatures. During the day, they were quite feeble, resembling the lowest tier of steel-ranked adventurers. So he decided to take them out in bulk during the day. Should I, a being who has played in the celestial realm of adventurers, be stuck catching goblins all day, you worker bee? Kaz to Arcturus, the apostles' commands are absolute. The servants of the void responded to that command, gnawing through dimensions and slipping out through the gaps. Suyakunia, Suya heroes. The servants fused their bodies, mutating their physical structures to suit the apostles' desired combat. Worker B, advance forward. Arzan commanded the worker bees to charge into the pitch-black interior of the coal mine with the void creatures. No, it means nothing if I can't see it myself. Light of prayer. In communion with the celestial realm, a golden radiance rose. It illuminated brightly from the mine entrance to the far depths. Bat droppings were falling from the stalactites. Goblins and bats have a wonderful symbiotic relationship. Finally, Arzan spotted 2 goblins dozing off on guard duty. Your filthy cohabitation ends here, as it has come to my attention, the future gold-ranked adventurer, Arzan. What business do you have living together without even being married? Get out, you bastards. The worker bees charged forward. The jaws of the worker bees mercilessly sliced through the goblin's flesh. A pitiful low-tier monster like this doesn't even need the worker bees to step in. The slime's toxicity and acidity were nearly self-destructive, acting as natural enemies to the void creatures. But these guys are truly food for the void creatures. The power of the void creatures slaughtering the goblins was absolutely overwhelming. At this rate, it won't take even half a day to finish. As Arzan giggled and moved forward, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation at his feet, the sensation of a thread snapping. And as soon as he felt it, a sharp pain shot through his shins. A trap, frowning and looking down, his eyes widened in shock. Piercing through his leather boots was an arrow. It was a crudely carved wooden arrow with poison glistening on the tip. My foot. Dizziness began to swirl in his head, and the urge to vomit unpleasantly stirred in his gut. Don't panic. I, Arzan, am the finest healer who survived the divine guillotine. It was easy to detoxify poison used by low-tier monsters, like munching on a chicken leg. It's just that I didn't need to be cautious since I wasn't expecting a trap. Healing it will be all it takes. Just as he was about to cast a healing miracle on his swelling shin, he suddenly felt a gaze from the left. Not just from the left. There were also sights from the right above, and right beneath his feet he saw light. It wasn't just simple light, it was the gleam of eyes reflecting back. Goblins, in an instant the earth of the coal mine split open as if it were collapsing. Ki-eat. Dozens of goblins burst forth from the walls and ceiling. They swung their clubs at Arzan, who was falling into the depths of the mine. The void creatures had already charged forward to engage in slaughter. This was truly a critical moment in his adventurer life. No way I'll let it end like this. If he were to face a crisis from goblins, it would shatter his pride. His pride, already destined to rise to gold rank in the future, would be in ruins. Don't you dare crawl out, you pathetic low-tier monsters. Baralus. In that instant, the apostle's command reached even the realm of the void. A high-ranking entity of the void tore through the fabric of dimensions and surged forth. It created a rift in the connection between the lives and fates of monsters within its reach. A demon. The demon's 5 claws crushed the heads of 5 goblins. At the same time, its hand became a shield, protecting the apostle who had fallen to the ground. Ki. This was a color of slaughter not of this world, but from an alien realm. Goblins, trembling from the primal terror, sold themselves and fled into the darkness of the mine. Arzan gasped for breath as he rose to his feet, and only then did the worker bees follow him, leading the void creatures behind. Right, the problem with the void creatures is their speed. No matter how tightly the squad was arranged, they were vulnerable to ambushes. What a useless situation. Though he didn't voice his concern about the worker bees getting hurt, it was clear that improvements were needed. By the way, summoning a demon is truly incredible. Its power was unquestionable. But he also found it exceedingly satisfying that it instilled such overwhelming fear in the monsters, though it did cost him blood in return. It was akin to a holy miracle. Just like divine miracles, if the void miracle was recited in haste, it drained far more energy than usual, putting immense strain on his entire body. Damn it, the bruises from the fall are killing me. Arzen felt the fracture in his right shoulder blade. The added iron plate meant to block the goblin's ambush only amplified the impact from the fall. Arzen spread the void creatures out above, below, left, and right, focusing first on healing his whole body. Complete healing can only be done twice a day, assuming I haven't used many other miracles. If he were to use the power of the void as he was now, once a day would be the maximum. Alright, I admit I underestimated the goblins. That was my mistake. He seemed to have overlooked the survival strategies that even the lowest tier monsters had to avoid extinction. Traps like these, the first-class pathfinders from the Divine Guillotine had completely dismantled the traps, so there was no need to worry about them. If I had asked with curiosity about what kind of traps there were and how to disable them, I would have been punished, so I just decided to ignore them from some point on. Here's the key point. For me, Arzen, to rise to gold rank, it was something he truly didn't want to admit. He needed some low-tier monsters to use as stepping stones. In other words, he needed to form a party. First, I'll find a pathfinder, and it would be nice to have a warrior who could act as a slave in the front lines, but if he returned to Euphoria to form a party, it would look like he had fled in fear from the goblins. There's one thing I, Arzen, cannot tolerate since escaping from Divine Guillotine. That was watching the bastards who had made a fool of him live their days happily and normally. Arzen had no intention of allowing these despicable low-tier monsters to finish their day peacefully. You cockroaches, the lowest trash in the monster pyramid. I will return. This future gold rank adventurer, Arzen, will come back to wipe you out, so get ready and wait for it. Do you understand? Are you listening, you lowly bastards? What Arzen felt while living at Divine Guillotine was that waiting for a beating was scarier than getting hit. I'll keep hitting you until you die. After such a declaration, the time spent waiting to be beaten was much more painful. In other words, right now, I can say I've given these guys a greater pain than death. This wasn't running away, it was making them tremble in the utmost fear. Clear the way, worker bees. I need to head back to the surface for now. Using the void creatures, Arzen swept aside the goblins blocking his path and made his way to the first floor of the mine. When he finally escaped the mine, he had been struck by 4 poisoned arrows. His robe was tattered and torn from being hit by clubs. He had fallen into a trap. Even after consuming all the potions, Arzen had suffered for about 2 days in the village. I'll kill them, those goblins. I'll wipe them out, not leaving a single one of them in this world. After 3 days of barely recovering, Arzen gritted his teeth and returned to Euphoria. It was what they called a strategic retreat. He had merely given the enemy a chance to tremble in fear. He definitely wasn't running away out of fear. Arzen stood firmly in front of the mission board. A group of hulking adventurers with heavy weapons shot him a look, signaling him to move aside. I'm a healer, currently looking for a party. I'll join the first group that comes, but you'll have to take care of this request. One of the bulky men scowled. What's your rank? Steel. Any high-rank subjugation accomplishments? None. Get lost. I'm a healer, though. I have no interest in babysitting a steel-ranked healer. At best, you'll only be useful for treating mosquito bites. The adventurers burst into laughter. Arzen silently decided to kill that muscle-bound oaf later when they crossed paths somewhere less crowded. He suddenly felt drained. After a moment of sitting at the table, fidgeting his legs, he headed back to the mission board. What on earth am I supposed to do with idiots like these? Revenge filled his heart. Damn it, those pathetic goblins are probably laughing at me right now. Keek, we captured a future diamond rank adventurer. Adventurers aren't that special, Keek. To put it simply, this wasn't just Arzen's problem anymore. It was a matter that affected the dignity of all adventurers, and how was he supposed to explain that to these fools? Besides, I need to take on high-level missions to find the monster that can transform the key into a master key. Just then, someone suddenly spoke to him. It was an older dwarf with a massive gun strapped to his back. Are you the healer who uses divine power? Yeah, got any official credentials? Nope, does that matter? If he had a problem with that, he could shove off. But strangely, the dwarf burst into a hearty laugh instead. Unlicensed, huh, even better. Licenses are for the weak who lack confidence in their skills. A real man proves his worth through his abilities. Arzen immediately understood. This dwarf was crazy, and he liked him a lot for it. My name's Jerome. As you can probably tell from my distinguished look, I'm a dwarf gunslinger. Our party's been in need of a healer. Interested? Something felt off. Why did his voice sound familiar? Before Arzen could even respond, Jerome gestured to his companions sitting at a nearby table. This here is Kitten, a pathfinder. A bit of an idiot, but he's great at finding roots and traps. He's also a bronze rank like me. The approaching kid had 2 daggers strapped to his waist. He also carried a box on his back, filled with lockpicking tools and various equipment for finding paths. Hi, how old are you? That voice sounded familiar too. How old are you? Maybe 15, not sure of my exact age. You're 15 too, right? Let's be friends, hee hee. Arzen's expression turned serious. I'm 16, so call me Big Brother. In truth, he was probably the same age as Kitten, 15. But after all the beatings he'd endured in the divine guillotine, he might have lost a year somewhere along the way. Kitten stared at Arzen for a moment, then looked at Jerome, and they both burst into laughter. Kitten, who was roughly the same height as the relatively short Arzen, smiled brightly and extended his hand. Maybe I'm 16 too. Let's just be friends. Was this guy an idiot? Well, at least he didn't seem like a bad guy. There's no such thing as a bad idiot, right? Jerome pointed to another person. And that moody woman over there is Ja. She's our party leader and in charge of anger. She gets mad whenever she's bored. Being a silver-ranked adventurer, she crushes us with violence and authority. What's this in charge of anger nonsense? Half of what this short old man says is nonsense, so just ignore it. Arzen blinked in disbelief. She was incredibly beautifully the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Wait, is she even real? Despite her strong build, she still had a distinctly feminine figure, but there was one drawback: she was very tall. Arzen, on the other hand, was quite short. Her short hair revealed sharp facial features, and there was an X-shaped scar across her face. Even if you tried, it'd be hard to look that cool on purpose. Her whole appearance just screams the scent of blood. She had a suspicious aura, with bandages wrapping her entire right arm and a massive executioner's sword strapped to her back, a clear sign of her formidable prowess. It's obvious that being a silver rank means she's on a whole different level. She has the same intimidating presence as the guys from Divine Guillotine. You can just tell she's a professional in battle. While Arzen observed Ja, she too scanned him from head to toe with her crimson eyes. What's your rank? Diamond tier steel. Steel. Though his actual rank was steel, his skills were at least gold, if not higher. That's why he called himself Diamond tier. It wasn't his lack of skill that had kept him in steel rank until no, it was his former teammates who had been the problem. They didn't seem like a steel-ranked rookie, that's why I asked. What miracles can you use? Since most people don't recognize miracles just by their names, Arzen mixed in a few hand gestures to explain. I can make a shield, heal, bind, stab with a spur, things like that. I've got a lot in my toolkit. Impressed, Kitten whistled in amazement. Wow, what the heck, you can do all that. You're insane, that's awesome. Jerome and Jo exchanged puzzled glances. How can someone with access to that many miracles still be steel-ranked? Did some promising member of the church run off because they wanted to become an adventurer, even if it's hard to believe? If all that's true, they're steel with the skills of gold, Ja thought, finishing her mental calculations. She extended her unbandaged left hand. You know that vanguards and healers are paired right. For this request, I'm counting on you. But Arzen didn't take her hand. Was it because of the dazzling smile from such a beautiful woman? No, that's not it. She's not even my type, if I'm being honest. The issue was much more straightforward than that. What kind of request is this? There was a brief silence. Outside, a rooster crowed. Ja blinked in confusion, then glared at Jerome. Hey, short old man, did you seriously not tell him what the request was? Of course not. And you invited him to join the party? Of course I did. So why the hell are we all here? After all that chatting, now we just look like fools, damn it. I figured we'd just get him swept up in the moment and have him agree to join the party. What if he bolted the moment he heard the details? Having a healer is too valuable to lose, so it was a reasonable decision. Humans often lack rational thinking. You insane bastard, that's not rational thinking, that's deception. As Ja grabbed Jerome by the collar and began shaking him furiously, Kitten jumped in with a simple explanation of the request. There's been a massive goblin outbreak in Mine 6. The numbers are crazy, so we've got to go clean them out. It's a 9th tier mission. Wait, Mine 6, and it's ranked 9th tier, no clue. We were surprised too. There's probably something fishy going on, but you in. Goblin extermination missions usually don't pay much, but this one's got a high rank, so the reward is massive, and we split the loot evenly. Mine 6 was the same one Arzen had been planning to take care of himself. Why did the rank go up? Suddenly, a voice from a staff member chimed in. It's because a bunch of stupid adventurers thought they could handle it alone and ended up running away. The locals raised the difficulty rating. Apparently, one adventurer claimed to be really strong but failed miserably. Arzen smirked and turned to the staff. And what if this was all part of my plan? Yeah, sure. Could this be any easier? This revenge mission is practically falling into my lap. The increase in rank meant higher rewards and contribution points, and now Arzen had found the perfect pawns to use as stepping stones for his rise to power. So shall we do this? He asked. Let's, came the immediate reply. Beg for it, but things wouldn't go so smoothly. A healer is like a noble. We have pride. These damage dealers were nothing more than the lowest of the locominers that could easily be discarded. But healers, they were rare and precious. If I join too easily, it will undermine the dignity of noble adventurers. While these sly thoughts crossed his mind, Kitten, clearly misinterpreting the situation, shouted enthusiastically, Arzen's in. Jerome, still being vigorously shaken by the collar, grabbed Ja's wrist and pointed at Arzen. Look, it's just as I planned. No, this doesn't feel right. If we go along with this, I'll feel guilty. What's the harm? A conscience doesn't feed you. In this line of work, it's all about who's better at making the best of a bad deal. Kitten shook his head vigorously. No, Arzen's no pushover. He says you has to get on her knees and beg him to join. Go on, beg him. Recalling how this woman had intimidated burly men not too long ago, Arzen immediately reconsidered. No, I didn't say that. Oh, you didn't, my bad. Anyway, he's joining us. Arzen shot a furious glare at Kitten. While this scumbag at first glance, he seemed like an idiot, but maybe he was actually quite cunning. Arzen decided to keep an eye on him. Well, let's get the party registration form filled out then, shall we? Just to make sure no one backs out later, Jerome said, quickly taking Arzen to the reception desk. The party registration form contained the following fields. 1. Have you fully understood the mission details? Yes. Number 2. Is the profit-sharing ratio in line with the guild's recommended guidelines? Yes. No. In the past, scams in party formation were rampant, so the guild introduced this rule, requiring personal attendance and the signing of an official document to prevent future disputes. After quickly marking all the yes boxes, Arzen submitted the form, heart pounding. Well, we're all in the same boat now. I'm counting on you. You'll be dealing with all of Zhi's tantrums on our behalf, so best of luck. Shut it unless you want me to beat you senseless, Zhi retorted. All three of them seemed like utter lunatics, which strangely enough made Arzen like them just a little. Not that I trust them. I'll never fully trust adventurers I've just met. Not ever. He couldn't deny, though, that there was a bit of excitement about this new partnership, but that was a feeling he knew he had to suppress. Adventurers were, more often than not, liars and scoundrels. Giving away your trust too easily would lead to regret. Half of his excitement came from forming the party he had longed for. The other half was rooted in the fear of old memories of being cursed and beaten for the smallest mistakes. The supplies for the expedition will be prepared on our end. Meet here tomorrow morning. Although they wanted to continue the conversation, it seemed everyone had things to do. The guild temporarily engraves a unique emblem on the identification tags of party members. After receiving the emblem, Arzen went back to the counter and, almost as if making excuses, I purposely had the mission raised to a 9th grade task so I could clear it. What do you think, sister? Pretty impressive, right? The guild receptionist just gave him a disdainful look, not even bothering to respond. For tomorrow, I need a good rest, so could you give me a private room? Arzen sat cross-legged on the bed with a stern expression. Worker B, sit here. This whole week has been wasted searching for stepping stones of pain and fury now. We'll start a serious executive meeting. There may have only been Worker B, but in moments like this, setting the mood was key. Let's review the last battle. What were we lacking? A foundation of stepping stones to serve as pathfinders in the vanguard. Of course, that's a big one, but even for the future. Diamond class. Arzen, there were areas to improve. The weak point of the void bugs, they're vulnerable to ambush. Arzen had been trained back when he was part of Divine Guillotine to respond faster to others' dangers than his own. That's why his reaction was always a half-beat slower. Even in deadly situations, Arzen's body had ingrained the instinct to save the officers of Divine Guillotine first, no matter the cost. That must change. I am the ruler. I must transform this instinct with the authority of a future. Diamond class king. The only thing that matters is me. A new survival instinct must be engraved. It doesn't matter what happens to other people. The reason is simple. I can't afford to show such a pathetic sight to those low-tier adventurers who will be traveling with me from tomorrow, as the future. Diamond class maintaining dignity is essential. If Arzen's own abilities couldn't be polished in a rush, then he would simply borrow the power of the void. Of course, if I had enhanced the void bug instead of the demon back then, there would have been no problem, but it's not my fault things went wrong. Exactly. The demon who tempted him not to enhance the void bug was the one at fault. So what do we need? A new skill. And so from now on, I'm launching the complete 30 void bugs in one-day project. Arzen pointed at the potions placed on the bedside table. A total of 10. These were potions he had spent his entire fortune on. 4 red potions for stamina recovery, and 6 golden ones primarily for restoring divine power. With these potions, I'll keep recovering my strength and keep pushing forward, Worker B. I'll leave some for you to lick up, but don't even think about sleeping until we summon all 30 void bugs. Summon void, empty your core vacant. Extract void bugs, vacuity overdrive. Come forth 26 void bug, nothing, bring me another potion. Buzz several bees opened the cork of the potion, pouring the liquid into Arzen's mouth. Gwah! Even while screaming at the nauseating taste, Arzen refused to break his concentration. Come out, I said, come out already. All 25 void bugs were gnawing at the dimensional rift, widening the hole for the newcomer to pass through. And finally, the 26th void bug successfully crossed over from that dimension into this world. Nice. Arzen let out a victorious shout, jumping off the bed. He did a little celebratory dance, shaking his hips. Worker B, what time is it? Instead of checking the clock tower, Worker B pulled aside the curtains. The warm light of the morning sun was pouring gently into the room. It's already morning. Arzan hurriedly threw himself out of bed. Worker Bee quickly commanded the void bugs to clear the glass potion bottles out of his way, ensuring none tripped him. The void bugs also neatly stacked his toiletries and towel into a basket. Unlike the Karshiko branch, the sink here was located outside the lodgings in a shared area. Arzan hastily splashed some water on his face and hair. That was all the grooming he bothered with, but even with such minimal effort, he was an incredibly handsome young man, as expected of a half-elf. The boy quickly threw on his Akahalu robe, slipped into his new boots, and bolted out the door. Huff, huff, huff. Arriving 20 minutes earlier than the scheduled meeting time, Arzan wondered if he'd rushed unnecessarily. However, the other three were already there, chatting amongst themselves. Kitten was crouched down, inspecting several knives of various types that were laid out on the ground, checking the condition of his gear. As soon as he sensed Arzan's presence from afar, he lifted his head and waved excitedly. Arzan's here. What is he, a puppy? Arzan felt a little embarrassed, glancing around nervously, but he had to admit that deep down he was pleased. He quickly walked over to the group. You're early. Jerome, the dwarf gunslinger, was wiping the long barrel of his rifle with an old cloth. He nodded in greeting. Why are you all here so early? Our party's rage manager doesn't like waiting or being made to wait, so we tend to be punctual. In that sense, you've probably scored some points with Sha. Who had been alternating between the request form and the local map, spoke up. Yeah, I like it. Arzan leaned in and whispered to Jerome. Is she seriously the rage manager? Why does she have such a scowl on her face even though she said she likes it? Have you ever known a dwarf to lie? I can hear you, you know. She folded the map and request form in half and tucked them into her coat. She wore mostly medium armor, not a full suit like a knight, but leaving the joints unarmored for flexibility. Where her body wasn't protected by the armor, she wore leather gear to maintain mobility. What stood out the most, however, was her right arm. It wasn't covered by either armor or leather, instead wrapped entirely in magical bandages. He wore a hooded cloak over his armor instead of a helmet. As adventurers level up, their gear varies greatly, showcasing their individuality. They find the most comfortable and suitable equipment through accumulated battle experience. Above all, heavy armor is incredibly expensive. The fact that he bought that. He must be making good money since he's silver rank. In that moment, he realized that he had truly stepped out of the world of low-tier adventurers. It had been a long time since he saw a heavy armored warrior. Let's get going once we're ready. He thought they would only exchange trivial chatter during their journey, but these guys were professionals, not just a bunch of misfits. As soon as they left Euphoria, they moved onto a path not used by people but by wild beasts. This was to avoid drawing the attention of goblin sentries. Kitten led the way, skillfully clearing various vegetation from the exploration jungle path. Aren't we going to get lost? The forest is so dense. As Arzan voiced his concerns, Kitten pulled out a compass and shrugged. A compass? That must be quite expensive, too. Those with brass or steel gear were essentially poor, relying on sundials during the day and constellations at night to navigate. Kitten never gets lost. Just said, even if he loses money, Lookai's route to the quest area is a perfect straight line. How is that even possible? When Kitten is charting the course, you shouldn't interfere. We should sync our signals in the meantime. Signals? Yeah, signals. The front line and the healer coordinate their signals, right? Don't pretend you don't know. I can tell you do by your expression. He knew, but since it was a new concept to him, he pretended to hear it for the first time. He sounded just like a rookie adventurer. Signals, When he was under divine guillotine, there were no such signals. He had to adapt swiftly to each of their unpredictable actions, or he'd end up beaten to pulp. Thinking about this made Arzan respond somewhat brusquely. Is that really necessary? I don't think it's needed. Are you pretending to be a newbie, or do you genuinely not understand? Signals are essential when dealing with strong monsters, not just small fry. Heja, it's hard to expect a signal from a steel rank adventurer. I'm the steel of our group, Arzan. I'm the weakest among us. Jerome, who was lugging a heavy weapon and following from behind, chimed in. What are you saying, you little squat dwarf? Arzan shouted back angrily. I'm gold rank steel, Arzan. It's not that I don't need signals. I can manage on my own, so there's no need to set them. Sure, got it, I'm serious. Jerome threw his hands up with a sigh as if he genuinely found it unfortunate. Of course, I want to trust you, but humans are far better at lying than our kind. Our race is very intelligent, so we believe in statistics, not people. Please don't fight against statistics, Arzan. At that, she crossed her arms with a hum. True. I might be expecting too much from a steel rank. He's still just a steel rookie. Arzan stomped his foot in frustration. Come on, what do you mean statistics? If you can't trust it, at least you can follow basic signals. Charge, switch, wall, those three. Charge means to advance, while wall is for defense. Both require the healer to cast a protective miracle on the front line. Switch refers to a change. When the front line suffers extreme damage, they retreat to the back line, where the healer must apply a healing miracle. You said you could land a spear throw yesterday, right? Then you can also do holding. Holding is the act of restraining. It involves the front line holding down an enemy that has been exposed. But holding doesn't just happen with one signal, and only healers of silver rank or higher can pull it off, so let's not try it on our first mission. He couldn't speak up. The experience of discussing signals felt so new. A signal is a structure established through mutual respect, isn't it? Everything about his life as an adventurer until now had been completely fake. But he couldn't easily express that sentiment. You're looking down on me too much. I'll show you what I can do later. You'll see what holding really is like, a fantastical show. At that moment, Kitten suddenly stopped and cut through the underbrush by the roadside at ankle height. Goblin droppings. It's huge. Want to take a look, Arzin? I wonder if it's fresh since it's still soft. Want to touch it? Poke it with a stick. Arzin recoiled in disgust. That guy is really insane. But you approached Kitten with a very serious expression. What do you think? Are we in their territory? Yeah, there are plenty of traces. What's the rough number? Probably over 100. If they're leaving droppings everywhere, it indicates territory. Goblins usually act like this if there are over 100 of them. Following Ja, Arzin glanced at Kitten. This filthy creature didn't even clean up after itself while moving around. But isn't that area outside the mission zone? Kitten shook his head and picked up a couple of stones from the ground. That's just a distraction to hide their traces. Chasing that could lead to a wild goose chase. There might be traps. Goblins are hunters too. Oddly enough, they're quite clever in this regard. The moment he threw the stone onto the droppings in the mud, the ground sank. It was a pitfall trap. Not just any pit, but a deadly trap with sharp wooden stakes poked into it. What is this guy? Did I underestimate him because he's bronze rank? He's a complete expert. Could he really be a master at goblin hunting? No, it's only natural that I don't know goblins well since I've played in much deeper waters. This guy is from the lower class, so he knows a lot about them. Arzin felt a sense of superiority in such trivial matters, but it seems some clumsy fool has been randomly poking around here lately. It's just making everyone more cautious, so the traps have become thorough, and there's a lot of bluffing with the traces. Instead of speaking up, Arzin decided to join in the complaining, sweating nervously. Really, I want to see the face of that pathetic guy. Just look in a mirror and you'll know. Hey, can I ask you something? Sure. Seeing that he had much to learn from Kitten, Arzin moved closer and started asking various questions. Kitten responded sincerely to every question. Did you choose this path to find traps like these? At Arzin's question, she shook her head instead. No, the most important thing in goblin hunting is to eliminate the root of the problem. You must uproot their base. Otherwise, there's no point in hunting them down. The residents here will suffer from goblins again. If the base isn't eliminated, the goblins reproduce like cockroaches and crawl back out in no time. Goblins have no females, only males, and they use a bizarre method of interbreeding. Even scholars haven't figured out how the genetic implantation occurs, but they're definitely disgusting creatures. The sixth great demon, Uruk, is similar in that regard. Zhu is right. By following the types and traces of traps and droppings, we can tell if there's one base or two or three. Oh, that's why we're moving in such a large circle. Don't worry, Arzin. I'll make sure to guide us properly. That's my job. Kitten smiled and skillfully wielded his jungle sword, clearing the path so Arzin could follow comfortably. Arzin hesitated for a moment. He clenched his eyes tightly while staring at that hand, then quickly stepped forward before anyone could see. Hey, just stay back because you're in the way. Curious about why it is like this. You don't need to be curious at all. Just focus on using miracles properly, you little brat. Why does that heavy piece of junk have so many questions? Hey, do you think I'm easy to mess with? You're speaking to me as if it's a given. Ha, you brat. In that brief moment, Arzin found himself overlapping the past and present. Ah, damn, and in that dizzying thrill, he thought to himself, heading towards the mission area while sharing knowledge, modifying the plan like this, damn. This was exactly what he had dreamed of. A real adventure. By the time the party arrived at the entrance of the abandoned mine, it was already dusk. The sunset filtering through the leaves was staining the forest red. The ore has been depleted, and it's been closed down, but this mine is part of the same vein as mine number 6, just said. Kitten speculated that goblins were running rampant in this area. So the mine I went to back then was a trap, huh? In short, this abandoned mine was a true den for them. Kitten spotted a couple of goblins lurking in the shadows beyond the mine entrance, their eyes glinting ominously. The party was hidden in the bushes near the entrance. Kitten had positioned himself to ensure that the scent didn't flow toward the cave, considering the wind direction. Kitten memorized the map. She pulled out the mine guide and handed it to him. Kitten, fixed on the wooden board, didn't blink once. Something seems different about him. Arzin thought as a fly crawled across Kitten's face, yet he remained unresponsive. About 5 minutes later, a playful expression returned to Kitten's face. I've memorized it all. You memorized it all already. Arzin was surprised. That was unbelievably fast. Yeah, I can memorize any map perfectly in no time. Just scoffed. Just maps. That idiot can't study worth a damn. He only knows the basics of the Vern language. You nag about everything. I can't hear you. What does a wanderer need to study for? It's completely unnecessary, you know. Could it really be that he wouldn't need it at all in life? What a thick-headed guy. But I can't say that. Since he had been friendly from the first meeting, I'll let it slide this time. Then shall we dissect one by one, Je said. Her expression changed as she placed a hand on the hilt of her executioner's sword, which couldn't hide its ferocity even while sheathed. A glimmer of light shot through her crimson eyes for a moment. It was the light of excitement shown when a predator spots its prey. My first kill is mine, Kitten announced the start of the hunt. He threw one dagger from each side of his waist simultaneously. The daggers pierced the necks of the sentry goblins perfectly, silencing their screams. Good. She dashed forward, swinging her executioner's sword at the two goblins, gasping for breath while clutching their severed necks. Such unbelievable speed in a heavily armed state. The goblins were pulverized into meat paste by her abnormal blade. Move immediately. Kitten, luminescent stone. Ambush relies on stealth. Je quickly signaled Kitten with a simple hand gesture. The luminescent stone emitted only a faint glow, a special stone that absorbed sunlight or moonlight. Of course, while torches are excellent for illumination, they also have the drawback of revealing one's position to monsters. At least 200 torches. It's best to light them and proceed carefully, Kitten said, shaking his head in disagreement. He may have missed a few signals, but he was not so foolish as to not understand Je's instructions. Je furrowed her brow and raised her right hand above her head. Just do as I say. If you don't want to get hit, you idiot. It wasn't a signal, but for some reason he understood. However, Arzin decided to side with Kitten. Of course, divine power and the power of the void are separate, but stamina and energy are the same. If one is pushed to the limit, it will reach a threshold. Shield of Radiance. With both hands reverently clasped, Arzin prayed to connect with the celestial realm. Heaven responded to his prayer. Countless golden light particles danced like fireflies, intertwining into one. This is a service for massive healing. Let me show you what a healer from the heavenly realm of the adventure industry can do. First, he unfurled a shield of radiance at the rear. The goblins had modified their lairs into a labyrinth more complex than an anthill, ambushing from the rear or flanks under the cover of darkness. If he could preemptively block the source of that danger, it would be like having the threat. Lamp of prayer. The light shaped by the second prayer appeared. It was a luminous point the size of a fist. However, it was sufficient to brightly illuminate the darkness of the abandoned mine and reveal the traps scattered everywhere. Now we can just make some noise and move, right? Kitten whistled cheerfully, his eyes sparkling as he grabbed Arzin's shoulder. Wow, this is awesome. Arzin, you weren't lying when you said that before. Yeah, Big Brother here can use such miracles as a basic skill. This is my first time experiencing something like this. I feel like I might wet myself every time I remove a trap in the dark with the luminescent stone. If I wet myself, I'd feel uncomfortable all day. And she doesn't even understand that. Kitten casually draped his arm over Arzin's shoulder and shook him around. This useless brat daring to put his arm around the shoulder of someone who will one day be of the diamond rank. Doesn't he care about his life? Still, such a reaction wasn't entirely unwelcome. In the past, he would have likely slapped him while saying, "Why are you asking about something so obvious?" Compared to that, this was nothing. "What's this?" Jerome said to Je, who was looking at the suddenly brightened landscape of the abandoned mine in disbelief. "Look, didn't I catch a big one?" What a tremendous force. It was worth using rational thinking. "That's cheating, you little dwarf." Je punched Jerome on the head, wearing a meaningful smile. "True, but I can't deny that it's impressive. How could anyone deny it?" The visibility had opened up brightly to nearly 20 meters in front and behind them in an instant. In places like abandoned mines or caves, the fight is against darkness. The advantages of hiding in such places had been completely erased. Kitten easily disarmed the traps lurking everywhere. He even hummed a tune as he worked. Originally, one should be in a state of heightened alertness, with all senses on edge, ready for the goblins to emerge from the darkness in what one might call a pee-your-pants situation. Footsteps, about 30 of them. Kitten glanced up to gauge the front before turning his head back towards the traps. Jerome stepped forward, straightening the folded barrel and integrating it with the gun's body. Then he forcefully pulled the recoil starter to activate the steam core. Steam core. It's my first time seeing it up close. Arzin's eyes widened with excitement. The steam core refers to a portable steam engine. It is one of the top technological weapons monopolized by the dwarves. To use a steam gun, one must have that steam core strapped to their back. The rubber hoses of the steam core supplied steam to the gun. With that power, the barrel began to spin, and in an instant, it unleashed a shower of iron projectiles forward. The stench of blood hit their noses as dozens of goblins turned into bloody heaps, their brains pierced and guts torn apart. "Make sure they can't sneak away with the little ones by setting traps at the entrance, Kitten. That works. Lead the way. Let's move quickly." Arzin pretended to follow everyone, but suddenly stopped. As a harbinger of the void, he commanded his subordinates, Kes2 Arcturus. Buumum the soldier appeared, proud and stalwart, along with 5 voidlings under his command. This should be more than enough to deal with any remaining goblin stragglers. After all the trouble he went through, he did not want any remnants to survive and rise again. If any sneak out, please take care of it, soldier. Make sure to be gone by the time we come back up. Arzan murmured softly and quickly dashed to catch up with his party members. Bugs. Yeah, I hear something like a bug. Do goblins raise bugs too? Kitten and Zhe were already having such a conversation. No, I've never seen that before, and I don't feel any hostility. Just focus on the goblins. If they act up, we can take care of them on the way out. Okay. Zhe felt a refreshing sensation for the first time in ages. Since she left her old party, this was the first time she felt so invigorated. It's like being free from all constraints, allowing the power dancing throughout my body to be unleashed without hesitation. Before Zhe's order even reached him, there was a supporting action, perhaps even half a beat faster. Wall, change, hold. Arzan, that guy, was definitely not a steel rank as he initially seemed. Something felt different from the start. Talent alone couldn't explain it. His experience and knowledge clearly supported his abilities at least silver rank. The only reason for hiding such a background must be one. There may be shadows of a past he cannot reveal, just like herself. I don't know, I don't get it. I'll deal with that anguish later. Right now I just want to fully embrace this refreshing sense of liberation that rushes through me to the tips of my hair. Ha 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 ha. Yes, this is fantastic. As Zhe began to rampage, Kitten pulled on Arzan's collar. Zhe's in frenzy mode. Arzan, get back. It's dangerous. Frenzy mode. I think she has to release the pent-up anger she has built up sometimes since she's in charge of rage. Normally, she wouldn't let it out like this because you're here. Arzan couldn't simply dismiss Jerome's joke. Or rather, he didn't even hear it. The sight of Zhe cackling while slaughtering dozens of goblins had a brutal charm that left him mesmerized. Her crimson eyes seemed to shine even darker than usual. Moreover, an aura of eerie energy was swirling from her bandaged right arm. What on earth is that chilling energy? The energy of the void felt foreign yet not frightening. It feels familiar somehow, but where have I felt it before? Fortunately, it didn't seem like she was losing her mind under the influence of that aura, but Zhe was behaving strangely. The bandage had loosened slightly, yet she was tightening it excessively during the fight. As the bandage tightened, the eerie energy blooming from Zhe's arm also vanished. What are you doing? Let's go. Zhe, having instantly taken down all the goblins, turned back and shouted. Just as Kitten was following behind, perplexed, he tapped Arzan on the back and asked, Arzan, have you ever eaten goblin poop? Why on earth would I eat that, you crazy idiot? I tried it once when I was really hungry during Pathfinder training with my master, and it was surprisingly edible. That's how the mission was going. It was clearly a rank 9 request, yet the journey was ridiculously smooth. The goblin horde that appeared ahead turned into piles of meat under Jerome's heavy artillery. There were even some trying to attack from behind. However, they met the same fate as Zhe after being initially blocked by the Shield of Radiance, just when it seemed that everything would finish as easily as a spring outing. Whoa, that's a trap. The moment Arzan reached out to examine what the device was, Kitten exclaimed. Say that sooner. In an instant, the ground sank as if it were collapsing. The party suddenly found themselves in the center of a deep underground chamber. Zhe swiped the dirt away with a gust of wind to clear her vision. Ki-ei, dozens of goblins were surrounding the party, growling menacingly. Jerome, how many rounds do you have left? About 10. I got so excited that I used them all up. I thought we wouldn't shoot much since it's a mine, so I didn't bring many. Then all 3 of you just stay in the corner. I'll take care of all of them. She gave a chilling smile just before charging forward. As she swung her executioner's sword, shaking off the blood from its blade, the droplets splattered on the goblins, causing them to scream. Jerome, with his goggle eyes, said, This is the center. How can we go to a corner? Didn't you hear there are only 10 rounds left? You're like a magic monkey. Zhe almost fell forward with the momentum of her charge. Barely regaining her balance, she grabbed Jerome by the collar. That's just how I speak. Just try to understand a bit. Get the gist of it. At that moment, Arzan's eyes gleamed fiercely as he stepped forward. Hey, you goblin scum, your big brother is here. Didn't I say I would return? For being lowly monsters that dared to tarnish the future body of a gold rank, I will make them pay with a fate worse than death. Kaz2 Arcturus. Come forth, Rambo. Kaz2 Arcturus, a rift tore through space and time, and from the dark green dimension, void insects began to swarm. Hup Bugs is a healer summoning creatures. Arzan had no intention of revealing his summoning abilities so casually. But the moment he saw those repulsive goblins, memories of past pain flashed through his mind, causing his blood to boil. How am I supposed to hold back? Damn it. With the lead insect missing, the second and third swarm leaders take charge. Go, annihilate them. However, aside from the lead insect, void creatures don't distinguish between command units. There's no size difference among them either. That's why with the lead insect gone, it's impossible to coordinate their movements. But against something as lowly as goblins, even uncoordinated movements were more than enough. Whoa, the goblins are being wiped out, Kitten exclaimed. The goblins, swarmed by the 10 void insects, screamed as they were torn apart. This is the void's devouring destruction. It leaves only the skin, consuming everything else. However, there were beings that put an end to this wave of slaughter. Ki-it. Rusty blades slashed through the void insects' bodies vertically and clubs crushed their exoskeletons. Damn it, if the lead insect were here, we could have easily avoided those attacks. The absence of the lead insect was painfully clear. However, the enemies ambushing the void creatures were no mere weaklings. That's. Goblins, much like ants, live in underground colonies and will defend their egg chambers to the death. And in those chambers are the victims they've used as breeding hosts. In a colony this large, there's bound to be humans among the victims. A goblin mixed with human blood. When a goblin colony begins using a human as a breeding host, their numbers swell rapidly. Goblins born from human hosts were nearly twice the size of regular goblins. Their larger size meant they were physically stronger and capable of wielding more dangerous weapons. She grinned maniacally as she raised her executioner's sword toward the mutated goblins. Disgusting bastards. Only 3 mutants. Maybe I should have come later, just kidding. The biggest one was armed with a sword and shield, no doubt stolen from a hapless adventurer. The other 2 were smaller but held a shovel and pickaxe, likely taken from a mining operation. Normally, goblins rely on poison due to their weak physical strength, but these ones could wield human weapons. Come on, this egg chamber is just the right size for a brawl. The mutants roared, charging forward, using the regular goblins as cannon fodder. Jerome's heavy artillery instantly roared to life. This should finish them off. The weaker goblins were mowed down by gunfire. Now it was down to the 3 mutants versus Sha. However, the odds were not in her favor. However, Zha's power was enough to completely overturn the disadvantage. This person isn't anywhere near silver rank. Just before clashing with the largest mutant goblin, Zha swung her executioner's sword, tearing apart the goblin's flesh and bones into shredded pieces. As the mutant was sent flying, Zha let go of the sword for just a moment, allowing it to rise. Did she lose control of the sword due to its weight and momentum? No, that wasn't the case. In midair, Zha swiftly reversed her grip on the sword. Then, as the second mutant goblin charged towards her, she brought the sword down vertically, striking its skull. She smashed its head into the ground, utterly destroying it. Insane. Next, when the third mutant came rushing in, she tripped it, causing it to fall. Grabbing it by the nape, she drove its head into the blade of the sword, which was still embedded in the ground. Like slicing fruit with a grater, she shredded its face. Ahahaha. This is so refreshing, unbelievably satisfying. Drenched in the blood and fat of her prey, Zha's wild laughter was the epitome of a predator at ease. Around 20 weaker goblins hesitated, visibly terrified, but in the end their instinct to protect the egg chamber for the sake of reproduction overtook their fear. As they rushed forward, Zha seemed to lose interest, her posture appearing somewhat deflated. Is she out of energy? It wasn't exhaustion, it was more a sense of boredom. Ah, damn, how annoying. Jerome and Kitten knew Zha well. They were fully aware that she'd wipe out the remaining goblins with ease. Zha's in her, sage time now. What's that even mean? It's when her frenzy reaches its limit and she gets bored, but don't worry, she'll take care of them all eventually. Everyone began to relax, but just then, a single goblin that had been hiding among the corpses of its kin leapt toward Jerome's back. This one was also a mutated goblin, born from a human host. It was far larger than the previous 3. This one's holding a bizarrely modified pair of pickaxes. Arzen immediately spun around. Jerome, assuming the fight was over, had already folded up his gun. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to respond in time. A holy miracle. Arzen hesitated for a split second. No, that would take too long to chant the incantation. You must be the leader of this damn goblin horde. Let me give you a death worthy of that title. As expected, just as expected. No matter how fierce these creatures seem, their endings are always sloppy. In the end, they'd have to rely on the strength of Arzen, the future adamant-ranked adventurer. I'll show you the super void parade of Arzen, the adamant-ranked steel adventurer. Barreless. TLN, Arzen is still a steel ranked and says he is either gold diamond adamant ranked as a joke. Also, adamant and diamond are interchanged in the series, but both mean the same. With that command, the dimension trembled. From the twilight gloom, an otherworldly demon emerged, its presence even more ghostly and pronounced in the dim light. It scattered the terror of its otherness throughout the entire space. In an instant, the demon's fingers, which surged from beyond the void, tore the mutated goblin apart, leaving nothing but a mess of bloody flesh. The goblins that had been charging toward Zha froze in their tracks. Beings from the lesser planes have an instinctual fear and wariness when they witness a demon from another dimension. Some goblins, driven mad with fear, rolled their eyes back, foaming at the mouth as they began to frenzy. However, the power of the apostle was still incomplete. This meant the demon had not fully received the blessing of materialization. Thus, it soon began to dissipate back into the void, but that's no problem. As long as the mutated goblins were gone, it wouldn't be difficult to clean up the rest, even without the lead insect. Kaz 2 Arcturus, deploy the second Void Squadron. Through the dimensional rift left by the demon's departure, more void creatures poured out. Void bugs, tonight's meal is goblin tartare. Feast to your heart's content. The dark green void insects descended upon the goblins, delivering merciless punishment. There would be no mercy for the sacrilegious beings who dared oppose the apostle. The void creatures instantly overwhelmed the heretics, consuming their very existence and banishing them to the void itself. The only thing they could recover from the goblin den were the victims used as breeding hosts. Kitten blocked off the tunnel connected to mine number 6, while Jerome doused the path they had come down with oil before heading back up. As she carried the victims on her back and made her way out of the lair, Arzin threw a torch into the mine. What's going to happen to these 2 women now? Kitten asked as he watched the fire quickly spread through the abandoned mine. The only way to purify a place so tainted with goblin filth, vomit, and mold was to burn it all. She clicked her tongue before answering. They'll probably undergo purification and psychological treatment at the church. If it were me, I'd bite my tongue and end it right there. Jerome stroked his thick beard. I've heard rumors that His Holiness from the papacy, Lord Reiko, can erase memories. Maybe there's some hope for them after all, just as a Kyra of the Crimson Flame represents the Red Dragon Legion. Reiko of the Thunderous Echo is known for being the most communicative representative of the Yellow Dragon Legion, frequently engaging with the world. In other words, His Holiness Reiko is also a prominent figure among the Dragonkin. Ah, I can finally breathe easy. At that moment, Arzin dusted off his hands and emerged from the cave. Kitten, looking excited, spoke up. Hey, that thing you did earlier, how'd you pull it off? I've never seen a miracle like that before. A summoning miracle of all things, Ja. Have you ever seen something like that? No, that's really strange. For someone who can use miracles even Ja hasn't seen, and yet you're only an iron-ranked adventurer. Have you not been an adventurer for long? Jerome asked, eyeing him curiously. Arzin flinched at the sudden attention. If only I could explain the real reason behind it. He grimaced as he felt the familiar throb of the brand, wincing from the pain once again. Damn it, this thing's still. Ja, having noticed the emotion hidden behind Arzin's expression, turned her body toward the forest path that led back to the village that had commissioned the job. Don't press someone to talk when they clearly don't want to. That's considered rude in this line of work, you know. Well, yeah, but I was just really curious, so I asked. There's only one thing we can be sure of from this job. This guy may be iron rank, but he's incredibly skilled. Arzin arrogantly crossed his arms. As expected from a silver rank, she knows exactly what's going on. What they had just witnessed was a glimpse of the brilliance that played among the highest tiers of the adventure world. It's no big deal. All I did was take down some goblins. Nothing impressive. As Arzin modestly brushed his hand under his nose, Jerome nodded in agreement. I agree. What do you mean you agree? You senile old dwarf, you almost died and I saved your life. When Arzin shouted in protest, Jerome shook his head in confusion. Amidst the commotion, Kitten sidled up to Ja and asked quietly, what do you think of Arzin? He's got a lot of miracles at his disposal, can adapt to different situations, and has plenty of experience. Right. With someone like him, we could aim even higher. Platinum rank, maybe even adamant rank. Kitten's eyes widened before he rushed over to Arzin and shouted excitedly. Arzin, with you we might be able to aim for adamant rank adventurers. Arzin, who had been shaking Jerome by the collar, blinked in surprise. Adamant rank is above platinum. That's the rank of the 11 strongest adventurers in the world. Platinum rank itself was no easy feat. Only 11 adventurers per generation could reach platinum rank, unlike the lower ranks, which had no such limit. Like Orlat, the captain of Divine Guillotine. But adamant rank, that's a whole different level, the pinnacle of the adventurer world, the rank achieved only by the very best. These middle-class adventurers think they can get there. Arzin couldn't help but ask the obvious question. How, maybe? I could, but them, these commoners. The atmosphere instantly turned cold, like a bucket of ice water had been dumped on them. Everyone fell silent, and the only sound that remained was the crunch of footsteps on the forest path. After a brief pause, Jean and Kitten both responded to Arzin's reasonable doubt. What do you mean how? We'll just keep taking jobs and leveling up, step by step. Yeah, Arzin, we can do it. There's nothing in this world you can't achieve if you work hard enough. Jerome, who was folding the barrel of his gun and attaching it back to the steam core's mount, spoke up. They're just excited after seeing what you're capable of. No need to feel pressured. Adventurers come and go based on profit. If you don't like it, you can always leave. Huh, no way, I like Arzin, Kitten protested. Well, if he says no, there's not much you can do, Jerome replied calmly. Just stared directly at Arzin. Yeah, I hate clinging to someone who doesn't want to be there. So what do you want to do? Something about the situation felt completely different to Arzin. Back in Divine Guillotine, Arzin was nothing more than livestock. There was no such thing as a choice. But here, no one raises a hand against me. No one hurls insults at me. Here, with these lunatics, maybe, unlike the miserable childhood he'd endured, he could experience a true adventure. HMPH, if you all beg that much, I suppose I, the one destined for adamant rank in the future, could use you as my stepping stones. Arzin's sly grin revealed his mischievous intent, prompting Ja to scratch her head. Ah, drop this guy. He's more of a nutcase than I thought. Seems like the right move, Jerome agreed. No, I just wanted to try saying something cool. These idiots, are they really trying to mess with me, Arzin? But for now, he'd back down. After all, finding stepping stones of this quality wouldn't be easy elsewhere. Fine, have it your way. After all, only one person can be the top in any given era. I'll bend for now, but in the end, I'll use you to stand at the very top. Damn it, shit, a woman angrily flung a dagger across the room. The blade shattered several bottles before embedding itself into a dartboard, tearing it apart with brutal precision. That skill. The precision of her throw alone was enough to hint at who she was. She was none other than Helsi, the leader of the Divine Guillotine Remnants assassination team. I still can't believe the captain's dead, and now what? Akira, that crazy powerhouse, is personally hunting us down. The impact of Akira of the Crimson Flame personally leading the Red Dragon Legion was monumental. Most of those tangled in the web of corruption had confessed the atrocities committed by Divine Guillotine, and the noose around the remaining members had tightened considerably. Helsi's assassination team specialized in stealth and covert operations, but now, even gathering all 6 of them in one place was a life-threatening risk. So that's why Orlat and the higher-ups went to such lengths to keep us from getting involved with the Red Pilgrims. It would have been better if they had only dealt with the Pilgrims, but with Akira herself stepping into the fray, the situation had spiraled completely out of control. With a furious expression, Helsi shouted, "Ben, is it ready yet? Have you found a way to meet with the Black Church?" The operations of Divine Guillotine had been tightly intertwined with the Black Church. In return for their services, the Black Church had gifted them a special power known as the Dragon Sealing Barrier. This ability to evade the watchful eyes of the Dragonkin had allowed them to carry out all sorts of reckless deeds. However, their connection to the Black Church had been severed when the leadership was killed. Now they were frantically scrambling to re-establish that link. "Boss, but what's the point of finding the Black Church again? We're going to surrender ourselves." "What, have you lost your mind? Listen. The Red Dragon Legion may be strict, but I've heard that Reiko from the papacy is so lenient that even serious criminals often get off with just a prison sentence. Yeah, that's well known. We're going to use that to our advantage. We'll borrow the Black Church's sorcery to erase all our crimes from our memories, using the Dragon Sealing Barrier. But why? Reiko is said to be able to read minds. If that's the case, wouldn't they believe we're innocent? We'll make it seem like we had nothing to do with Orlat's or the leadership's evil deeds." The assassination team members whistled at the suggestion, while a man leaning against the outer wall spoke up. The Red Pilgrims seemed to think there was a survivor at the scene. "Bullshit. Orlat's dead. Who could have survived? You think someone could walk away from the number 4 Platinum Adventurer? That's just the intel I got." Helsi bit her lip. If there was a survivor, they would have contacted the assassination team by now. Wait, what if just a slim chance about what if the survivor was one of the slaves we treated like dirt? Do we still have contacts for the witches we bribed at the Lanoa Bridge? "Boss, you know the Red Dragon Legion controls the bridge. No matter how well you change your identity, you'd be caught crossing. We're stuck here like rats for at least a few more years. I know that better than you, you idiot. Just shut up and get the list somehow. I need to check the records from the days after Orlat's death to see if anything unusual happened. If her gut feeling was right, they'd have to risk their lives, sneak onto a smuggling ship, cross the sea, and kill whoever it was. I have to kill them as quickly as possible. If that person exposed everything, their plan to surrender would fall apart. The entire Karshiko branch sincerely congratulates Lord Arzin on his promotion to the diamond rank. We will continue to do our best to assist you in the future. The staff members of the Adventurer branch all stood in formal respect, while Kitten and Jerome, who were standing nearby, clapped their hands. Congratulations, Arzin. It's infuriating that a human surpassed this great dwarf to achieve the diamond rank, but I must offer my congratulations. Arzin arrogantly extended his hand, issuing a command. "Ha ha ha, praise me more, worship me, I who have reached the diamond rank. From now on I will rule and reign over all with overwhelming power and absolute authority." At that moment, just silently approached and without warning kissed Arzin on the forehead. Suddenly the world turned completely white. Cheers erupted from all around, but Arzin couldn't even breathe. What the hell is that smell? It wasn't from excitement, but because the breath was unbearably foul. Is this for real? From within that foul breath, a voice emerged. Chirp, 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 chirp. At that point, even breathing became painful, and then the illusion lifted. When Arzin opened his eyes, he saw a house mouse wandering across his nose. A mouse. Of course, it was just a dream. For Arzin, living alongside mice had been a part of his daily life since childhood, so he wasn't even surprised. Swiftly grabbed the mouse by the tail and dangled it in the air. "How dare you interrupt my pleasant dream? Do you have a death wish? Worker B, your master is greatly displeased." Bzzzzz. The dimension of the void opened, and Worker B appeared, fluttering its wings. The mouse flailed madly in panic, eventually slipping from Arzin's grasp and escaping. Arzin watched it flee into a hole, then yawned and stretched. I slept in today for the first time since the liberation. Must be around 10 a.m. He drew back the curtains of his lodging and opened the window, causing a pigeon perched on the window frame to fly away. Sunlight streamed in, dazzling his eyes. Only when the sunlight hit him directly did the remnants of sleep finally dissipate, bringing him back to full awareness. A dream, his face still felt flushed. He threw on his coat haphazardly and opened the holy book that had been sitting on the nightstand, The Void. One must be careful, as the yearning for the rift can lead to disdain for connection. La Tsai Kwa, breathe life into the creatures of the void and guide the balance of all things toward the rift. This had always been a miracle that required the precondition of 30 voidworms, but after yesterday's battle with the mutant goblins, it was unlocked. The number of voidworms has suddenly increased as well, upon reflection, though it wasn't quite like the giant slime that gave him a master key. The life force of those mutant goblins must have accelerated the growth of the void. Could it be that the power of the void grows stronger by devouring life? Arzin recalled the fight from 2 days ago. He had used Barilus to protect Jerome. However, to get within the effective range of 1 meter, he had to throw himself into the fray. That kind of fighting style doesn't suit a ruler. A king is a king because they carry themselves with dignity. If a future diamond rank were to act rashly, like recklessly throwing themselves, it would ruin their dignity in front of their subordinates. So I have no choice but to rely on this new void miracle. He hadn't been able to use it while returning to Euphoria due to being completely exhausted, and after arriving he collapsed and couldn't try it out. Just as he was about to test his new skill, a sound interrupted Arzin. Grrrrrrr. It was the sound of his own stomach, the sound of life itself. Right, let's eat first. After all, there's a saying, even the red mountains are better after a meal. Arzin closed the holy book, rubbed his eyes, and went downstairs, where Kitten waved at him cheerfully. Arzin, over here. I almost ate your portion, but I resisted. For a bronze rank rookie, he sure is polite. Approved. Of course, that level of courtesy is to be expected if one doesn't want to lose a noble profession like being a healer. Still, it had been a long time since anyone greeted him so warmly in the morning. All right. Arzin briefly raised his hand in acknowledgement, just enough for Kitten to see, then lowered it immediately. He sat down next to Kitten. The Adventure Guild's early morning scene had a somewhat fairy tale-like atmosphere. Citizens lined up at the counters to submit their requests. Guild staff were cleaning with brooms and mops. Adventurers who had arrived early in search of good requests. And adventurers like Arzin, who had stayed in the second-floor dormitories coming down for breakfast. So this is the vibe. On the table were fried eggs, sautéed bacon and onions, and steaming rye bread. This is the Guild's famous breakfast special. You haven't tried it yet, have you? It's really good. Kitten was already on his third empty plate. Where did you originally operate, Arzin? Judging by your slightly tanned skin, it must be the Adrian continent, right? Yeah. Did they have lots of pretty women there? No, just a bunch of scary ladies. In the first place, there aren't many adventurers who are both good with a sword and beautiful. That's the worst. I hate scary women, especially ones like Zhe. I prefer gentle women, don't you? Zhe hearing her name made Arzin recall his dream and he choked. That horrible breath, He had to spit out 2 pieces of bacon, unfortunately. Speaking of which, I don't see those 2 around. Jerome went to work on some equipment. Dwarf gear is complicated, you know, guns or something, so after each expedition, he's busy repairing them. You've been traveling together for a while, not that long, about half a year. She used to be part of a really promising party from the Empire, but something happened and she left. A promising party. Arzin flinched and dropped his fork. A rancor party. If it's promising, it doesn't mean it's famous yet. Arzin hoped it wouldn't come to that. If they were a well-known party, they might have seen his embarrassing moments during the joint mission with the Divine Guillotine. Those days are a disgrace. This Arzin, who will reign over the adventure world like a future diamond rank, has to keep such shame hidden. But if they were from the Empire, he probably didn't have to worry too much. I don't know the rankings either. It's a small group. The party leader apparently leveled up to gold rank at lightning speed. What was their name again? Was it a priest or a paladin? Even though they're partners, being just a gold rank doesn't seem impressive. He felt an inexplicable sense of superiority. Even if he was treated like a slave, he had been part of a platinum rank adventuring party at one point. I worried for nothing. Even though my teammates were awful and I couldn't level up, if I had been able to earn contributions properly, I would have reached gold rank ages ago. But Arzin, you're steel rank. Don't you have ears? I couldn't rise because I met the wrong team. Kitten's comment killed his appetite. Thinking about it again makes me mad. Where did my youth go? With a slightly gloomy feeling, Arzin popped the yolk into his mouth. Kitten was now on his 4th empty plate. Eat up, Arzin. We just tackled a rank 9 quest. Your pockets are overflowing. He was right. Since it was a rank 9 quest, the rewards were substantial compared to the lowest tier requests. Was it just money? His contributions had also increased significantly, so at this rate, he could graduate from steel rank in no time. Arzin, my motto is to eat a lot and sleep a lot. Especially after having a hearty breakfast, crawling back into bed is the happiest moment for me. That's true. It was at that moment that Zhe appeared. What kind of lazy thinking is that for someone your age? Just like when they first met, she was dressed simply in casual wear without any armor. The chilling aura she exuded during battles was nowhere to be felt now. Ah, the anger representative. Arzin teased, feeling playful. Right now, she's the dung representative. She probably just took a dump. Kitten waved his fork in disbelief. What are you saying? She punched Kitten on the head and took her seat. Soon, a guild staff member brought out the same menu that the two had been eating. Arzin stole glances at Sha. The women from the Empire, with their fair skin, seemed more beautiful than those with tan skin from the Republic. For the record, she was also fair-skinned. The northern republics at the southern tip of the Acrad continent had whiter skin compared to the southern republics of the Adrian continent, which made them more attractive. For instance, Kitten's skin tone from the northern republic, he might be a bit dim-witted, but he seems like a decent guy. Maybe it was just the whole southern republic that he disliked. In reality, he couldn't bring himself to like them. He had lost everything in that land. His father had died, his mother had died, and all the happiness of his childhood was taken away. He vowed to never return if he could help it. I noticed there are quite a few strange requests showing up on the status board, just said, tearing a piece of bread with both hands. Strange requests. Kitten looked up from his fifth plate. How has this guy managed to stay thin despite eating like this? Yeah, if you go northeast from here, there's a gold zone, she explained. Gold zone, it's a place called Blood Tree Forest, but in every nearby village, goblins are swarming unusually. Oh, there's no geological reason for such a large-scale occurrence, especially since it's not a mining area. The gold zone was a restricted area, either due to it being an abyssal den or because important facilities were located there. For instance, the desert of the flowing sands that annihilated the divine guillotine was the former, but this one is likely the latter. If the southern part of the Adrian continent was a boundary with the abyss, then the northern part of the Acrad continent was the land's end. I thought about it while looking at this. It smells fishy. Je flashed a meaningful smile, reminiscent of the one she wore when they took down the goblins last time. It was a smile that hinted at some thrilling discovery. Smelly, that's just because you just took a dump, Kitten remarked. Arzin instinctively pinched his nose, remembering the stench he'd encountered in his dreams. Just started punching Kitten's head repeatedly, yelling, that damn poop. I didn't just take a dump, you brat. Ouch, then what kind of smell is it? Why are you asking when you already know? What kind of smell is it? Arzin interjected. Je, who had been beating up Kitten, finally sat down with a sigh. I have a good nose. I can smell money or the strong scent of monsters really well. That's why I came here. Arzin smirked slyly. You don't seem to realize that I plan to use you like slaves to climb higher. Hee. Je narrowed her eyes at Arzin's grin. What's with that creepy smile? Don't make that face, it gives me an unsettling feeling, you jerk. Anyway, I plan to head to that gold zone for the next quest. Right away. Yeah, right at dawn tomorrow. The stronger folks around here will soon flock there. It's better to secure a good spot first. Kitten, patting his bloated stomach and burping, received another smack from Ja. Have you seen Jerome? He's probably wrestling with some merchants at the hardware store. Making iron bullets, I guess. Iron bullets. Ja answered Arzin's question. That guy carries around his own mold for making bullets. He says if he uses anything that doesn't fit his gun's specifications, it'll break quickly. After finishing her meal, Ja, as the party leader, accepted 2 simultaneous requests for subjugation near the gold zone. Then she suddenly disappeared. From silver rank onwards, it becomes possible to take on 2 requests at the same time. At gold rank, you can take up to 3. At platinum rank, you can take 5 requests if you wish. The diamond rank has no limit on numbers at all. Who would dare impose a restriction on the top adventurer in the world? Is it a request going to the gold zone? After Kitten headed upstairs for a nap, Arzin glanced at the spot where the two had just been and thought, I'll need some information to make good use of those 2. Arzin approached a guild member who was sweeping the floor with a rolling pin. What's the situation around here? There used to be a lot of hunters, just like the locals who have taken root in the forest. I thought there were more mines. That's not recent. The situation changed quite a while ago. About 30 years ago. As you know, that was when the steam revolution occurred. The steam revolution. It was a technological innovation achieved in the later years of the legendary dwarf engineer Frispia. The steam gun technology that Jerome uses originates from that steam revolution. With the rising demand for coal to operate steam engines, mining areas were developed and flourished. Originally, they only mined iron. As a result, local villages, where hunters were the majority, had almost no requests for goblin subjugation. In contrast, the mining villages formed by outsiders were flooded with subjugation requests plastered all over the status board. While listening to this, a senior guild member approached and playfully flicked the forehead of the sister cleaning. Hey, you still haven't cleaned this area. Oh, I'm sorry, I'll do it right away. Adventurer, I have to go now. Feeling a bit guilty for her reprimand, Arzin couldn't help but move on. He left the guild branch and wandered around the city of Euphoria. However, since it was a castle located in a rural area, the size of the houses was small and there wasn't much to see. After finishing his sightseeing, Arzin exited the castle and entered an empty forest. This should be a good spot, has 2 archeras. Since the number of void insects summoned depended on conditions, it was definitely a technique of the void insect type. Worker bees and their subordinate drones. Seeing 30 void insects lined up instantly pleased him greatly. As the void insects appeared, the presence of life vanished. Everyone held their breath or ran away. All right, let's go. It was time to showcase Arzin's new technique. In that moment, the dark green glow flowing from the void insect's eyes amplified grotesquely, and then the insects rushed toward the tree his fingertips pointed at and unleashed a vortex of annihilation. I can feel it. Drone number 1, number 2, number 3 disappearing. Indeed, the squadron of 30 void insects unleashed their bodies in a frenzy, spiraling into a dark green storm. The void storm that gnawed at the raw wood only stopped after leaving the massive trees grotesquely twisted and dried up. This technique is slightly different from the void insect techniques I've learned so far. This technique does not enhance or mutate the void insects, rather, it consumes them. More than anything, I like that it doesn't put as much strain on my body as Barrelus does, though it did make him uneasy to sacrifice all the void insects. This would perfectly complement the lack of a powerful ranged technique he realized he needed during the last mining battle. What's the effective range? The power. With only 30, will it only gnaw at a massive tree halfway? Arzin spent the entire day experimenting with Latsaiqua. He summoned the void insects, sent them swirling, and then restored both his energy and spiritual power to summon them again, repeating the process. As a result, dusk began to creep into the forest. Got it. The power of Latsaiqua depends on how many void insects I use. When the void squadron is at full strength, it's a finishing move, but as their numbers dwindle, it becomes a more ordinary ranged technique. I'm satisfied, just having more options is a win. It's still a basic technique. The pages of the scripture are still so plentiful. He liked the simplicity of it. The power of this technique increases as the number of void insects grows. It's easy to determine the direction of my training. Barrelus, this devil is getting increasingly annoyed by the diversifying training with the void insects. No matter how much he rested, there was a limit to the amount of miraculous energy a person could use in a day. Arzin felt the weight of his limits. He thought his training could stop for now. He returned to the castle and quickly devoured 2 wild herb sandwiches. After looking around the castle, he realized the other party members had not shown their faces. These guys are already trying to ditch me. Are they eating at some nice place without me? The little ones seem to be establishing their ranks in a very predictable way. But too bad, this Arzin won't be toppled so easily. Still, he spent another hour wandering around and peeking inside buildings, but did not encounter the little ones. Returning empty-handed to his lodging, he felt an emptiness inside. Not receiving evening flattery from the little ones bothered him a bit, but he decided to sleep because he was tired. All right, time to sleep. I'm so sleepy. Kez 2 Arctura's worker bee, wake me up at dawn. With a warm back and a full stomach, he felt drained of energy and tired, making it the perfect time for a nap. In the early autumn breeze, which painted the forest with colorful leaves, the boy soon began to breathe softly in his sleep. Above him, the curtain fluttered in the wind as the worker bee tied it back, blocking any disturbances that could disrupt the disciple's sleep. Boo-yon. As the night deepened, the worker bee suddenly became alert, sensing the presence of a predator. The north wind filled the room with the scent of autumn. And from its depths, the stench of blood began to seep through. The worker bee's morning call was quite meticulous. Boo-yon. Boo-yon. Boo-wow-wom. The husky sound of flapping wings echoed in his ears. If Arzin didn't wake up, the sound would gradually grow louder and longer. Is it dawn, worker bee? Arzin mumbled in his sleep. Boo-yon. Worker bee responded with a flap of its wings. Of course, if it's not dawn for you, there's no way you'd wake me up. Since it was dawn, there wouldn't be anyone in the shared washroom. He had the worker bee carry his toiletries, which could be bought as a set for 5 coins at the branch, and headed toward the washroom. Am I pushing it too hard? A boss should have a certain dignity. Only then will those below him look up to him and follow. Even Platinum Rank 4 Alrat has never laid a hand on me directly. He always had his subordinates do it. Arzin realized this from observing Alrat's behavior. Even for the pinnacle of trashy thugs, a ruler needs to possess a sense of dignity. That's why he decided to act similarly. Toothbrush, toothpaste, soap, towel. Each time Arzin reached out, the worker bee carefully placed the toiletries into his hands, perfect to the very end. The worker bee, which had practically worn Arzin's old underwear, assisted with the entire process of getting dressed again when they returned to the dormitory. Good work today, worker bee. What do you want as a reward? Boo-yuum. You think just being able to serve me is a reward? Ha ha ha, truly my right-hand man, such a cute little fellow. Arzin ruffled the soft and fluffy fur of the worker bee. When void insects are caught by Arzin, they almost come to a standstill, becoming docile like dolls. This state of mind can occur when a boy in his adolescence becomes consumed by loneliness, so parents should be cautious. You've worked hard. Go in and rest. Arzin snugly tightened the Akahalo epidermis robe up to his chin and left the lodging. The old wooden planks creaked beneath his feet. Arzin was frustrated by the lazy bums next door who were still sleeping at this hour, despite being made of steel or brass at best. To jolt them awake, he deliberately stomped his feet, making more noise. Wow, so stubborn, huh? Can you really sleep at your rank? Huh, you think you can sleep? It was infuriating that he had to get up early, while these guys were sleeping soundly. So this is encouragement. It was a loving kick aimed at his future subordinates who were sorely lacking. Damn, who the hell are you? A muscular brute kicked the door open as if to break it down. The muscles were impressive. Compared to Baralis or Latsuikua, they wouldn't stand a chance, but before he could even chant, he felt like he would get knocked out by a punch. I'm actually looking for him too, brother. Thus Arzin rubbed his eyes sleepily and expressed irritation, as though he had just been awakened from a dream. Ah, where is that bastard, the terrorist at this early hour? One by one, the muscle-bound men emerged, weapons in hand. They looked ready to kill someone. Desperately maintaining the guise of a person chasing after the terrorist, Arzin scanned the stairs, pretending as if he had spotted the culprit. He then dashed down the steps with all his might. Hey, don't just stand there, you damned hoodlum, brothers. I'll bring that vile guy back. Of course, this was the escape route designed by Arzin, who ranked at the top of intelligence in a world of adventurers with an average IQ. Escape successful. On the stair landing, there were messy boxes scattered about, with a few keys lying around. An unmanned return box. The branch is so small that even this is haphazardly managed. In Karshiko, there was a member of the guild present 24/7 for checkout. He casually tossed the keys inside and stepped out of the branch. As the season shifted to early autumn, it had gotten quite cold at dawn. On the Adrian continent, it wouldn't start getting cold until midwinter, so each of these little differences felt fascinating. It's cold, cold. I need to tighten my robe all the way up to my neck. As he adjusted his attire in the chilly early autumn dawn, his party members were waiting for Arzin. Kitten was the first to appear. Seemingly still half asleep, he rubbed his eyes with his fingers. However, upon seeing Arzin, he cheerfully waved his hand. Arzin, did you sleep well? Yeah, I slept well too. Who asked you? I did. Self-talk is acceptable, I guess. True to her role as the angered delegate, frowned while looking at the map and yawned repeatedly. The last to arrive was Jerome. He dragged a cart filled with firearms and ammunition behind him. The sound of the wheels rolling across the ground echoed deeply in the early morning streets. What's that? Jerome answered Arzin's question. We're heading quite a distance from the base. Since we won't be able to resupply for a while, I brought plenty. It's also necessary to relieve some fatigue. As Je folded the map in half and then again, tucking it into her pocket, she spoke. If we're going near the Golden Region, pushing a cart might be too much effort. Don't you have any heavy equipment? Do you think I'm weak like you guys? Just look at these arms. They're twice the size of yours. Manyuki means monkey and is a term used by the dwarf to mock humans. That damn dwarf casually threw out a racist remark at the crack of dawn. He was quite a character. HMPH, if you make a whiny sound asking for help, you'll regret it. She turned her body toward the north. Though no words were exchanged, everyone naturally began to follow in her footsteps. Arzin found joy in that. Together with his party members, setting off on a new adventure as if it were the most natural thing in the world, that unfamiliarity felt inexplicably fresh and wonderful. Arzin followed the party, crossing the northeast path. The early morning mist that had faintly brushed against their noses gradually lifted as the crimson dawn emerged. It wasn't exactly peaceful. Jerome kept grumbling every time the cart got stuck on a root or rock. A road like this in the 16th century is beyond ridiculous. It's enough to make you curse. My hometown had paved roads everywhere more than 100 years ago. Without turning around, Je, who was walking at the front with Kitten, replied, this whole area is designated as a restricted zone, so a lot of places are inconvenient to travel through. Why is that? If everyone could easily come and go, it wouldn't be called a restricted zone, would it? The idea is to make it as inaccessible as possible, starting with the surroundings. Knowing that and still accepting a job in this kind of place. If this was your way of taking out your anger on me, then I have to say I'm impressed. How should we deal with this dwarf? The party took 6 breaks each day, one for breakfast, snacks, lunch, snacks, dinner, and more snacks. Arzin narrowed his eyes. Why are there 3 snack times? They're important to me, Arzin, don't be surprised. I already cut it down from the original 6 snack times. The food consisted of field rations, corn, and jerky. For lunch, they managed to cook an oatmeal stew, but from dinner onwards, as they entered the operation zone, they couldn't light any fires. Just sniffed the air and scrunched her nose. There's a smell of blood nearby. Let's camp here for the night and go hunt goblins at dawn. Arzin, chewing on some jerky, glanced at Ya. What Kitten said is bothering me. Apparently her former party leader had been either a priest or a paladin. He wanted to ask her which miracles were better. But he held back, worried he might come across as too pathetic. All I need to do is start showing them the overwhelming worth of Arzen from now on. Arzen was on the last night watch. Thus, he curled up in his blanket and quickly fell asleep. It must have been a long day, for fatigue weighed heavily on him. Arzen, Arzen, wake up. He had only just closed his eyes, or so it seemed, when she shook him awake with her foot. He squinted. It still appeared to be the middle of the night, and he was annoyed. Arzen's watch didn't begin until 4 a.m., and with the moon high in the sky, it was far too early. Plus, if he remembered correctly, she was supposed to take the first watch, so there was only one reason. Do you want me to go to the bathroom with you? That's a bit. I'm really tired. Can I be excused from this waste-related duty? Smack. Arzen rubbed the large lump that had appeared on the top of his head as he sat up. With the sleepiness shaken off, the surroundings came into clearer view. Kitten and Jerome were already up, gathering their equipment. Can't you hear that sound? Just sensing Arzen's confusion, jerked her chin toward the eastern forest path. Sound. Arzen tilted his head and listened, then jumped in alarm. Heard it, faint but clear. It was the sound of screams. Though the other noises were too far to make out, the varied pitches suggested a sizable group. Could it be goblins? At Arzen's muttering, she nodded. If they're causing this much havoc, it's probably not goblins, but if we help in a raid like this, the contribution payout is 1.8 times the usual. Let's hurry before someone else gets ahead of us. Arzen whistled softly to himself. As expected, this woman's ability to manipulate is on par with mine, maybe even better. In a world where it's easier to trust those who are straightforward, it's often people like her who earn trust in this field. The contribution system was originally created to distinguish adventurers from mercenaries. It was supposed to measure if adventurers were genuinely helping others, but in reality, it's become a tool for people like them to exploit. Honestly, this is nothing compared to what the Divine Guillotine gang used to do. They deliberately lure monsters toward villages just to stage a situation like this. The system certainly needed reform. However, since the benefits outweighed the negatives, no one dared touch it. In short, it was easier to trust someone who's honest about their instincts than someone who pretends to be altruistic with empty ideals. Hold on. Kitten, who was leading the way, suddenly crouched down. The rest of the group immediately followed suit, lowering their shoulders. There's a fort ahead. Goblins inside. A fort, that's interesting. It's my first time seeing one. By human standards, it was a pitiful excuse for a fort. It was about as tall as you, and barely large enough to fit the four of them inside. It was more of a watchtower than a proper fort. Still, it was shocking that goblins had constructed something like that at all. What's the deal? Are they blocking the path? What about going around? At Arzen's question, Kitten pointed to either side of the fort with his dagger. They've set traps. See, the dirt isn't the same as the surface soilets from underground. Plus, the way the leaves are scattered looks off, like they've been deliberately placed. Step there and the ground will collapse. How would anyone notice that, you crazy fool? Still, if he said so, it was true. Kitten wasn't the type to lie or exaggerate, so basically we just need to destroy it, right? Let's show these goblins with their primitive construction that dwarven engineering is the best in the world. As Jerome began assembling his rifle, Je raised a hand. Wait, let's take it slow. Gunfire's too noisy. What do you suggest? Ahem, HMHM, heh, HRM. Arzen cleared his throat theatrically, drawing everyone's attention. You're going to handle it. Je's gaze held a knowing look, as if it was obvious that Arzen would step up. He felt a thrilling sense of superiority. There's no way she would have asked her old party leader for something like this. What mattered more than the request itself was establishing a distinctive image. Little by little, I'll make sure that no one can be satisfied without me, Arzen. There's only one healer in the world who can wield this. Power of the Void, me, Arzen. I don't know your name, I don't know your face, but I've definitely won this round. Engulfed in overwhelming superiority, Arzen cheerfully chanted the words of the Void's invocation. Kaz two Arcturas, come forth my worker bees. At his command, the Void tore through dimensions, summoning entities from the depths of oblivion. A fort like that 3 will do just fine. He called forth exactly 3 Void bees and closed the dimensional rift. Handle it. The worker bees, trained for battle, commanded their swarm from the air, moving into a vertical dive unseen by the goblins below. Kitten and Jerome whistled in admiration. Wow, they attack like that. They seem intelligent. It wasn't long after the Void creatures infiltrated the watchtower when a silent scream reverberated across the area. Kitten, sensing something, suddenly straightened up. They're all dead. The presences vanished instantly. Arzen, that's incredible. The worker bees returned to Arzen, landing delicately on his outstretched finger. With the combat still ongoing, he decided to maintain the summoning. What in the world? Meanwhile, Je squinted at the decimated remains of the watchtower. She wasn't surprised by the Void creatures consuming flesh. It wasn't the first time she'd seen it. But there were no goblin corpses left behind, only their weapons remained. Je picked up one of the weapons and tossed it to Jerome. This is a sword, right? Bronze, pricier and rarer than iron. Exactly. There's no way they stole this. And judging by their armor, even though it's shabby, were they wearing fur armor? Goblins lacked any semblance of culture, let alone forging capabilities, so they typically used stone weapons. Even when variants wielded iron weapons, those were usually stolen from humans, not something they crafted themselves. But these weapons and armor were perfectly suited to goblin hands and bodies, as if custom-made. That shouldn't be possible. The other weapons are obsidian. They aren't designed for killing, but for wounding. The bronze must have belonged to a commander. A commander. Goblins don't have commanders, and goblins don't normally build watchtowers either, do they? The party realized something was off. Without a word of instruction, their pace quickened. Every time Kitten spotted a watchtower, Arzen's void creatures silently massacred the goblins within. By the time they had cleared 3 watchtowers, a village came into view. Flames were rising from several parts of it. The number of goblins seems about the same as last time, Kitten observed. Je placed her hand on the hilt of her executioner's sword. Yeah, but there weren't any wearing armor and wielding weapons like this last time, except for the 3 variants. In the village's center stood a glowing blue barrier. Goblins surrounded it, repeatedly striking at the shield. At the center of the barrier stood a figure dressed in blue robes and a pointed hat, a witch. The yellow witches enter the political scene. The red witches handle national defense and law enforcement. Unlike them, the blue witches serve in rural areas, tending to everyday life, healing the sick, assisting with childbirth, and teaching children to read. This is the duty of a blue witch. Hard to believe, are those really goblins? Arzen raised an eyebrow. Maybe they've only just started to gain power. There don't seem to be any variants. Still, with those numbers, this should be entertaining. Je, licking her lips in a mix of madness and anticipation, looked strangely captivating even in her bloodlust. Her sword scabbard had been modified with a hole on the side, making it easier to draw and swing in one fluid motion. Using this design, Je unsheathed her executioner's sword in an instant, charging forward. The goblin's reaction to the uninvited guests was distinctly different from that of ordinary goblins. Ki-yak kkkkkk. It wasn't a panicked shriek. It was a commanding cry from a goblin who appeared to be their leader, one distinguished by its superior armament. At its signal, the goblins moved with precision and coordination. Ki. Jerome calmly and swiftly assembled his gun, aiming it at the approaching goblins without needing to say a word. Arzen, a veteran who had served under the divine guillotine, was already prepared. Pathetic, worthless goblins witnessed the brilliance that once ruled the heavens of the adventure world. With hands clasped in fervent prayer and an incantation whispered in desperation, a heavenly echo descended upon the battlefield. Dawn's touch. This ability had a smaller range than the Shield of Radiance, but made up for it with the speed at which the barrier moved, making it ideal for protecting a single target. The target for protection is Je. Once Jerome confirmed the golden barrier enveloping Je, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Drrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr modern technology. Goblin troops were shredded apart, reduced to flesh, brains, and blood as they fell in a cascade of death. She stormed into the frenzy, her executioner's sword slicing through 10 goblins in one swing. 1, 2, 3, ahahaha. With each slash, several goblins were ripped apart, screaming as blood spurted into the air. The splattered blood evaporated the moment it touched the surface of the golden barrier. The barrier moved in tandem with Arzen's hands, following Zhi's every step. Though her movements seemed linear, they were deceptively dynamic, making it more difficult than anticipated to keep up. They're coming from the side. You see them, Jerome called out. With a nod from Arzen, the worker bee split the void creatures into 2 groups. One worker bee handles the left, while the remaining 2 cover the right. Even with just that number, the void creatures, natural predators of life, would slaughter dozens of goblins effortlessly. I'll need to reload, Jerome remarked as steam hissed from the overheated barrel of his Gatling gun. But reloading seemed unnecessary. Most of the goblins had already been taken care of. As the worker bees returned, Arzen finally dispelled the barrier. All that remained were bloodstains and ragged loincloths scattered across the ground, marking the goblins who had been erased from existence. 2 void bees disappeared during the battle. Well, they've done more than enough, Kitten commented while slashing through goblins with his dagger, replacing the void bees that had been handling the right flank. They're trying to escape. Zhi spun in midair, blocking the path of the goblins fleeing into the forest. Her hair and face were slick with goblin blood and flesh, yet she giggled darkly, an absolute nightmare incarnate for the goblins. Where do you think you're going? We're not done playing yet. I'm still not satisfied. Zhi's maniacal laughter and the dull sound of her beheading sword cleaving through bodies echoed through the night as the goblins' sorrowful screams mixed with the bloodstained moonlight. Everyone, are you safe? Seizing the opportunity, Arzen rushed toward the barrier, breathless. These guys in Zhi's party are just stepping stones. Now that the witch had appeared, he needed to get ahead of them and make a strong impression, raise his contribution. I am so relieved. I thought it was dangerous, so I came as fast as I could. It's a relief, truly. Arzen feigned tears and the people inside the barrier started sniffling. To think we have such a brave young man. He's an adventurer at that age. No, he's a priest. I saw him perform a miracle. Around 50 villagers had survived. The witch finally lowered the barrier and collapsed onto the ground. This is too easy. By the time Arzan had finished his little performance, the battle was also wrapping up. She approached, wiping off the caked blood and grease from her beheading sword with an oil-soaked cloth. We're from the Adventurers Guild. I'm a silver-tier adventurer. Is this the village that submitted the request? Once the villagers and the witch saw Zha's silver-tier badge, their attitudes completely changed. Do I need a rank upgrade? Arzan puffed out his cheeks in frustration. She doesn't even use honorifics with the witch, and yet she's instantly trusted. Since Zha wasn't from the Republic, she was a Westerner, there was no need for her to speak formally to the witch, and the witch didn't seem to mind. But the way trust and rapport built without any effort rubbed Arzan the wrong way. What's going on? Why start those fires? It's a complete misstep. She questioned, and the witch sighed heavily. We didn't set those. The goblins did. Come on, goblins attack in the dead of night. They don't use fire tactics. These weren't just any goblins. I've seen it in books, they're elder goblins. She raised her eyebrows and looked back at her companions, then suddenly burst out laughing. Elder goblins, you must be really tired, or maybe you're trying to lighten the mood with a joke. Elder Kitten sounds scarier. Jerome stroked his beard. Why waste that title on someone like Kitten? From now on, call my gun the Elder Gatling Gun. Elder Gatling Gun, that's awesome. I want to be Elder Kitten. Arzan stood with his arms crossed, deep in thought. Elder Voidbee. Whoa, that's a pretty cool name. He made a mental note to give the Elder prefix to any future powerful void creature he came across. This isn't a joke, I'm serious. The witch suddenly snapped, causing the group to stifle their laughter and fall silent. Those creatures came out of the Forbidden Zone. Something's definitely happened inside we need to investigate. You want to go in? Isn't that dangerous? It's the Forbidden Zone. Of course, I'm a witch. Back in my apprentice days, I used to run errands for him, delivering necessities and food there. Who's him? I can't tell you. It's classified information regarding the Forbidden Zone. But how did you all get here? The goblins had completely fortified the area around this village. One person who tried to go to the guild for help returned mortally wounded and is barely hanging on. The two kids in my party handled it together. She gestured toward Arzan and Kitten with her chin. They're good at navigating, quick at setting up barriers, and the duration is long. You can tell quality when you see it. So every silver-tier adventurer is reliable, huh? What's there to say? They're in my party. All right then, I'm issuing you a special request. Escort me to the Forbidden Zone. Just point out the route you took to my villagers, it should be safe. I'll request your success fee from the Witches Association. Arzan almost drooled in excitement. Yes, a major job just landed in our laps. She just as pleased snapped her fingers with a grin. See, whenever this right arm starts tingling, it means we're about to land a big catch. She pulled out a contract form from her pouch. Jerome, hand me the pen. Here you go. All right, sign the contract, please. The witch accepted the pen and paper with an exasperated expression. This is a serious emergency, and you're still doing this by the book. These things need to be clear. We earn our keep this way. Also, you wanted us to show the villagers a safe path, right? That means Kitten needs to mark the map. There were traps all over the place. What? Look, Kitten's already working on it. All you need to do is hurry up and sign. The witch bit her lip and pointed towards the outskirts of the village. Fine, let's head to my hut first. That's where I keep a map of the Forbidden Zone. I just hope it's still intact. Fortunately, the witch's hut was safe and sound. The Blue Witch's hut was a treasure trove of herbs and teaching materials. With protective barriers constantly in place, it was no surprise that it remained intact. Yuz. The name signed on the contract was Yuz. After signing the request form, the witch brought out a map of the forbidden grounds from her hut. Apparently having nothing more to hide, she spread the map open in front of the party. The Blood Forest is a very complicated path. If you go straight from here toward the forbidden grounds, you'll reach a place called Rosewood. It's like the entrance to the forest. The map depicted something closer to a labyrinth than a forest. However, Yuz traced her finger across the pathways skillfully as she continued her explanation. From there, if you keep going straight, you'll come across Brundor, and what's that? It serves as the gate to the barrier. It's the only way to access the deeper layers of the barrier. Arzan asked, what's inside the deeper layers? Veltarek Lake. Sorry, I can't tell you more than that. But this is the place we need to reach. How long will it take? Kitten had already begun memorizing the map. She seemed to be calculating the route in her head. Arzan spoke on behalf of everyone. Given the distance and the dangers involved, we should assume it'll take at least 5 days. Jean and Jerome raised their eyebrows at Arzan. 5 days? Why 5 days? It won't take that long. Yuz looked the most baffled. 5 days? We can't afford to take that long. It's scary. There are so many goblins around. Eek, what a con artist. But unfortunately, the lessons Arzan learned from the Divine Guillotine mostly involved such tactics. To survive as an adventurer, it seemed necessary to approach things this way. Besides, she's the Blue Witch. Unlike the Red Witch, she hasn't mastered any combat spells, Without combat skills, she'd naturally end up in a weaker position in these kinds of high-stakes situations. Ah, I'm so scared. Eek. Arzan covered his face with both hands, pretending to cry, while peeking through his fingers to gauge the witch's expression, adjusting his wails accordingly. Jerome and Zhu exchanged satisfied glances, recognizing the devious look in Arzan's eyes. He's got some skill, not a bad negotiation. Zhu, who was just as good at bluffing and scheming as Arzan, quickly joined in on the act. We were already exhausted by the time we got here, and we used up all our energy helping you. Of course, if more of that adventurer's universal recovery potion money came our way, we might feel differently. Depending on how much is deposited, we might finish the task in 3 days, maybe even 2, that sort of thing. Yuz let out a long sigh. Fine, the amount will depend on the gravity of the situation and the association will adjust the payment. Is that enough? Now hurry, we don't have time to waste. Beyond the forbidden grounds, the dawn of the journey 4. There was no need to prepare any further. The party followed the witch for nearly an hour along a narrow path, eventually entering the forbidden grounds. Ropes adorned with golden threads were tied between the trunks of the giant trees. It didn't feel sacred instead. It gave off a rather eerie atmosphere. Beyond these golden threads lies the forbidden grounds. Arzan felt a sense of curiosity as he ran his fingers over the fragments of holy texts that were regularly attached to the golden ropes. Golden threads, I learned that they're used by fairies to maintain miracles continuously. Humans don't usually use something like this. Zhu's lips curled into a slight smirk at Arzan's words. It's probably related to the fairies. You're from the south, so you might not know, but most of the forbidden grounds on the Akrad continent are surrounded by these golden threads. Really, on the Adrian continent, the forbidden grounds were controlled by the Red Dragon Legion and the Red Pilgrims. Yeah, most of the newly established forbidden grounds were set up by the White Dragon Legion, so it's to be expected, right? Whoa, I told you there's money to be made here. Since we'll be fighting soon, let's take a quick break. During the rest, Yuz, the witch, seemed visibly anxious, nervously tapping her foot and biting her nails. Just spoke up, hey, witch. I get that you want to keep information about the forbidden ground under wraps, but wouldn't it be better to share at least the crucial details? Crucial details. What we need to be careful about. Originally, there wasn't much to worry about. If you wandered off the path, you just get bounced outside the barrier, so that's all you had to watch for. But now, the main thing to be cautious of is the elder goblins. I can tell you as much as you want about them. At that moment, Kitten, who had been chewing on jerky, suddenly raised his hand and shouted, I am Elder Kitten, even though I'm serious. Listen, the elder goblins are incredibly strong. They even established their own kingdom. To understand elder goblins, one must first delve into the history of the mythic era. When the Lords of Light, known as the Arrived Ones, banished the abyssal True Kings, the Forgotten Kings, the world entered a new dawn of creation. The elder goblins rose up during that time. When the kings disappeared, they tried to seize power for themselves. Unlike the goblins you see today, their strength is on a completely different level, as they survived under the rule of the Forgotten Kings. Arzan tilted his head in confusion. So these goblins are about 1,500 years old. Exactly. How in the world did goblins from 1,500 years ago show up again? Does that even make sense? Yuz scratched her head awkwardly. Well, I'm not sure. But anyway, they're elder goblins. Don't underestimate them, got it? All right, we've rested enough. Let's move. With a sigh, Zhu grabbed her decapitation sword and stood up. This is like dealing with a terrible employer. Can't we at least get a proper break? Even after we agreed to triple the payment, you're still complaining. The golden threads were supposed to produce a barrier so powerful that even Arzan couldn't break through. But that was no longer the case. The ropes were frayed and broken in various places, rendering the barrier completely ineffective. Yuz crossed over the golden thread first, and the party followed behind her. This single golden thread separates this side of the forest from that side, but once they crossed it, it felt like the entire atmosphere of the forest had changed. Not just the feeling the forest itself was truly deteriorating. The sound of axes chopping echoed relentlessly from all directions. Kitten, who had quietly tracked the source of the sound, let out a scream of horror. Why at the hell, the goblins are chopping down trees. Dozens of goblins were viciously hacking at the giant trees with axes. It wasn't just a fit of rage, they were neatly stacking the chopped trees and moving them somewhere. Look at that, those are iron axes. A goblin who seemed to be supervising his subordinates turned his gaze toward them. In that instant, Jerome's Gatling gun erupted with a burst of steam. Key 22222. In an instant, dozens of goblins were reduced to grotesque heaps of flesh. Oh dear, it seems that this new technology might be too stimulating for the elder goblins. There was a hint of mockery in Jerome's eloquent wording, directed at the adjective elder. Impressive. Arzan didn't like that. No matter how much I train the voidlings, isn't their power still comparable to a gun? No, that wasn't it. The gun needed to be reloaded, and he had to carry all that heavy machinery and steam engine with him. So that might just be gold grade, but my void has the potential to reach diamond grade. Alternating between the holy texts and the gun, Arzan grinned, feeling a sense of superiority. Hey, witch, is this place called? Rosewood, in response to Zh's question, Kitten answered instead of Yuz. No, we need to go further this way. What do you mean? This is the way. Although Yuz rebutted, all the party members were following Kitten. Zh spoke. Kitten's path is definitely the right one. You said it was urgent, right? Let's go. The shortcut Kitten led them on skillfully avoided the eyes of the goblins transporting the wood. When they finally arrived at Rosewood without any obstructions, Arzin couldn't help but gape. A fortress. It was indeed a fortress. The logs were stacked up to 2 meters high, piled on top of each other like a massive structure. What I saw earlier was just a watchtower. Je frowned in disbelief. No way, goblins building a fortress. I thought you said they were elder goblins, unlike the fortress goblins. They really built a fortress. The party members opened their eyes wide in disbelief and stared intently at Je. Je, is this how you vent your anger today? Ha, you should just leave this party, you crazy little. Je's face flushed as she cleared her throat repeatedly. Jerome, can you destroy it all with your gun? Are you trying to change the subject and escape? You sound like a magic monkey. Sorry. Since it's a wall made of logs unlike the fortress goblins, I suppose we'll need to dump half of the iron shots into it. That would be quite a loss. The goblins atop the fortress were wearing strange masks and suddenly began spinning their slingshots. Key, slingshot, a primitive throwing weapon. If supported by skill, its power rivals that of the strongest weapons. In the name of the Ashen Lotus and the Rune of Tranquility, I command you to arrive with the power of protection. Elbisk, the Blue Witch's spell, soon enveloped the entire party in a blue circle. This was a barrier spell. The haphazard barrage of the goblins' slingshots was completely blocked by the barrier. Oh, it seems that a professional is indeed a professional, Jerome exclaimed in admiration. Je nodded her head. She looks to be in her mid to late 20s, so she probably became an official early on and her skills must be solid. Yuz said, wiping the sweat from his brow. I didn't write that for you to admire. You've got a method, right? You're silver ranked after all. At that moment, Arzin stepped forward. He had already recited the initial incantation, known as Kaz to Arkshuras. The void bugs were rapidly unfolding into this dimension. Go, worker ant. Move the void creatures to that position. It was time to showcase a new technique. Perhaps this is the technique that was destined for this moment. There was no better setup than this. If I can't seize this opportunity, I won't be able to reach the future golden rank. Once the void creatures reached their target position and spread out as wide as possible, Arzin shouted. Ratsui Kua, the apostle's command thoroughly negated the ontological status of the void minions. Life is about the attachment to living, instinctively preserving strength for tomorrow. However, at that moment, the void beings began to overheat, not preserving their lifespan, but instead going into a frenzy. The swarm of void creatures, emitting a dark green light from their entire bodies. In the next moment, they whirl and explode. As the swarm of void creatures decomposed into void matter and created a whirlwind, the moment it hit the fortress wall. The void whirlwind, a blend of annihilation and pressure, engulfed everything in its vicinity. The power of the void, which devoured the very essence of the target, tore apart a corner of the fortress wall and swallowed the goblins on top. What is that power? Summoning magic. Yuz raised an eyebrow. Summoning magic has diversified over the history of magic, with various branches of summoned beings. As such, it's challenging for anyone who isn't an expert to grasp the fundamentals immediately. No, but there's something different about it for it to be called magic. It seems like the incantation is more akin to a spell or miracle. However, even Arzin did not know the origins of the void runes. Naturally, it was impossible for the witch to discern their nature either. Wow, Arzin is amazing. As Kitten expressed his admiration, Je dashed forward. The log wall isn't completely collapsed, but it's lost its cohesion and is a mess. If I hit it with my beheading sword, I could break through. Crack. Just like that, the log shattered splendidly, opening a path to the other side of the fortress. Great, we've opened a path this way, but crossing over the fortress wouldn't be that easy. If the goblins had only been slingshotting, breaking through wouldn't have been difficult, but the problem was the rush of psychic energy that surged in the next moment. This is, at the moment when the mist of thoughts was about to envelop everyone. Here, how about the shield of radiance? Arzin activated the miraculous light in front of him, parting the mist to the sides. Is it sorcery, a dark mage? If that's the case, the commission fee will skyrocket, Kitten commented. The witch shook her head vigorously. No, that's a goblin shaman, over there. In fact, some goblins dressed in ragged robes were playing flutes and beating drums, swaying their bodies. Wow, a goblin shaman, I'm terrified. Je laughed. Jerome chuckled too. Where are the goblin gunslingers? Arzin joined in the laughter. Isn't a goblin swordmaster even scarier? At that moment, a rustling sound came from the bushes across the fortress. Jerome, as if he had been waiting, aimed his gun and pulled the trigger. Tu-da-da-da-da, T-D-D-ding. The sound of impact was strange. It wasn't the sound of flesh being sliced. Wasn't it the sound of metal bouncing off metal? Kai-ee. What emerged from the bushes was, well, there was no need to explain further. It was a goblin, but it was peculiar. Gripped in both hands was a special sword, whether made of iron or stone, and its appearance was truly intimidating. A goblin swordmaster, Yuz shouted in a panicked voice. She aimed her beheading sword at the goblin swordmaster. It's about the same height as Kitten, isn't it? Indeed, to become a swordmaster, a goblin must be a mutant. This is going to be interesting. Arzen screamed in disbelief at the absurdity of the unfolding situation. No, what the hell? Why is that thing actually real? Jin the goblin swordmaster charged at each other and clashed. J's executioner's sword was powerful yet heavy, while the goblin's twin swords were nimble and fast. J's sword couldn't keep up with the goblin's speed, and the goblin's blades couldn't penetrate J's armor. I can't focus only on that guy. They're swarming in from all sides, Kitten shouted. Jerome was already wildly firing his Gatling gun. Guns are the spears of this age. Whether they were elder goblins or shaman goblins, if they were goblins, they would all be torn to shreds, except for the goblin swordmaster. If I want to break through here, I have to take that guy down first, Arzen thought. But with that speed, he might be faster than the void insects. What if he ordered a flanking attack on the void insects? The goblin would quickly escape, and he would keep pursuing. The thought of such a guy continually chasing after us is infuriating, no matter how I think about it. It was best to exclude him. In that case, he could just overwhelm the goblins with his strategies and skills that were beyond their reach. Suddenly, Arzen darted out of the witch's barrier and rolled around. The backlash from using miracles. It hurts my head. My head. Kai-ee. The goblin's swordmaster reacted to that. Goblins are embodiments of strength and weakness. They have no interest in reveling in fights against the strong. Targeting what they can kill right now is no different from the sand goblins of the Adrian continent. As the goblin swordmaster charged at him, Arzen suddenly lifted his head and grinned. You've fallen for it, goblin swordmaster. Kai-ee. Honestly, how foolish of you to challenge me, Arzen. The swordmaster's blade, which had struck at high speed, was soon split in half and flew through the air. What was that? What had blocked it? No, it wasn't blocked. It was as if his void insect had gnawed away at the middle of the blade in that instant, cutting it apart. Your physical abilities are impressive, but your intelligence is that of a lowly monster. Dreaming of escape was out of the question. He had already deployed 8 void insects around him. Receive this successive finishing move. Finishing move La Tsai Kwa. Originally, La Tsai Kwa was a miracle that summoned void insects and activated by charging forward. What if I change the approach here? Instead of charging, if I set up the void insects in advance like a surround, by omitting all that preparation time, he could use the storm of the void quickly. Kai-ki. Even the elder goblin variant felt primal fear from the void insects, which was excellent information. The goblin swordmaster leaped. To escape the storm of the void, he concentrated solely on the jump, giving up everything else. Do you think it will be that easy? Just then, 2 daggers struck his back. Whoa, just like Arzen said, he really showed a gap. It was Kitten's dagger throw. As he was pierced by the daggers, the goblin's swordmaster slowed down, and J's executioner's sword came crashing down with a heavy sound. It crushed the goblin's flesh, organs, and bones, embedding them into the fortress wall. Kitten, now that the distraction is gone, take the lead. J shouted after finishing off the goblin's swordmaster. This way. After dispelling the barrier, the witch Yuz mounted her broom and followed Kitten, swallowing hard. These adventurers seem so casual, but each one is unbelievably strong. No, maybe they just work well together. Jerome, running from the back, suddenly stopped occasionally to spray bullets from his Gatling gun. Every time he did, a scream echoed. The goblins were small in stature and couldn't keep up with the stamina and speed of humans. Thus, stopping to halt the pursuit was very effective in creating distance. Where's next? What was it called again? Je asked. The witch answered, Brun Door. Kitten, who was leading the way swinging his jungle sword, flicked a few stones off his hand. He occasionally tossed them here and there. Every time, a goblin pitfall trap was triggered. And the method of creating and hiding traps is pretty much the same for both ancient goblins and modern ones, is that all goblins think about. As they gradually entered deeper into the forest, the trees appeared stark and withered. Why had all the leaves fallen? The autumn leaves being trampled underfoot didn't crunch, they seemed to have rotted and become mushy from the rain. This is a bit strange. Arzen frowned and Jerome nodded in agreement. Yeah, it is strange. It's still early autumn, the leaves shouldn't have decayed like this yet. They arrived at Brun Door around that time. Instead of a fortress, enormous goblins were chopping down trees. They were goblins about the size of Ja. At that size, it would be no exaggeration to call them giant goblins. Jerome's Gatling gun whirred furiously, spraying bullets everywhere. The large goblins moved slowly, but that didn't mean their bodies were tough. The bullets concentrated on their ankles soon rendered them crippled, causing them to roll on the ground. Kitten and Ja took turns finishing them off. How much farther do we have to go? Just a bit more. No matter how ancient the goblins were, they couldn't compete within a rank adventurer party. Only goblin swordmasters could pose a threat, but such ones seemed to be quite rare. Thus, the party delved into the depths of the barrier through Brun Door, and as they headed toward Velterek Lake, all the goblins they encountered met the same fate. This is a complete honeypot. As the end came into sight, the party members exchanged smiles that conveyed this meaning. With this level of difficulty and this much contribution, you can't easily find this anywhere. However, the moment they arrived at Velterek Lake, they realized something was off. A lake? Is there really a lake in a place like this? But the water quality is like some filthy sewage, and it's so dark green. The lake's water was indeed putrid enough to be called rot. A foul odor wafted up. Yet there was something that starkly contrasted with that horrible stench and color. A dazzlingly bright formation of pure light. In other words, a magic circle was rotating above it. 7 layers. A 7-layer magic circle. 7 layers meant it was a level 7 magic. Only a wizard who had ascended to the rank of a great sage could wield level 7 magic. It was the pinnacle of magical arts. Only 3 beings have ever reached the 7th level. The first wizard, Emithsapage, the dragon-born Rain Ludwig, and the storm sorcerer Setsunen. If she knew that knowledge, she could roughly guess the power of that magic circle. But that 7-layer magic circle looks like it's about to break apart. At that moment, Jerome saw something lodged in the center of the magic circle. Is it because of that? I can't tell which came first, the cause or the effect. The dimension above was torn apart. It was as if a living creature was weeping and screaming. Such a crack had formed. Arzin was alarmed. It resembled a void crack, a dimensional rift. When using the power of the void, creatures from the void would emerge from such gaps. However, from that place, elder goblins were continuously pouring out. Then Yuz looked down at the lakeshore and covered her mouth. Oh no, this can't be. I didn't think it would come to this. There were corpses. No, there were traces of death that had even left no corpses behind. A noble fabric, a silk robe of exquisite quality, lay soaked in a puddle of dried blood. At that moment, Arzin didn't focus on the fabric's quality, but rather on the signs of death. The area around it had caved in like a pit. It was evidence that an abnormal entity was nearby. That thing, we need to seal that crack. Then Yuz snapped back to reality and shouted. How? At Yuz's words, Yuz quickly thought. If we can pull out that thing lodged in the center of the magic circle, I don't know for sure, but... Then what should we do? But the source of the contamination is definitely that. The lake used to be crystal clear, and there was nothing like this before. Suddenly, the world began to shake. Even the surface of the lake rippled, causing water to overflow onto the shore. Everyone was horrified. The sound, the vibration, it was hard to describe the shock they felt when they turned to see what was approaching. What is that? A goblin. It looks like a goblin, but why is it so huge? The goblin appeared to be about 7 feet tall, with a build that made it look several times larger. He had encased his entire body in a suit of armor made from interwoven iron plates, so the weight must be immense. Jerome pulled the trigger all the way, but... The iron bullet dented the armor, but it didn't reach a fatal blow in time. Runes of the air that hover above, unfold here as my barrier. Ijuj. Yuz stepped forward in an instant and unleashed her barrier. The monster swung its fist with all its might. The barrier engaged in a brief struggle with the fist before shattering into shards of light. Is that a crazy goblin or what? She stepped up. With her right hand gripping the hilt of her sword and her left hand pressing against the blade, she took a complete defensive stance. Just as she thought she could block the goblin's attack, the next moment, she was sent flying far away. She lost in a strength contest. Kitten exclaimed in surprise. What the heck is this thing? Jerome shouted. It's the Goblin King, the king of the ancient Elder Goblin Kingdom, Yuz replied. At that moment, Arzin noticed the wasp sitting on his shoulder, fluttering its wings. The wasp is reacting. Does that mean? Could it mean that, like the giant slime, there was a possibility it could be a universal key? Oh ho. Arzin immediately licked his lips in anticipation. Just then, Kitten threw himself and knocked Arzin down. The King Goblin's fist passed right above them, leaving a massive pressure wave in its wake. A Goblin King? You must be joking. Arzin dramatically opened the scripture and pressed his forehead. There was no particular meaning to the action, it was just for show. In the world of adventurers, style is important. Just what are you, a king? Then let me make you howl like a king from now on. Kaz to Axuras. 24 void insects burst forth from the dimensional rift. Vwuwum. Even the King Goblin seemed to hesitate for a moment. With my current power, it's impossible to fully deploy all 30 units. But still, this was a rapid service sending a mere goblin to the afterlife. I'll convert them all into fused entities. He had learned something valuable while facing the giant slime. Against an enemy with such sturdy armor, it was right to utilize fused entities. The formation would consist of 4 front units and 6 middle units. Suya heroes, Suya Kunia. In the twisted effects of the dimension, the void insects intertwined into one. They were reborn as a beautiful form specialized solely for slaughter. Are you ready to die, King? King Goblin. Aha, ahaha, ahaha. At that moment, Je, who had been flung away by the recoil of blocking the punch, began to laugh. As she got up from the ground, she said, "You're strong enough to be called a king. Then it'll be fun to let loose." The malice leaking through her bandages was thicker than usual. A red haze was visible. She planted her executioner's sword into the ground. And as she began to unwrap the bandages she had always tightly bound herself with, a surge of malice surged forth. As the bandages came undone, Je's arms were revealed. They were covered in an incomprehensible array of runes and spells inscribed so densely it was grotesque. What the hell is that? To Arzen's eyes, it seemed like she had transformed into an entirely different person. She's acting like she's drunk on blood, a warrior of slaughter. Only battle filled her vision, and only the stench of blood and death stimulated her senses. She had become a berserker. K-E-I-T. The King Goblin's focus no. It was more accurate to say his attention was completely diverted to Ja. Ja charged forward. Soon half of the King Goblin's left arm was severed along with the armor, and a fierce scream erupted. So fast, she was moving nearly twice as fast as usual. Not only her speed had increased, it felt like her strength and power had been purely amplified, on par with that elder goblin king. No, she was gaining the upper hand against the King Goblin. K-E-H-H-H. The King Goblin raised his head and let out a roar. This wasn't a battle cry exchanged between predators clashing. After all, goblins had no sense of honor in combat. Soon, the ground shook and an army of goblins appeared. Arzen divided his void insect assault unit to the left and right, targeting the King Goblin, 2 front units and 3 middle units. The void insects were assigned to deal with the overwhelming numbers of enemies instead of the King Goblin. That should be enough. Even a single void insect could easily slaughter a dozen enemies during its summoning time. As the indiscriminate massacre of the void insects halted the advance of the elder goblins, Arzen took a golden potion from his pocket, a potion used to urgently recover divine power. His head spun, and a tingling sensation spread through his tongue. At the same time, he felt the vitality turning within his body. With this amount, I should be able to exert my strength one more time. Ah, this cool yet warm sensation. It was time to return to being Arzen, the healer who traversed the celestial realm of adventurers. Flag of Twilight. The Flag of Twilight is a mid-tier miracle where light gathers into the form of a pole, primarily used for holding enemies in place. It has the effect of binding the target. The lower the grade of the monster, the more likely a direct hit would paralyze the entire body. Arzen took 2 running steps to gain momentum. Then he hurled the pole of light. Kree, the Goblin King, swung his fist, attempting to deflect it. Useless. The pole of light, ignoring physical force, pierced deep into his arm and began to glow. A momentary slowdown in his movements. She wasn't about to miss that opportunity. The blade of the executioner's sword shattered the Goblin King's gorget and sunk into the flesh beneath. However, because she had to strike deep, it left her exposed to a counterattack. The pole's paralysis has already worn off. Is this elder Goblin King a higher grade than expected? But this too had been anticipated from the previous exchange. Even before Zha shouted, Arzen was already reciting the sacred chant. The echo of the gospel spread across the land through his voice, and the miracle materialized. A veil of light wrapped around Zha, shielding her from the Goblin King's incoming punch. Nice. Instead of retreating to recover her stance, she didn't step back. Instead, she leaped outside the barrier and thrust the executioner's sword into the Goblin King's left eye. In agony, the Goblin King went berserk, turning the battlefield into chaos. Goblins were being trampled, and even the void bees which had been slaughtering those goblins were now at risk of being caught in the carnage. Arzen lunged forward, throwing himself into the path to protect the void bees, particularly the worker bees. You worthless goblin, keep your hands off my insects. Baralis, the apostle's command allowed a demon to descend into this world. The demon's arm shot up, grabbing the Goblin King's fist and crushed it, a mix of skin and shattered bone, as if bursting a leather pouch effortlessly. Kaya, the Goblin King's hand hung limp like a rag, pitiful to behold. Kitten, leave them. Let those 2 handle things over there and let's focus on this. Jerome shouted, motioning toward the center of the lake with his chin. Elder goblins were pouring out from the dimensional rift, swimming across the lake, and that wasn't all. The Elder Goblin vanguard, which had spread throughout the forbidden ground, was now converging here, drawn by the king's roar. Can you set up a barrier around the lake? Are you out of your mind? The lake is huge. How could we possibly create a barrier that vast that's something only a grand witch could barely manage? It doesn't need to be that big, just enough to temporarily block the goblins coming our way. Without waiting for Yuz's response, Jerome turned his gun towards the lake. Then he unleashed a storm of bullets at the goblins crawling out of the water, turning their bodies into mangled pieces. Cover me, you 2 witches, go and pull that thing out. Kitten assessed the goblin corpses that filled the water's surface. By sensing the ripples, he could tell whether the bodies had floated up due to buoyancy, or if there was a pile of corpses building up from beneath. Kitten's footsteps were quick and light, and every time he stepped on a corpse, it didn't sink but held firm. It was a mountain of corpses. Hup hup heave, catch me if you can. Occasionally, he intentionally stepped on the heads of still living goblins. The goblins, infuriated, swung their weapons at Kitten, but being submerged in water, their movements were severely limited. Kitten laughed even louder, gradually heading towards the center of the magic circle. The dimensional rift widened. More goblins poured out. Tujujujujujujuju. However, the newly arriving goblins were shredded into chunks, splattering across the lake. The earlier goblins acted as if they were protecting something precious. They desperately tried to stop Kitten from reaching the center, but intelligence was always an issue. While their focus was on Kitten, Yuz moved. Go, witch. Yuz, being a witch, of course knew how to fly a broomstick. In the next moment, Yuz sped forward on her broom, grabbing the stake that was driven into the lake's center. It won't budge. Up close, the stake was about as thick as a grown man's wrist, and it didn't even move, firmly lodged into the magic circle. That's when it happened. Buzz, the worker bee, reacted. In front of Arzan, who had collapsed to his knees, vomiting blood as a rebound from using Baralis, the worker bee buzzed. What's wrong, worker bee? You need to control the underlings. But the worker bee wasn't looking at the goblin Kingit, was staring at the object the witch was desperately trying to pull out. Arzan realized something. Whenever the worker bee reacts like this, it always happened when something was deeply connected to the void. Like when the power of the void was about to be unleashed, so this means I need to head over there right now. She was holding her own against the Goblin King. One of the Goblin King's hands had been destroyed by Baralis. For the moment, she could handle things on her own. Arzan made his decision. He immediately ran over to Jerome. Uncle Jerome, launch me over there. Over there? Yeah, just toss me. The Gatling gun's barrel had turned a fiery red from overheating. Jerome discarded the steam-powered gun in its core, nodding in agreement. Given your size, I think I can manage. But hurry. The witch's barrier has collapsed and the goblins are coming. Jerome gripped Arzan's belt tightly and hoisted him into the air. With 2 spins to add momentum and force, he hurled Arzan far across the lake. As Arzan flew over the water, he felt the worker bee on his shoulder buzz more intensely. The only power I can use is. The only ability he had left was the Night Face, slightly different from the void creature's power. Is the worker bee telling me to use it again? He had already used it once and wasn't sure he could again, yet the bee seemed to insist he could. Kiek. One goblin attempted to slash at the airborne Arzan, but Kitten's dagger flew through the air and pierced the goblin's skull. Range 1 meter. I just need to get within 1 meter. Closer, just a little more. Out of the way. The witch, who had been struggling to pull out the stake while shielding herself with a barrier from the goblin's attacks, was startled and jumped back. Right now, Baralis. As Arzan descended in a long arc, a demon's hand tore through the dimensions above him, reaching out. The demon followed Arzan's command without hesitation. It slaughtered the dozen goblins that were feebly resisting and grasped the stake. As the demon's hand and arm began to dissipate into particles of the void, its muscles bulged with power, and in the next instant, with a sound like the world itself splitting, the stake shot up from the ground, still clutched in the demon's grip. It's out, Yuz shouted in disbelief. At that moment, the light of the magic circle spinning above the lake reached its peak and exploded. The radiant blast purified the entire area, cleansing it of all evil, leaving behind only a serene, peaceful stillness. Dragon Sage Rain Ludwig, the second being in history to reach the realm of Grand Sage. He was the one who defeated the Spider Lord, one of the Forgotten Kings, when it broke its seal. The influence Rain Ludwig had on the world was immense. To suppress the stirrings of the abyss, he had placed sealing formations at every crucial point in the world's ley lines. These were the legendary 36 sealing circles. When these formations ran wild, they wiped out all foreign entities in existence. Yet the power inflicted no harm upon humanity, a marvel that was both mysterious and miraculous. The miasma, it's gone. Je, who had been locked in a fierce battle with the Goblin King, muttered in confusion. The bloodlust that always needs to be quelled through slaughter. It had completely subsided, almost as if it had been a lie. This warm sense of peace, how long has it been since I've felt this? The pure white wave did more than just erase the ominous energy engraved on Je's right arm. The King Goblin, who had been locked in battle, also vanished as if it had never been there. The dimensional rift, it's gone. The goblins that had been pouring out of it, their corpses, all of it, gone. Everything had disappeared, swept away by the light that still faintly colored the forest. Is this power because of the sealing formation created by the Dragon Sage? That pure white wave revealed a different scene to Arzan. The moment Arzan was enveloped in the light, the world he saw completely changed. Where is this? A dream? A world of illusion? It was a space where black fog and dark green mist swirled chaotically. At the center of the fog stood a being. Its radiance was so blinding that it was impossible to look at directly, much like staring at the midday sun. Now it all begins, one by one. This presence, this voice, impossible to forget, even if one tried. That's right, the voice I heard when the world was on the verge of collapse. It was the voice of the god of the void, Rodinkle. Arzan could feel that this entity was staring directly at him, and a transcendent sensation rushed through his body. Hasten your awakening to the power of the void. You shall become the vessel of the apostle, linking this era to the final age. With those final words, the vast space that had filled Arzan's vision was sucked away somewhere. Reality slowly returned to him. Was that an illusion, a dream? Yet the memory of that encounter began to fade, slipping away as if it were some distant, hazy recollection perhaps erased by some transcendent force, as if to prevent anyone from prying into it. In reality, the wedge that Nightface had drawn out was spinning through the air, falling right in front of Arzan. Don't touch it. Just as Arzan moved to catch it, the witch urgently shouted. Her magic snatched the wedge mid-air, using an invisible force to pull it toward her. I can't believe I'm saying this, but it's a wedge of the abyss. If you touch it recklessly, your mind will be consumed. She then removed her pointed hat and used it to securely wrap the wedge. The eerie thoughts that had been pressing down on them suddenly subsided. The abyss, the abyss. The abyss was the domain of the Forgotten Kings, an entity that stood as an existential threat to the world. The emergence of the abyss had always driven the world to the brink of apocalypse. 400 years ago, the Lista hero party ventured to the ends of the earth for that very reason, the abyss. What on earth is going on? If you keep staying silent, even a gentle soul like me might start to get angry. Jerome spoke up. Yuz responded. I don't know what's going on either, but I suppose I owe you all an explanation. Then get on with it. I'm warning you though, revealing this in the wrong place could have dire consequences. The White Dragon Legion is extremely strict, you know. The Yellow Dragon Legion too, and as for the Red Dragon Legion, well, they're the most severe when it comes to punishment. Everyone knew this well, and Arzan swallowed nervously. The one currently leading the White Dragon Legion was manhwaedit of Qingxiang. Alongside Setsunan of Thunder and Akira of the Crimson Flame, he was one of the 3 dragon heroes. These 3 were considered successors to the 3 divine dragons who once led the Golden Age. This forbidden zone, it's where one of the 36 sealing formations of the dragon sage, Koyonghyun Inus, was located. Qingxiang himself dispatched seal keepers to guard each of these 36 formations. They're known as the Order of Light, Geranian. At that moment, Zhu approached, quickly wrapping her right arm with a bandage, as if to hide something shameful. And where exactly is this so-called proud fairy sealer now? Yuz gestured with his chin toward the back, where a robe was half buried in a pool of blood. He's dead, probably killed by the King Goblin. That body back there, that's him. If I were part of Geranian, I'd have a way to contact Qingxiang directly. But unfortunately, I'm not. Zhu waved her hand dismissively. Well, that's something for them to deal with. We've completed the request, so let's head back to the guild and get our payment. Of course, Zhu had no intention of actually finishing things here. This was a classic tactic, prolong the task to make the client pay, even more a hustler's strategy. The Abyss, the Order of Light, the Dragon Sage, these keywords being mentioned together. This is an insane goldmine of a request. Not only would the reward be immense, but the overwhelming contribution points would make for a hefty payoff. Opportunities like this only come once in a few years. It's best to take advantage of it while I can. Without hesitation, Zhu spun around to leave. Wait, as expected, Yuz called out immediately. I need to bring this to my master, so I'd like to borrow your strength a little longer. Meanwhile, Kitten, now stripped to his undergarments, was wringing water from his clothes. Where is your master? In Orlin, oh, whoa, that's the Purple City, one of the 7 great cities. What a place to be. Are they rich, beautiful? She's in her 60s now, probably was pretty in her younger days. Witches have a fully established apprentice system. Unlike wizards, a witch, once becoming a master, only takes in 2 or 3 disciples throughout their life. Thus, the master-apprentice relationship is almost familial, with strong emotional bonds between them. My master is Serna, the last disciple of the previous priestess, Lady Juliana. She'll definitely know what this wedge is and how to contact Qingxiang. Yuz tightly gripped the pointed hat wrapped around the wedge. Jerome flashed a satisfied smile. And she'll also have the authority to provide us with the proper compensation. With a resigned sigh, Yuz nodded. True, but tell me, are all skilled adventurers like you guys such misers? Just shrugged. If we weren't, we wouldn't survive long in this line of work. Maybe elite witches who grew up only seeing the good sides of society wouldn't understand that. Yuz glared at Zhu, then her gaze shifted to Zhu's right arm. But what happened to your arm? Zhu shook her head firmly, clearly indicating that she didn't want to answer. It's getting late and I'm exhausted. Let's rest here for a bit. The lake is unbelievably clear and we can drink as much as we want. Plus, it's so peaceful it feels nice. With that, Zhu wobbled and collapsed to the ground. Yuz moved in shock, but Jerome shook his head. She's just asleep. She always does this after releasing that power. It brings on overwhelming fatigue. What exactly is that? Do you know? I don't. But even if I did, I wouldn't say. These kinds of things should be heard directly from her. Arzan, however, wasn't participating in this conversation. The bee sitting on his shoulder had begun to change form. Everything is going as expected. No, it's more accurate to say this is what I hoped for. Just like when he had defeated the giant slime, the bee was now transforming into a universal key. Even though the King Goblin's death was caused by the seal exploding, it still counts as a successful subjugation. Did the void bees absorb its essence? The specifics of the process didn't matter much. As long as the results were perfect, that's all that mattered. His heart was already racing. Perhaps it was because he was still a boy, but the anticipation of gaining new power always made his heart pound. Yes, I've got it again. the universal key that can unlock most miracles without any prerequisites. I'll carry this, let's head to Euphoria first. If we're going to rest, I'd much rather sleep in a bed than camp out here. With his hulking, muscular arms, Jerome hoisted both Je and the executioner's sword onto his shoulders. In one hand, he even held his Gatling gun. Even though he couldn't use magic, his sheer physical strength embodied the perfect image of a dwarf. Yez bit her lip and shook her head. No, the power of the void attracts monsters and can drive them into a frenzy. The forbidden area is stabilized by the seal, but we don't know about the goblins outside of it. Goblins, you're worried about goblins. The one dismissing Yez's concern with a chuckle was none other than Arzin. With me here, you don't need to worry about lowly goblins. Not at all. Arzin placed a hand on his forehead and let out a loud laugh. The way he appeared now was completely different from the boy who had once shed tears, worrying about the safety of the townspeople. Yes, he had become something akin to a madman. Kaz 2 Arcturas, Worker B, full void squadron deployment. The boy was in an extreme state of excitement, to the point where he forgot he had been putting on a whole act to increase his favorability and contributions. Second stage release of Kaz 2 Arcturas. That number just doubled right at this moment. Arzin had used it, the King Goblin's universal key. Without a second thought, not to unlock a new technique, but to strengthen his void creature summoning. Boo-woo-wung. As a result, the void creatures began pouring out, gnawing at the dimensional rift. This was different from usual. Usually, after summoning 25 units, the strain on his power would slow down the process. But this time it was different. 30, 40, 50, still going strong at 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60. Perfect. 60 units, the maximum operational number, double the usual amount. How much had he regretted unlocking Baralis last time? The number of void creatures equals power, stamina, and energy. I have to pump up this number as much as I can. Chasing after fanciful dreams nearly got him killed, so this time he made a practical choice. Boo-woo-wung. The collective sound of the void creature's wings rubbing against one another was so loud it became painful to the ears. Now the power of Latsui Kua has been at least doubled. What a splendid growth this is, and it doesn't end there. This increase in void creatures also naturally unlocked miracles that had them as prerequisites. It was truly a 2-for-1 deal. Gaining new insights is always a result of something fitting the right moment. Long for divine wisdom. Ebakta, through an intense understanding of the void's nature, attained new enlightenment. Without needing the universal key to unlock a new technique, Arzin could now enjoy a happy new technique time. I'll save this technique for later, to enjoy secretly in a room where no one can see, ha ha ha. As Arzin burst into maniacal laughter, Yuz covered her mouth with both hands. Kitten shook his head. Arzin is like that normally. Je says he seems to be feeling a bit unwell. The void spike had the trait of drawing monsters from all corners, just as Yuz feared. It was fine until they exited the forbidden area. The elder goblins that emerged from the other realm were all swept away without a trace when the seal was broken. Goblins keep coming, not just goblins. Various monsters dwelling in the forest charged in with their eyes gleaming darkly. To rush against me, how fearless. Worker B, it's a perfect opportunity to form the best squadron. While he thought this, they were just insignificant monsters, so there was no need to use fusion entities. Against these trash, it would be a loss to use fusion entities that have special abilities, but are limited in mobility and active time. Just deploying them broadly around would prevent the monsters from surpassing that greenish-black wave of annihilation. But those monsters seem odd. Are they enthralled by the void? It was as if they completely lacked sensation. Some were even rushing in while having more than half their bodies gnawed away by void insects. However, in their weakened state from the void insects, they couldn't pass through Yuz's barrier, so there was no problem. Arzin, I can feel an incredible energy from behind. At least E rank. That's a roachcat. Roachcat, a grotesque mix of feline and cockroach features. It had 11 eyes, and the drool from its antennae contained a venom that paralyzed the limbs of its prey. E rank primarily hunted by top-tier bronze and lower-tier silver rank monsters. It could be considered on par with this grade 9 request. Also, that roachcat is notorious for brutally slaughtering adventurers. Let it come, Worker B. He was hungry. Arzin's happy new technique time. Arzin, you look like a magic monkey. Why are you gathering bugs? It's charging at us. As the void insects deployed in the back split to the sides, Jerome shouted and Kitten asked, Arzin, are we going to lose? Chwa. In response, Arzin dramatically opened the holy book. It was important. In moments like this, looking good also mattered. Bobting, do you think the future gold rank, would lose to such a pathetic monster? While replying to Kitten, he flipped the pages too far back and had to awkwardly return them. Realizing something is always an act deserving of a particular occasion. Long for divine wisdom. Ebakta, through an intense understanding of the void's nature, attained new enlightenment. The void is the same as miracles and the principles of use. If one memorizes all the explanations of that incantation, it becomes possible to skip the casting by just uttering one activation word. But I haven't memorized it yet. He quickly read that phrase as if praying, then shouted the activation word. But there's a different part from miracles. It must be shouted with a commanding attitude rather than a desperate one for the power to manifest. Ebacta. In an instant, a dark green crack spread through the dimension, and from that gap, a massive tentaclino, a root shot up. Is this a plant of the void? It was something that resembled either a vine or a root. It charged forward. It entwined the body of the roach cat, a monster that had penetrated deep into the rear of the formation. Ki woo 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 wo. The roach cat, ensnared by the vine, began to writhe in pain. The aberration of the void had already begun. Starting from the roach cat's fur, its body was being dragged into another dimension, on the verge of annihilation. Oh, this is a binding-type miracle. It had captured the roach cat, which was at least 1.5 times the size of a bear, and lifted it into the air. It wasn't just a simple binding, it could easily crush the lowest-tier monsters. Shia KKKKKKKK. However, the roach cat did not give in easily. It tried to gnaw at the void plant with its venomous fangs to gradually escape the binding. Is it because of the rampage of the void, or is my power still weak? It's impossible to handle E-rank solely with Ebacta. And although it was longer than Barilus, the manifestation time wasn't as long as that of the void insects. The void's vines began to dissipate. Still, it's not a problem at all. There were more than enough troops to reinforce the roachcat raid. A whopping 60 void insects could be summoned. Suyakunia 3 mid-tier, Suya heroes 2 front-tier, assemble. The void insects paired up 2 or 3 at a time, instantly merging into entities that lined up before Arzan. Worker B, the target is the brain. They would penetrate the skull with the mid-tier and finish it off with the front-tier. Boo-woo-woo-wum. Cooking the roach cat still caught in Ebacta's vines was easier than picking one's nose while lying on a bed. Finish it off. With the mid-tier's venom saturation, part of the roach cat's thick fur and skull vanished into another dimension. Through that gap rushed the front tier. As Ebacta finally dissipated, the roach cat fell to the ground. It convulsed all over, soon frothing at the mouth and slumping down. This was because the front tier had torn apart its brain and organs. In just 1 week, what a perfect power-up. Now it was almost toying with this rampaging roach cat, which could be compared to a giant slime. Power, volume, speed. Nothing lags behind. The void is undoubtedly the strongest attribute. Ha 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 ha. Why was the horizon vertical instead of horizontal? Now that I think about it, I was definitely exhausted, but how did I summon 60? Was there a recovery effect in the ceiling formation? The strain hit his body hard. Blood was pouring from his nose, enough to block his prayers. Arzan has collapsed. I'll carry him. I'll check his condition. If we get past there, our village will be out. Your cart is over there. With Arzan fainted, the entire fighting force was effectively unarmed. Now, the fate of their situation rested on Kitten. Kitten led the group while trying to conceal his presence as much as possible. The monsters could sense that there was a void nearby, but they seemed unsure of the exact location. I'll turn the goblins' traps against them. Since there were many goblins from other areas, they wouldn't know the trap locations, and given their current frenzied state, they likely lacked reason. How? Yuz, who had healed Arzan's internal bleeding with healing magic, interrupted. Goblins mark traps with a stench, so we just need to eliminate that odor. We can change it to something else. Kitten used the animal dung he had collected nearby. He repeatedly made the goblins fall into their own traps. He also strung wires throughout the forest at goblin height. Goblins that charged in blindly had their necks cleanly severed by the wires. At the edge of the village was the cart Jerome had left behind. There's enough iron pellets here to max load 5 times. Priestess, you can use telekinesis, right? As Jerome loaded the executioner's sword onto the cart, he started to load bullets into the Gatling gun with a clank. What are you planning? I'll stand on this cart and fire the gun wildly. Kitten, make sure to guide us downhill as much as possible. Since I suggested this plan, I'll take responsibility. The 3 climbed onto the cart. The cart began to rush forward at full speed, with Jerome's Gatling gun spewing steam like a maniac. Keek. There was no way G-rank monsters like goblins could withstand this barrage of bullets. The iron pellets sweeping through the forest turned the goblins into chunks of meat in an instant. Wait, a rock ahead. Kitten's shout echoed, and in the next moment, clunk, the cart soared high, and everyone was suddenly in a state of weightlessness, as if in midair. Wow, we're flying. Look at that, that's euphoria. What a sight to see just before dying. I'm not dead yet. Don't underestimate me just because I became a witch at 23. Oh, great forces of nature that flow with the currents of reversal, gather here now at my command, Yuz. Yuz's spell quickly transformed into a translucent veil that enveloped the cart. The veil itself had mass. Composed of ethereal energy lighter than air, it allowed the cart to float into the sky. From here, I'll land us inside the walls of euphoria. Are you pushing yourself too hard? You're coughing up blood. I'm a witch, after all. I'm the one who urged us to hurry. I have to pull off something like this. The barrier surrounding the cart vanished just before it touched the ground inside the castle. The cart bounced multiple times along the road in the castle. After its wheels broke, fell off, and became a wreck, the cart finally managed to escape the relentless momentum. The guards rushed over immediately, but when Yuz displayed her witch's insignia, they quickly saluted her. "Yuz, what happened here?" the witch reciting in. Euphoria was a red witch, and upon hearing the details, she showed a bewildered expression. "I will reinforce the defense forces and set up a barrier, but I can't guarantee how long it will hold." Well, it was mostly goblins. It shouldn't stretch the castle's defenses too thin. Then that's good to hear, but until we leave for Orlanople, I will ensure your safety. You're planning to use the river route, right? Originally, they had intended to take the overland route, but traveling via the Belisar River would be several times faster. And considering the number of those monsters, taking the overland route might actually create more significant problems. That's probably best. The river route is regularly patrolled by witches, so we should take advantage of any help we can get. There's also the option to hire other adventurers. Let's use the association's resources. No, let's skip hiring other adventurers. There were plenty of adventurers willing to lend a hand for anything that could be of assistance. Surely there would be some willing to dip their toes into the void's power as well. This party may be a bunch of misers, but they still seem reliable when it comes to issues like this, especially since all four of them were exceptional in their respective fields. All right, understood. Jerome and Kitten tossed Ja and Arzin into the witch's hut before spreading out blankets in the living room and falling asleep themselves. Everyone was exhausted. The witch generously added firewood to the hearth and then suggested that Yuz take a brief nap as well. The void, as the witch reached for the wedge that Yuz had rolled up with her pointed hat, she felt a strong surge of energy and pulled back in surprise. The void, which had vanished from the world since the emergence of the Dragon Sage, has now appeared as if waiting for the Dragon Sage to die 50 years later. It was ominous. So ominous. Could this be the end of the second era of peace, the Silver Age? Arzin once again saw something strange in his dream. Is it black mist or dark green mist, or perhaps they're mixed together? It was definitely mist, but within it lay an unreal presence that dared not be looked into or uncovered. That presence was doing something. It was combining and weaving dark green mist to create entities of emptiness. Just as he attempted to speak to that presence, he woke up. It was already dawn. He realized the early autumn forest was noisy with the sounds of frogs and insects. "Did I wake up because it was too noisy?" Jerome said. He was using a cleaning rod to thoroughly clean the inside of the barrel. Due to the high-pressure steam, a lot of moisture remained inside the steam gun, and if left for even a short time, it would develop mold. Normally, a night with a lover is noisy. I hope you can bear with it. Where's your lover? You have to treat a gun like a lover. So what I'm doing now is just like intimacy between lovers. See, it doesn't make a sound. Well, he really is a madman. Facing genuine madness, Arzin realized once again that he had to be humble in this line of work. "Did you bring me here?" "No, you were carried by Kitten and I'm over here. After moving that heavy load, my arms feel like they're going to fall off. Recite a healing miracle for me." "Who are you calling a heavy load?" She sat up in bed. She looked like someone suffering from a hangover, holding her head and groaning. "Is it always like this?" "Yeah, if you release the bandages completely, you'll faint for about half a day to a day. That's my weakness due to the strain on my body." Arzin didn't ask for further details. She hadn't asked much about the power of the void before either. It was a small act of reciprocity. "I owe you one. I'll take a bit off your pay." "Why are you saying something so obvious as if you're being generous?" Arzin was momentarily startled and checked his pocket. His coin pouch was safe. In this line of work, it was generally accepted that anything stolen from someone who had fainted was fair game, but these folks didn't operate that way. Maybe it was too busy this time. That's my oversight. I need to make sure I don't get too carried away in the future. My body is my responsibility. The future's top-tier physique. No one should be allowed to lay a hand on it. We'll set out when the sun rises. The witch Yuz said. Most of the dangerous monsters in the forest are primarily nocturnal. Ja rummaged through the hut in her sleeveless outfit until she quickly found water and downed it in one go. "What route are we taking?" "We'll use the river route." "What kind of obvious statement is that? It's not like we're going to walk for 2 weeks. Yuz stared at Ja with wide eyes. "Why, what kind of expression is that? Don't you have any respect for witches? Even if you can't use honorifics, you should at least show some respect." "Ha, even when I get requests from noble brats, I keep this stance. My life motto is be strong against the strong and stronger against the weak." "What kind of trash philosophy is that? You sound proud of it." Arzin was genuinely curious. Why do women always engage in power struggles to establish a hierarchy when they are together? The female thugs from the divine guillotine were worse than that, and there wasn't much difference. Ja is like that with every woman she meets. It's even more so when she's with elites like wizards or witches or nobles. As dawn approached, the witch brought out a salad garnished with wild vegetables. Just by smelling it, Kitten, who had been snoring, jolted awake. This guy is the ultimate glutton. The goblins attacking the city walls is unprecedented, so all the guards are terrified. At the words of the Red Witch, Yuz nodded. We might need to strengthen the seals. We have to suppress the overwhelming morale. The group quickly finished off the wild vegetable salad, packed 3 days' worth of field rations, and headed out through the south gate of Euphoria. If we go down this road for 2 days, we'll reach the port. We'll catch a boat there. Until then, let's stick to the trails so that passers-by don't get caught up in any trouble, so keep your wits about you. The Purple City, Orlanople, is one of the 7 great cities located in the heart of the Northern Republic. Since the Balizer River, known as the lifeblood of the Republic, divides east and west from this point, it was a strategic location to unify the Northern Republic. Walking from the backwater town of Euphoria to this major city takes about 2 to 3 weeks. Kaz 2 Arcturus. As the dimensional rift opened, the void insects began to pour out, starting with the worker bee, Boo-Woo-Yuum. As 60 void insects spread out in all directions, the morning liveliness of the forest fell silent in an instant. Good, the way those insignificant creatures of the forest tremble in fear. Arzin grinned wickedly. Someday, when adventurers see my arrival, they will react like this too. Just thinking about it sent a thrill down his spine. Worker bee, I'll be busy summoning the 61st, so take care of the deployment and command of the voidlings yourself. Boo-Woo-Yuum the worker bee flew up above Arzin's head. It seemed to intend to grasp the battlefield situation from the sky and command the others. To maintain all 60, I'll have to use up more energy faster. I need to train my energy every time I can. And that energy training meant pushing himself to the brink of his limits. That was the way to increase the maximum capacity of the void insects. Boo-Yuum. Occasionally, he felt a presence somewhere along the trail, and a monster would leap out. However, it was already a half step behind, as he had left part of his body somewhere else. It had been hit by a void insect. Gross. She could easily kick or stomp them to finish them off. That guy is working hard to get stronger, despite his obnoxious appearance, she said, glancing at Arzin. Jerome, pulling the cart forward, shrugged his shoulders. It might be due to guilt. Guilt. Arzin collapsed, trying to protect us all back then. He didn't show it, but that must have weighed heavily on his heart, right? Not that it's necessary, though. That guy whistled in interest. True, priests and witches, as a type of religious person, generally have better character than average folks. Yuz shot a glare at ya. Why does it sound like you want me to hear that? It's a compliment. Why are you getting all worked up? Do you think I don't know the difference between a compliment and a jab? In front, Kitten was too engrossed in eating the wild vegetable sandwich prepared by the witch to notice. As they continued south, they began to prepare for camping in the evening. To avoid being ambushed, they set up camp in a clearing, with Kitten placing traps all around. Yuz lit fires to drive away the monsters, but it was uncertain how effective they would be against the creatures entranced by the void. Arzin, who had expended a lot of energy, was assigned the last watch and fell asleep first, while the party gathered around the campfire. Well, it's great that we got a big commission, but couldn't we just hand this off to the Witch Association? Then you wouldn't have to suffer so much, she said, shaking her head. Yuz disagreed. In this era, where the void has interfered with the world, many witches have fallen. Actually, if you look at the ratios, elite magicians and witches tend to be far more corrupted than regular people. For instance, 400 years ago, during the turbulent times, the priestess Lubrian fell into the void. Wow, you're quite frank. It seems like the elites have always been more rotten in any age. Right, they're a bit different from adventurers who only think about how to swindle clients. Did you just say that? Say it again. I said they're a bit different from adventurers who only think about how to swindle clients. Why? Kitten and Jerome sighed and shook their heads. At that moment, a ping, followed by the sound of something getting caught in the wire, and soon a monster's mournful roar echoed through the forest. Je, who had been pointing fingers at Yuz, said irritably, "It's noisy. Handle it before the monsters gather." Kitten swung his slingshot and hurled a stone that quickly silenced the area. Except for Kitten, the first watch, everyone soon fell asleep. The second watch was Jerome's. Whenever it seemed like monsters were gathering, a series of gunshots echoed through the forest, waking the entire party. Just take care of it. I'll take the watch until your turn." Je dressed lightly and, having disarmed herself as much as possible, wandered around the traps and quickly dealt with the approaching monsters using her daggers. Yuz was exempt from the watch since she was the client. The last watch was Arzin's. When Arzin was on watch, it was the quietest time, allowing everyone to sleep soundly. Arzin organized the groups, 1 middle-grade unit and 3 low-grade units. She instructed the middle-grade unit to take down anything that approached within 5 meters. "Hey, I'm going to sleep now, so don't make any noise, okay?" Arzin entrusted command to the middle-grade unit and dozed off to make up for lost sleep. As the morning sun rose, they awoke to a new day. "If we go down for about 2 more hours, we'll reach a harbor. We'll catch a boat from there," Yuz said. Arzin yawned. "Sleeping outdoors is exhausting. No matter how much I rest, the smell of the sea grew closer and the road became busier. Soon they arrived at the Balizer River, a massive river so wide it resembled the sea, stretching out beyond sight. The Balizer River was like a natural canal. The Republic government operated ferries that ran on a schedule, stopping at various harbors like stations. Boatmen also made a living by ferrying passengers over shorter distances. The harbor was thriving. Most of the harbors along the Balizer River were this prosperous. Yippee, so much delicious food, Kitten exclaimed, bouncing up and down. Street vendors selling snacks lined up, catering to those waiting for boats at the harbor. Maybe we should fill our stomachs while we wait for the boat, Je remarked, her eyes glinting mischievously. Everyone stared at her, unimpressed. Is that sort of thing really popular among Manuki women these days? Please don't lump me together with her, Yuz muttered. Seriously, just get out of here, Arzin added. Je blushed slightly and yelled, shut up. The street food mainly consisted of freshwater fish dishes. Unlike the desert climate of the South Republic, the North Republic had a tropical oceanic climate, making its ecosystem more diverse. Arzin, let's have some grilled sea bass. Grilling fish makes it taste the best, Kitten suggested excitedly. Hold on, decisions like these need to be made carefully. Arzin carefully surveyed the stalls, starting with a sushi place, and finally sat down at one specializing in grilled sea bass. Sea bass was smaller and had a stronger fishy odor compared to mackerel, but it was known that freshwater fish typically smelled stronger than those from the ocean. The fish itself might have been ordinary, but with the sweet sauce provided by the vendor, it melted delightfully in their mouths. It was the kind of flavor worth returning for if given the chance. Not bad, it's pretty good, Arzin admitted. Right, let's have another serving. Pig, stop eating so much. Pig, wait, they sell pork here too. Where? Kitten frantically scanned the area, using his hand as a visor, while Jerome grabbed Arzin's shoulder and shook his head. Don't try to understand him with logic. He's just some other life form disguised as a Manuki. TLN, Manuki is a term in the original text. It likely represents an in-universe culture or people. After finishing their meal, they spent about an hour watching countless boats passing by. Eventually, a fast boat appeared. The tricolored flag of blue, yellow, and red fluttered at the bow. It was the flag of the Witches' Association. This was one of the patrol ships dispatched by the Witches' Association to maintain order along the river. Yuz used her magic to draw attention and shouted, "Embrassel, you've done well. I am Yuz, the Blue Witch. I urgently need to travel to the Witches' Association in Orlanople. Could you assist us?" At Yuz's words, the Red Witch commanding the fast boat removed her pointed hat and greeted her. "Imbrakai Vi Simra, I am Ona, the Red Witch. Of course, are these people with you?" "Yes, they are adventurers I've hired. Adventurers, I will lower the gangway, so please move to the side." 8 soldiers rowing the boat were stationed aboard. The Republic operates on a militia system, where citizens receive basic military training and short-term contracts fill most positions. Therefore, while they are referred to as soldiers due to their uniforms, most are actually short-term contract workers from government offices. As the adventurers boarded, the otherwise bored contract workers showed interest. "So you're heading to Orlanople too? Are you going to the Red Mountain?" "No, we're just headed to Orlanople." "Hey, we're not competitors, so why be secretive? These days, every adventurer in the area is flocking to Orlanople." Arzin raised an eyebrow. "Why? Are you seriously asking because you don't know? They say there's some strange phenomenon in the Red Mountain. They're sending in adventurers all over the place." A strange phenomenon. While the party was chatting with the contract workers, Yuz was having a more serious conversation with Ona. "The Void. Yes, I need to meet with Master Cerna as soon as possible. There aren't any dangerous monsters near the river, are there?" "No, fortunately. Our regular patrols passed through less than 2 days ago." Balizer River is strictly controlled by the Witches' Association. If any monster caused material or human damage along the river, it would affect the Republic's entire economy. The Void, this is truly serious. I will activate the emergency lights immediately. From the bridge, the witch's magic began flashing in the tricolor sequence of blue, yellow, and red. As the boat cut through the river, the vessels ahead adjusted their course towards the riverbank, clearing the path for the fast boat to race ahead. "At this speed, we should reach Orlanople by tomorrow evening at the latest. However, I can't guarantee you'll be able to meet the priestess right away." "Is something wrong with my master? It's not that something happened to the priestess, but something has occurred at the Red Mountain." "What kind of event?" "I'm not entirely sure, as I'm not part of that group, but I've heard that the Orlanople Witches Association is at the center of the investigation." Yuz's eyes widened before she rested her chin on her fingers, lost in thought. The disappearance of the seal array is this causing anomalies to appear all over the world, but the timeline didn't add up. The seal array vanished only 2 days ago, or was it 3? 2 or 3 days for there to already be rumors about the Red Mountain's strange phenomena. It must have started well before that. Is it around the same time that goblins overran the Euphoria region? This feels ominous. Arzin had originally planned to continue training his void insect techniques aboard the boat, but he soon abandoned the idea. With so many eyes watching and the ever-changing sights of riverside villages passing by, simply enjoying the view was entertainment enough. The fast boat sailed past not only villages, but also small cities from time to time, where merchants and workers were busy unloading cargo, even during the dead of night or early morning. No matter where in the world you go, the lowest classes of society can never rest, even in the early hours of the morning. However, instead of feeling a sense of solidarity, Arzan now felt a sense of superiority and pity when he witnessed such scenes. I, Arzan, am destined to be a future diamond rank. He believed he was fated to rule over the upper echelons of society and dominate those below him. But still, perhaps it was because he had always longed for this. Just the mere act of watching these new and unfamiliar sights left him feeling restless and excited. Is that a monster? One of the contract workers pointed toward the opposite riverbank. The Red Witch's magic flared into flames, protecting the port town. The guards swiftly moved into action. It's been a while since a monster attacked a place where witches are stationed. They say strange things are happening all over the world these days. Could something big be on the horizon? Heh, with the triumvirate dragons around, what's there to worry about? We should be more concerned about our contract extensions. It's always the common folk like us who suffer, not the world. The contract workers all sighed in unison. After approximately 20 hours of travel, the fast boat finally arrived at Orlanople by 11 a.m. There were so many ships that even with the boat's emergency lights, it took nearly 30 minutes to dock due to the heavy traffic around the lighthouse. This was common in Orlanople as ships crossed in both directions, vessels bringing inland goods out to sea and those delivering maritime products inland, which Ona saluted Yuz by tipping the brim of her pointed hat. This is as far as I can help. Farewell, you've been a great help. I'll make sure to inform my master. There's no need. I was just doing my duty. The witches exchanged a respectful hand gesture, which drew a disapproving look from Ja. Why do elites always have to put on a show like that? The first thing that stood out about Orlanople was the grandeur of its walls, though built from simple stones from the Balizer River. The walls appeared sturdy and gave off a sense of solid strength. The crowds were so thick that it took quite a while to move from the outer wall to the central district, where government offices were clustered. Wait here. The Orlanople City Hall building was far grander than the one in the green city of Karshiko, boasting at least 10 stories. However, unlike the City Hall of Karshiko, which stood on an independent plot with a plaza and courtyard, Orlanople City Hall was located in the bustling center of the city, making the overall space feel smaller. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from somewhere nearby. Arzan immediately gripped his holy book, ready to fight, but she glanced toward the direction of the scream and shook her head in pity. It was the sound of a despairing wretch. Many such wretches were lying on the ground, their eyes hollow as they howled in anguish. My weapon, my precious 5 gold weapon. How could this scrap of iron? Arg, I was one step away from a +10 weapon. Indeed, the legendary enhancement artifact was located near the Adventurers Guild in Orlanople. It was a relic salvaged from Trident Point, the sanctuary of adventure, known as the Legacy of the Returned. Only 4 of these artifacts existed across both continents. This highly coveted antique was famous for pushing weapons, which typically capped at enhancement level 8, beyond their limits up to a maximum of level 12. Idiots, why do they gamble on such pointless things? Je muttered. A dwarf, sweeping shattered metal pieces from the artifact's vicinity into a dustpan, replied, "Of course, someone practical like you wouldn't understand. It's about the romance of it all." Dwarves are generally split into 2 distinct types: stocky individuals with bodies covered in muscle and thick beards, like Jerome, who excelled in physical prowess, and smaller ones that retain the appearance of a young boy throughout their life. The one sweeping the fragments was the latter, in appearance seemingly frozen in youthful innocence, though her features showed an ageless confidence. Her hair was pulled back tightly, and she wore safety goggles. It was difficult to guess the age of a dwarf, but for all Arzan knew, she could be a grandmother. "Aren't you a woman too?" Jerome asked, causing the dwarf to wag her index fingers side to side in defiance. "You clearly don't know this, but there's no such thing as gender when it comes to blacksmiths. You'll need to grow up a little more. How old are you?" 29, I'm 42. "Oh, my bad, I've only just inherited this place from my father." She spat on the ground, clearly unimpressed. "All you do is scam suckers into shoving their weapons into that enhancer, only for them to shatter, then you sweep up the pieces with a broom. Some blacksmith you are. They say a woman's worst enemy is another woman, and just seem determined to pick fights with them at every opportunity. What did you say? You have no idea how hard it is to operate that artifact. I'll remember your face. Don't even think about asking me to enhance anything for you or your companions in the future." Kitten blinked rapidly in surprise. Me too, why? I didn't say anything." Jean unfazed shrugged. "I've heard that line 100 times walking past here, and I've seen more than a few people standing next to me who ended up getting their equipment enhanced." The dwarf smirked and shot back. "That's because the money was too good to turn down. Don't go proudly admitting your greed, you lunatic." She snapped back. "Anyway, the more you enhance, the greater the return. Look at this." The dwarf triumphantly held up a dustpan she had successfully enhanced to level 11. This is the pinnacle of romance, the culmination of all my hard work. For a moment, both Zhe and Kitten's eyes gleamed intensely. In reality, it wasn't their eyes that were shining so brightly. It was the radiant glow from the enhanced dustpan. Once an enhancement level surpasses 8 and reaches 9, the weapon begins to emit a glow. If the enhancement is successful with the artifact, the equipment gains this shimmering aura. Idiots are everywhere, no matter where you go. Arzan couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity as he observed the adventurers weeping and rolling on the ground in despair. Enhancement. It's a luxury only for adventurers who have secured their skills and status and gained financial stability. Incidentally, Garrison, the vice-captain of the Divine Guillotine, wielded a pair of knuckles enhanced to level 10, while Captain Alert used an axe enhanced to level 11, though there were also those scumbags who, after failing an enhancement, took out their frustration by assaulting me. At that time, Arzan practically despised the enhancement system. However, now that he was free from their shackles, he surprisingly felt no great animosity towards it anymore. I want it too. I want my flat blade to glow like that. Kitten drooled at the thought, but Zhe grabbed him by the back of his neck, shaking her head. Enhance what? You're not even a combat specialist. How are you supposed to remain stealthy if that shiny thing is glowing in the jungle? Ah. And besides, this guy's a total ripoff. Even if you manage to enhance up to level 8, it's 100 times better to find a skilled blacksmith in some remote village. At this, the female dwarf blacksmith folded her arms and turned her nose up arrogantly. HMPH, why are you hanging out with these no-good amateurs who don't even understand the art of enhancement? Wow, that's a pretty racist remark, Zhe shot back. Enhancement is all about the process. You have to trust a proper blacksmith to handle it, or the density of the weapon won't be high enough. That way, when you use this artifact, the chances of breaking will decrease. That's why you should always entrust a proper blacksmith from level 0. Jerome nodded in agreement, though a 29-year-old blacksmith isn't really qualified to be saying that. At that age, you're barely even a blacksmith. Hey, that's a secret, the dwarf replied with a mischievous grin. So she was practically admitting to being a quack. The adventurer world was truly a cesspool where no one could be trusted, and Arzan found himself both bemused and oddly familiar with the constant grime. Hey, at that moment, Yuz emerged from the city hall. The request's been extended. We have to head to the Red Mountain Range. Master is leading the witches there. Zhe shrugged casually. As long as they pay us, we'll go to hell itself. Should I draft a new contract? What are you talking about? The request was for an escort until I meet my master in Orlanople. Don't tell me you're trying to scam me while wearing a silver rank. What, you little? Just shocked, quickly flipped over the handwritten contract Yuz had provided. It was true the contract had been written exactly that way from the start. Catching the look of bewilderment on Zhe's face, Yuz smirked. Did you really think I'd stay an easy target forever? I was ordained a witch at 23. I'm the elite of elites. You adventurers, you're all playing right into the palm of my hand. The purple city of Orlanople sits at the heart of the point where the Red Mountain Range splits. The North Gate, East Gate, and West Gate. Whichever gate you leave from, if you hurry, you can reach the foothills of the mountain range within a day. This time, Yuz chose the North Gate. She explained that the investigation team from the Witch Association had headed north. The group, tasked with escorting Yuz, made their way toward the foothills of the Red Mountain Range. Since they avoided using a carriage to guard against monster attacks, it took them a full day and a half on foot. Though there were some monster attacks during that time, this area was well protected by witches and swarming with adventurers, so they encountered no real threats. Finally, they reached the Red Mountain Range. Wow, it's hot. Arzan fanned himself as he gazed up at the majestic peaks of the Red Mountain Range. The heat here felt similar to that of the distant continent of Adrian, intense and scorching. Yuz explained, this range was created as a flame to suppress the ancient abyss. It's still burning, consuming the abyss with eternal flames. It's a sacred heat. As the patrol contractors had mentioned, the area around the Red Mountain Range was teeming with adventurers. Where adventurers gather, money follows. Merchants, seeing this as an opportunity, had come laden with potions. Alchemists, hardware shops selling various tools, blacksmiths repairing armor, and tanners were all here as well. Naturally, the prices were outrageous, like being hit over the head with a stick multiple times compared to the city. But that's the price unprepared fools have to pay. Hey, Zhe called out to an adventurer passing by. Huh, the adventurer answered aggressively. Zhe, eyes narrowing, grabbed him by the collar. You a bronze-level grunt have the nerve to look at me like that. Do you want to die? Such authority, the adventurer shrank back, likely intimidated by the aura emanating from Zhe's arm. His companion urgently nudged him in the side. Hey, lower your gaze. Can't you see that short, dark red hair and the executioner's sword? The adventurer immediately became docile. It seemed Zhe had made quite a name for herself in this area. Even among silver-ranked adventurers, only a few at the top displayed similar prowess, a sight commonly seen even across the sea on the continent of. Adrian, I heard the Witch Association's investigation team is here. Do you know where they are? Oh, if you mean them, head up a bit further and you'll find them. The witches don't seem to want to mingle with adventurers like us. Over there, got it. Hey, let's go. The priestess of the heavenly star, Serna, stood out even from her attire, which was far more distinguished than that of ordinary witches. You could recognize her as a priestess just by her clothes. Is it because of the extravagant embellishments? Of course, that's part of it, but I would have known even if it wasn't there. Even among the finest silks, there are grades, and the gap between each grade is immense. Her appearance radiated an imposing dignity, much more so than the grand witch seen in Karshiko. Such a person was warmly welcoming Yuz. Master, Yuz, what brings you all the way here? I have something urgent to discuss. It's really important. At this, the priestess's previously kind expression turned very serious. Which one is it? Pardon, between the two of them. Which one? They're both cute, just my type. Didn't you bring them here to ask me to officiate a wedding? What are you talking about? Please stop with the strange comments. We're dealing with a ridiculously urgent situation here. Ha ha ha, you're still too inexperienced, Yuz, if you get flustered by such a small joke. Inside the tent, after hearing the whole story from Yuz, Priestess Serna's face grew even more grim. The void was breached and an elder goblin emerged. Yes, and in the process a member of the Zerenian squad died and the sealing circle was broken. We need to relay this information to His Excellency, one of the 3 dragon lords, as soon as possible. This is highly unusual. Priestess Serna was wrapping the void seal with layers of sacred sealing scrolls. Zerenian members are the most elite of the dark elf followers. There's no way they would fall to a mere king goblin. What are you saying? Someone drove the seal in. You mentioned the body was crushed under the king goblin, right? That was surely to cover their tracks. A chill ran down Yuz's spine. It took her some time to suppress the trembling in her voice. I thought finding you would help clarify things, but now it feels like the situation is becoming even more complicated. No, you've come to the right place, but this is beyond something I can leisurely analyze. But Master, you're the greatest witch and priestess in the Northern Republic. How could you say beyond me? That's why it's frightening. Even I, who have such a title, am feeling my blood run cold from the overwhelming power within this void seal. Serna was the disciple of Juliana. Juliana lived during the reign of the Dragon Lord and resolved countless global calamities alongside him. Naturally, Serna had been taught by her master about the true danger of the void's powers. What should we do? The power of the void can drive beasts into a frenzy. Especially with such an overwhelming force from here on, you'll come with me to the papal court. You mean to see His Excellency Reihyang? Yes, the papal court is the closest from here. The adventurers I brought with me, all 4 of them, are very skilled. This is not a matter we can leave in the hands of adventurers. I'll have to bring most of the witches here with me. If only the witches are going, we can take broomsticks straight over the mountains. It would be much faster than traveling by sea. At Yuz's words, Serna shook her head. No, the air currents around the Red Mountain range are unstable. Broomstick flight is practically impossible. Air currents. Master, I'm no longer at the level where such winds would affect my flight. I misspoke. It's not the physical currents, it's the flow of spiritual energy. The natural energies we use for magic have become severely corrupted. How could that happen? For now, we'll return to Orlanople, then travel by boat to Turvanople. It's the only viable route. Master, about those adventurers, I owe them a lot, and I think you should handle the payment. The paper Serna received was an invoice written by Zhe. It detailed various reasons and demanded a payment of 4 gold coins and equivalent contributions. 4 gold coins, that's quite a lot. I hope you're not falling for those cute kids. No, they're not my type at all. I don't even like the party leader. But all 4 of them are definitely skilled. Really? Yes, really. If it weren't for those adventurers, I wouldn't have made it this far, I see. I can approve the payment of 4 gold coins right here and now at my discretion. Serna clapped her hands to summon her disciple. She looked to be in her mid-teens and was a junior to Yuz. Girl bowed deeply to Yuz and soon brought back 4 gold coins as instructed by Serna. As for the contributions, since the guild's branch is here, just settle that there. I need to finish preparing for the journey. In the meantime, you should say goodbye to those adventurers. Yuz took the gold coins and stepped outside the tent. The adventure party was giggling over trivial topics when Yuz waved to them. Not wanting anyone to snatch the coins away, Yuz handed each of them a gold coin. What's this? Are you trying to bribe us? Zhe asked incredulously, to which Yuz sighed. You adventurers will secretly kill someone if you have money. I'm worried that's why. When Kitten tried to bite the gold coin, Yuz covered his mouth with her hand. No, Kitten, you only do that with pure gold. And doing that would lower the value of pure gold. More importantly, coins, no matter the material, are full of germs. Never do that. It's not good for you. Okay. And this is the last one. Arzin, especially you, I received a lot of help. Oh, if I had the authority, I'd like to give you more rewards, but it wouldn't be fair and I'm not part of the guild. Arzin quickly tucked the gold coin Yuz handed him into his money pouch. 1 gold coin. 1 gold coin is worth 100 silver coins. This meant that it was the amount a laborer would have to save up without spending a single penny for 100 days, to earn that much money in less than 10 days. Being an adventurer is definitely the quickest way to get rich. Arzen swallowed hard but maintained a serious smile. I didn't do this for the reward, Lady Witch. Then would you like to return it? However, if it really bothers you, I could write a few lines about my performance and I can take that to the branch as proof. Yuz sighed, unable to scold Arzen, and playfully poked his forehead with her index finger. Having settled the payment, there was no longer any need to stay in this place. All the party members were excitedly discussing what to buy and what to eat. I want to try all the delicacies from Orlanople. Idiot. All food is basically the same. Don't waste money on weird stuff, buy good equipment instead. With this money, I could upgrade my Gatling gun quite a bit. At that moment, a red witch called out to them. Wait, I heard from Yuz that all 4 of you are quite skilled. How about taking on a named request? She immediately stopped in her tracks and raised an eyebrow. A named request? What's the rank? It's against kobolds. The branch generally rates them between 10 and 11. Only 10 to 11. Are you kidding? That's not impressive. When we return to Orlanople, there are plenty of requests rated 6 to 8. There's a way to adjust the payment. But right now, we're short on personnel since the priestess left with 20 witches. We can accommodate you to some extent. The witch wore a troubled expression. She seemed to smile as if she had been caught, but then she shook her head. No, thinking it over, I'm not really interested. Arzen asked, why not? Kobolds are small creatures that dig holes deep into the ground, right? But you handled goblins just fine. That's different from using a human-made tunnel that they modify. Is it? They do wander outside, but kobolds are truly only in the tunnels. It would be difficult to wield my executioner's sword properly in there. She especially noted the lack of any reaction from her right arm. That means it's not that impressive. Jerome nodded in agreement. My Gatling gun is the same. The risk of ricochet is too high. Moreover, Orlanople is a major city. It's true that this place is hot right now, but looking at the majority being brass rank, the request difficulty and rewards don't seem that high. I'm getting a bit tired of finding my way in the dark. Of course, it wouldn't be a problem with Arzen around, haha. Arzen crossed his arms. These guys seem to think about getting better requests when they return to Orlanople. It would be best to roll with it as long as they could. At that moment, the void grimoire hanging from her waist began to emit a heavy light. Not only light, but a feeling of weight as well. What's going on? Is it telling me to stay here? She had experienced something similar not long ago, at Lake of the Golden Realm. Back then, her work bee had reacted this way, but now, without the work bee summoned, it felt like the grimoire was responding instead. To grow, this must be the right place. If that's the case, then the conclusion a future diamond rank should reach is already decided. There must be a foundation for Arzen's growth here as well. Therefore, she said, I'll stay. My abilities are well suited for these dark caves. The bonds of adventurers that come together and break apart according to mutual interests are inherently fleeting. There's a reason why famous parties do all sorts of tricks to recruit promising talents. Still, the man Arzen wouldn't beg or act pitifully trying to persuade those who wanted to leave. Remember, you're the ones who should feel regret and try to hold on to me. Let's recognize this hierarchy right here and now. At that, Kitten's eyes widened. What? Then I want to stay too. As Arzen was about to nod in satisfaction, she grabbed Kitten by the back of his neck. You should be the pathfinder for our party, what's left for you. Besides, kobolds don't even set traps, so you won't have much to do here except memorize the tunnel routes. Then Arzen, let's form a party again if we get the chance later. I feel like I'll be seeing you often. Following Jerome also turned his back. Yeah, see you next time, Arzen. Oh, and next time try to change that rookie-smelling steel tag. RZE and I don't want to say goodbye. Kitten flailed as he was dragged away. Aside from him, his party left far too coolly. Watching their retreating figures, Arzen felt a moment of confusion. Wow, no matter how you look at it, isn't this a bit too decisive? No matter what, I was prepared to catch them a couple of times and completely ignore the work bee's reaction. Not that he'd kneel and beg. Just wanted them to say, let's go together, and he would have pretended to think it over before following them. I'm hurt, both his pride and dignity as a noble adventurer, for offending my feelings. What was it again? Some kind of punishment, right? Yeah, I'll impose the punishment of never forming a party with you again. But if they turn around now and apologize, he might let it slide. If they hang on to his pants, he might forgive them. I'll give you exactly 3 more seconds. 3, 2, 1. All right, is that how it's going to be? HMPH, I'm upset too. Anyway, he needed time to train alone with the power of the void for a while, so this actually worked out well. Starting with slimes and working in dark places feels a bit annoying though. In fact, having that burden lifted felt incredibly refreshing. No, this is really a good thing. It truly feels great, right? He's definitely not disappointed or gloomy at all. Are you okay, dear? Your companions are all leaving. A witch appearing to be in her 40s asked. She was the acting head of the investigation team since Priestess was leaving the Red Mountains. This indicated one thing. It was a top priority to make a good impression. Sniff, sob. Arzen pretended to swallow his tears. I really didn't want to part with everyone, but sniff, the justice in my heart, sniff, sob, is crying out to help the witch and do what's right, wah. Oh my, I can't believe there's such a solid kid. Yuz must have recommended you. Just give me any task. I may still be lacking, but I'll do my best in anything. He turned the special situation of leaving the party to his advantage, creating a context to build goodwill even more perfectly than usual. Moved to the point of tears, the witch provided Arzen with detailed explanations about the request. Perhaps to block the spiritual energy of the Red Mountains, the kobolds have started driving these large nails deep into the ground. The large nail the witch presented to Arzen was about 3 feet long. This was made by the kobolds using magic stones, and I have no idea how many they've driven into the mountains. Should I dig this out? Yes. The special request is for a daily exploration, and for this large nail you'll be paid per piece once you bring it back. It'll be a direct transaction. Arzen smiled in satisfaction. Wow, she's really a witch who knows how to communicate well. Having dealt with adventurers who cared only about money, it seems she understood how to manage her counterparts. This is actually great. After all, the relationship between a requester and an adventurer is based on mutual benefit. With such clear calculations, there was no need to haggle or complicate matters. At that moment, the witch's eyes sparkled. Oh, I forgot to ask the most important thing. What's your rank? A hurdle right off the bat. Don't forget the lesson emphasized from long ago. The perfect lie only requires a tiny bit of truth. I was in a silver rank party, but is it really necessary to mention that? Using a subtle evasion to conceal the truth. This way I won't have to worry about being scolded later for lying, nor will I be anxious about getting caught. The witch nodded as if she understood. Right, I shouldn't have asked unnecessarily. Then I look forward to working with you. Then I'll start the work from tomorrow. Arzen accepted the request form from the witch and headed back to the foot of the mountain. It was truly bustling with adventurers to the point of being overwhelming. Heh, if cockroaches walked on 2 legs, this might be what they'd look like in a swarm. The Divine Guillotine was the Platinum Adventurers Guild. The useless ones at the bottom of the Adventure Society dared not even enter such a place. Though it was hardly different from being a slave, it was only natural for Arzen, who had experienced the Divine Realm, to have no connection with such lowly ranks. Heh. With a smug smile of superiority, Arzen deliberately tensed his shoulders and swaggered through the crowd. However, his boyish body was frail. Instead, it was Arzen who was getting knocked around by the bulky adventurers, leaving him battered and bruised. These lower-class folks with muscles for brains, how could you possibly hope to outdo me, Arzen? If you can't manage even this, I'll let it slide this time. Arzen headed to the Adventurer Guild's field branch. Whenever a large-scale investigation mission arises, an intense game of survival ensues within the guild. Those who lose are stripped of their comfortable work-life balance in the city and sent to work in outdoor tents like this one. Naturally, the receptionist's gazes were filled with hostility. Let's see. Arzen searched for his prey. It would be best if the receptionists were on the verge of breaking down from the heavy workload. That's how he could earn their goodwill most easily. The second hurdle is to verify if it's true that I, a steel-ranked adventurer, received a designated request from the Witch Association. If Arzen were to confirm this with the witch and it got out that he was steel-ranked, his sweet honey pot would shatter. So I need to find the receptionist who is just about ready to break. He quickly spotted his target. It was the counter where an adventurer had been arguing with a receptionist since he first entered. No, where's the damage? You didn't even pay the proper price. Do you think it's easy being an adventurer? Do you find joy in shortchanging us, huh? No, damn, you really can't understand a thing. Even a little damage to a rat spider's fur drastically lowers its value. How bad could it be? Hey, I'm not stealing your money. Do you think I'm getting a bonus for buying this cheap? I'm just following the rules. You want to die. Gah. The receptionist, who would normally greet adventurers with a smile, wore a face more ferocious than a beast during field duty. Work-life balance was that important. As the adventurer, having endured all sorts of insults, teared up and dashed outside, the other adventurers began to murmur. Isn't that a bit much? Seriously. Let's avoid that counter. We should file a complaint with the guild. Fools, you need to know how to turn that to your advantage. Having locked onto his target, Arzen stepped back outside. After purchasing a cool carbonated drink from a traveling merchant, he returned. The receptionist was covering her face with both hands, and adventurers were refusing to line up at that counter. Arzen made his way toward her. The adventurers hurriedly warned him, shouting, "Hey, it's hell up there. Hello, miss. In moments of crisis, one must view it as a ladder." Only those who know how to use even such situations can claim victory in life. You must be exhausted. Here, take this and cheer up. Oh my. I'm here to submit a designated request. I have plenty of time, so please take your time. The receptionist's eyes glistened with tears as she gulped down the carbonated drink. Then she quickly began processing the paperwork. Oh, Arzen, you're about to qualify for your promotion exam, huh? That's impressive. Wait, already. It seemed he had earned more contribution points than expected from this mission. Hee, I was just lucky. Still, he had to pretend to be humble. He reminded himself that humility was the #1 virtue when trying to win someone over. Right, keep working hard. How wonderful would it be if all adventurers were as cute and honest as you, Arzin? Honestly, they're all just greedy trash. The first rule of winning over women was unconditional empathy. If you don't understand, just memorize it. Whenever a woman said something, he just had to repeat these 3 phrases. "Gah, that's so true. Oh my, really? Wow, what should we do?" He used these 3 catchphrases. Gaining the favor of any woman would be as easy as pie. "Come back again next time, I'll give you a present, Arzin. How about that? Isn't life just so easy?" Yes, just as Arzin was flashing a triumphant smile after smoothly overcoming both the first and second hurdles, she said, "Oh, wait a moment. Yes, since your last mission was rated as 8th grade, the guild requires a separate report. If you submit it, it might help with your contribution points." A report. Just hearing the word made his blood boil. Reports were a major factor in determining contribution points in party hunts, essentially the honor system. The divine guillotine must have written a terrible report to obstruct my promotion. That was only for missions that steel-ranked adventurers could participate in. They hadn't even acknowledged his involvement in the others. Your party members already submitted brief reports, so what do you think? Want to hear them? His heart sank at those words. Could it be that those guys slandered me like the divine guillotine? The chances were high. Humans were inherently selfish. Among them, adventurers were even more so. It was far too common in this savage world for a party to fall apart and then label someone as trash. Let's see, the leader wrote this on behalf of the party. Arzin not only provided miracles, but also skillfully handled summoning spells, greatly contributing to the completion of this mission. The silver rank praised it, so the contribution assessment is favorable. How about you write something as well, Arzin? With a dazed expression, Arzin picked up the pen. This is odd. Following Yuz's warning, he excluded any mention of the sealing techniques from this mission. Zhu is in charge of anger and spent the whole day fuming, but she wields a sword exceptionally well. Jerome has a quirky personality, but he shoots very accurately. Kitten may be a bit dim-witted, but he has an excellent sense of direction. As he wrote about the goblin extermination, Arzin planned to pen harsh criticisms about the trash who abandoned him, but this was the best he could do. Even that, after much deliberation while tapping the pen on the desk, he ended up striking through useless phrases like but or however. Zhu wields a sword exceptionally well. Jerome shoots very accurately. Kitten has a great sense of direction. The receptionist chuckled softly. It seems you had a lot of fun on this mission with your party, Arzin. Arzin's head was still spinning. He stepped outside the guild. Did I just miss a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? No, that couldn't be right. Arzin shook his head vigorously. With the overwhelming power of the void and my overwhelming appearance combined, I've already conquered nearly half the world. After all, they say world domination is for the diligent. I must move forward. There's no time to associate with trash beneath silver rank. The Red Pilgrims. The Red Pilgrims wore robes adorned with red flames. Each of them, trained directly in martial arts by the flame dragon Akaira, had served as exceptional martial artists, ensuring the safety of the Adrian continent. Their number was about 100. In operations like these, they usually paired off and traveled across the continent, which is how they earned the name Pilgrims. The esteemed one has arrived. Dragon descended from the distant sky, its form transforming into that of a dragon warrior amidst flames. The crimson flame, Akaira. Over 10 pilgrims knelt in reverence before Her Majesty. I've heard we've secured an important witness. At Akaira's inquiry, Whitney, one of the 5 leaders of the pilgrims, respectfully responded. Yes, they were originally an executive of the Divine Guillotine, but left a few years ago for some unknown reason. Guide her to me, while your highness orders it. She does not speak at all. If permitted, I intend to attempt interrogation. Interrogation is forbidden under any circumstances. That is the principle. Do not forget it. My humble apologies for my reckless words. Please forgive me. Despite the high status of the pilgrim, standing before this dragon who was fire itself felt like being overshadowed. No, perhaps it wasn't overshadowed, but rather embraced. Crimson Flame Akaira, she was a flame that enveloped all living beings warmly and gently. Is that her? The woman the pilgrims brought forth and made Neil appeared young. She looked to be in her late 20s, but her hair was tangled like rotting seaweed and her body was in tatters. Seeing her disheveled state caused wrinkles to form at the corners of Akaira's eyes, prompting Whitney to speak up urgently. Your Highness, this is not our doing. She was in such a state when we found her. How peculiar. If she was an executive of an adventurer's party, she should have been a promising adventurer. We also have no idea why. We kept asking, but she just sticks out her tongue with a derisive smile and doesn't answer. Is she out of her mind? Akaira approached the woman. I've heard you don't speak at all. What is the reason? The woman didn't respond. Instead, she raised her head and merely stuck out her tongue with an irreverent grin. The pilgrims flared up and rolled up their sleeves, but Akaira raised her hand, stopping them. You're bleeding. Akaira offered a sorrowful smile. The pilgrims tilted their heads in confusion. Although the woman had dried blood clots all over her body, she wasn't bleeding at all, despite your suffering so much. It is my shortcoming that I have not heard your moans until now. From the fingertips of Akaira, who grasped the woman's shoulders, surreal flames ignited. This was not the flames of annihilation or splitting, but the flames of purification. As all evil and impurities were burned away in those flames, everything that gnawed at the woman was incinerated. Something the pilgrims had never seen before emerged. Etched upon the woman's tongue was the mark of the void. To be precise, it was the curse of the anti-dragon. That irreverent mark could not withstand the transcendent flames and erupted from its host's body. The void did not take shape but appeared as a mere conglomeration of raging power. Even so, it carried an overwhelming might that sent chills down their spines. Why, your highness, the moment the void charged fiercely at Akaira. With a speed that transcended perception, Akaira moved her hand to seize the void. Though it tried to root itself in Akaira's grasp, its movements were completely halted, begone into the flames. As a blaze of intense heat surged from her fingertips, the void was instantaneously obliterated. The tension that had caused cold sweat to trickle down their backs dissipated, leaving an eerie silence. Nothing, no one could dare to intrude upon this profound stillness. The only being who could break this silence was the one who had created it, Akaira herself. Where has the fetter that bound your soul in blood gone? At this question, the woman absent-mindedly groped her body, renewed in the flames. Was truly a fragment of a miracle. It seemed that no water in the world could cleanse anything more purely than this. Nowhere, not anywhere, your highness. The woman couldn't believe this situation, couldn't fathom it at all, and yet, amidst the rising tears, she bowed deeply. However, she found herself unable to do so. Truly warm hands cradled her face. Those hands held the warmth of everyday life that anyone would dream of in their sleep. Yes, now you can speak. I am called Akaira. It is the name given to me by my mother, meaning freedom. What is your name? The counterpart was a dragon, a being she could not even dare to meet gaze with. That gentle smile completely denied such common sense. It was the kind of radiant smile that said it was all right to share sadness, pain, and joy face to face, just like her father and mother had done. Kirk, it's Kirk. Arzin wandered around the foothills, gathering information. Adventurers are notoriously chatty, so it was easy to glean valuable insights just by eavesdropping. He sought out adventurers who appeared relatively strong and deliberately positioned himself nearby to listen closely. I hear the kobolds are quite rampant these days. Don't even get me started. The kobolds have been so aggressive that even the goblins have lost their homes. Those guys have dug tunnels where the rat spiders roam, making the deeper parts of the underground increasingly dangerous. Rat spiders were hideous creatures that seemed to be a bizarre mix of rats and spiders. Their danger level was rated a staggering E+. Given that goblins are rated G and kobolds G+, it indicated that they were indeed dangerous monsters. But to me, they are nothing more than passing vermin. Arzin was a calamity in and of himself. Could one stop a storm just because they saw it coming? To monsters, the power of the void was just that. Hee. Afterward, Arzin also gathered information about local amenities. He heard that the city had extended its curfew by 4 hours and shortened the opening hours by 2 hours. In short, the city would not close its doors until 10 p.m., and it would open at 5 a.m. I'll work 2 days and then head to the city for a day of rest. After regaining his freedom, Arzin had made one decision. That is to achieve work-life balance. Growing the power of the void was important and enjoyable. However, he decided to refrain from overworking himself as much as possible. I must live with at least a minimum level of happiness. The city hall had added more shuttle carriages running between the Red Mountain Range and Orlanople, significantly shortening the intervals between departures. Therefore, this plan shouldn't be difficult. Inside the crowded carriage, he didn't want to be mixed in with the adventurers, all reeking of monster blood and sweat. When I heard the witch's explanation earlier, it seemed like a long stay was expected. So Arzin went to the station information desk and bought a monthly pass for 3 rides a week. It's foolish not to take advantage of a 26% discount compared to paying each time. Of course, camping out in the Red Mountain Range and resolving quests might be faster, but he didn't want to do that. Arzin returned to the branch. Next to the quest status board, there was a bulletin board. There, a detailed map of the kobolds' tunnels in the southern part of the Red Mountain Range was displayed. A note below indicated that it was created based on reports from brave adventurers, selling such important information for a measly contribution. They're brave as hell, aren't they? Bunch of idiots. Despite his thoughts, Arzin went to the counter to purchase a copy of that map. Information was crucial, and just in case I might not have the luxury to chant a healing miracle, let's buy some potions too. It would be best to purchase them from places bustling with adventurers. Potions were a matter of life and death, so adventurers were keen to find quality items. The fact that many adventurers frequented a shop meant that word of mouth had ensured its quality. I found one right away. A sizable temporary tent had been set up, and adventurers were lining up. The queue was quite long, but the turnover was quick. Upon entering, Arzin understood the reason. 3 neatly dressed alchemists in clean white attire were collaborating inside. Their cleanliness made them seem far more trustworthy compared to the people who carelessly displayed potions on the streets. To Arzin's discerning eye, the quality seemed decent. Unlike the usual herbalists who only categorized their potions as low, medium, or high grade, these alchemists had further subdivided them into lower medium and upper medium grades. Arzin purchased 3 lower medium potions. Since he could use the healing miracle, anything beyond this would be unnecessary overspending. He also bought some glowstone. Losing a usable Pathfinder stepping stone means I have to handle these trivial matters myself. He definitely wanted to avoid becoming lost and dying deep underground. The glowstone would be handy for marking his path. Preparation is complete. Time to go. He decided to set out for the first day of exploration. A newly discovered area would be ideal. He avoided popular spots known to be prime locations due to the crowd. At the entrance of the tunnel, apprentice witches were strictly managing access, accompanied by guards from the city hall. They seemed to be compiling a list to keep track of casualties and missing persons. Looks like such menial tasks have fallen to the apprentice witches. Apprentice witches were typically in their late teens to late 20s. Yuz, who had already been officially appointed as a witch in her early 20s, was quite an elite. Being the disciple of a priestess was no lie either. Identification tag. Here, Steelha, what's your request? When Arzin presented the request slip stamped by the Witch Association, the witch raised an eyebrow. So you received a designated request from Witch Bait. Yes, how interesting. I see you're not someone to be misjudged. You may pass. Upon entering the tunnel, a slope appeared immediately. There are various supports, braces, and torches set up near the entrance, making it seem solid, but deeper inside lay untouched tunnels where human hands had not reached. Dust fell with even minor tremors, which felt slightly unsettling. No, kobolds are masters of tunnels. They wouldn't let anything collapse so easily. Arzin formed a light using the lamp of prayer. Kaz to Arcturus, 10th tier, Boo-Yuum. The eerie silence of the underground felt calmed by the sound of the flapping wings. Worker B. The worker bee perched on Arzin's shoulder. Lately, he had almost given the little creature its own dedicated space. All right, let's go. They descended further for about half an hour. As they went deeper, the echoing sounds of the tunnel began to resonate, soon capturing the sound of hammering. The sounds are resonating through the tunnels. Kobold tunnels varied immensely in size depending on their purpose. Tunnels simply used for travel were barely wide enough for an adult to pass through. Arzin understood why Zhu and Jerome hadn't come. If they had indeed arrived here, they would have had quite a tough time. However, the area where the work was in progress was quite vast. As he exited the long tunnel, he could see kobolds setting up supports and hammering stakes here and there. Kobolds, they were reptilian demons. There's a legend that they are descendants of ancient beings known as reptilians, but that is merely a legend. They were short like goblins, and while their combat ability was better than that of goblins, they were still insignificant. However, kobolds possessed masonry skills that distinguished them from the typical lowest-grade monsters, and they wore a kind of stone armor and helmets. Nevertheless, in the face of the power of the void, all monsters are utterly insignificant. The kobolds who had been widening the tunnel with pickaxes or hammering stakes turned in surprise at his voice. Kobold brothers, you've worked hard today. If you leave those stakes behind, I'll let you live. Oh, and since pickaxes can fetch a price, leave those too. The kobolds exhibited a primal animosity toward humans. Thus, they charged at him, using their tools as weapons. Crorer, Arzin crossed his arms arrogantly and chuckled. What's this? You want to rush me? You think a mere G+ rank can take on me, Arzin? Worker B, we need to teach these rude trash some manners. Boo-Yuum, the worker bees lined up in formation and advanced. The kobolds caught in that line began to writhe in pain as if being swallowed by some unseen force. Arzin picked up a pickaxe that one of them had dropped. This looks to be of decent quality. He could understand why it was valuable. Let's see if it fits your head. Crack. He delivered a lethal blow to the head of a kobold, nearly half of its body consumed by the void creatures. The helmet, likely due to weight issues, was merely clay molded from dirt with a stone piece attached to it. It couldn't withstand the destructive force of the pickaxe. Arzin danced rhythmically as he confirmed each kobold's kill with his pickaxe. It seemed cruel, but kobolds were said to possess enough intelligence to play dead, so caution was warranted. The number of kobolds I've taken out is already 10. The rest had been completely devoured by the void creatures, so there was no need to confirm their demise. Wow, what a windfall on the first day. Soon, this vast cavern would belong to Arzin. All those pickaxes and stakes represented today's profits. Arzin spread his troops wide and collected all the pickaxes while analyzing the battle he just fought. Even while using Lotsai-Kwa, I felt that the power of the void is incredibly strong against organic beings, but weak against inorganic ones. Living beings without armor were truly slaughtered. However, when obstructed by inorganic matter, its destructive power was significantly diminished. It had already been proven that he couldn't completely annihilate a great tree with la Tsai Kwa. But demons have taken down even hydras, right? This might just mean my power is still weak. Perhaps there might be a new mutation among the void creatures or some other kind of evolution. But for now, I need to devise a strategy. When dealing with kobolds, I'll avoid using the worker bees and stick to the fused entities instead. The worker bees and the soldier bees could exert considerable strength even against inorganic materials. These kinds of armor wouldn't be able to obstruct their power. At that moment, Arzan let out a groan. The stakes won't budge. No matter how hard he pulled, they were embedded so deeply that there was no movement at all. His palms were scraping and burning from the effort. Worker bee, can you get this out? The void creatures rushed in. They began gnawing at the underground earth to extract the roots of the stakes. As expected, they were tough against organic matter but weak against inorganic, which meant they took a long time for this simple labor. Enough, worker bee. We can't waste precious void creatures on such simple labor. There are laborers more suited for this menial task. We'll need their help. After packing the pickaxes into his army, Arzan followed the path marked by glowstone and exited the tunnel. He hadn't realized how much time had passed underground, but it was already dusk. Just then, a burly party was having a junior witch write up an entry list. Wow, this is a real gold mine. Look at all these pickaxes marked with green glowstone. Arzan shouted as if to let them hear. There were tons of stakes too, but my army is full, so I couldn't bring them along. I'm really weak. Oh no, how unfair. Oh, fire ignited in the eyes of the burly party members. They shot looks at the junior witch, urging her to hurry. As soon as the entry list was completed, they dashed into the tunnel like hungry beasts. Arzan watched their retreating figures and smiled wickedly. It's real, there are really tons of stakes. Each one is worth 10 coins. There are at least 20 here. Woohoo, it's steak for dinner tonight. The burly party members began to grunt and work hard to pull out the stakes. The pile of stakes they spread out in the center of the cavern soon counted up to 15. If exchanged for money, that would be 1 silver coin and 50 copper coins. Just then it happened. Suddenly, all the torches went out at once and bugs rushed in from the darkness. What's going on? Gah, it hurts. Get away. These things are on my head. No, I can't go bald at my age. The burly party members were no match for the bugs that relentlessly tugged at their scalps in the darkness. There was only one option. They could only grab the stakes they had just pulled out and hurriedly flee toward the glowstone. Gah, bugs, what kind of gigantic bugs are these? Run away. It's a terrifying new type of monster that causes baldness. We need to report this to the guild. As the burly party members flailed and disappeared under the pursuit of the bugs, a new presence soon emerged. Cough, cough, ha 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 ha. The presence began to laugh. Guanghui, the boy who was laughing maniacally, started to gather the pile of stakes in the center of the cavern as if they were his. You fools, don't you know there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world at your age? This is neither a scam nor exploitation. I paid a fair price, 10 silver coins, to purchase the labor of those fools. I wondered if there could be a more fair trade than this. I caught the kobolds and cleared the path, so it would only be right for me to reap all the rewards. I, Arzan, am such a soft-hearted and benevolent boy. I just couldn't bring myself to do that. So at the moment the big guys were pulling out the last stakes, I sent in the void creatures. If I keep being such an altruistic adventurer, I'll end up with nothing. I really am too soft-hearted for my own good. By the time Arzan emerged from the underground tunnel, it was already late at night. As expected, it's hard to tell the flow of time underground. It had taken quite a while to wait for the burly men to completely disappear. Outside the tunnel, an exhausted apprentice witch, barely staying awake, was scribbling on a roster. A guard frowned openly at the sight. Hey, stick to the entry and exit times. You're 10 minutes over. I couldn't even leave because you didn't come up. It wasn't wise to provoke people on the payroll carelessly. And considering he'd interrupted their precious work-life balance, the fact that he wasn't being cursed at meant this was a rather gentlemanly response. Arzan nodded in apology and quickly made his way down the mountain. As expected from an outpost, they've got people on duty even at this late hour. Arzan sold the intact pickaxe for 3 coins each. After deducting various fees, he was left with 23 coins. If I sell the large nails to the witch tomorrow, I'll have earned 2 silver coins for half a day's work. Once I get more used to these tunnel explorations, earning 5 silver coins shouldn't be too hard. With that in mind, Arzan wandered around the mountain base. Several proprietors had set up chairs in front of large, makeshift tents. These were known as chicken coops, lodging facilities crammed with nothing but tightly packed double-decker bunk beds, where adventurers would sleep amidst constant snoring, stinky feet, and drunken ramblings. But there were no other options. Arzan paid 3 coins for a spot. He climbed the ladder to the top bunk and wrapped himself in the provided blanket, only for his skin to itch. It was clear that the blanket hadn't been properly washed, likely crawling with mites. Cursing under his breath, Arzan kicked the blanket away and tried to sleep, relying solely on the warmth of his akahalu hide robe. Damn it, I'm so exhausted, but I can't sleep. His body itched so much that he ended up spending the night tossing and turning, sleepless. Early in the morning, he headed to the Witch Association tent. The witches who prioritized spiritual discipline were already awake, having finished their early morning gathering. Bate, the senior witch who had assigned Arzin his task, was inside the tent, conducting various experiments with the large nails. She was either dripping liquids onto the nails or embedding them into ritual circles. I brought the nails. Oh my, you brought a lot. Didn't you overwork yourself? You look exhausted. I just couldn't sleep. May I go now? Of course. Oh, wait a moment. I'll make a record proving your shift. Adventurers need these for contribution points, right? The tunnels opened at 8 a.m. The witches needed time to wrap up their morning gatherings and prepare for the day. As Arzin waited for 8 a.m., he thought he might collapse from exhaustion if he went back into the tunnels. I'm so tired. How can I work like this? What's the point of making money if it's this miserable? Arzin headed toward the bus stop. Just then, a stagecoach was unloading a crowd of adventurers into the Red Ridge. About half of that number was now queuing up. It seemed commuting hours were always busy. Arzin barely managed to board before the coach reached its capacity. The crowd was so packed that he had to pull his knees to his chest, unable to even stretch out his legs. Despite that, Arzin was so tired that he felt sleep coming over him. He summoned a worker bee inside the lining of his Akaharu hide robe to guard his money pouch, then buried his head between his knees and began to doze off. Except for waking up once or twice when the carriage stopped at a station or jolted from hitting an obstacle, Arzin napped pleasantly. He felt so good that he even drooled in his sleep. Having boarded just before the carriage reached full capacity, he managed to secure a seat where the sunlight poured down, adding to his comfort. How long had he slept, letting the rhythmic shaking of the carriage rock him? By the time all three suns were high in the sky, the carriage had reached the city gates. Those with a regular pass come this way. First-time visitors or those without a pass come over here for inspection. Seeing how thoroughly the witches managed the city's entrance from the early morning, Arzin thought, as expected of one of the 7 great cities. In most small towns or castles, gatekeepers would handle these mundane tasks, not witches. He wandered around, looking at different inns. Many tried to rip him off because of his young age. But who am I? I learned the art of haggling from the divine guillotine. After giving a few of them a piece of his mind, he managed to find out that all the inns near the gates had skyrocketed in price, as they were convenient for commuting to the Red Mountain Range. Arzin hesitated for a moment, but he figured that inns in the Central District wouldn't be much cheaper. The Red Mountain Range is a hot spot right now, and even the accommodations attached to the guild branch must have increased in price. More than anything, he was too tired. He was so sleepy that everything seemed like a hassle. He still had plenty of money left. Even after subtracting the 2 silver coins he earned from selling picks and nails, the single gold coin Yuz had given him was still gleaming brightly in his pouch. I'll just take an inn right in front of the North Gate. I'll catch the first ride to the Red Mountain Range at dawn and return on the last carriage of the day. He thought about upgrading his regular pass at the carriage office, but was too exhausted to bother. Besides, he could always do it at the temporary office set up in the Red Mountain Range. Arzin chose the cleanest inn he had seen. It came with a private bathroom, and the room was the largest of all the ones he had checked. The cost was quite high, but he managed to haggle it down, using the excuse of staying long-term for a month and having breakfast included every morning. The price, 23 silver coins. Considering the original price was 1 silver coin per night, it was quite the achievement. After concluding a deal that satisfied both the innkeeper and himself, Arzin received the key with a handshake. Oh, and if you use hot water, the boiler will kick in and you'll be charged extra according to the usage. The boiler was a byproduct of the steam revolution. Under the welfare directive of Orlanople, the dwarves were allowed to sell such technologies to humans for a price. They wouldn't teach the technical details, but it wasn't like humans could understand it anyway. In the past, to get hot water, you'd need to either rely on expensive magic tools or heat up stones and carry them around, but the world was getting better. Got it. The moment Arzin entered his room, he practically threw off his clothes and went straight to wash himself. The bathroom even had a bathtub. One of the 7 great cities really is different, Arzin thought. Even inns here offered such luxuries. Ah, this is life. Now I can finally relax, Arzin thought to himself. Earning lots of money and advancing in rank were important, but if the process was unbearable, then none of it mattered. There's no use trying to grab hold of happiness in old age. Each moment of youth must be filled with happiness. In the warmth of the room, a pleasant drowsiness washed over him. Falling asleep in a carriage doesn't count. Now he understood. A person needs a soft bed to truly get a good night's sleep. I used to sleep just fine in stables or warehouses. Arzin could feel he had changed. He had learned to live like a human being and realized that it was the way to find happiness. And this change felt good. Worker B, guard that well. His coin pouch, now filled with silver coins as change, was noticeably missing the gold coin. It stung a little, losing the first gold coin he had ever held in his life. But then again, he would be handling hundreds, thousands of gold coins in the future. There was no need to dwell on it. With the worker bee standing guard over his pouch, Arzin quickly drifted into a blissful sleep. Arzin woke up early at dawn. It was still 3 a.m., too early for breakfast. After some light exercise, Arzin opened his sacred text and deployed all 61 of his void bugs, Kaz to Arcturus. The summoning of the 60-second void bug was imminent. He had been stuck at 61 for a while, too busy to move forward, but today, he planned to bring forth the 60-second void bug. Besides, he'd probably doze off during the ride to the Red Mountain Range anyway, so his energy could be replenished then. Let's do this, worker bee. Arzin focused. The worker bee opened the window. Soon, a massive heat surged through his body, so intense that it made him forget the chill of the early autumn morning. Sweat poured down, and his insides ached here and there. One thing I've realized since reaching 60 void bugs is that the more I summon, the easier they are to multiply. As expected, the existing void bugs widened the dimensional rift, allowing the newly summoned ones to pass through more easily. In the past, it used to take half a day of struggle just to add one more void bug, but now it's different. I can complete the summoning of one in just an hour. If he could strengthen his energy further, he was confident that he could increase by 2, maybe even 3, void bugs a day. Time to get ready. Arzin finished his preparations quickly and headed down to the inn's first floor. It was 4:20 a.m. Quite a few people were already there, eating the breakfast the innkeeper had prepared since the early morning. Most of them looked formidable and well-armed. They must be seasoned adventurers, given that they're paying a silver coin per night for lodging and forking over extra for the carriage fare. Not that they compare to me, Arzin. Arzin felt a sense of superiority at being part of this group, rather than the rabble he'd dealt with last time. Hey there, for our long-term guest, I'll toss in an extra egg. The innkeeper said this cheerfully, though the portion didn't look any different from what the others received. The breakfast was nothing special. It was a standard meal of toast, bacon, scrambled eggs with onions, and corn soup, something anyone from the Republic would love. It's always the same. The best breakfast is something everyone can enjoy, especially when no one has much of an appetite in the morning. He agreed. It was better to eat something guaranteed, rather than fall victim to the innkeeper's greed by trying something too experimental. And considering the innkeeper's skill, the meal was excellent. The corn soup, in particular, was rich and sweet, a real delight. Yesterday I was too tired to notice, but after signing a long-term contract, I can see that the daily lodging fee of 1 silver coin is definitely worth it. Like a pack of ghouls, the adventurers, who had been eating in silence with soulless expressions, began to rise from their seats one by one. The gate was about to open, and the first carriage of the day would depart soon. It was almost 5 a.m. Arzin hurriedly wrapped the remaining bacon and eggs in the last slice of bread, making a makeshift sandwich. With it in his mouth, he joined the line of adventurers heading out. Just as the door, opened by the adventurer ahead of him, was about to close and Arzin stepped through. Thunk, his gaze shot upward. His bread, eggs, bacon, and drops of grease were flying through the dim early morning sky. Ouch, someone had rushed into him, knocking him off balance. A girl about the same age as Kitten had fallen right in front of him, landing on her backside. No, the fried egg the innkeeper gave me as a bonus. As Arzin gazed at his sandwich, now sprawled across the ground, tears welled up in his eyes. Meanwhile, the girl bowed repeatedly, frantic with apologies. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Ah, damn it, do you think sorry is enough? Instead of shouting, Arzin sighed and stood up. Her desperate apology and the fact that if he missed the first carriage, there would be no seats left, softened his heart. The adventure tag around the girl's neck, gleaming silver, also played a part in his decision. She must have seen me leaving the inn near the gate and realized who I am, which is why she's groveling. If she messes with the wrong adventurer, she'll suffer. The Adventure Society was a hierarchy driven by power, after all. Arzin joined the line in front of the stop. The girl, without a trace of shame, stood right behind him despite the trouble she'd caused. The line grew quickly, but soon the first carriage arrived. The adventurers showed their tickets and boarded. The witch who had opened the gate and the guards double-checked everyone's identities as they prepared to leave the city. All clear, let's go. The witch waved her hand in a circular motion. The second gate, made of iron bars, rose into the air. The carriage passed through and sped out of the city. Arzin decided to use tunnel number 82, which he had explored the previous day, as his base of operations. The earlier a tunnel was discovered, the lower its number. As time passed, progress had been made to the point where rough maps of the tunnels were now available. Having so much information was an advantage, but the downside was far greater. It attracted all sorts of riffraff. This spot is ours. This is our spot, you bastard. What are you four planning to do with this huge space? Damn idiots! While fighting kobolds, adventurers often shouted such things whenever others tried to interfere. In groups of 8 or more, auxiliary members would sometimes block the common entrance entirely. In the adventure community, claiming a spot was of utmost importance. If you don't understand this well, your life as an adventurer could become quite miserable due to contribution terrorism. Adventurers were often seen as tough and rugged by outsiders, but in truth, they were some of the pettiest people around. Proof of this could be seen in how they loved to stalk those who didn't respect the spot culture and tarnish their reputation using contribution reports. What is spot culture? Unless it's a straightforward raid, battles tend to break out in various hot spots. Imagine a monster appears and a bunch of adventurers rush in to fight it. Winning may be easy, but when it comes time to divide the spoils, the payout might not even amount to a single coin. It's a waste of time and energy. That's why the party that arrives first and occupies the space can claim the right to the spot. The spot refers to the right to engage the monsters first and claim the rewards. There's no time limit for holding a spot. The spot is only relinquished when the adventurer moves away from that location. But what if the party that claimed the spot encounters a monster that's too powerful, or the number of monsters becomes overwhelming? There are two options. One is to give up the spot and run away. The other is to recruit passing adventurers into their party. The party that called out to Arzan, who was descending the sloped tunnel. Lamp of Prayer fell into the latter category. Two more are coming from the front. Why are these kobolds so damn strong? Kid, it's a goldmine in here. There are over a dozen kobolds. We're a 4-member bronze rank party. It'll be worth your while. Arzan peeked inside and in an indifferent tone asked, how's the reward distribution? Of course, we'll split it evenly. Evenly, my ass, you useless trash. I'll take 60 and you guys can split the remaining 40. Obviously, I get the 60. What if you don't like it, go ahead and get wiped out. Arzan sat cross-legged in front of the common entrance. Help us out. What are you doing, damn it? I'm waiting in line. Arzan's actions didn't fall under the category of contribution terrorism. Just the act of lining up subtly honored the spot culture, making his stance clear. In this case, if the party inside decided to retaliate through contribution terrorism, they'd likely be the ones to face ridicule. The Adventure Society was twisted from the very foundation. Oh, when will they get wiped out? When will they flee? The Vanguard's shield just broke against a pickaxe, didn't it? Dangerous, huh? Arzan began to relay the situation inside while shaking his hips. Oh dear, the front line is in trouble, and now the archer is at risk too. One hit from a kobold's pickaxe really brings you back to your senses, huh? Someone shut that bastard up. I can't concentrate. Oh, just now, while yelling at me, they got hit by a kobold. That's gotta be at least 2 broken bones, right? They better wipe out fast so I can sneak in and grab all the rewards. Arzan was so entertainingly sarcastic that adventurers descending into the tunnel began to settle in one by one, chuckling to themselves. Watching a disaster unfold is always the most entertaining thing in the world. The adventure community is ruthless. Leader, this is getting dangerous. I'm serious. These kobolds in the Red Mountains aren't the G+ rank weaklings we used to know. Fine. Kid, 60-40, hurry and help. Geez, what do I do? The settlement ratio just went up to 70-30 exactly 3 seconds ago. 70-70, 70-30. That's ridiculous. This is too much. It's scheduled to go up to 80-20 in 10 seconds. Tick-tock. Arzan had a knack for twisting the urgent ones around like this, a specialty of the Divine Guillotine, 9 seconds. And this Arzan was the boy who had been watching all this ridiculousness from the front row. 6 seconds. If the boy set his mind to mischief, he could rival the Divine Guillotine, 3 seconds. Leader, come on. Yes, 70-30, 70-30, help me. Arzan clapped his hands together excitedly as he stood up. He let the 4 adventurers watching know that the show was over. Wow, this guy is really funny as hell. Hey, what's your name? Let's form a party later. Just being together seems like it would be fun. Arzan shouted his name loudly for all the adventurers currently exploring the tunnel to hear. My name is Arzan. I'm going to be a gold-ranked man. This was also a part of his perfect plan. Humans always act differently when entering and exiting a restroom. This was to ensure that the party struggling down below wouldn't bury Arzan deep underground out of possible revenge. Of course, if I unleashed the Void Division, the massacre would be on our side, but this place is smaller than it seems, so it's better to avoid such unfortunate accidents. As the adventurers giggled and continued on their way, Arzan opened the Holy Scripture and prepared to showcase a miracle. There are 3 methods to perform a miracle. The first is a shortened chant. This is how you use it when the prayer is perfectly memorized in your mind. Those with memory and divine power that fall into the genius category can use miracles most quickly, but the power is diminished. The second is to recite the miracle's verses slowly. This method doesn't require opening the scripture, but the power is halved, and it's almost similar to the first. The third method is to unfold the verses of the miracle and read them with a sincere heart. Though this is the slowest method, unlike memorization, you can concentrate entirely on the words, allowing the miracle's full power to be unleashed. The light of the Holy Spirit shall bestow a baptism of hope upon you, and that baptism shall spread like waves across the whole earth. Fruits of baptism. The miracle cast using the third method, fruits of baptism, was a space-designated miracle. It creates a cubic barrier in that space, from which waves of light cascade down, providing a baptism of healing. It was a healing light that breathes life into weary and fatigued souls. Just as you'd expect from the explanation, it's a high-level miracle that performs both defense and healing. It was a miracle that seemed to occupy the celestial realm of miracles. It's no wonder the faces of the adventurers experiencing this miracle for the first time turned to confusion. Of course, it was also crucial to utilize this situation well to survive in this industry. My pancreas, it hurts. I didn't want to use this miracle, but since everyone's in danger. The lighting was dim and the musty smell of the underground was overwhelming. They couldn't really see if blood was being vomited, so they could just pretend. It hurts. It's painful. Arg, blood keeps coming. At that, the adventurers started to tear up. Is that guy actually on borrowed time? I've heard of that. A person with genius-level talent for miracles but suffers immense pain as a backlash when using them. No way, so that's why he was so calculating, at that age. What kind of life has he lived? What an idiot. If that's the case, he should have said something from the beginning. Humans are all trash, but they still possess a sense of humanity. This sense of humanity amplifies when someone helps them, regardless of their background, and they cleverly exploit that. Most importantly, the light of miracles is warm and touching, giving it the power to manipulate people's emotions. Arzan had learned this well. Perfect, hahaha. The party, rejuvenated by the light of miracles, quickly swept away the remaining kobolds. Still, considering they were a bronze-rank party, regaining their strength against the kobolds shouldn't have been a problem, or so they thought. However, the time it took this incompetent party to deal with a dozen kobolds was nearly 3 times longer compared to when operating the Void Squad. Why are they so weak, these guys? He had expected strength on par with Jerome or Kitten, were those guys particularly strong among the bronze ranks. Speaking of which, she was also incredibly strong for just being silver rank. As he pondered, a silence settled over the pit. Phew, we won. Yeah, we won. Leader, your command was great again this time. Typically, incompetent adventurers are the loudest. Real masters give each other feedback even at this moment. Tusk. The adventurers began to carelessly gather their gear. The archer picked up some arrows. In the meantime, the party leader approached Arzan. Just a makeshift priest. I'm the leader of this party. Anyway, we just went through an intense battle, right? Puha, an intense battle against kobolds. They're pathetic, not even worth a bug. For reference, this bug refers to the voidlings, so we can't afford to dig out that large nail. We agreed to a profit distribution of 7,030, right? If we dig out more, won't you end up with the 70? So we just took our pickaxes and left with a clear conscience. Well then, goodbye, good luck. While the leader blocked Arzan's view, the party members were already sneaking away from the pit and quickly climbing up the slope as if they were fleeing. What? Wait a second, you piece of trash. Pulling that thing out is harder than catching a kobold, so why are you acting all generous? Aren't you going to move? The fool who is deceived is the real idiot. That place is worse than this beast kingdomed world of adventurers. Hey, you damn con artists. And it was a place that even struck the back of Arzan's head, who prided himself on having mastered this crazy world. The world of adventurers. In this world, worse than beasts are rather, a world of long-haired beastzone must always be humble. Arzan learned a lot that day. I'm doing my best to heal, but there are no signs of awakening at all, said Whitney, the Red Pilgrim. She was looking down at the bed next to the flame where Kirk lay fast asleep. I never thought she would faint just from hearing her name. Akaira shook her head. Don't rush, wait for her condition to improve. She's sleeping so peacefully, how can you want to wake her so urgently? But my lord, that power back then was definitely a dragon warding barrier. I've never heard of embedding such a barrier into a human. I can't even imagine how malicious the sorcerer must be. No, in Akaira's childhood, during her days traveling with the Dragon Sage, the sorcerer who created that spell had been a formidable enemy. It's not that I've never heard of it. That ancient dark mage had managed to operate outside the surveillance of the dragonkin by inscribing a dragon warding barrier onto his own soul. Zernix, could it be that he's back? No, that possibility is impossible. My father surely destroyed him completely in their final battle. So there's something of unknown identity, but that ominous echo is creeping up through my peripheral nerves, sending chills throughout my entire body. Something is happening in the world. If only you had consciousness. You would have pinpointed the source of this chilling evil right away. Pant, 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 those bastards. Arzan returned to the vast cavern, gasping for breath. He had learned a lot. First of all, the adventuring world was full of scum, so he realized that staying humble was the key to avoiding betrayal. Damn it, I saw it while chasing them, but it seems like adventurers come and go frequently. At this rate, he couldn't use the pain of forced conscription strategy. While searching for adventurers to betray, the problem arose when other adventurers would enter the cavern and claim territory. This was why Arzan couldn't chase after the backstabbers until the end. They must have calculated this too. In other words, Arzan must handle this situation alone. He steeled his resolve. He found his courage. The ruthless and merciless future King of Steel wouldn't be discouraged by something like this. Arzan have a dream. Arg. He grunted, hanging onto a massive spike, but it didn't budge. His body was fragile and weak. In short, he was feeble. But what if a demon were to intervene? Barolis, from beyond time and space, a demon that ruled at the top of the ecosystem appeared, summoned by the Apostle's command. Though its form wasn't fully realized, only manifesting parts of its limbs, its power was still terrifying. With one swipe of its hand, the demon ripped out the spike in an instant. Cracks spread across the ground during the process. Even the spike couldn't withstand its strength and shattered to pieces. You bastard. Each of those spikes was worth my meal today. Useless, worthless demon. Just as Arzin was whining, clang, something hit the top of his head with a sharp ring. No way is this demon betraying me. There was no other suspect. Ting, ting, T-ry ring. Rattle. However, the thing that struck his head wasn't the demon. In fact, the demon had disappeared the moment it pulled out the spike, having exhausted its time of manifestation. What had bounced off the ground and rolled over was none other than the spike itself. It wasn't a broken spike, but a perfectly intact one. Should I punish it through some labor? No, it looks like labor would lose. Arzin, being a generous master, decided to let it go. It wasn't because he thought he might lose, definitely not. There was something else to focus on. Could it be? Yes, it was the cracks. When Barolis pulled out the spike, the resulting cracks loosened the hold of the other spikes. One had already fallen out by itself, and with the help of the void bugs, the remaining two could easily be removed. As expected of my demon, you had it all planned out. I knew I could trust you. However, Barolis's power was so consuming that it couldn't be summoned recklessly. Arzin's back was already drenched in cold sweat, proof of the enormous strain it had taken. He needed a new approach, something different, something better. Everyone assemble. After inspecting the 20 mid-level void bugs, Arzin had them launch their toxic darts randomly around the target. This method was dismissed. The efficiency was too poor, as it took all 3 volleys from the 20 void bugs just to make the spike start to tremble. If it doesn't work with the mid-level ones, it'll be even worse with the lower or higher void bugs. After sacrificing the mid-level ones, a worker void bug, with the help of 5 higher void bugs, managed to pull out the now loosened spike. This won't work. Giving up wasn't an option. There had to be a reason Rodinkle sent Arzin here. It wasn't like there was a sinister prophecy that commanded him to betray adventurers every time he led a kobold hunt using the pain of forced conscription strategy. Wait a second, I've got one more trick up my sleeve. It was something new he had recently acquired. Due to its massive size, he hadn't had the chance to train with it in front of others. Evacta. Dimension tore apart more dramatically than ever, and an enormous dark green monstrosity emerged. This colossal plant beast followed Arzin's slightest gesture. As he guided it toward the spike, it coiled around the target and began its bizarre work. It gnawed at the ground around the spike with its toxic touch, loosening the soil and making the spike easier to remove. It's not like a demon tearing things out with brute force, but that's even better. Arzin had learned something, even though it's a summon. How familiar he became with its power determined not only the duration of its manifestation, but also its strength and speed. This void vine lasts 2 to 3 times longer than Barolis. That's what I like most about it. Evacta wasn't just useful for restraining things. With enough mastery, it could perform far more complex movements. Okay, that's enough for now, huff huff. Let's take a break. Arzin laid his back against the entrance to the cavern. This was something valuable to remember in spot culture. Constantly shouting, "Hey, that's my spot," at someone who sneaked in would only drain his energy. I need to hurry. I've got to finish before the last ride leaves. After lying down, dazed for an hour, Arzin sprang back to his feet. The key to recovering his energy was not thinking. Since the miracles were about communication, his brain's nutrients were crucial. Simply lying still was the best way to let his mind recover. Arzin moved toward the area where the spikes were clustered. He had to bundle as many as possible in the shortest amount of time. Evacta, zzzzzzzzz. Once again, the monstrous plant emerged from the strange tier in space, wrapping itself around one of the spikes. Arzin adjusted the direction of his hand. The plant, still coiled around the first spike, moved further and entwined a second one. Success. He twisted his fingers once more. Now wrapped around both the first and second spikes, the plant extended and grabbed hold of a third. It doesn't have enough length for more. This'll do. Arzin clapped his hands together with a twist. In resonance with his movement, Evacta tightened its grip on the targets, twisting them violently and pulling them out. Krrrr, excellent. That made 8 spikes removed. Arzin returned to the cavern's entrance and lay down once more. Few adventurers, descending the slope of the tunnel, glanced over at the cavern as they passed by. However, they respected the spot culture and didn't dare set foot inside. Arzin used his worker alarm to jolt himself awake exactly an hour later. Evacta's power was fundamentally different from the void bugs. While the void bugs could be controlled by a worker bug, Evacta's movements directly depended on Arzin's concentration. If his focus wavered, the grip of the vines would loosen. Conversely, when he was fully focused, as he was now, he could bind 3 or 4 targets at once. Pull. Evacta's strength uprooted 4 spikes. Arzin carefully gathered them up and put them into his sack, including the one Barrelus destroyed that makes 12 spikes. He looked around wistfully. 6 spikes still left, but I refused to spend another night in that chicken coop for just 60 coppers. Arzin had originally believed the chicken coop held the promise of new encounters. He had been enamored by the idea. Adventure meetups, friendships forged in the fires of adventure, party formations, what a load of crap. In the first chicken coop he ever stayed in, with his heart pounding with excitement, he found only foot odor, burps, farts, fleas, scabies, and ticks. The people using the coop were mostly large, hairy brutes, and he swore never to return. If I can't have it, I'll destroy it. No way I'm letting someone get away with a free ride. Arzin almost summoned Barrelus to collapse the entire cave entrance, but stopped himself. I'll count it as charity. Though he thought this, deep down he had a bad feeling. He knew that using Barrelus would leave him unconscious, just like when he escaped the restricted area. He was on the edge of his limit. Using the fruit of the baptism at full power earlier had taken a serious toll on him, but only pathetic adventurers would despair in this situation. I am Arzin. I'll turn even this into an opportunity. Arzin emerged from the cave. As he had feared, twilight was already settling in. It took about 3 hours by carriage to reach Orlanople from the Red Mountain Range, and the last ride left at 6:30 p.m. And if I'm unlucky, it might already be full, so I need to line up now. Thinking ahead, Arzin handed a makeshift map to an apprentice witch nearby. Here I found a new area with about 5 spikes still left. Tell anyone desperate for money. He even used this situation to improve his reputation. The apprentice witch's eyes sparkled. You're giving this away? Yes. You must have a good heart, especially since you're getting special requests from the witches. Success. Life was that easy. No, it wasn't easy. He had to stay humble. He had been cocky earlier, and look where that had gotten him today. Those jerks, next time we meet, they're dead. I'll avoid bugs erase all their hair follicles so they're bald, men and women alike. Arzin made his way to the Witch Association tent and sold the spikes. Witch Bait was very pleased. These spikes you brought today are in excellent condition. Most are damaged during excavation, but these are nearly intact. But this one broke while being pulled out. I can't pay full price for it. Arzin had expected this. Well, I guess it can't be helped. Here, the payment for today's spikes. Feeling the weight of the newly acquired silver coin and 60 coppers in his pouch, Arzin headed down toward the mountain foothills station. A long line had already formed. Luckily, since the staff at the ticket booth weren't stopping anyone, it seemed he would still be able to get on. While waiting, he called over a staff member, handing over 60 coppers to upgrade his regular ticket. Today's earnings just about cover my lodging, but it wasn't an unproductive day. He had figured out a new training method, pulling out spikes while honing Avacta's power. Maybe that's why Lord Rodinkle sent me here in the first place. He also didn't have to worry about being known as a jerk for constantly forcing adventurers into labor. As he mulled over these thoughts, the bell rang. Ding, 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 ding. The carriages lined up and entered. There were few getting off, but many waiting to board. Some unlucky ones weren't able to get a seat and were left behind. Ticket check complete. Full capacity. We're departing. The ticket booth staff hurriedly shouted while physically blocking desperate adventurers who were frantically begging to return to the city. Wait, that voice. It was familiar, unforgettable. Arzin snapped his head up and saw the bastards he met earlier reaching toward the departing carriages, wailing in despair. Kayak ha, justice lives. Serves you right, you filthy scam artists. I've memorized your faces, so watch out. I'm going to ruin your reputation. Feeling a rush of victory, Arzin flipped both middle fingers at them. Those pathetic idiots had failed to keep track of time and missed the ride, but Arzin had made it aboard. He had survived another day. The final winner was Arzin. Just seeing their faces cleared up that lingering unease like I hadn't wiped properly. Settling back into his seat, he noticed a few adventurers curiously eyeing him, seemingly wondering what had just happened. Feigning tears, Arzin dramatically exaggerated how horribly he had been treated today. Can you believe those scumbags? No kidding. If I get assigned the same quest as them later, I'll destroy their reputation score. Haha, I'm already looking forward to it. Adventurers were a rowdy bunch, putting their lives on the line day in and day out. They were always looking for a legitimate excuse to unleash some stress. And no one understood that better than Arzin, who was masterfully playing into it like a demon himself. The truth doesn't matter. All that matters is giving them a reason to pounce. Satisfied beyond measure, Arzin began to doze off to the steady rhythm of the carriage. Aside from the rattling of the wheels and the horses' snorts, the world was filled with the sounds of autumn. Night insects and frogs sang in chorus, and the fallen leaves, bathed in moonlight, rustled in the wind along the road. What a truly delightful scene. The next morning, Arzin woke up late in his inn. Even the birds, whose songs heralded the dawn, had already quieted down. When he opened the window, the refreshing early autumn breeze swept into the room. A peculiar climate formed in Orlanople due to its location near the Red Mountain Range. It was famous for its mild weather year-round. Amazingly, even winter wasn't cold here. Today is a well-deserved rest day for the great Arzin. Heh heh. It wasn't just about working non-stop, as following his original plan wasn't always the best idea. He had decided to work for 2 days and rest on the third. Today, I'll explore the famous spots and restaurants of Orphaned. When Arzin asked the innkeeper for some recommendations, the man looked a bit disheartened. Why not just eat at our restaurant? I eat here every day, for crying out loud. You're not saying it was bad, are you? It's good, but how can I eat the same thing every day? Fair enough. Then how about visiting Fried's birthplace? It's our most famous tourist attraction. Fried's birthplace. She was the priestess of the fire dragon, a hero who quelled the chaos 400 years ago. She's the pride of Orphaned. Yeah, I know that much. List a party, the legendary group of warriors from 400 years ago. Incidentally, she was also a companion of Lin, the archmage whom the Lin Guild revered. They say she could easily deploy a barrier that covered the size of an entire city. If that wasn't just a legend, then there was no doubt she was on a level far beyond what Arzin could currently reach. There are simply too many eyewitness accounts for it to be mere exaggeration or fiction, not to mention, even platinum-ranked mercenaries of the time, as well as diamond-ranked mercenaries, were swept away like leaves in the wind. Clearly, she was in a league of her own. Of course, that was all before I awakened thus. Power of the Void, Hess. And any restaurant recommendations? The innkeeper replied that the best places were clustered near the dock area. It made sense since fresh goods were brought in both by land and sea routes. There's a well-functioning tram system in the city. If you're a tourist, you can purchase a day pass. A tourist. If you don't have citizenship, you're considered a tourist. If you plan on walking around all day, it's definitely worth it to get a pass. His destination was set. After finishing his warm milk, Arzin made his way to the tram stop. The ticket office was conveniently located near the station by the city gate, so buying a pass wasn't difficult. The staff stamped it with today's date. You can only use this on the trams running in the city. If caught falsifying the date, you'll be fined 50 times the fare, so be careful. It seemed like something best avoided. After waiting about 10 minutes, he boarded the city's inner tram. There was an inexplicable, lazy pleasure in gazing out at the cityscape while basking in the morning sun and breeze. About 30 minutes passed in a daze before the tram reached the stop for Fried's birthplace, where Arzin disembarked. Why are there so many people here? It was more like a memorial than a birthplace. All the surrounding buildings had been demolished and replaced with a grand plaza. At the center of the plaza, a majestic statue of Fried stood tall. Perched on her shoulder was Pippi, the sun parrot, her lifelong pet. The sun parrot, a fantastical creature that could envelop itself in flames, was said to be the origin of the Phoenix legend. A pet, huh? Arzin liked the idea. If they ever build a statue of me, it should be something like this. Except he imagined replacing Pippi with one of his void bees, which would look far more impressive. Make sure to draw us beautifully. Young women who appeared to be apprentice witches or mages were chattering excitedly in front of the statue. Yes, but please hold still. Artists were spread out, sketching portraits of them on canvases. It seemed to be a profitable business. Hats placed beside the canvases were overflowing with copper and silver coins. If I ever become a legend, I should sell the rights to paint me in places like this to my descendants. Make some money off it. Arzin turned and headed toward the memorial hall. The entry fee was 5 copper coins. Damn, what a ripoff. But since he'd come this far, turning back felt like a waste. He figured he might learn something, so he bought the ticket and went inside. Fried's upbringing, joining the hero party. The death of Archmage Lin, taking on Tyrrhena as a disciple. Fried's life could easily be described as the epitome of a prodigy of the century. She had displayed genius from a young age, becoming the youngest witch and priestess. In her 20s, she joined the hero party and brought an end to the chaos. But her life seemed unbearably melancholic. The death of Archmage Lin at the end of the chaos appeared to be the reason. He overheard the guide explaining to some visitors, Lady Fried waited her entire life, believing in Master Lin's promise that he would return, but they never reunited. What a fool. That's what happens when you trust people for no reason. Arzin didn't trust others, except for Ullman and Locke, but they're the rare exceptions. Even if he could never see them again, he wouldn't spend his life pining over them. Fried, you've taught me well, though it's a lesson of what not. The ideal party should be made up of gullible idiots you can easily use. After all, there's only one. Diamond rank per eras. You don't need any flunkies hanging around. In the end, even party members are just competitors. Sob, it's so sad. How much pain she must have endured. Female witch apprentices who were naturally more sensitive than men were sobbing at the guide's explanation. Pathetic. However, in the next room, something caught Arzin's attention, momentarily stopping him in his tracks. What's this? It was a painting called A Day in the Life of the Hero Party, done by the most famous artist of the time. Unlike the imposing statues of the hero party, this painting depicted them humorously. They were gagging while eating some strange food, with Hero Lista and fried retching, while Lin and Pippi laughed hysterically. The last member, the Royal Knight Kais, was running away. Arzen, have you ever eaten goblin dung? Why the hell would I eat that, you idiot? Humans are such irrational beings. Arzen couldn't help but chuckle for a moment. It wasn't just because of the incredible detail in the painting. It was because the scene reminded him of the fools he had met in Zhe's party not long ago. He shook his head, trying to get rid of that thought. After giving the rest of the museum a quick glance, he stepped outside. Yet, a strange question lingered in his mind. I've always admired adventure, that's true. And it was also true that he had yearned for the connections that could be made during those journeys. Of course, those kinds of encounters were impossible in the adventure world, where most people were trash. But still, he hadn't completely lost hope for such relationships. But if all that's left in the end is pain, is there really any point in forming such deep bonds? Relationships like that only leave behind emptiness. Arzen arrived at the station. He boarded a carriage heading toward the harbor district. Since he had already bought a pass, he figured he might as well get the most out of it. The harbor, which he had seen before, was as bustling as ever, with endless crowds. Following his instincts, he picked a restaurant with the most pleasant aroma, trusting the locals saying that any place you chose here would be good. What's this? Half and half. Scanning the tables around him, Arzen noticed something odd about the plates. All the dishes were split in half. What's that? He asked, grabbing a busy waiter who was taking orders. That's bamban, it's a local specialty. You should try it. Orlanople was a city where goods from both land and sea met. As a result, people wanted to enjoy both land and sea delicacies at the same time. The problem was, with more and more people living alone, there was no way for individuals to enjoy both by themselves. And so the bamban dish was invented. Arzen ordered the bamban stew. Here's your bamban stew. Enjoy your meal. The same broth was used, but one side was filled with seafood and the other with meat. The meat side was savory and packed with umami, while the seafood side had a light, refreshing broth that was absolutely superb. The best part is, if I get tired of one flavor, I can switch to the other. No chance of palate fatigue. Though Arzen was a bit annoyed that other cities hadn't adopted this brilliant idea, it turned out Orlanople had a patent on it. As expected from a city of heroes, tourism thrives and even leads to inventions like this. Arzen made up his mind. When he eventually became a diamond rank adventurer, he'd sell the citizenship of whatever city he called home to wealthy merchants for a hefty price. Merchants would undoubtedly line up to buy the rights to claim they lived in the same city as the great Arzen, ensuring the city's future prosperity. I'm already excited. I wonder what Arzen's city will look like in the future. Today, Arzen had a productive day, as his dreams and ambitions became clearer and more defined. He thought that if he continued exploring each city he stayed in, there would always be something new to learn. Not wanting to waste the pass he had purchased, Arzen hopped on a city carriage that made rounds through the city and gazed out the window. As the day progressed, the streets became more crowded, and by rush hour, the carriage was packed. When it became too crowded even inside the carriage, Arzen got off near the north gate and walked back to his inn. Something feels empty. That thought lingered in his mind the whole time he soaked in the bath, eating wherever he wanted, sleeping as much as he desired, touring the city while others worked. I'm living well, but something feels missing. A month passed. Hey, did you hear the rumors? Of course, they say there are bugs causing hair loss. They only show up in the dark when the lights are off, and after they appear, all the nails disappear too. During this time, Arzen made a significant amount of money through Avacta's training and the pain of forced labor operation. The greatest achievement was that the active time of Avacta's manifestation had almost doubled compared to the time when he fought roachcats. Now Arzen didn't even need to bear the burden of paying travel expenses anymore. In the past month, he had relocated his base of operations 5 times. Each time he moved, his profits increased. He had mastered the optimal team formation for hunting kobolds and had grown more skilled in using Avacta's power. Now, even if I work leisurely for just half a day, I can make 5 silver coins. That was 5 times the amount a typical laborer earned from a full day of grueling work. Let's get one step closer to becoming a true victor in life today. As he grinned with satisfaction and prepared to enter the tunnels, an apprentice witch, who was busy recording something in a ledger, flinched and looked up. Ah, so you're Arzen. Witchbait passed along a message during the morning meeting. She said if you showed up, you should head to the Witch Association tent. What's this about? He needed to get inside the tunnels quickly before they became prime territory. Could it be that someone reported him? Arzen, there's a rumor that you're using suspicious powers. You might be behind the hair loss incidents. Arrest him. Gah, a shiver ran through his entire body. He vowed to live more cautiously from now on. Stumbling, he made his way to the tent, where the atmosphere was already tense. It seemed his luck had truly run out today. Oh, Arzen, you're here. He greeted Bait politely, but at that moment he spotted a face he could never forget. Arzen's eyes went wide. No way. The woman reacted the same way. They both pointed at each other, their mouths agape in shock. You're that arrogant jerk from before, and you're that sweet gentleman from back then. Their evaluations of each other clearly differed. Bait looked back and forth between them with an amused expression. What's this? You two know each other. Ah, which bait. My precious breakfast became a luxurious banquet for the pigeons of Orlanople because of this careless woman. You've got to give her a proper scolding. Back then, Arzin hadn't been able to act out because of her silver rank badge, but now, with some backing, the situation was different. It's a misunderstanding. More like it's an oh yes moment. It really is. I was just in a rush to catch the first carriage that day and bumped into you. To think you saw me that way. I actually thought you were a sweet person for forgiving me so kindly. Ha ha ha. Looks like you've already started getting along. That's great. How is this great? Arzin shouted in frustration, while the woman's face contorted as if she were about to cry. Bait waved her hand to calm the commotion. No, I think you'll get along just fine. Let me introduce you. This is Ronida, a member of the tall half race. Tall half, you say? Yeah, despite how she looks, she's 25. She's 10 years older than you. Tall half was a race born from both humans and dwarves. Although generally short but taller than dwarves, they experience aging much later in life. Since they inherit traits equally from both humans and dwarves, they're known for having greater strength than humans and possessing a small degree of magical ability, now that I think about it. Dwarves are usually protective of their techniques, but tall halves are considered kin, so they're more open to sharing them. Though smaller than Jerome's, it was clearly a steam core. Attached to both sides of the steam core were two holstered pistols. It seemed that, unlike Jerome's preference for heavy weaponry, this person opted for light armor focused on speed. This is Arzin. He brought most of the high-quality spikes. Ronnie clapped her hands. TLN Ronnie is the nickname given to Ronida by the author. Wow, impressive, Arzin arrogantly brushed under his nose. HMPH, is it really that impressive? Then are you saying it isn't impressive? Typical for someone with dwarven blood quick to stubbornly hold their ground but even faster to relent when it's convenient. Bait burst out laughing. You two seem to get along well. That's good, because I plan to send both of you as escorts for the Deep Investigation Team. The Deep Investigation Team. After analyzing these spikes for a month, we've confirmed something. These spikes are a tool to suppress the power of the Red Mountain Range by damaging its ley lines. What do you mean? The original name of the Red Mountain Range was Anchernav, which translates to the Twisting Range. It was the domain of one of the Forgotten Kings, the Lord of Time. The Red Dragon Legion once filled the mountain range with flames to suppress and seal the corruption that spread throughout it. The kobold's goal is undoubtedly to weaken that seal. Arzin raised an eyebrow. Kobolds aren't smart enough for that. Ronnie nodded in agreement. Yeah, they're usually pretty dumb, but I did notice they were stronger than the ones we used to deal with. Bait sighed as she placed a spike on the table. If they find a leader, who knows what could happen? Arzin, you would know better than anyone, wouldn't you? In any case, there's something suspicious behind the strange phenomena in the Red Mountain Range. And yesterday, we discovered a deep rift. Bait unfurled a large map beside the spike. It was unlike the cheap maps they had seen at the branch office. A holographic map of the mountain range appeared in midair, with the target tunnel clearly marked. It was undoubtedly a map manifested through sorcery. The party that found this place marked the location and immediately retreated, saying it looked extremely dangerous. This was a top-tier brass-ranked party. Ronnie placed her hands on her hips. You mentioned we'd be escorts, right? So who's in charge of the investigation? At that moment, from the far end of the table inside the tent, the witch who had been silently sitting there lifted the brim of her pointed hat, revealing her face. It's me. The badge on her chest marked her as a witch of death. Just wearing that badge indicated she was not an apprentice witch, but a fully qualified one. Her robe was red, which meant she specialized in battle magic. She was a red witch. She's my disciple. Her name is Svina, Bait explained. Though she's only been a witch for a few years, her combat skills far surpass her seniors. She's quite formidable. Of course, I trained her rigorously. I'm confident the three of you can uncover the secret buried beneath the deep rift. Arzin stroked his chin. Deep exploration takes a lot of time, and only three of us, that seems. He had intended to use this as an opportunity to negotiate higher compensation, but the foolish Tollhalf woman spoiled his plan. Yes, a long journey with just the three of us will be tough. We'll probably need some help. Svina shook her head. I already sent a large-scale request through the Adventurers Guild yesterday. By now, the entrances to tunnels 1 through 9 should be swarming with adventurers heading toward the deep rift. While those adventurers distract whatever might be behind the kobolds, we'll head deep underground through Tunnel 10. Esteemed witch, hee, what about the reward? Arzin asked, rubbing his hands together with a sycophantic tone. Do you really have to ask? Oh, I was just talking nonsense. Since we're putting on such a grand show, it's only right to expect a big payoff. Wait, a gold coin. Sure, this request was big enough to warrant hiring silver-ranked adventurers, but still, no matter how I look at it, this reward is way too generous. Arzen's spirit soared as he remembered how lavishly he'd lived after receiving a single gold coin from the request he had completed with Zhi's party. "Oh, esteemed witch, I'll give everything I have to this mission until my body breaks, but after taxes and fees, it comes down to 80 silver coins." Then maybe I won't go all out until my body breaks. Bate sighed with disappointment. "I routed the request through the guild specifically because finishing this mission will give you the chance to take your promotion test, but if you insist, I'll arrange for you to be directly contracted instead." Arzen immediately fell to his knees before the witch. "Oh, my foolish self. I swear I'll give my all to complete this mission." And so the three-member investigation team was formed. It was a shame they didn't have a proper vanguard. However, since the Red Witch, who had officially been knighted, was extremely powerful, there wasn't much to worry about. Silver-ranked adventurers, like the ones in Zhi's party, were known to be quite strong. And more importantly, with the future gold-ranked Arzen on this team, this mission is as good as done. It would be nice to receive the reward immediately, though. Just kidding. After bowing deeply to Bate and stepping outside, Arzen saw that Ronnie and Svina were already geared up and ready to move. Ronnie was warming up her steam core. She seemed to wear a special pair of goggles during combat. Ronnie asked, "It sounds like an important mission. Why is only one witch going?" "Because I wanted to. As my master's disciple, I saw this as the perfect chance to make a name for myself." As Ronnie and Arzen gave her skeptical side glances, Svina turned to face them and snapped her fingers. "Let me make this clear right now. I'm perfect. And you two are lucky to be escorting me. You're going to get high rewards without much risk. And since I'm destined for greatness, it wouldn't hurt to start earning points with me now. Adventurers know how important it is to build connections, don't they?" Arzen furrowed his brow. This brother arrogance is through the roof now that the esteemed witch isn't around. However, the simple-minded Ronnie responded with genuine admiration. "Wow, that's incredible. I look forward to working with you." Svina then looked at Arzen. Answer. Arzen neither applauded nor replied. That was something only novices did. Instead, he picked a fight with some adventurers being tossed aside like trash on the road. "Hey, move it, you bunch of weaklings. The great witch Svina, future high priestess, is passing through, huh?" The adventurers gritted their teeth at Arzen's provocations, but knowing it would do them no good to anger a witch, they went on their way. With exaggerated gestures, Arzen pointed ahead. "Lady Witch, please proceed. I've cleared the path of trash for you." Svina grinned in satisfaction. "Ahahaha, very good. Now let's go and find out what's happening in the deep rift." While adventurers were lining up to enter tunnels 1 through 9, Tunnel 10 was under the strict control of the Witch Association. "Hey, can't we use this tunnel too?" Several adventuring parties pleaded with the apprentice witches at the entrance, but the association's stance was firm. "No, you can't. We're not letting you in. Go away. We won't change our minds. That's so unfair. Let's stop wasting time and go line up." The Witch Association's stubbornness is nothing new. With slumped shoulders, the adventurers departed, defeated. As Arzen passed by them, he felt like he was on top of the world. This is how winners and losers in life are separated. Pathetic. These trash adventurers should have been smart like me and made connections in advance. The apprentice witches, who had maintained a strict and serious attitude with the adventurers, immediately bowed repeatedly when Svina appeared. See Senior, T. the Red Witch Svina, who was knighted at 23 years old. Kayashi so amazing. Their reactions were incredibly contrived. It was obvious that Svina had trained them herself, but Arzen decided not to point it out. This is just how social life works after all. Starting now, we're on an investigation mission. Guard the entrance well. Oh, and if we don't come out within 48 hours, send a rescue team. Yes, Senior. All right, let's move out, adventurers. As they descended the tunnel's slope, they soon reached a point where the torches began to flicker and fade. Arzen opened the scripture. The lamp of prayer, summoned with a perfect incantation, was large enough to be split into two. He placed one at the front and the other at the back, illuminating the entire tunnel. Witches were often clumsy, and it wouldn't do for them to trip on something valuable. This is useful after all. Oh, it's just a minor trick, nothing compared to the power of a witch. That's true. Arzen's eyebrow twitched. This arrogant witch gets cocky just because I praised her a little, but he had to endure it. In this line of work, the client is king, and among clients, the Witch Association was the one that tossed gold coins around without a second thought. If I'm going to flatter her, I should do it in the most fantastic and artistic way possible. Just then, Ronnie, who had been quietly staring into the darkness, moved. In an instant, she pulled two guns from her steam core's holsters, one in each hand. Hostile detected. It's a kobold. SSHHHH. The sound of steam traveling through the hoses of the steam core was quickly followed by screams. Arzen squinted his eyes. Wasn't that a person? And no, it's not a person. Are you insane, murderer? It's a kobold. HMPH, my alpha vision scans perfectly up to 20 meters. Ronnie proudly pointed at her goggles. Huh, are those goggles actually an artifact? How could someone of silver rank already have an artifact? Wearable artifacts are so expensive, they might as well touch the heavens. While Arzin was deep in thought, Svina had already moved forward and was nudging the kobold's corpse with her foot. It's a kobold. All 5 of them had their helmets, made of mana stones, pierced precisely in the middle of their foreheads. The aim was extraordinary. Svina continued speaking. Kobolds are the spawn of the lizard lord, failed creations that couldn't become reptilians. Since their connection to the abyss is weak, they survived even during the era of light. Until now, they've caused trouble here and there, but never in large groups or to the extent of affecting the Red Mountain. Something is definitely strange. Just like Yuz, witches often exuded a serious and dignified aura when talking about the legends of this world. Maybe it was part of their education. I'll be observing the flow of spiritual energy as we move. Keep guarding the front and back as you are. For a big mission that offered a high reward, the faster it was completed, the better. There was no benefit in dragging it out. Kaz 2 Arcturas, full deployment of the Void Squadron. From the darkness came the eerie sound of wings flapping as the creatures of the Void poured out. Void creatures total, 79 units. After a month of continuous training with rest on holidays, of course, Arzin had managed to increase his squadron to 18 units. Destroy the kobolds that dare interfere with the Great Witch Svina. Do not allow them to interrupt her spiritual energy observations. Boo-woo, the lead bees guided the void creatures into the dark area beyond the torchlight. Svina's eyes trembled for a moment. A sudden flash of fear crossed Arzin's mind. That's clearly an ancient evil power. Ronnie, arrest that suspicious thing at once. Kaya, however, in the next moment, Svina simply darted behind Ronnie's back. Eek, bugs. I hate bugs more than anything in the world. Don't let them come within 5 meters of me. This time, Ronnie placed a hand on her Alpha Vision goggles, furrowing her brow. I've heard of this. It's a monster that's been attacking adventurers recently, causing them to lose their hair. Ronnie looked at Arzin with a serious expression. Arzin, could it be you? Wait, no, this is just a misunderstanding. Arzin's mind raced to come up with an excuse, but the recoil from fully deploying the void bees had left his brain a little sluggish. Ronnie, swallowing her tears, spoke up, oh no, you must have been misunderstood so many times, summoning similar insect-type creatures. The emotional toll you must have endured. Fortunately, unlike dwarves, tall halves had a simpler, one-track mind. Then again, dwarves might be just as stubborn, which could make him seem simple-minded. Anyway, it's resolved. Now I just need to highlight the abilities of the worker void bees and form a connection with this promising witch. With Ronnie securely holding the rear, Arzin could focus on using his void bees to sweep through the kobolds in the front. Occasionally, safety helmets or pickaxes lying around got kicked as evidence of the void bees' work. They devoured the bodies, leaving no trace of the remains. Depth check, we've descended at least 10 levels underground. It looks like we're about to enter the deep zone Lord Bait mentioned. Ronnie said this while resting her hand on her Alpha Vision goggles. Lights raced across the lens's surface. I'm picking up adventure combat sounds nearby. Seems like adventurers who entered through other tunnels are fighting in various locations. We've come down much faster than I thought. Arzin, your bugs are really useful. It's an honor to hear that from you, Lady Svina. Ha ha ha, alright, let's keep moving. However, as they neared the deep zone, something strange happened. The previously silent void bees, which had been efficiently dealing with the kobolds, suddenly grew louder. The buzzing of their wings was getting closer. As they relied on their lights and approached the location they discovered, a mutated kobold, Svina exclaimed, that's a stonibold. Stonibold, kobold whose entire body is encased in hard, stone-like minerals, forming an exoskeleton. It's easier to think of them as heavily armored kobolds. Even their weapons aren't simple pickaxes, they're wielding spears and swords made from mana stones. From handling the void bees, Arzin could deduce that these were battle-class stonibolds. The only spots the regular void bees can target are their eyes, nose, and mouth. 7 of them lay on the ground, their eyes burst or snouts torn apart. While the worker bees had done their best under the leadership of the void bees, there were obvious limitations to what they could do. But that's no problem. After all, with the ruthless and cold-hearted apostle of the void, Arzin himself, victory was all but guaranteed. Suyakunia merged 30 into 15 heavy bees. The void bees transformed into entities of otherworldly mist, intertwining and morphing into a new form. Aim for the head, 1 shot each. The heavy bees unleashed their void venom, which melted the stonibold's hardened armor. But it didn't stop there, it reached beyond, exposing the soft, vulnerable tissue underneath. Suya heroes merged 36 worker bees into 12 giant bees. As they merged, the void bees took on new forms, sporting massive jaws and thick, reinforced exoskeletons. With their massive jaws, the giant void bees tore into the gaps of the stonibold's armor, driving deep and consuming the creature's brains with certainty. The stonibolds, now devoid of their brains or central nervous systems, shuddered violently before collapsing. Oh, that's amazing. It's just like a queen controlling her entire swarm. But hey, I told you, no approaching within 5 meters. As a worker bee neared Arzin, Svina screamed and backed away. However, it seemed she was fine as long as there was some distance between them. At that moment, Ronnie pulled out a fresh clip of ammunition from her belt. they're coming from behind, too. I'll handle that side. Ronnie's armor was a chainmail coat adorned with countless ammo belts, each in 4 distinct colors: gray, black, red, and blue. Each pouch was filled with clips holding 10 rounds of steel bullets each. She quickly reloaded by opening the chamber next to the barrel and inserting a clip. I'll need to use armor-piercing rounds. These advanced bullets wouldn't be widely available for another 150 years. Thud, 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 thud. The heavy gunfire pierced right through the Stonabold's stone-covered skin, driving the steel bullets deep inside. The rounds shredded the Stonabold's brains, leaving no room for survival. As Arzin whistled in admiration, Svina nudged him in the side and whispered, "Don't be too surprised. She's the daughter of the chief engineer. She's got quite the pedigree. Chief engineer, you don't know about the top 10 engineers. Her father gave up his position when he married a human. Most races are the same when it comes to sticking to purity at the top. Anyway, her mother makes all her bullets." Arzin clicked his tongue. Compared to his humble beginnings, she was like someone born with a golden spoon in her mouth. He had thought they were kindred spirits, but now he felt betrayed. Arzin silently vowed that one day he would drive the spear of the void into every golden spoon holder's heart. "You two are so strong, there's no need for me to fight. Let's keep moving. We're getting close to whatever is corrupting the spiritual energy of the Red Mountain Range." They had just wiped out a couple more waves of Stonabolds when they stumbled upon a vast cavern. The cavern was so large that it would have taken at least hundreds of kobolds to carve it out. At the center of the cavern, something was bubbling up. Yes, that was the best way to describe it. That could it be? A lavabold. Svino exclaimed in a flustered tone. "Lavabold, what's that?" Ronnie asked. "Kobolds born of lava. This doesn't make sense. Lava is the domain of the ancient king." Arzin felt the hair on his body stand on end. Lava, that ominous presence I felt in the desert. Though weaker than what he had encountered before, the aura was undeniably the same. The creature had the skeleton of a kobold, but its entire skin was flowing like molten lava. It looked incredibly dangerous. Graarg. As the lavabold spotted them and let out a scream, dozens of Stonabolds immediately launched an attack. "HMPH, so you want to fight now? You think pathetic creatures like you can challenge those protecting the great Lady Svina?" Svina's shoulders rose with pride at Arzin's smooth flattery, her mood visibly lifted. "Any trash that dares to interfere with Lady Svina's investigation will face my wrath. Evacta." The void split open, much larger than ever before, and from it surged a terrifying Forcia void plant that devoured the life force of anything it touched. Gwa squeak, no need to bother catching them one by one. These small fries will be swept away by Evacta's sheer size in one go. I've already mastered how to use it. Arzin had learned that day, after a brutal defeat, the true power of Evacta wasn't just about binding foes. It had multiple uses. "Whoa, your summoning skills are amazing." Svina shouted in awe, but just as Evacta wrapped itself around the lavabold, both began to writhe in agony. Void clashed with lava. The plant's surface started melting under the intense heat of the molten creature, weakening its hold. It was a tough battle from the start. This is like how the giant slime melted the void bees. Arzin clicked his tongue in frustration. He had been so close to snapping the lavabold's bones. "Arzin, focus on the other Stonabolds. I'll shoot a cooling round at that thing." Ronnie called out, pulling a clip from her blue ammo belt. The bullets were imbued with chilling energy elemental enchanted rounds. As the bullets were fired and struck the lavabold, they unleashed a freezing force upon impact. They were truly magical rounds. Ting, 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 ting. However, despite the barrage, the lavabold charged forward undeterred. Hey, the ice is melting," Ronnie cried as she dodged the beast's ferocious charge. Lava droplets sizzled as they fell from the lavabold's body. Svina shouted from a distance, "Lava's basic temperature is around 1000 C. Of course it melts, you fool." "Ah, sorry, don't be. In fact, your attack just gave me an idea. Try shooting with your biggest rounds now. They're already disabled. Not the cooling rounds. I'll shield your bullets with my barrier. Trust me." Fire just before I finished chanting. Ronnie quickly grabbed a clip from her black ammo belt and loaded it. These were armor-piercing rounds, significantly larger than normal bullets, so large that it seemed the barrel might burst under their weight. Gwararg, the lavabold rose again, charging furiously at them. "I call upon the spirits of water that dwell in this underground space manifest in the forms of cold and foam, and help me vanquish the root of this evil. Hakto." It all happened almost simultaneously. Svina's chant ended just as the clip clicked into place. The chamber snapped shut, and the sound of gunfire echoed through the cavern. The surface of the bullets gleamed with a magical sheen as they flew through the air, now enveloped in an aura of watery enchantment. A watery shield formed around the bullets, acting as the first line of defense against the lava. But it didn't stop there. Another layer of foam materialized between the water and the bullets, creating a secondary barrier. Skria. The bullets held out for just one critical second before melting, and that second was enough to decide the battle. The lavabold was lifted off the ground, spinning in the air before crashing headfirst into the ground. the once violent bubbling of the lava started to weaken and finally disappeared, leaving only scattered bone fragments. Only after confirming the lava bold's death did Ronnie lower her gun. What was that thing? Svina, picking up one of the bone fragments, smiled in satisfaction. The Abyss of Kings, ha ha ha, this is getting interesting. The bigger this gets, the better it is for my reputation. Just as she grinned, a new sound echoed through the cavern. What's this racket? I knew I heard something, and it turns out uninvited guests have already arrived. The cavern had two entrances, and from the opposite one a couple of figures entered. Imperial Common Language pronunciation. Arzan thought, narrowing his eyes at the sight of the intruders, who wore mage robes that were clearly modified for combat. Ah, you guys, Svina spoke in a guarded tone. That's right, we're from the Special Operations Division. And yes, we're elite. Among the elite, we're the best. The Special Operations Division was a special task force controlled by the Mage Tower, composed entirely of battle mageson organization that lived up to its arrogant reputation as true elites. The two battle mages who had entered were vastly different. One was a short woman, while the other, who seemed to be the same age as Svina, acted obnoxiously from the start. Now that our elite division is here, this situation is practically resolved. You witches might as well head back and enjoy your tea time like usual. The young mage's smugness, a byproduct of being worshipped as an elite since childhood, was unbearable. This is my chance, the perfect opportunity to improve our standing. Arzan stepped forward with confidence. Elite among elites, you're talking to the Red Witch of the Orlanopal Witch Association, Lady Svina. She's the elite among the elite among the elite. Who do you think you're challenging? Arzan retorted. What? The elite among the elite among the elite. The battle mage stammered. Exactly. With Lady Svina here, you special operations grunts are practically useless. You might as well go back and bury yourselves in a library like the good little bookworms you are. Arzan continued. This was how real social battles were fought. The battle mage's face twisted with anger while Svina chuckled in satisfaction. Even the female battle mage couldn't help but snicker. Cut it out, Nomi. Ouch, why'd you hit me, ma'am? That little squirt insulted our division. That's because you provoked them first. I apologize for this fool's rudeness. He just got commissioned this year, and his arrogance knows no bounds, the superior said as she dragged the whining mage away with a telekinetic spell. The northern mountains under Imperial jurisdiction are in chaos right now, with beasts going wild. I bet it's no different down south. What? Svina raised an eyebrow. If you're planning to return to the surface, now's the time. The deeper underground you go, the more monstrous the kobolds get. Some mutations have already appeared. Anyway, excuse us. As the special operations mages disappeared through the entrance they had come from, Svina fumed. What the hell? These Imperial brats think they can just give us orders. The Holy Empire of Humanity and the Dragonfolk Republic were like fraternal twins. In the Age of Origins, the dragon race had given the Empire minimal control over. Maximum control was the contrasting governance system that the Republic had experimented with compared to the Empire. The Republic was directly ruled by the Red Dragon Legion, whereas the Empire appointed titles to heroes who had supported the arrivals during the Mythic Age. While the Republic flourished under the rule of the dragon race from the 1st century onward, the Empire didn't stand shoulder to shoulder with the Republic until after the 9th century. Even today, the people of the Republic prided themselves on being civilized and looked down on imperial citizens and those from smaller kingdoms, calling them country bumpkins. By the 16th century, however, the Empire's national power had nearly surpassed the Republic's, with the balance tipping in the Empire's favor. That's how glory from the past works, it fades. Exactly, how dare these country bumpkins crawl out of their backwater holes? Arzan felt the same way. Since the two nations were essentially twin siblings, it was closer to regional prejudice than anything else. Ah, I really like you. Anyway, I'm too riled up to stop now. We were supposed to return to the surface to report on the lava bolt, but forget it. We're going deeper. I can't let those country bumpkins figure out the source of this disaster before us, the true civilized people. Wouldn't it be better to leave such menial tasks to other bumpkins? I mean, it's almost a quitting time. What are you waiting for? Let's go. As Svina dragged him along, Arzan shed a tear in frustration, his deep-rooted resentment toward the Empire growing even stronger. If only those country bumpkins hadn't shown up, I'd be on my way back to the surface, dreaming of a peaceful end to the day. The depth was gradually increasing. All three were skilled, so their progress was smooth. As the depth increased, the frequency and number of kobolds appearing significantly rose. While there were no dangerous variants like the lavabold, the majority were stanabolds and kobolds, but it was the sheer number that posed a problem. To disturb the area beneath the Red Mountain range this much. How many are there? Svina remarked as she descended along the slope of the tunnel. Even Arzan, who had been continuously deploying his Void Bug Squadron, was starting to feel fatigued. For Ronnie, the situation was worse. Her ammunition, unlike typical thrown weapons, couldn't be reused, making it particularly consumable. Let's call it a day for the investigation. Huh, why? I've used up almost 80 of my rounds. If even one lava bolt appears now, we're finished. We could end up in a dangerous situation. What do you think, Arzin? From Arzen's standpoint, maintaining just 15 void bugs was a welcome proposal. Absolutely. I'm also worried that I can't hear the sounds of those incompetent adventurers at all. It feels risky. Since entering the deeper sections, they hadn't encountered a single party in the past few hours. That's true. What time is it? I can't keep track of time down here. Arzen, could you shine the light over here? As Arzen shifted the light, Svina pulled out a pocket watch from her cloak. The watch was a pinnacle of mechanical engineering produced by the Ain. In this era, such portable timepieces were considered an extraordinary luxury. The fact that most witches own one hinted that they might have received some under the table payments. That's just how the world works. Oh my, it's already 8 p.m. If we go back up, it'll be around 10 or 11, assuming we hardly run into any kobolds. We did have the discovery of the lava bolt, so right, pushing too hard wouldn't be good. Svina was someone with whom he could at least share a breath of relief, but the prospect of leaving was already out of the question. Damn it, another chicken coop. Arzen truly felt saddened by that reality. Having marked the path carefully with phosphorescent stones, finding the exit wouldn't be difficult. According to Arzen's calculations, when they returned to the surface, it was nearly 11 p.m. Svina-senpai. A novice witch guarding the entrance of the tunnel greeted them enthusiastically. How was it inside? All kinds of variants popped up, but they all knelt before me, Svina. Phew, it was complete chaos up top. The rat spiders went on a rampage, and the witches had to bring in the novice witches to suppress them. A few got injured. It matched the information provided by the Special Operations Division. Leaving Svina to chat with the novice witch, Arzen trudged away with heavy steps. I'm so tired that I could just take a deep sleep in that chicken coop. Just endure today. He had managed to survive in places worse than that chicken coop before. At that moment, Ronnie asked, "Where will you rest today, Arzen? Is there any option other than the chicken coop? Anyway, since the reward for this job is only 1 gold coin before tax, there's no need to sleep in a place like that, right? Then should we just sleep outside?" No. The chicken coop has 8-person and 16-person rooms, but it also has 2-person rooms. Arzen swiftly reached over and grabbed Ronnie's hand. A 2-person room. A 2-person room. Don't look at me like that. It's not some shady place. Who would want to share with a tall half? Oh my, making comments like that about a race in this day and age. I'm remembering this. I'll report you later. Shut up. Just tell me about that 2-person room. That's all I care about. Well, the beds are far apart from each other. If you pull the curtains between the beds, it's almost completely private. There's also a washing area inside the tent. We have to fetch water from outside, though. This kind of information was something Arzen had never encountered during his days as a slave. Divine Guillotine had shoved him into places worse than a chicken coop during long expeditions. But aren't the women's chicken coops tolerable? What are you talking about? It's the same for both men and women. In the chicken coop, I swear it's a stench explosion. What do you mean? In the men's chicken coop, it just smells like rotting squid. They decided to use the 2-person chicken coop that Ronnie frequented. A place with reviews was more reliable. There it is. I've already paid, so I'll go change first. But the person who was originally here should have left by now. A grumpy-looking old man was sitting in a makeshift chair in front of the tent, lighting a fire to chase away the bugs. Old man. How much? 5 silver coins. What the hell? Even the best inns in the city charge just a little over 1 silver coin. Hey, you punk. Don't you think about the cost of bringing those expensive beds and tents all the way here and managing them? This is a seasonal business. If I don't charge like this, I'll be at a loss. If you don't like it, go sleep in that real chicken coop and get covered in foot odor. Here are your 5 coins. 5 silver coins per person was truly outrageous, but he didn't want to sleep again in that stinking chicken coop. The old man looked satisfied. Okay, normally mixed gender usage isn't allowed, but I'll let it slide since you clearly look like a kid. Just don't do anything weird inside. If the witches catch you, I'll lose my license. Arzen paid the fee and entered. Inside, the beds were arranged with considerable distance from each other at both ends of a truly massive tent. A large curtain hung between the 2 beds, respecting their privacy, which he appreciated. Though I have to fetch water myself, there's a drainage system so I can easily wash my face and hands. If he used a towel, he could wash his whole body. Even the towels seemed to be overpriced, showing how the old man was desperate for money, but there was no choice. After fetching water, Arzen soaked the towel and cleaned himself from head to toe. His entire body was drenched in sweat. The Red Mountain Range was ablaze inside. Maybe because of that background, the underground space is not cool at all. It's unbelievably hot. While he was washing up, Ronnie's voice came from beyond the curtain. Why did you become an adventurer, Arzen? Why had he become an adventurer? His current goal was simply to make a lot of money. Money. I have a dream. I want to become a gold-ranked adventurer. Me too. Why is that? Because it pays the most. For me, it's because of my mother. My mother practically gave up her position as the top artisan for me, so I have to become a gold-ranked adventurer to prove that her decision wasn't in vain. If I can become the best using my mother's equipment, everyone will recognize her again. Listening to Ronnie speak with such a clear goal and ambition made Arzin feel a twinge of jealousy. I'm not someone who had it easy like you. He had no other choice but this. The only life he had known was this one, so perhaps that was why he had chosen this path. No, there were many times I genuinely admired adventure. He envied how bravely Ronnie could express her goals. She must have lived a life of high self-esteem under a great mother. Unlike me, not thinking too deeply had become his life motto, but that day, an uncomfortable thought kept nagging at him. What do I even know about my parents? Now that he thought about it, he didn't even know what his father had done to incur such a huge debt to the guillotine of the gods. I don't know right now, I'm just so sleepy. The next morning, the investigation resumed. Every time they reached a new area, Sfina diligently recorded the current depth and temperature in her notebook, even detailing the number of kobolds encountered. It's clear that an elite is indeed an elite. This kind of investigation had been ongoing for nearly 3 weeks. Sfina didn't want a harsh investigation either, so they worked for about 5 days and then took 2 days off. Every 2 days, Arzin would return to the city, stay at the inn, and have breakfast. On days when he missed the last train back, he would swallow his tears and sleep in the 2-person chicken coop. After a month of steadily expanding their investigation range by taking out kobolds, they prepared to venture deeper and packed food for a fortnight. The Red Mountain Range was vast. It was no surprise that the tunnels carved through the mountains wouldn't be finished in just a day or two. After 3 days of defeating kobolds and pushing further into the unexplored depths, an unsettling chill suddenly enveloped him. What is this? Is it cold? Chilly? This feels strange. Am I imagining things? No, this wasn't an illusion. The heat that usually burned in the mountains was now different. Has the power of fire weakened? As Arzin muttered blankly, Ronnie scanned the temperature of the tunnel with her alpha vision. It's true, the temperature is dropping. It's nice after sweating buckets, but it's unsettling that it changed so suddenly. Just then, a strange sound echoed from deeper within the tunnel. From deep within the tunnel, the sound of frantic footsteps echoed. It could be an enemy. Arzin and Ronnie focused their attention, ready with their void bugs and firearms. Who's there? Arzin shouted. Kobolds didn't understand human speech. If it were a human, they would answer. If no reply came, they would attack as soon as they sensed movement. Please help me. Soon, illuminated by the light of the lamp of prayer, a bloodied adventurer stumbled into view. He was missing one of his arms, having apparently left it behind somewhere. A heavy vibration followed behind the adventurer, the sound of multiple footsteps. Damn it, how far are they chasing me? The adventurer tripped over a rock and fell. With wide eyes filled with terror, he kept glancing back, crawling like a madman. Then the source of his fear emerged. At first, it appeared human, but it was anything but. It looked like a statue that suddenly came to life. Sfina's face went pale. Those could they be Stonians? The stone figures were remarkably distinct, with male and female forms, each armed differently. Ronnie shouted in alarm. What are those things? All 3 of them used to be part of my party. Not anymore. They've gone crazy. What do you mean? They've turned into stone people. Arzin reached out his hand. At his command, the void bugs that had been scouting ahead surrounded the Stonians, but they're stone, we can't eat them. That's right. With their entire bodies turned to stone, there was no weak point to penetrate. Void bugs were extremely weak against inorganic materials. Can't you use your summoning magic, Arzin? Blow them away, Ronnie. But doesn't that mean they were once people? Not anymore. They're already dead. During the process of becoming Stonians, their hearts were replaced with stone. What we see now is just moving stone. They're the ghosts of their former selves. Ronnie let out a hesitant sigh, but she was an elite. In the next moment, she pulled a clip of explosive rounds from her black belt and loaded it into her pistol. Tat, 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 tat. The explosive rounds proved effective against the thick-skinned monsters. A total of 12 explosive rounds fired. The shots pushed back the approaching Stonians, stripping away their stone skin and exposing what lay beneath. Arzin's eyes widened, so they're not completely petrified. They must need some form of organic movement. Anyway, I figured out how to deal with you. The void bugs, while weak against solid forms, became an easy target once the weaknesses were exposed. Go, my little ones, devour them. The void bugs surged into the gaps created by the explosive rounds. Soon, the Stonians trembled violently and began to fall, one by one, powerless against the onslaught. The void bugs feasted on the organic matter inside, leaving only fragments of stone skin behind. Shattered stone limbs lay scattered about, no blood flowing from the wreckage. Hey, what the hell is going on? Sfina was casting healing spells on the adventurer. Unfortunately, modern spells and miracles lacked the power to restore lost limbs. Such feats had only been possible by beings known as the Arrived Ones and the legendary hero from a century ago, the Dragon Sage. I don't know, damn it, I went deeper than anyone else, and then those stone people, they just, The adventurer, overcome with terror, began banging his head against the ground. Ronnie swiftly struck him on the back of the neck, knocking him unconscious. Next, she checked the identification tag hanging from the adventurer's neck. Bronze rank, that's quite impressive. He's among the top ranks. Arzan was also rummaging through the remains of the Stonians, collecting identification tags. Bringing the tags of the deceased or missing to the guild would earn them contribution rewards. In fact, there were those who specialized in collecting such tags while hunting. This one's the same, but wait, here's one that's silver rank. This discovery was more chilling than the crazed adventurer. A heavy silence fell over the group. After completing the healing spell, Svina stood up abruptly. Something's happening down below. If we leave it alone, there will surely be greater casualties. Arzan, can you leave a few of your summons here? Yeah, I can do that. Good, we've stabilized this adventurer for now, so let's leave him with your summons and head down. We might be able to confront the source of this phenomenon. Another Stonian up ahead. Damn, it's another adventurer. The living stone statue, the Stonian, was indeed a threatening enemy. If Arzan were alone, it would have been regrettably impossible to take on such numbers. But if I cooperate with Ronnie, we can easily clear a path. With Ronnie blasting holes using explosive rounds, the investigation proceeded smoothly. By dividing their tasks, Arzan and Ronnie could conserve their power and ammunition. However, the deeper they descended, the colder the underground air became. It's not just the temperature. There was a vibration of sorts. At first, it felt like a tremor, but when measured with alpha vision, it turned out to be sound. It was an immensely powerful noise, reverberating from who knows how far away. They had been hearing it for over half a day, yet they still hadn't reached its source. Despite this, the sound was growing louder, making Arzan feel as if he might go insane. This tunnel is unusually long, Ronnie remarked. Svina furrowed her brow. It's not just long, it's too wide. It's spacious enough for 10 people to pass through at once. Why is it so wide? It's too big for kobolds to use. The sense of dread drew closer. It was something one could definitely feel without amplifying their senses to the extreme. Thud, 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 that sound. The noise of metal striking metal. It echoed clearly like the heartbeat of some monstrous creature. SHH, the tunnel is about to end. Arzan raised his finger to his lips. Soon, the investigation team arrived at the mouth of the cave where the tunnel ended. The sound that had been echoing through the passage was now booming fiercely directly ahead. Arzan first sent the light of the lamp of prayer into the cavern. The space was so vast that the light couldn't reach everywhere, leaving parts shrouded in darkness. In that immense area, Stonibolds were hammering away, but this was unlike any sound they had heard before. Yes, the source of this ear-splitting noise is. Right in the middle of the cave, a giant was driving a massive stake into the ground with a colossal hammer. That stake is at least 5 times the size of any I've seen so far. It's not just the size of my forearm, it's the size of my entire lower body. Arzan swallowed hard. He couldn't discern the identity of the behemoth driving in the stake, but he certainly felt the tension coursing through him. This sensation, akin to when I fought against powerful monsters during the era of the divine guillotine, a feeling where the very existence of life is threatened. Svina spoke in a startled tone. Trog. Ronnie rushed to the front, leveling her firearm. What's a trog? It's a failed creation that didn't quite make it to troll status. I was hoping it was just a rumor when I saw the Stonians, but they really exist. A troll, that troll. Trolls are one of the 6 major demon races. Each individual is a fearsome monster, typically ranked as B+ in danger level. Arzan had never encountered a troll in person, but the basilisk I saw in the draining desert was a rank. Just being 1 rank lower indicates how formidable they are. How strong are they? Are they as strong as trolls? No, they're not even close to that. They're probably only half as strong at best. Then at least they'd be ranked D+. The Adventure Guild categorizes monster danger levels into 7 ranks from A to G. Rank G is classified as lowest tier, for which creatures in the steel and bronze ranks are typically responsible. Rank F is considered lower tier, mainly handled by mid-ranking bronze-level adventurers. Starting from rank E, monsters are categorized as lower mid-tier, specialized for top-tier bronze and bottom-tier silver-level adventurers. Rank D is mid-tier, setting the minimum requirement for participation in eradication at the silver level. Rank C is upper mid-tier, dealing with top-tier silver and bottom-tier gold-level monsters. As indicated by the emergence of the top 1.16 gold-ranked adventurers, rewards significantly increase from this point onward. Rank B is upper tier, dedicated to gold-level specialists. Rank A is top tier, managed by high-ranking gold and platinum-level adventurers. That guy is making Stonians. We have to stop him, Svina exclaimed. There were numerous Stonibolds gathered around the Trog. They were placing stone-carved hearts into the corpses of adventurers from whom the Trog had extracted their hearts. Then they coated the adventurers' bodies with monster crystals, as if wrapping them in batter, giving birth to Stonians. Eek! The Stonibolds, exposed to the light, screamed in horror. They were the ones applying mud to the adventurers' bodies while adding monster crystals. Trog's aversion to light is likely even worse than that of kobolds. Even the successful trolls turned to stone when exposed to sunlight. The Trog looked up at the lamp of prayer and let out a scream filled with hatred and rage, so intense that it could be felt in the cold sweat on its body. I will destroy everything. By the Master's command, I shall turn them all to stone. The Trog charged forward, dragging its hammer along the ground and shaking the earth beneath it. On either side, the Stanabold surged forward in a frenzied charge. Arzin opened the Tome of the Void and commanded the Void creatures. Formation: Stanabold Eradication Formation. Immediately, the Void creatures lined up in 3 rows and unleashed a barrage of Void energy. In the chaos where brain matter was splattered, the Void creatures and Ronnie's iron bullets pierced through. Those hit by the former writhed madly before collapsing, while those struck by the latter spun around and fell backward. This is never ending. This time, Sphina actively joined the battle. I summoned the Will of Flame to unite. By my command as Sphina, gather here. Velsalaber. Fire erupted before the advancing Stanabolds, breaking through the hail of void energy and gunfire. No matter how hardened they become, it seems they can't withstand the heat of flames piercing through their thick skin. Sphina shouted confidently. The Stanabolds writhed in agony as they blackened and burned. Trog is coming. Reload. To the front, Middle Guardians. Latsai Kwa. 1 Middle Guardian can unleash the power of 2 Greater Guardians. The Void creatures surged forth, becoming a maelstrom of void fog, swirling with the power to cast everything beyond the borders of oblivion. 10 Middle Guardians used their own bodies as material, creating a vortex of devouring force. Giararararea. Direct hit. The storm of the void spun violently, beginning to gnaw at the entire body of its prey. It hurts. The Trog is terrifying. But the Master's command is even scarier. However, the Trog's body wasn't merely covered in monster crystals like the Stanabolds or Stonians. Insane. Its entire physique was made of monster crystals. This is madness. The storm of the void only weathered the surface of its body like eroded stone. It didn't reach a fatal wound. Arzin gritted his teeth in irritation. Why do I keep running into these guys who have a bad matchup with the void creatures, like the giant slime? Is this supposed to be a stepping stone for growth? The Trog raised its hammer menacingly. Ronnie launched herself, rolling along the ground with Sphina. Arzin dodge me, nonsense. The only time this Arzin dodges is when a pile of poop is charging at me. Don't underestimate me. How dare a pathetic failure like you, who can't even become a troll, act so high and mighty? This power is, unlike yours, a force for domination. It's an overwhelming power that could elevate me to the diamond rank. Come closer within my range. The Void Demon Nightface can pierce your heart from within range. Just a little, a bit more. No, not like this. It's reaching my limit. If I push any further, I might just die in reverse. Come Baralis, the demon that emerged from the void, bringing only a hollow light. Its arm caught the hand of the being, revealing its hatred towards the apostle, and twisted it, shattering it. Giarara, it hurts. The Trog is hurt. My arm is broken. As the Trog's wrist twisted and crushed, it rolled on the ground. The hammer crashed down, shaking the earth. Success. This power that could shatter the inner walls of Karshiko. No matter how rocky the body is, it can't withstand that. Nightface ranks among the highest echelon of void entities. Usually it's just a glutton relying on its powers, but when it comes to this, it certainly earns its keep. I tried to wait until I could aim for the heart or head, but that still seems difficult. But that's not a problem. After a month of training, I can now freely use Evacta even after casting. Baralis Evacta, the tendrils of the void entwined around the Trog. Lifting the void was impossible due to the load, but it was certainly possible to bind its movements. You trash, a pathetic Trog that can't even be a troll. Let's see if I can twist you out. Where's your weakness? The vines of Evacta constricted around the Trog's body, twisting it painfully. The stone began to crack slowly, revealing the soft muscles beneath. Ronnie gasped. Being a bipedal life form means it must have softened areas at the joints. That's impressive. Taking a deep breath, Ronnie pulled out 2 clips from both the black and blue belts. The black ones were Pargap rounds, the blue ones were Frost bullets. In other words, she was loading cooling rounds. 4 pistols all loaded. With a lively leap, Ronnie aimed for the exposed weakness of the Trog and unleashed a barrage of bullets from the air. The first to fire was the Pargap round. The bullet struck the Trog's soft tissue, shattering the rocky parts and widening the hole for further penetration. Ronnie let go of the pistols. As they hung from the steam core's rubber hose in midair, she pulled out the 3rd and 4th pistols from the holster and fired again. Giararea, it hurts. Master, the Trog is in pain. The Trog screamed in agony. This was to be expected. As soon as the bullet pierced the skin, a cooling phenomenon occurred inside. Ice has the same mass as water but a greater volume. You've essentially created material inside your body out of nowhere. The ice began to expand. At that moment, Arzin manipulated the movement of Evacta with his hands. By covering the area where the bullets had penetrated, he ensured that the ice couldn't escape and instead burrowed deeper into the trog's body. Giarararara. The trog screamed in agony, flailing its arms wildly to grab Arzin and Ronnie. Dirt erupted around Arzin as the creature's body became a wreck and rolled on the ground. Svina rushed in, shouting urgently, Arzin. However, since the previous blow hadn't been a direct hit, Arzin quickly stood up, covered in dirt. That pathetic trog's attack landed at my feet. I'm fine. Even amidst all this, Arzin did not let go of his grasp. It was all to maintain the binding power of Evacta. His efforts paid off as the trog twitched in pain throughout its body. Soon after, it shattered into dozens of stone fragments and chunks of flesh, scattering in all directions. Ronnie, come back. As Ronnie landed with acrobatic grace, Svina quickly cast a protective barrier. It was just large enough for the three of them to fit inside. However, the principle of the barrier meant that the wider it was, the thinner it became, and the narrower it was, the thicker it grew. That barrier safely protected all three amidst the storm of flying rocks. There are no life signs, Ronnie reported after scanning the interior of the chamber with her alpha vision. Only then did Svina exhale deeply and lower the barrier. You guys are amazing, especially you, Arzin. Your performance was incredible. I can see why the master nominated you, Ronnie said to Arzin, twirling her pistol before holstering it. Arzin, why are you steel rank? I've heard about summoners, and their summons seem much weaker than you. I'm just humble. I didn't want to stand above others until now. That's impressive. Such a noble mindset, truly befitting someone who performs miracles. Isn't she a bit too easy? How did she manage to become silver rank in this kingdom of beasts? What should we do now, Svina? We need to take this back. So what's next? Well, I wanted to pull it out, but it doesn't budge at all. That's expected. The guy who was hammering it in with that unrealistically large hammer, there's no way the three of us can pull it out. Well, if an adventurer capable of handling a powerful summon were to lend a hand, we might be able to pull it out. At Svina's gesture, Arzin pretended to roll on the ground. Gah, my insides hurt. Oh, I know it doesn't hurt. If it does, I'll heal you. That's true, but if you use it now, it'll definitely hurt. Do you know how awful it feels to vomit blood? I need to rest. How long? This one is the strongest among my summons, so I need to sleep at least 4 hours. Otherwise, I'll faint. He had already used a full course of void miracles from Kaz to Arcturus to Lotsaiqua, Barolus, and Evacta. Though he felt proud to have used them all as a measure of his growth, he had certainly come to realize his limits during that process. If I use Barolus now, I'll surely summon a demon with a ridiculously low chance. Even if he managed to summon one, he would undoubtedly suffer from hemoptysis and congestion. Svina nodded. Then I guess we have no choice but to rest here for about 5 hours. And we'll pull this out and head up to the surface. If I take this back as my first task right after being appointed witch, my reputation will skyrocket. Arzin swallowed his tears. The life of an adventurer is harsh. The client's demands are even harsher. As Ronnie hurried after Svina, Arzin grinned. It's not like he was sneaking or cheating. The body of the worker bee that had settled on his shoulder was undergoing a transformation. Indeed, by defeating the trog, Arzin had obtained the third universal key. As Arzin awoke from what felt like a pleasant nap, drifting through the mist, a sudden, thunderous voice shattered the tranquility. The exit is blocked. In response to Arzin's question, Svina let out a sigh so heavy it seemed the earth might cave in under her. It was as if she truly wished for it to happen. Yes, it was when Ronnie and I were investigating the cavern together. Those damn kobolds suddenly appeared, blocked the exit, and vanished. Ronnie says it's not just hair, there are tremors everywhere. Whole place is likely blocked. Ronnie was meticulously pulling out rocks, one by one, from the pile that sealed the exit. Her hands were covered in blood. No matter how many stones she dug out, new ones rolled down from somewhere, filling the gap she had just made. Even if I use Barolus or Evacta, if this keeps happening, I'll eventually collapse from exhaustion. Physical stamina was crucial, but with no food, even recovering magical power would be slow. It took us 6 days just to get here. Naturally, they only had enough food for 8 days. Even if they rationed to the extreme, they'd barely last 10 days. Damn it. I just started making a name for myself as a witch, and now I'm going to die buried alive like this. Svina, clutching her head after throwing off her pointed hat, sounded as though she had already given up on life. She was the complete opposite of Ronnie, who was desperately digging out as many stones as she could to survive. For a moment, Arzin felt a wave of resentment. Rodinkle had sent him here, only for him to meet such an end. No, that can't be. He quickly dismissed the thought, believing there was no way it would happen. It wasn't so much a certainty as it was hope, but still. Lord Rodinkle has helped me since the defeat of the Hydra. There's no way he would let me die here, buried alive like this. Cooling his head, Arzin summoned the Void Bee. The Void Bee had once conveyed Rodinkle's will. This time, too. As soon as Arzin opened the scripture, it began turning its pages on its own, as if it had been waiting for him. Just as I thought. At a certain point, the pages stopped, and the void bee settled on one of them, transforming into a key. It was an intermediate form between a void creature and a demon. With no hesitation, Arzin grabbed the master key and inserted it into the lock. I'm sure of it, just like in the flowing desert, Lord Rodinkle, who saved me then, won't leave me to die here either. A dark green radiance swirled around the void scripture, concentrating into a single beam of light that shot up before striking Arzin's chest, engraving itself onto his soul. A new power bestowed by the Master of the Void now resided within his apostle. The veil of ignorance is lifting. The once hidden text, obscured by the chains and lock, began to appear clearly before his eyes. To fill a new wineskin with wine, one must first discard the rotten water within the old skin. Thus, the void is the first step towards enlightenment. Only those whose old vessels were empty can reach the truth through true enlightenment. Re-Taripo, through this new step forward, gaze anew into the void and grasp the fragments of truth. Arzin sprang to his feet. Ronnie, move aside, quickly. With the scripture in his left hand, Arzin thrust his right hand forward with force. This action would be seen as utterly inappropriate for a priest who served the light with reverence. But an apostle had to act this way. An apostle must always possess such authority and command their subordinates with absolute might. Re-Taripo, buzz. 10 void creatures gathered around the apostle, suddenly swirling together and beginning to fuse. A fusion of 10 creatures. It wasn't so much that the void creatures themselves were merging, but rather that the void essence that made up each creature was blending into one. And what was it exactly? Would it be right to call it a small demon? Its size was about as large as Arzin's face, but its head alone was as big as its entire body combined. In other words, it's a two-headed figure. Its face lacked any features except for the eyes. Like the void creatures, it had no pupils, only glowing hollow eye sockets, and in the center of its forehead, a third vertical eye was engraved, making 3 in total. Even its wings aren't insect-like. The small creature hovered effortlessly in the air with just a few leisurely flaps of what were clearly demon wings, not insect wings. The small demon cradled a large orb in its hands as if it were something precious. Then it flew toward the pile of rocks blocking the exit. Its flying speed is slow. Its flight was bizarre and far from fast or threatening. However, the strength of this Re-Taripo made up for every one of its weaknesses. Nothai's creature turned every disadvantage of the void creatures into a strength. This thing is a bomb, a void bomb. The moment the small demon touched the pile of rocks, starting from the orb in its hands, its entire form transformed into a rift in space itself. There was no sound, no visible form, but it unmistakably devoured everything in its vicinity, pulling it into some other place beyond. Right now, I can control up to 80 void creatures. After using all 80, Arzin could summon about 30 more. If I convert them all, I could use 11 bombs in total. A hole the size of the small demon appeared at the very top of the pile of rocks. Over there, keep blasting through that spot. 2 void bombs ignited on either side of the hole, expanding the passage significantly. Since the top was breached instead of the bottom, there was no risk of stones rolling down to block the newly opened path. Crossing through the passage would be easy, even for someone unskilled in physical movement, as long as there was something to step on. Ronnie, in shock, was so overwhelmed she had to cover her mouth with both hands. My goodness, how is this possible? Arzin turned his body around. There was something he had to take care of first. Baralis, the demon's grasp seized the massive spike embedded deep within the earth's crust. After about 2 seconds of a fierce struggle, it wrenched the spike free. Rumble. Cracks spread across the ground and the mountains quaked. Below the fissures, the fiery glow of molten flames surged. It seemed they had come close to the heart of the mountain's seal. No way. Arzin worried that the pile of rocks might collapse under the weight of more falling stones. However, instead of being buried, the vibrations widened the existing hole. Thunk, thunk, thunk. As the Night Face's hand withdrew, the massive spike tumbled heavily to the ground. It was far larger than the spikes the kobolds had been using up until now. Ronnie had to cradle it with both hands just to hold it. Svina, get up. Arzin opened the way. How did he open the way? What on earth happened? We can get out. Before the kobolds can do anything else, let's hurry and escape. There was no need for further discussion. The 3 quickly clambered over the pile of rocks. Just as Svina had feared, the kobolds hadn't blocked just one tunnel. Whether they were trying to trap them inside or prevent someone from coming in, more piles of rocks kept appearing to block their path forward. Re-Taripo, but the fusion of 10 void creatures created explosions that obliterated those piles of rocks with ease. Since all 3 of us are small, 3 bombs will be enough to clear a path. It was impossible to destroy the entire pile of rocks in one go. They had to carefully target the upper sections to create controlled explosions, but as long as they could escape, that was all that mattered. For now, that would suffice. Up ahead, it's the wounded we left behind. With a simple telekinetic spell, Svina lifted the injured person into the air. 3 void creatures, which had been left behind to guard, rejoined the worker bee formation. Arzin ran ahead, using A Taripo to blow open more paths. Every tunnel exit and entrance was blocked by debris. The mountains are shacking. Staying here won't do us any good. If they lingered any longer, the glowing stones they'd placed to mark the way out would undoubtedly be lost in the chaos. They had to run until they reached the limit of their endurance. There's more kobolds ahead. Those bastards are trying to block our path again. I won't let them. Bang, bang, bang. The thunderous shots of the armor-piercing rounds tore through the air. The bullets turned the kobolds into hideously mutilated corpses, their heads blown apart by the force of the blast. The expedition team trampled over the bodies as they pushed forward. Kaz2 Arcturus, having exhausted all 80 void creatures, Arzan summoned additional ones. A wave of nausea hit him, and dizziness overtook him, but he managed to call forth the maximum 30 creatures. As soon as the 30 void creatures arrived from beyond the dimension, they immediately fused into 3 combined entities, Re Taripo. They had descended deep from the start, so it was no surprise that even after running like mad, no light was yet visible. The group stopped multiple times to catch their breath, eventually collapsing from exhaustion. Sfina pulled a water bottle and jerky from her bag, distributing it to everyone, though Arzan received the largest portion. Arzan was the most crucial member of their team. The injured person's body burned with a fever. It was fortunate they were unconscious, as it meant one less mouth to feed. We need to rest for a bit to regain our strength. Wake me in 2 hours, all right, it's 1215 a.m. now, so I'll wake you around 3 a.m. Get some rest. Ronnie and I will stand guard, don't worry. You need your strength if we're going to make it out, Ronnie added. Arzan leaned against the cave wall and quickly fell into a deep sleep. His spiritual energy was tied closely to his stamina. When one was depleted, the other would soon follow. Both were exhausted now, and he drifted off the moment he closed his eyes. It felt like he had only just fallen asleep when Sfina shook him awake. Irritated, he wondered if they were in such a rush that she had woken him early. However, Sfina's clock showed that not just 2 but 3 hours had passed. It's 4 a.m. out of consideration for Arzan. They had let him sleep an extra hour. Despite the short rest, it was remarkably effective. With a single shout, Arzan summoned 60 void creatures in an instant. All right, let's go. They quickly ascended toward the surface, but without rest, even the others were becoming fatigued. Sfina was the first to reach her limit. Her magical energy was completely drained, making her telekinetic abilities unusable, and the injured person she had been levitating fell to the ground. Ronnie, carry the injured person. Arzan shouted, me, but I'm carrying the spike, she protested. Forget the spike. What's more important than a human life? We can just explain what we saw ourselves. Though Ronnie had appeared obsessed with success and recognition, she still had the heart of a witch. Her decision to prioritize life was deeply impressive. Ronnie discarded the spike and lifted the injured person. Arzan continued to use his void creatures to blast open the path ahead, and they pressed on. 1 day, 2 days they would run to the point of collapse, take brief rests, and then push forward again, nearing the brink of exhaustion with each step. Re Taripo, with the last of his spiritual power, Arzan commanded his void creature to charge into the pile of rubble. The moment it hit, light flooded in, blinding, but not from the sun. It was the warm glow of a spell that illuminated the darkness. The top of the rock pile just blew away. What, is it a monster? No, it's a person. There are people here. Sfina. Though they hadn't reached the surface yet, the witches had sent a rescue team down, worried by their delay. Sfina stumbled into the arms of her mentor, Bait. Oh, master. As Arzan was half carried up toward the surface, he glanced at the sacred scripture chained to his waist. The rescue team carried the investigation squad back to the Witch Association's tent. It was the 20th night since the investigation team had set out on their expedition. Sfina managed to stay conscious through sheer willpower. She gave the witches a detailed report on the events that had occurred underground. The witches' expressions grew grim. A trog. They were visibly shocked by Sfina's report. Are you certain it was a trog, Sfina? Yes, I'm sure. Its appearance closely matched the illustrations I've seen in books, and unlike trolls, it had many weak points at its joints. It was only about 7 feet tall, too, she replied. We've already had reports from adventurers about sightings of Stonians, but a trog, and underground in the Red Mountain Range at that, one of the witches murmured. As the witches sighed, a muscular giant effortlessly held up a large spike with one hand, the same spike that even Ronnie, a powerful tall half with strength superior to that of a human, had needed both hands to lift. The female swordsman standing in front of the giant gestured toward the spike with her thumb. She was none other than Twin Blades Diddy, ranked 7th in the platinum tier. We found this while inspecting the tunnels on our way back from the rescue mission. There's no way kobolds could drive in spikes of this size. Only something like a trog could do it. The individuals standing on either side of Diddy, all in impressive stances, were seasoned veterans. They were members of the platinum-ranked adventure group, the 6 Plum Blossoms. This group was formed by 6 adventurers who wore a banner adorned with preserved plum blossom petals from the tree where they first came together. Over time, members left due to death, disappearance, or disagreements, but they always maintained their number at 6, the original number of founders. Hence, they were known as the Six Plum Blossoms. Unlike Divine Guillotine, this group was known for its small but elite composition. Bigger groups weren't always better. Larger numbers led to internal conflicts and logistical problems. Each approach had its pros and cons. Upon receiving the report about Lavabolds, Bate had used her authority as acting priestess to hire the 6 Plum Blossoms at a high price. You witches must be pretty strong. You managed to take down a trog with just a silver rank and a steel rank helping you, Diddy remarked. I didn't do much. The silver rank and the steel rank were incredibly powerful, Svina responded modestly. Steel rank, the members of the 6 Plum Blossoms snickered at this. Too much humility can come off as arrogance, one said. Which steel rank could have possibly helped take down a trog? Yeah, most likely just a pack mule, right? The chatter quieted as soon as Diddy turned her body. Her team immediately stopped laughing and followed her lead. Where are you headed? Bate asked. Diddy held up 2 fingers as she responded. First rule of our adventure group, payment must be made up front. Second rule, we complete our commissions faster than any other group. We're off to fulfill those 2 rules. Svina slowly stood up. Wait, take that spike with you. And why should we? It will act as a tracker leading us toward the source of this whole ordeal. It's best to take it. Also, the path we took is marked by glowstones at intervals. It's not much, but it'll be helpful. At Diddy's signal, the giant returned to the tent, grabbed the spike, and walked back out. By the time Svina opened her eyes, everything had already ended. The tent smelled of mustiness, scorched by the sun. Sunlight filtered through the seams of the fabric, twinkling like beads of light. The sounds of rustling, clanking, and clicking echoed repeatedly. Ronnie was seated on a bench outside the tent, disassembling her firearm to clean it. Arzen slowly sat up. This doesn't feel like a chicken coop. The faint scent of cosmetics in the air hinted that this was originally a place used by women. As he looked around, there were scrolls and dragon scriptures scattered about. The Dragon Scriptures is a scripture interpreting the teachings of light through the language of dragons. This seemed to be the witch's tent. Stretching, Arzen pulled back the curtain of the tent and stepped outside. Ronnie greeted him with a wide smile. Arzen, you're awake. I was really worried. You were in a coma for 2 days. 2 days? What about the investigation mission? Ronnie put down the oil-soaked cloth she had been using to clean her gun on the makeshift table and picked up a dust brush. Her expression was a mix of relief and disappointment. The mission is beyond anything we could handle now. They've deployed a platinum-ranked adventurer group. What? I heard that ever since the information about the Lavagbolts was relayed to the Witch Association, they've been working behind the scenes to hire them. They arrived yesterday and immediately descended into the underground. You know of them, right? The 6 Plum Blossoms. Arzen slumped down beside Ronnie. I've never met them since we operated on different continents, but I've at least heard their name. Any adventurer, even after just a year of experience, would memorize the names of the platinum-ranked adventure groups. Whether it was for money or fame, they were the objects of admiration and envy. Divine Guillotine was a garbage group that stood in complete contrast to that admiration and envy, though. I would have liked to see firsthand what a platinum-ranked adventurer group from the Akred continent is like. For now, he had no desire to head back underground. Anyone who'd been close to being buried alive would hesitate, too. Even the simple things like breathing the fresh air and feeling the warmth of the sunlight filled him with an almost trembling sense of joy. The moment the special task force got involved, things were already tense. But now that a trog has appeared, it's no longer a stage where I can shine. Yes, it's enough for me to have been involved this far. The real players would soon take charge of the investigation. It means I'm still not strong enough to stand on the main stage of this era. Rather than feeling bitter about this, Arzen felt relief. He had grown this powerful in just half a year since gaining the power of the void. If he was this strong in 6 months, how strong could he become in 5 years? He needed time to grow stronger. This is for the best. I'd rather avoid life-threatening battlefields like that for a while. Now, instead of fighting to survive by any means necessary, he only wanted to fight when victory was certain. And Svina, she waited until this morning but eventually joined the investigation team. And you, Ronnie, I stayed behind to wait for you to wake up, of course. Ronnie reached into her pocket, fumbled with a money pouch, and tossed it to Arzen. The sunlight caught the shimmer of gold coins as they glistened. Arzen, unable to catch it with just one hand, supported the pouch with both hands as Ronnie chuckled. Svina exaggerated our efforts quite a bit, so we got an extra reward. After taxes, it's a whole gold coin, a pretty sweet haul. To the great Svina, let's not toast like we're mourning someone, it feels ominous. Anyway, I've handed over your share of the reward, so my job's done. Besides, I just finished cleaning my gun, too. The way Ronnie swiftly assembled her gun made it look incredibly cool. If there were a ranking of hobbies that attracted the opposite sex, this one could easily follow musical instruments without any problem. Ronnie firmly secured her steam core to her back with a belt, holstered all 4 pistols, and stood up. I only did what I had to in order to survive. If you had given up on trying to save yourself, then I wouldn't have made it either. My dreams would have ended there. Ronnie gave a slight chuckle before starting to walk away. It seems that the connections formed between adventurers who temporarily work together and then part ways are this fleeting. Maybe I've been overly idealizing what it means to be part of a party, especially during my time under the divine guillotine. Oh, suddenly, as Ronnie was about to disappear beyond the horizon of the mountains, she turned back toward Arzin. By the way, I have a message from Sfina. She said that she'll soon become a big shot, so both you and I should hurry up and do the same. That way she can assign us high-profile requests. Ronnie cupped her hands around her mouth as she shouted, then waved energetically. Without even realizing it, Arzin waved back, almost instinctively, as if part of him had been hoping for a moment like this. And with that, Ronnie left. Maybe it's better for parties to part ways without clinging too much after all. Arzin swung his legs back and forth as he sat on the bench, enjoying the late autumn sunlight, just being there that made him happy. Perhaps happiness in life isn't so far away after all. When the sun was covered by clouds, Arzin stood up. His coat and belongings were neatly arranged next to the bed inside the tent. For a brief moment, he worried that one of the witches had gone through their scripture and found something about the void, but it seemed there was no problem after all. He lightly packed his things and went out. After exchanging a nod with the apprentice witch who was organizing the entry logs near the bench, Arzin descended the mountain. The scenery at the foot of the mountain had changed quite a bit since he last saw it a month and a half ago. With the discovery of danger in the mountains, the Witch Association had forbidden entry to the underground tunnels, and the area was no longer a hot spot. The various peddlers had already disappeared. Even more than half of the accommodations, like the chicken coops, were being demolished. The temporary offices of the Adventurers Guild were no exception. Though the place wasn't entirely dismantled yet, they were still able to process paperwork. Hello. Half of the reception counters were closed, but since there weren't many customers, Arzin's turn came quickly. The friendly older receptionist he had built rapport with wasn't there. She might have gone home, taken a day off, or perhaps even resigned. With her fiery personality, it wouldn't have been easy for her to endure this job. Yes, how can I help you? I'm here to update my ID tag. Sure, please hand over your tag. Since Ronnie had already settled the request here, all that was left was to collect the contribution rewards. Ronnie had already received the payment and passed it on to him, so all that remained was for him to get his contribution points calculated. The receptionist nodded and hummed, pulling out a few papers along with Arzin's updated tag. Congratulations. These documents are copies of the proof that you completed the request. The original is kept with the guild, so if you'd like, we can dispose of these for you. Please dispose of it. Arzin had no intention of carrying around something that would just become a burden, and here's a copy of your merit certificate for the subjugation. I see you were involved in the Trog hunt. Ah yes, a Trog, and for someone at steel rank. Whatever role you played, it's something worth bragging about. Trogs almost never appear outside of the demon realm, so very few people know about them. You could easily exaggerate your achievements and impress others. This woman, her skill in bluffing made Arzin wonder if she should be an adventurer instead of a receptionist. And this is the report form. It's for recording your party's performance. Oh, and the reason it's not blank is that there's a rule requiring 1 report per party for smaller groups. What's written at the top is the report and evaluation from the party leader. Ronnie had already written a very detailed report. There didn't seem to be any need for Arzin to add anything further. What caught his attention was the evaluation section. A stylish summoner who never gives up until the end. Seeing that comment made Arzin chuckle to himself. He picked up the quill and added his own. A tall half-sharpshooter who's incredible with at least 1 gun. The receptionist, after taking the completed report, handed him the final document along with his ID tag. Oh, and this document confirms that you've qualified for the promotion test to bronze rank. Arzin flung the windows wide open. The early winter chill quickly filled the room with a crisp coolness. He gazed out at the city, waking up amidst the dawn. Steam rose from the coffee he'd ordered through room service. With one hand on his side, Arzin arrogantly sipped his coffee, surveying the outside world. Ha ha ha, look at them, the cogs of society, heading to work with faces like ghouls on the brink of death. Meanwhile, I, the victorious one, am here on the 20th floor of the finest inn in Orlanople, leisurely starting my day with the finest blend of coffee. At the moment, Arzin had a whopping 120 silver coins in his possession, a fortune that, by simple calculation, would take a commoner 120 days to save up, provided they neither ate nor drank. Arzin had amassed this sum over the fall alone. His life as an adventurer had been smooth sailing, that 2-person coupe. What an absolute scam. This place only charges 6 silver coins a day. It seemed money only provided pleasure when it was spent freely. Those who worried about the future and saved up were life's losers. A true man didn't concern himself with such things. Soon, the attendants brought in his breakfast through room service. In such a luxurious inn, there was no need to go downstairs to eat. Your ease chiffon half-and-half chicken is served. At a top tier inn like this, even the attendants wore formal uniforms like butlers and maids. Oh, and I'll be checking out today. Understood, sir. Please enjoy your meal. Ishi, what now? It was some half-and-half chicken dish made with ingredients and spices he couldn't even pronounce. They said one half was made with a meat-based sauce and the other with a seafood-based one. But 50 silver coins for just 6 boneless pieces. No matter how he looked at it, it was a rip-off. With that kind of money, how many bowls of meat-packed stew could he get at the market? No, that kind of cost-effective thinking doesn't suit a ruler. Stop it. Still, if he was being honest, he couldn't tell much difference in taste from market chicken. At times like this, he thought he might not be the type to indulge in luxury after all. After finishing his meal, Arzan started packing his belongings. It was his second day back from the Red Mountains. His Akahelu skin robe had got pretty torn up during his underground escape, so he planned to do some shopping today. Now then, if he wanted adventure gear, he'd have to head toward the Adventurers Guild area. Most shops fought to set up near there. However, in Orlanople, the Adventurers Guild was in the central district, meaning the property fees or rent would be astronomical. If I go there, I'll probably end up paying a fortune for cheap gear. Arzan had asked a guild receptionist yesterday to recommend some shops that had good reviews from adventurers. Welcome. His first stop was the Orlanople branch of Royal Armoring. It was an armor company founded by the dwarf craftsman Eimer to rake in money from human society. The notable feature was that all the products came directly from the headquarters as finished goods, and true to the perfectionist nature of dwarves, their policy on exchanges and repairs was unparalleled. It was considered a mid-range brand, the so-called best value for money. I'm looking for a leather-type robe. Ah, that's over there. The downside was that due to the price-fixing policy, costs were the same no matter where you went on the continent. In a major city like this, prices should normally be lower due to the free circulation of goods. Everything was accurately labeled on the price tags without any misleading ingredient listings. Thus, it seemed difficult for Arzan to leverage his advantages here. Next, he wandered far out of the central district and entered an alley as the northeastern district began to unfold. There was a small convenience store that looked like a hole in the wall. Compared to Royal Armoring, the place looked even more shabby. This is a thrift shop. Adventurers often changed their armor as they grew. In the process, their old armor inevitably flowed into the second-hand market. These shops bought such armor, refurbished it, and sold it as if it were new. Of course, it's not truly new, though. An elderly woman was turning a sewing frame. An older man with glasses greeted Arzan. What are you looking for? A leather-type robe. We have plenty of good ones. The grandfather hummed an indecipherable tune while skillfully prodding the clothes rack with a metal rod, pulling out various garments. Oh, this is. Is there something good? This is made from river serpent leather. That insane B-rank monster. The material content must be over 50, right? In fact, to sell existing armor at a fair price, the Divine Guillotine also tried not to bring it to large cities unless necessary. In smaller towns, there was often no demand, meaning they couldn't sell at the right price. In contrast, large cities had many thrift shops willing to buy this armor, and there were also businesses that disassembled and recycled it. How much is this? Let's see. It'll be 1 gold coin. Since the river serpent was a B-rank monster that could only be captured by adventurers of gold rank or higher, the price of its byproducts was steep. They're cunning and crafty. Once a hunting party appears, they disappear without a trace, which makes adventurers hesitant to hunt them. For that reason, the leather was expensive. Moreover, it couldn't be easily cut with ordinary knives or scissors, which inflated the sewing costs even more. What I mean is, 1 gold coin can actually be considered cheap. This level of premium leather could provide armor class protection comparable to chain mail. Of course, it would be a different story if it were made into chain mail from byproducts. Old man, you're not going to hit me with any income tax or VAT on top of that, right? Just 1 gold coin. Of course not. But it seems like it was worn by a woman. Is that all right? After all, you should judge clothes by how they fit. That was precisely why the length fit Arzan perfectly. The total length fell just above his ankles, and the sleeves covered the backs of his hands, providing even better protection. And since Arzan was still growing, it would fit him even better soon enough. It would be nice if he could dye it a dark green, but he decided against it. If the expensive leather got damaged, it would be a big problem. The elderly woman quietly working the sewing machine spoke up. It's pretty. Arzan was looking in the mirror and had the same thought. The dream I used to have, drooling over good equipment every time those guys from the Divine Guillotine made a purchase, is right here. In a society influenced by capitalism, equipment certainly justifies its cost. The more expensive, the better it is. In other words, it exudes a certain class. If one were to glance only at his gear, Arzan might appear to be a silver-ranked adventurer. Here you go, real gold coins. If you don't believe me, feel free to take a bite. The grandfather received the single gold coin with both hands and with a gentle smile handed Arzin a few ginseng-flavored candies. Winter is coming, so take care not to catch a cold. Perhaps this attitude was what made the shop popular. There was a warm, endearing feeling to it. Ah, are you selling this? I thought it might do well as second-hand after some repairs. When the grandfather looked at the grandmother, she nodded her head. I could give you about 10 silver coins for it. Although it was bought for 80 silver coins, a price of 1/8 was fair considering the armor had become worn and tattered from all those battles. He guessed that the grandfather would probably sell it for around 30 to 40 coins later. Arzin sold it right away. Hee. Feeling like he could fly, Arzin skipped out into the street. He had the odd sensation that the people passing by were watching him. It felt as though the entire world was focused solely on him, so he deliberately tried to strike a cool pose and walked with a serious demeanor. In reality, it wasn't like that, but such are the trivial thoughts of a teenage boy. Welcome. Arzin returned to Royal Armoring. Dressed in expensive clothing, he sensed that the staff's responses were more courteous. Money equated to authority. He had come here to buy boots. Even so, buying used boots felt a bit off. They might carry odors and possibly even athlete's foot. I bought that robe for almost a fraction of its value, so paying full price for these boots is painful. As he picked up and felt each pair of displayed boots, he pondered. The only footwear he could afford within his spending limit was a pair of all-purpose boots made from F-rank monster leather. Descriptions stated that plates were reinforced on the sole, back, and vamp, protecting his feet from various dangers. I'll take these. Understood. I'll wear them right away, so no need for packaging. Sure thing. He sold his old, worn-out bootsno, giving off a foul smell to the tanner for 3 silver coins. Arzin headed to the docks to grab lunch. If I don't eat this half-and-half meat and shrimp stew, it doesn't feel like the day has started. As he wore the river serpent leather robe, he sensed the server's friendliness had increased. Money truly was king. Having savored every last drop of broth, Arzin sat quietly under the early winter sun, gazing blankly at the flowing river. All right now, he planned to refrain from accepting combat requests for a while. Thus, he postponed his promotion test, but he needed to earn money. He had spent all his wealth except for 3 silver coins. If I had known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have stayed at the Best Inn. Although it wasn't a combat request, a mission that allowed him to train his void powers while earning money would be ideal. The void power was increasingly demanding Arzin's focus. Unlike the void insects, where earnings were stable, the details of Avacta's power varied based on Arzin's proficiency. Then again, considering that even the void insects need daily training to increase their numbers, is it really any different? In any case, the newly acquired Reitaripo also seemed to require some training. It would be good to have time to analyze its pros and cons thoroughly. However, it's better to stay in this area. The Adrian continent beyond the sea had a desert-like climate, making the winters bitterly cold like the nights in the desert. He had heard that winter on the Acrid continent was no joke either. He wanted to spend winter around the Red Mountains. After all, the Red Mountains kept the local climate warm year-round. Okay. Finishing his thoughts, Arzin walked toward the central district. He scanned the request board at the guild branch and eventually moved to the counter to ask, are there any requests that summoners can do to earn some pocket money? A summoner? Let me check for a moment. The male receptionist bent down and pulled out a few papers from under the counter. Well, depending on the type of summoning magic, it can vary greatly, so it's a bit hard to explain. Also, summoners are quite rare. However, recently, well, I say recently, but it was 2 years ago, someone who received a request through our branch completed a logging request. Logging. His eyes widened in realization. That's right, logging. Logging would allow him to maximize the efficiency of Reitaripo and Avacta, and even Barilus, while also providing training opportunities. Is that request still available? This request? Of course it's not. No, I meant a similar request. Just a moment. The receptionist soon spread a map out on the counter and placed the various request forms at their respective locations. If you want to take on a large-scale request, you'll need to go quite far. The western part of the empire is known as woodland, and it always requires logging personnel due to the abundance of trees. Something closer, then, if you want something nearby, the village of Orphaned in the southern region of Orlinople is looking for logging personnel to prepare for the Grass Hut Festival. Oh, this request is for a maximum of 2 people, so it might be difficult if you have a party of 3 or more. The pay isn't great, but meals and lodging are provided. Is it warm there during winter? Orlinople region is next to the Red Mountains, so it stays warm. Not as warm as here, but still decent. Then I'll take that one. Let's see, the requirements state that you need to be at least a bronze rank, but you have a certificate from the Orlinople. Which association registered, don't you? A certificate? Yes, it's issued only if you successfully complete a request commissioned by the Witch Association. The certificate is valid for 6 months. With that, there shouldn't be a problem, as the person requesting the logging is also a witch. Just a moment, I'll stamp the request approval form for you. Arzan soon left the guild branch with the stamped request approval form from the Orlanople branch. My heart is racing. He was excited about what kind of adventure awaited him this time. Is this what the life of an adventurer is like? Arzan began to run toward the docks.